In order to become a qualified antagonist, you request a level of cultivation akin to that of a sage from the system. As a result, the system has directly elevated you to the unparalleled realm of the Emperor. The moment you ascend to the status of the Emperor, you exhibit no hesitation whatsoever, promptly invoking the divine consciousness of the Emperor to seek out the whereabouts of the protagonist, Qingyun. What a farcical protagonist of destiny! All of these absurdities shall be obliterated. Having uttered these words, you instantly tore through the fabric of space and vanished. As your form emerges, the majesty of your imperial presence descends directly upon this humble Qingyun pavilion, accompanied by the resonant chime of a bell. The primordial bell tolls. Upon hearing its chime, the master, Nangong Qin, is filled with astonishment. The mere tolling of the initial bell signifies the emergence of a crisis capable of annihilating the entire sect. When all the elders and disciples of the pavilion arrived at the scene, they were met with an astonishing sight that left them in disbelief. This is the might of a sage. This is undoubtedly a revered sage. Upon the utterance of these words, the world was taken aback. Who could have imagined that within this humble realm of the mysterious, there emerged a sage? Such a being is indeed of the utmost exaltation. At this moment, Qingyun below was also overwhelmed with astonishment. Is this what it means to be a sage? He wondered if he could forge even a slight acquaintance with him. At this moment, under the gaze of countless spectators, a resplendent sun, radiating divine light, appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a serene voice echoed. The Hall of Profound Mysteries can be found here. Upon the emergence of that resounding voice, it reverberated like a thunderclap. What purpose does this newly manifested sage have in seeking the Zhongxinge? Is it a matter of the past or an enmity? Esteemed senior, this place is indeed the Qingyun Pavilion. I am the current master of this pavilion. May I inquire if you have any guidance to offer? Nangong Qin, clad in a black robe, bowed respectfully as she spoke. You softly uttered a phrase, and your gaze descended upon the multitude of individuals from the Qingyun Pavilion below. As your eyes fell, an intangible weight seemed to descend with the force of countless tons, akin to the immense pressure of the celestial waters from the ninth heaven. Everyone present felt the terrifying intensity of this force. Their legs weakened, and the entire sect fell to their knees. At this moment, everyone was in a state of bewilderment. A sage had descended specifically to seek someone at the Shuangguan Pavilion. Yet, you remained unfazed by the gazes surrounding you, for with a mere glance, you had already fixed your attention upon Qingyun's figure. In the mid-stage of transformation, the destiny value reaches 100,000, possessing the golden finger of the Eternal Gate, along with an array of rare treasures. Ah, at long last, I have found you, the destined protagonist. However, unlike your joy, Qingyun was exceptionally exhilarated at this moment. I must put forth my best effort to capture the attention of this sage. As if sensing your gaze, Qingyun braced himself against the pressure, immediately trembling yet resolutely puffing out his chest, striving to demonstrate that he possessed a will of iron. Upon witnessing this, you raised an eyebrow, and a glint of cold light flashed in your eyes. You feigned ignorance. In an instant, this icy radiance transformed into the primordial divine mountain. An overwhelming might descended, shattering the proud spine of Qingyun. In a moment of astonishment, he transformed from a paragon of excellence into a mere puddle of mud, left to stagnate in place. With the passing of Qingyun, you received a system notification. You have slain the protagonist of destiny, resulting in a loss of 3,000 destiny points for the protagonist. In return, you have been awarded a destiny treasure chest. Upon hearing this, you were momentarily taken aback. What is it? As you ponder what treasures lie within the fateful chest, the system suddenly emits a sharp, piercing sound. The host remains composed, for the protagonist of destiny is on the brink of demise at your hands. True noise. Once dead, one is truly gone. Is the destined protagonist so easily vanquished? Then he too must meet his demise. Upon hearing this, even the system felt compelled to weep. The host's murderous intent is exceedingly potent. Why must it deviate from the established norms? Indeed, you are not mistaken. Although Qingyun may have been vanquished by your mere glance, he is, after all, a protagonist favored by the heavens, destined by fate. Such a character cannot be easily extinguished. Suddenly, At the spot where Gu Yin had just been, a fleeting azure radiance shimmered, gradually coalescing into a human silhouette. Revived on the spot, witnessing this scene, the numerous formidable experts of the Chongqian Pavilion gazed in astonishment at Gu. From your imperial perspective, Gu Yan's ability to resurrect in place is attributed to the presence of the natural divine tree within him. Furthermore, there exists a faint crimson aura, visible solely to you, that envelopes Gu Yan. This is a mysterious energy that even you find difficult to fully comprehend. If I am not mistaken, this is truly the essence of the protagonist destined for divine protection. Simultaneously, with Gu Yan's resurrection, his destiny value plummeted by an additional 3,000 points. Upon witnessing this, you appeared contemplative, casting a fleeting glance at Gu Yin once more. The exclamations resounded once more, as the recently resurrected Gu Yin was once again obliterated into nothingness. As you observe Gu Yin being struck down once more, a solitary glimmer of green light lingers in the air, reminiscent of a firefly gradually mending itself. This signifies that Gu Yin possesses a chance for resurrection once again. What is happening? The sage is taking action against that young man. That is Gu Yin from the Chongqian Pavilion. I am familiar with him. A rising star, recently gaining considerable renown in the Xian realm. What has provoked this revered sage? Do we need to rescue Gu Yin? The powerful figures of the Chongqian Pavilion exchanged glances, then turned their eyes skyward. What a farce! This is an unparalleled existence that can make even the primordial bell tremble with fury. Who could possibly contend against a saint? Geniuses may be lost, yet they can be summoned anew. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Do not sacrifice yourself in vain. At this juncture, the elder in the white robe from the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion stepped forth to restore dignity, stating, "It appears there has been some misunderstanding. What exalted status does a sage possess that they would arbitrarily act against Gu Yin? Moreover, this enigmatic sage has proclaimed that their actions are in search of someone. Perhaps they are in pursuit of a successor. It is highly probable that Gu Yin has been chosen. This serves as a trial for him." Upon hearing this, many were suddenly enlightened. Truly, Elder Jiang is remarkable. How could he discern this? Testing Gu Yin, he is indeed an admirable young man. Nonetheless, it must be said that Gu Yin possesses quite a few formidable cards. Under the might of the sage, he remarkably endures. Impressive indeed. If he truly can pass the test of the sage, Gu Yin is likely to soar to great heights. The formidable individuals of the Chongqian Pavilion found their reasoning sound, as they collectively urged the crowd surrounding Gu Yin to disperse, eagerly anticipating his next move. Should the sage truly take notice of him, the Chongqian Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to new heights alongside him. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, the once shattered Gu Yin was reborn in flesh and blood. Upon witnessing this transformation, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Only Nan Gongqin, as the esteemed Master Gu Yin, revealed a trace of concern in her gaze. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she conveyed her thoughts to Gu Yin through a silent transmission. The trial of the senior. I still endure. Pay no heed to me. Once more reborn, Gu Yin, with unwavering gaze. I lift my head toward the heavens. That figure, radiant like the sun, is it the trial of a sage? Do not underestimate me. In the next moment, Gu Yin erupted once more. Are you all jesters? Listening to the discussions among the formidable beings of the Xian realm below, you shook your head. I merely wished to test the essence of a destined protagonist. Suddenly, your gaze fell continuously, and Gu Yin shattered once more. Ding, ding, ding. The protagonist's destiny value diminished by 3,000 points. A treasure chest of fate was acquired. Within a mere span of a few minutes, the system continuously delivered notifications. However, after the third time of glaring at Gu Yin, the heavenly destiny treasure chest ceased to appear. Instead, it merely indicated that Gu Yan's destiny value had suffered decline. In your eyes, Gu Yan's destiny value had plummeted to 90,000. This protagonist of fate possesses an exceptionally robust vitality. At the same time, you have formed certain judgments in your heart. To truly eliminate Gu Yin, it is highly likely that one must deplete the value of destiny to accomplish this. Yet, even at this juncture, one can surmise that Gu Yin undoubtedly possesses the capability to extricate himself from dire straits. The reason the other party has yet to escape is that they are unaware of their own identity and have misconstrued your intentions, believing it to be a test. At that moment, your gaze fell upon the tree of nature that belonged to Qingyun. You lifted your arm, and with a firm grasp of your hand, the verdant tree of nature, radiating a green luminescence, was drawn into your palm. A holy ear treasury, no wonder. At that moment, the system relayed a message. You had seized the ultimate treasure of the destined protagonist, earning 5 celestial treasure chests. As you absorbed this new information from the system, a smile spread across your face. More celestial treasure chests had appeared, 5 in total, an ordeal more distressing than vanquishing him. You cast a glance at Qingyun, who had just been resurrected and stood bewildered in place. The value of destiny plummeted by a staggering 15,000 points after the loss of this sacred tree of nature. At this moment, you comprehend the situation. Why did the system previously strongly recommend to vanquish and torment the destined protagonist? The greater the impact on the protagonist destined by fate, the more the antagonist shall reap. This resonates well with the principle of conservation of energy. If I am not mistaken, even without the divine tree of nature, should I eliminate Qingyun now, he would still possess means to survive. System, it appears you were indeed correct. The significance of his demise is minimal, rendering his elimination unnecessary. Your heart is as clear as a bright mirror. With a gentle touch of your fingers, suddenly, a colossal golden pillar descends from the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming power that bears down upon Qingyun. Caught in the grip of a stolen treasure, Qingyun found himself in a state of bewilderment, only to meet an untimely demise once again. You have seized the ultimate treasures of the destined protagonist, the Frost Heaven armor and the Azure Feather Divine Sword. As you listen to the system's notification, a smile graces your face. Both artifacts are of the sacred tier, yet to you, they are mere scraps of metal. What significance does it hold to eliminate him? The destined protagonist is but my little chive, ready to be harvested at my whim. What purpose does it serve? Your gaze suddenly sharpens as you realize that the precious treasures on Qingyun have been completely seized. Yet after crushing him once more, that elusive crimson aura, which eludes your understanding, suddenly thickens. Nurtured solely by the crimson essence visible only to you, Qingyun is reborn once more. This time, a small red door within Qingyun trembled violently, followed by his heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was filled with trepidation. It was truly harrowing. The trials faced by this saint were exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, you have acquired 10 destiny treasure chests. The system is prompting you to decide whether to initiate a 10-fold draw. The guarantee of a 10-fold draw ensures that you will obtain at least one golden legendary item. With the mention of 10 consecutive gold draws, a surge of joy welled up in your heart, prompting you to engage in the draw without hesitation. With the opening of the destiny treasure chest, a multitude of items suddenly surged forth from the depths of your divine sea, resembling towering mountains of sacred tier techniques stacked upon one another. In this 10 consecutive draws, the vast majority consist of items that hold little to no value. What draws your attention, apart from the vast expanse of toilet paper in Shanghai, are the 3 solitary orbs of light that float in the air. 2 of these are purple, and 1 is gold. You first focus on one of the purple orbs. As your gaze lingers, the radiance diminishes. It is a diamond-shaped amethyst crystal. This is a fragment of destiny. Your heart stirs instantly. Upon witnessing the fragment of destiny, you realize the method to unlock the divine identity. Every 10 destiny shards can be forged into a single destiny key. The destiny key serves to unlock a divine level identity. To seek liberation, one must acquire additional destiny treasure chests. In other words, it necessitates harvesting the destiny protagonist's resources. A single purple orb represents a hidden quest card, the completion of which can significantly diminish the destiny protagonist's immense destiny value while bestowing generous rewards. Such a thing exists. You raise your brow, setting the card aside. You then gaze upon the final golden orb of light. It seems this must be the golden legend guaranteed by the 10 consecutive draws. This is a unique class of supreme weaponry. The information of this primordial symbol of all things is instantly comprehended by you. The primordial symbol of all things possesses no combat prowess, yet it is endowed with unparalleled insight, capable of discerning treasures of a higher caliber than itself. After perusing the introduction, you cast your gaze downward. The recently resurrected Gu Yin was suddenly struck by a thought, prompting him to swiftly activate the mother talisman of all things. In an instant, the symbols upon the maternal essence of all things suddenly ignited, emitting a beam of ethereal light that only you can perceive, enveloping Gu Yin. Please provide insights into the protagonist's divine power, the Eternal Gate. At this moment, Gu Yin had undergone countless rebirths, and the defiance that once adorned his face had entirely vanished, replaced instead by profound anguish. In an instant, he lost all of his treasures, save for the Gate of Eternity. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. But soon, he seemed to recall something, and his gaze transformed into one of resolute determination. The door remained. Is this a trial of illusion? This venerable sage appears to be rather ordinary, still relying on the same old methods. Such trials do not instill any fear within me. At the very moment the treasured artifact vanished, he, drawing upon his extensive experience, discerned that he had not genuinely lost the treasure, but had, unbeknownst to himself, unwittingly fallen into a state of constraint. Gu Yin possesses unwavering confidence in his own judgments, for he has encountered such illusory trials on more than one occasion during his past adventures. Most importantly, even the sages cannot fathom the immense secret that lies within him. Having gained insight into this, Gu Yin could not help but smile. How to navigate through such a trial? He possessed his own set of insights. The most pivotal aspect lies in the performance portraying anguish, sorrow, and the profound sense of helpless despair. When a moment is ripe, as long as one remains steadfast in the face of adversity, confronting one's true self, one often finds appreciation. Then, at the crucial moment, by actively piercing through the illusion of truth, one can effortlessly gain the favor of the mighty. Gu Yin contemplated within, preparing to wait a few more minutes. His gaze began to gradually illuminate, revealing a hint of resolute determination. In the brief moment of Gu Yin's contemplation, the mother of all things had already attained complete understanding. The Eternal Gate, an Emperor Weapon of the Source class. This gate represents the essence of the mysterious realm, enduring alongside the heavens and the earth, linked to the fortune of the mystical domain. The bearer is bestowed with immense fortune, sharing in the eternity of the Eternal Gate. Upon witnessing the scene, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of astonishment. The protagonist truly embodies the essence of a hero, possessing even a divine gift that is remarkably extraordinary. Not only does it evade death, but the Eternal Gate also possesses an extraordinary fortune. This is precisely why Gu Yin is repeatedly able to turn misfortune into fortune, growing ever stronger. Upon gaining insight into Gu Yin's extraordinary abilities, a twinge of apprehension surged within you. Fortunately, you had taken the initiative by bringing along the system. Gu Yin, the destined protagonist endowed with the Eternal Gate, is poised to settle accounts with his own nemesis. He wields his power with effortless control, manipulating the situation as he pleases. The Eternal Gate undoubtedly harbors even greater secrets. This door must be extraordinary. It cannot be. This object is far too precious. Gu Yin, with his mere transformation capabilities, cannot possibly handle it. I must devise a means to safeguard the Eternal Gate for Gu Yin. Thus, you inquire of the primordial symbol of all existence how one might sever the ties between Gu Yin and the Eternal Gate. The mother symbol of all things fell silent for a moment, then gradually responded. Does the destiny value reset? You gaze intently at Gu Yin, and then, without hesitation, you utilize the hidden quest card you just acquired. Ding! The hidden mission has been successfully issued. Gu Yin secretly harbors feelings of admiration for his master, Nangong Qin. Please win over the female protagonist, Nangong Qin, within 1 month. Complete the interception. The higher the completion rate, the more abundant the rewards. You gaze upon the contents of this concealed task, your gaze descending upon the crowd below. Among them stands a captivating woman, adorned in flowing black robes, her voluptuous figure exuding an exquisite charm, while a playful glint sparkles in her eyes. His cultivation is quite commendable, reaching the late stage of the sovereign realm, placing him among the elite in the presence of numerous powerful figures from the Xian realm. Prompted by the task, you observed a more captivating scene. You noticed that even amidst such turmoil, Guyan's gaze subtly drifts towards the woman in black, deliberately tilting his reborn body away, as if he wished to conceal his unseemly appearance from her gaze. Intercepting the female protagonist, Nangongqin. Ah, a master-disciple play, truly worthy of being the destined protagonist. Even more adept than I, the villain. Hee. However, with my presence, Guyan can cease his daydreaming. After all, pursuing the protagonist woman is an obligation of the antagonist. Suddenly, you seem to disperse with a smile that is neither here nor there, as golden radiance flamboyantly descends from the firmament. As the resplendent sunlight dissipates, the visage of a formidable individual is unveiled. The onlookers are struck with astonishment, for most had anticipated a frail and decrepit figure. To their utter surprise, this sage's true form is nothing short of extraordinary, resembling an unparalleled and exquisite young gentleman. At this moment, Guyan, kneeling on the ground, raised his head to behold a familiar visage, his heart quivering with astonishment. It was Chu Feng. This illusion is indeed quite thoughtful, even manifesting the gentle breeze of Chu. What more could there be? Guyan immediately recognized her visage, even though he had confidently discerned it to be an illusion. However, you perceive Guyan's gaze at this moment, merely casting a fleeting glance in his direction. Waste. How dare you label me as such, even knowing it is but an illusion, being mocked by my sworn enemy. Guyan's fury continues to rise. Before he could regain his composure, he was instantly torn to shreds by an invisible force. After completing everything, you leisurely walked past Guyan under the astonished gazes of the crowd, making your way towards the Grand Hall where Nangongqin resided. Near the Grand Hall, in addition to Nangongqin, there were several elders from the Chongshin Pavilion. As you approached them, even without uttering a word, the invisible aura you exuded rendered them rigid, rendering them incapable of movement. Elder Jiang, in a state of panic, opened his mouth as if to speak. If he had not misheard, he had indeed caught the derogatory term waste. This was troubling. Could it be that he had failed the test? At this moment, you gazed at Nangongqin, silently lamenting her remarkable presence. Truly, she was the epitome of beauty. This sage seeks me, watched by a supreme existence. In Nangongqin's eyes, there is a distinct hint of turmoil. Immediately, she composed herself, and with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, inquired, "Senior, do you have any guidance to offer?" Upon hearing this, you smiled brightly and, with utmost courtesy, said, "Could you do me a favor, please? Nangongqin has confirmed her presence. How may I assist? This is indeed a sage. What assistance could a mere king like me provide? Senor, Yuyist, whatever tasks lie within my capabilities, I shall undoubtedly devote myself wholeheartedly." Upon witnessing the other party's keen understanding, you promptly smiled with serene confidence amidst the puzzled gazes of those around you. That is well. It is not a matter of great significance. From this day forth, would you be willing to be my companion on this journey? Upon hearing these words, Nangongqin was utterly astonished. The saint wishes for me to become his Dao partner. But this is our first encounter. Who would propose so abruptly? Is he truly not jesting? You are aware that your words are astonishing, yet you remain indifferent. The reasoning behind this is quite straightforward. In your perspective, this hidden task does not warrant the expenditure of excessive time. The disparity between you and Nangongqin is far greater than what the formidable beings of the Xian realm could ever conceive. The great emperor, the sovereign, under normal circumstances, the sovereign would not even possess the qualification to speak in your presence. Let a great emperor reflect upon his visage, straining to devise strategies against the sovereign. Is this feasible? Though you may not concern yourself with pretentiousness, you are, however, quite particular about efficiency. Moreover, should a new protagonist of destiny suddenly emerge, they might trample upon oneself, just as you did to Guyan, leading to one's own demise. At this moment, Guyan, who had just regained consciousness, could not help but tremble upon hearing these words. The idea of having his master as a companion was becoming increasingly absurd. Under the tutelage of Nangongqin, gently guided by her nurturing hand, a seed of affection had long since taken root in his heart. Now, encountering one's arch-nemesis, who is transformed into a revered sage, and proposing to make the beloved master a part of his path. How could this possibly be? Trial. This is all a test. I remain ensnared in a reverie. This is the only plausible explanation that Gu Yin could conceive. The individuals present observed your demeanor, which remained tranquil and composed. Elder Jiang suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. I understand now, he declared. This esteemed sage has indeed come in search of a successor, and has immediately set their sights on Gu from our Chongshin pavilion. Alas, it is regrettable that Gu Yin, lacking ambition, failed to capture the sage's attention. Upon the utterance of these words, the other elders appeared to ponder deeply. It seemed that the venerable sage had expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Gu Yin, even going so far as to declare him a worthless individual. Yet, someone could not help but inquire. But what does this have to do with the esteemed leader? Elder Jiang gently stroked his silver-white beard and confidently articulated his judgment. Haha, although Gu Yin may not have taken notice, we of the Chongshin Pavilion are blessed with exceptional talent and a rich heritage. It is only natural that the esteemed sage has set his sights upon our pavilion master. As the master, it is somewhat inappropriate to engage with disciples in such a manner. However, as companions on the path, it is rather fitting. Upon hearing his words, the crowd instantly came to a realization. The tree must indeed be like this. The two individuals are simply too well matched, too perfect for one another. Upon hearing those words, a smile involuntarily crept onto your lips. How adept these individuals are at indulging in their own imaginations. Gradually, you steadied your gaze, focusing on the enchanting beauty before you, and in a leisurely manner, you inquired, "What are your thoughts, esteemed mistress of the Qingyun Pavilion?" Nangong Qin gently furrowed her brows and softly spoke. "Saint, this matter is exceedingly abrupt. Allow me a moment to ponder." Originally, given her temperament, she ought to have been infuriated. Yet perhaps it is your truly formidable prowess as a sage, coupled with your remarkably sincere demeanor, that has subdued her ire. Most importantly, it is also quite aesthetically pleasing, which does not evoke any feelings of aversion within her. Rather, it prompts her to enter a state of deep contemplation. However, Elder Jiang, not far away, grew anxious and promptly conveyed his thoughts. What is there to deliberate? This is indeed a sage. If you consent, perhaps the fate of the Nangong family could be transformed. Nangong Qin gently shook her head upon hearing the voice, choosing not to respond. Altering one's fate was indeed a thought that crossed her mind. The establishment of the Zhejiang Xuanga marked the beginning of the tragic fate of the Nangong clan, a plight that has endured for generations. She had long resigned herself to this fate. However, should a sage offer assistance, there exists a profound possibility for her to alter her destiny. The issue lies in the fact that this saint remains entirely unaware of her origins. To rashly acquiesce would be unwise. To speak of altering fate might result in the entire Chongshin Pavilion being jeopardized. Such a consequence is utterly intolerable for her as the leader of the pavilion. Upon witnessing Nangong Qin's hesitation, you find it unsurprising. It is only natural to ponder when approached with a proposal out of the blue. In any case, this is a realm of fantasia, merciless world where the strong prey upon the weak and resources reign supreme. In such a harsh reality, sincerity remains the ultimate weapon. With this thought in mind, you slowly begin to speak. As a gesture of my earnestness, I have prepared 100 pounds of sacred-level martial arts as a betrothal gift. Upon finishing your words, you casually waved your hand, and in an instant, a vibrant array of colorful hills came crashing down onto the ground before the palace. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the venerable elders of the Chongshin Pavilion were utterly astonished, their exclamations echoing in disbelief. Goodness! The Infinite Heart Sutra, Holy Tier Martial Arts, the Celestial Collapse Sword Technique, the Cycle of Mountains and Seas. My heavens, still at the Holy Tier. How can this be possible? Help! A cacophony of startled cries reverberated through the skies. Yet, you did not conceal these sacred martial arts, allowing them merely a cursory examination to discern the true nature of these extraordinary treasures. At this moment, someone recalled your earlier nonchalant remark regarding the phrase 100 genes as a descriptor for the sacred tier of martial arts techniques. In the realm of the mysterious, possessing a singular sacred-level cultivation technique is sufficient to establish a formidable power, drawing numerous sovereigns to join its ranks. The reason why the Chongqian Pavilion is regarded as a transcendent force in the realm of the mysterious largely stems from their possession of two complete sacred-level martial arts. The gifts bestowed upon Nangong Qin by this sage amount to a staggering 100 pounds, calculated not by individual pieces, but by weight. Those who resort to such ludicrous units of measurement are often the most mediocre, employing the most rudimentary techniques akin to that of common cabbages. Or shall we see sacred-level techniques quantified in pounds? Who exactly is this sage? Nangong Qin, however, does not seem to agree. My appearance is not lacking. Am I not worthy? Regardless of the presence of men or women, young or old, all present have their hearts racing, their gazes fixated upon you. All the elders of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion fixated their gazes upon you, then turned to Nangong Qin, nearly driven to madness. Why does the pavilion master remain in a daze? Hurry and respond. If you do not acquiesce soon, they are all ready to intervene on her behalf. This illusion is truly absurd. Gu Yin stared blankly at the pile of sacred-level techniques, lost in thought. Upon witnessing this cluster of small mountains, a fervent desire surged within my heart, yearning to encompass them all within the depths of my divine sea. However, he soon realized that this was undoubtedly a trap. The entire realm of Xian could not possibly possess such an abundance of sacred-level techniques. This was yet another test for me. He pressed his lips together and gritted his teeth, fixating intently on these sacred-level techniques in Nangong Qin, indulging in a self-deluded thought. Surely, with such trifles, my aloof master would not acquiesce, would she? Yet, Nangong Qin was indeed astonished by your audacity. Just as she was about to utter a few words, she was abruptly interrupted. It seems that sincerity is still insufficient. As you speak, you wave your hand, and instantly, two additional small hills materialize beside the original one, accompanied by an impressive addition of 200 pounds of sacred tier cultivation techniques. If the 100-pound sacred technique left the entire audience in a state of bewilderment, then the 200-pound sacred technique you subsequently cast forth delivered a crushing blow to all present. My heavens! What is the true origin of this saint? So extravagant, so fearsome. This is a staggering 300 pounds. In the realm of the mystic, any sacred-level martial art is bound to incite a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Yet, how is it that in the hands of this sage, it appears as commonplace as discarded toilet paper? Lord of the Pavilion, broaden your horizons a little. Do not hesitate any longer. Please grant your consent. Today marks the day of our ascendancy at the Rejuvenation Pavilion. You must seize this opportunity, my lord. In the blink of an eye, nearly all the elders of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion unanimously conveyed their thoughts to Nangong Qin, urging her to acquiesce without hesitation. Elders of considerable stature are well aware that with the prowess of this sage, should he take offense, it would be a mere trifle to obliterate the entire Chongqian Pavilion. At this moment, Nangong Qin's rationality had completely vanished. A formidable force of 300 jin manifested before her eyes. Should she acquiesce, the tragic fate of the Nangong clan could indeed be altered by her hand. With this thought, her chest heaved, and she promptly addressed you. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed favor. I am willing to comply, but I have one condition. Upon hearing this, you raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure crossing your features. Even a minor sovereign demands conditions. Elder Jiang and the others nearly lost their sanity upon hearing Nangong Qin's words. Master, do not be foolish. What conditions can be discussed at this moment? Provoking the sage would be akin to drawing water with a basket utterly futile. In light of the task at hand, you granted Nangong Qin one final opportunity. Speak. Respected sage, Nangong Qin gently bowed and said, I am but a slender willow, unworthy to be a companion on the path of the sage. Moreover, the profound heritage of one's predecessors is surely not as simple as that of a sage. I would willingly become a concubine to my esteemed elder, should they grant permission. I shall acquiesce to such an arrangement. No one anticipated that Nangong Qin's conditions would be such. The elders were taken aback. Concubine, such is the most humble title in the realm of mortals. Merely a name, in stark contrast to a true partner in the path, the latter being the rightful spouse. Is Nangong Qin mad? Unwilling to accept her current partner, she unexpectedly seeks tranquility. You appear somewhat taken aback, a glimmer of appreciation evident in your eyes. Very well, I acquiesce. Upon hearing her words, Qin smiled gently, her beauty striking and breathtaking. At that moment, the system emitted a prompt. Ding. Successfully conquered the female protagonist, Qin. Gu Yintian's life value decreased by 20,000. The hidden quest has been completed. Current completion rate, 100. Would you like to settle the rewards? Upon hearing this, you nodded in satisfaction. Just as you were about to proceed to check out, a voice suddenly emerged beside you. I vehemently disagree. Gu Yin was utterly exasperated. This illusion was utterly absurd. In a bid to provoke him, they had audaciously forced his revered master, a woman of such restraint, to wed his sworn enemy. It is utterly ridiculous to forcibly produce several hundred pounds of sacred-level techniques. Gu Yin acknowledged that the current situation undeniably provoked him. Even though he was fully aware it was an illusion, witnessing the woman he cherished so deeply in such a manner ignited a fierce sense of possessiveness within him, inciting his complete fury. Even if it were a test, such humiliation was utterly intolerable. He is acutely aware that if he continues to suppress himself in this manner, he may very well become ensnared in a delusion, ultimately leading to his complete downfall. The key to breaking through does not necessarily lie in embodying the essence of a ninja turtle. Confronting one's true self and boldly asserting a refusal are equally significant. At this moment, Gu Yin chose to step forward, fulfilling the duties of a man. Qin could only be his. Were you? Step aside. A mere disciple dares to meddle in such matters. Such audacity. Do you wish to court death? Upon discovering that it was Gu Yan's voice, numerous elders immediately spoke sternly. Meanwhile, the system emitted another notification. Ding. The actions of the destined protagonist have incited the wrath of the members of the Chongshin Pavilion, resulting in a loss of their trust. The destiny value has diminished by 5,000 points. The actions of the destined protagonist evoke a sense of aversion in the female lead, Qin. She acquires a fateful treasure chest and, with keen interest, observes the information that emerges from the system interface. Another 10,000 points appear, along with 2 additional fateful treasure chests. However, to be candid, even you find Gu Yan's reaction quite surprising. This destined protagonist elicits within me a peculiar beauty of intellectual deficiency. Wasn't he previously quite adept at biding his time? Why has he suddenly become so impatient? You did not express any opinion, merely watching Gu Yan continue his performance with a detached demeanor. The more fervently he acted, the more dramatically the value of destiny plummeted. Gu Yan was reprimanded by the elder. A wave of frustration welled up within him. He paid no heed to the minions of this illusion, but instead proclaimed once more, I stand in opposition. I stand in opposition. Then, gazing intently at Qin and the esteemed elders, he exclaimed, Is it appropriate to propose on our first encounter? One audacious notion. Given the lofty stature of my master, how could she ever deign to accept such a proposition, or worse, to become a concubine? It is truly absurd. His words caused the elder's expressions to change dramatically. The young man is rather naive. In the realm of the mysterious, certain prominent families and sects enter into matrimonial alliances without even having met before, forging marital contracts in a manner that seems almost surreal. It is rare to witness anyone rescinding such engagements. What is amiss with proposing marriage upon their very first encounter? Gu Yan, silence your foul mouth. The esteemed sage has never coerced the sect master from beginning to end, and has offered such a generous gift. Is this not enough sincerity? Elder Jiang glared fiercely at Gu Yan. Gu Yan let out a cold laugh, turning to Qin. Sincerity? Do you think these scraps of paper hold any significance? My master would never concern himself with such trivial possessions. Beside them, Qin fixed her gaze upon Gu Yan, unable to restrain herself any longer. Enough, Gu Yan, she implored. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. You should return and rest. In truth, Gu Yan has not entirely erred in her assertion. From a perspective of self-interest, she harbors no desire to consent to what a person with whom she has only exchanged a fleeting glance. Yet she is not an individual capable of becoming the master of the heavy mysteries pavilion. Qin is far from being an innocent girl devoid of understanding. Behind her stands the imposing, heavy, mysterious pavilion, bearing the weight of the fate of the Nangang clan. Such burdens are beyond the comprehension of a youth like Gu Yan. As long as the stakes are sufficient and the bottom line is not compromised, many things can be utilized for trade. These sacred techniques are not mere trifles, but rather unparalleled treasures capable of altering the course of history within the mystical realm. Weighing an impressive 300 pounds, they're sufficient to compel Nangong Qingyun to willingly assume the role of peacekeeper. Because she is acutely aware of the existence of a 300 sacred level cultivation method that can be effortlessly summoned, she believes she is unworthy of being the companion of the other party. Even being a concubine might be considered an undue aspiration. If one shamelessly occupies the position of this individual's partner, it may lead to endless troubles in the future. Thus, she took the initiative to propose these matters, which the elders of the Chongshin Pavilion are well aware of. Nan Gongqin had initially believed that such an outstanding talent as Gu Yan would surely comprehend these matters. To her utter astonishment, he displayed an astonishing level of immaturity. She felt a sense of disappointment. Upon hearing those words, Gu Yan felt a chill in his heart, yet he stood his ground unwaveringly. Master, I understand that you are considering the interests of the Chongshin Pavilion, but regarding this matter, never mind. What can I possibly say to a shadowy figure? Suddenly, he shifted his gaze and, fixing his eyes upon you, exclaimed in a clear voice, "Esteemed senior, should this farce not come to an end?" The performance was captivating, when suddenly, I heard Gu Yan call my name. You squinted your eyes, a bit taken aback. An illusion. Is this trial of illusion not sufficient? Must one resort to such repulsive matters to disturb my tranquility? Do you believe that by seizing everything I possess, my spirit would shatter? It shall not. I merely find such occurrences exceedingly tedious. If you are still determined to proceed in this manner, then I must excuse myself from your company. Gu Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, each word articulated with precision, as her voice, laced with a chilling anger, reverberated through the air. Illusion. A shattered mindset. So this is how it is. No wonder they reacted so little upon seeing me. Numerous times he restrained himself from succumbing to fury, having spent a considerable amount of time believing he was ensnared within an illusion. Truly, he is deserving of being the protagonist destined by fate. His imagination knows no bounds. Gu Yan's recent self-exposure has finally allowed you to comprehend his thought process. If that is the case, then do not blame me for leading to your social demise. With a subtle curve of your lips, you deliberately entice Gu Yan, revealing a newfound understanding. So that is how it is, you muse, recalling your earlier words about depriving him of everything he holds dear. Well then, according to your implication, Nangong Qin is your woman. It appears I have overstepped. The moment your words were spoken, it was akin to a colossal stone plunging into a tranquil lake, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. What does this mean? Gu Yan, could it be that he harbors feelings for his master? How dare Gu Yan entertain such thoughts? If this were to be misunderstood by the sage, it would indeed spell great trouble. Could it be that the Lord truly has some connection with Gu Yan? My lord, please speak. Let us not allow the esteemed elder to misconstrue the situation. At this moment, Nan Gongqin's serene expression underwent a subtle change, while her phoenix-like eyes gazed incredulously at Gu Yan. According to the words of my predecessor, he just stepped forward to create a disturbance. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? After all, I am his esteemed mentor. Nan Gongqin's heart felt a chill. In the Xian realm, any such occurrence between master and disciple would be a scandal of monumental proportions. Once it spread, her reputation throughout the entire Xian realm would be utterly destroyed. Although she is not particularly concerned about fame, Gu Yan's intervention at this moment suggests that, if this is indeed the case, he has failed to consider her at all. Yet, despite this, Nan Gongqin remained silent, suppressing her emotions as she gazed intently at Gu Yan. Gu Yan, feeling the gaze of the entire hall upon him, straightened his chest and declared, "Indeed, I am enamored with my esteemed master. Moreover, my master holds a fondness for me. Since you, esteemed senior, possess the ability to perceive such matters, why then resort to testing me in this manner?" His response was resolute and unwavering. Once these words were uttered, they immediately sparked a tumultuous uproar. This Gu Yan, seemingly weary of life, believed that a mere statement could grant him the liberty to speak recklessly without restraint. If this were taken seriously by the elders, it would ruin this joyful occasion, and even 100 times of Guyan's downfall would be insufficient. Elder Jiang, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Senior, he has lost his mind. Do not heed his ramblings. Master, please provide an explanation at once." Upon hearing those words, the exquisite visage of Nangong Qin revealed a frigid expression. She was taken aback that Guyan would utter such sentiments. Disappointment washed over her. Nangong Qin disregarded Guyan and turned to you, saying, "Hand. We share merely a simple master-disciple relationship," she reiterated. Upon hearing this, you nodded in acknowledgement. "How should I proceed? You shall handle it yourself. I shall not interfere." At these words, Nangong Qin's chest heaved with emotion, as she understood that this was an opportunity granted to her by her senior. Should the matter concerning Gu Yan remain unresolved, the implications would extend far beyond a mere disrupted marriage. The consequences could be dire and unimaginable. She turned and walked towards Gu Yan. In the next moment, a sharp sound resonated. Gu Yan received a resounding slap, sent spinning through the air like a whirling top. "From this day forth, you and I shall no longer be master and disciple." Nangong Qinfeng's gaze was as frigid as ice. Each word she uttered pierced Gu Yan's heart like a blade. Having spoken, she paid no heed to Gu Yan, but instead turned to address the others in the Chongxian pavilion. Making her proclamation before all, Gu Yan has committed a grievous offense, daring to provoke the esteemed sage of our order. In violation of the sacred rules of the Chongxian pavilion, he is hereby expelled from the pavilion today. He shall be imprisoned in the abyss of the underworld for 300 years, followed by execution. Elder Jiang, you are tasked with personally escorting him." Elder Jiang promptly replied, "As you command, my lord." Upon witnessing this, the elders of the Chongxian pavilion collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, the pavilion master exemplifies wisdom in critical moments. Their mind remains clear and resolute. Such decisiveness is surely sufficient to earn the forgiveness of the esteemed elders. After Nangong Qin made her announcement, she approached you and explained, "Senior, the abyss of the underworld is the most terrifying place of punishment in our Chongxian pavilion. Given Gu Yan's offense against you, a mere death would be too lenient. Moreover, there is something peculiar about him. He may not necessarily meet a complete demise. He must endure the torment of the abyss of the underworld to ensure his utter annihilation." Upon witnessing Nangong Qin's resolute demeanor, he smiled gently and remarked, "It is permissible." Upon hearing your words, Nangong Qin let out a sigh of relief, yet she still dared not let her guard down. She remained uncertain whether her actions would truly meet your expectations. At the moment when matters were settled, the system once more issued a notification. Ding! The destined protagonist severed ties with their master, Nangong Qin. The destiny value diminished by 5,000 points. The destined protagonist was expelled from the Chongxian pavilion and received a destiny treasure chest. Due to the protagonist's destiny severing ties with Nangong Qin, the hidden quest strategy for Nangong Qin has increased by 50. The current completion rate stands at 150. Shall the rewards be settled? Following Nangong Qin's actions, Gu Yan's destiny value plummeted by another 10,000, leaving him with a mere 45,000. He received 2 more destiny treasure chests as a result. To speak frankly, you find the handling of Nangong Qin quite satisfactory. However, you're also well aware that Gu Yantian's worth is still considerable. Nangong Qin has imprisoned Gu Yan in the so-called abyss of the underworld, which may very well present him with another opportunity, perhaps even a chance to escape from his dire predicament. Indeed, you remain unfazed. Your intentions are unmistakably clear. Your primary objective is to secure the Gate of Eternity before eliminating Gu Yan. The value of destiny does not reset. Even if Nangong Qin chooses to execute Gu Yan on the spot, it would be futile. Therefore, what concerns you now is the hidden mission regarding the conquest of Nangong Qin. However, you would never have anticipated that a 100 completion rate is not the pinnacle. It can indeed ascend to 150. System, what is the highest completion rate for hidden tasks? The system promptly replied, "Esteemed host, 300. It appears that this is the true value of the hidden task. Thus, you decisively opt not to settle." However, at this moment, Gu Yan had just landed, only to be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Before he could react, A piercing crimson wind swept through. The old man conjured an illusion for you. The aged elder Jiang wielded a massive black stone tablet, as if it were a mere brick, relentlessly striking it against Gu Yan. Gloating, once I granted you favor, you truly believe yourself to be significant, do you not? What a disgraceful entity you are. With a single thrashing, the wails of agony immediately echoed through the heavens. Nangongqin's coldness, the elder's ruthless indifference, simultaneously inflicted excruciating pain upon both body and soul, driving Gu Yan to the brink of madness. At this moment, he could do nothing but lament. My esteemed master could never be so heartless towards me. How could the visage of a sage possibly belong to my mortal enemy, Chu Feng? This must undoubtedly be an illusion. Even in such a dire predicament, he steadfastly believed that he was still within the realm of possibility. From beginning to end, you wore a faint smile, quietly observing Gu Yan's social demise. Because you realized that the protagonist of destiny need not take action themselves, the decline in destiny value occurs at an even swifter pace. Such a scene brings you immense joy. The Chongshin Pavilion is indeed quite accommodating. This brutal beating of Gu Yan is evidently a means of venting your frustrations. Most importantly, these elders are evidently not fools. It is likely that they have already recognized the issues surrounding Gu Yan. Anyone subjected to such an assault, regardless of their hidden strengths, would not possess a health bar so resilient. There must be a profound secret within Gu Yan. They cannot perceive, as they do, the eternal gateway that resides within Gu Yan. Yet, do these elders not harbor any thoughts? Even if Gu Yan were imprisoned in the so-called abyss of desolation, he would find no peace. At this moment, Gu Yan was inhaling more than exhaling. Senior, I shall first escort Gu Yan to the Cliff of Shadows. Elder Jiang promptly nodded. I seek your permission. With a casual flick, a piece of self-woven fabric was conjured, enveloping the minced meat in a shroud. Beneath my feet, clouds began to form, transforming into a stream of light as I departed from the scene. Nangongqin, having seen off Gu Yan, the soul disruptor, gently addressed you, saying, Senior, I apologize for the inconvenience caused. With a gentle smile, you remarked, It matters not. The bond between us is already established. There is no need to refer to me as your senior, simply call me your husband. She spoke with a tone of apology. If you would not mind, please rest within the Chongshin Pavilion for a while. As for our wedding date, upon mentioning it, Nangongqin shyly pursed her lips. At this, you waved your hand dismissively, expressing no urgency, for you were not genuinely interested in Nangongqin, it was merely a task. At this moment, a female elder hastily interjected, Saint. At that moment, a female elder hastily remarked, The sage speaks in jest. This matter pertains to your esteemed reputation. I shall promptly invite various influential factions from the Xian realm to select an auspicious day to conduct the non-ceremony. Nangongqin lowered her head upon hearing those words, an inexplicable blush blooming upon her cheeks, rendering her beauty even more enchanting. The ceremony of taking a concubine. A stir arises within your heart. As you gently bow your head, this indeed serves as a reminder of how to enhance the completion rate of the remaining hidden tasks, and a sense of discernment blossoms within you. At this moment, an elder passerby approached with great courtesy, saying, Then I must trouble the sage. Please take a moment to rest and sing at the Chongshin Pavilion. Thus, you descended to the chamber of Nangongqin under the guidance of a multitude of elders. The following morning, several senior elders convened, their expressions grave and solemn. Elder Jiang sat in the principal seat, cleared his throat, and with utmost seriousness inquired, What course of action do you all propose regarding Gu Yan? Elder Sun, with a benevolent expression, promptly nodded and remarked, Although Gu Yan is a prodigy within our ranks, his audacity to harbor improper intentions towards the sect leader is unequivocally intolerable. His words garnered the approval of the other elders. If the sage had not taken a liking to Nangongqin, then so be it. The sage is about to take Nangongqin as his consort. If we allow Gu Yan to remain, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat. Gu Yan harbors secrets, as you all are aware. Elder Su, you are entrusted with the task of entering the abyss of the netherworld to personally extract the secrets through interrogation and subsequently eliminate Gu Yan discreetly. Elder Su nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. After speaking, Elder Jiang turned his gaze towards another plump elder beside him. It is imperative to eradicate the roots of the problem. Although Gu Yin hails from humble origins, we cannot leave any potential threats unaddressed. Elder Zhang, I kindly request you to personally make a trip to the Xiaozhu realm and ensure the Gu family is eradicated as well. Elder Zhang also readily nodded in response. In a serene chamber, you perceive this scene. The elders of the Chongxian pavilion smile faintly, indeed displaying a remarkable understanding of human emotions. Chapter 013. The Fall of the Gu Family. In the bustling marketplace of Wuqing, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with a continuous flow of people. The taverns and tea houses were abuzz with activity, filled with storytellers who roamed among the crowd, narrating various anecdotes and captivating tales, which elicited waves of applause. Within a tavern named Yai Jingshuan, a storyteller, adorned in a light blue robe and wielding a paper fan, animatedly recounted, "In our Wuqing, there emerged an extraordinary talent. A young man named Gu Yan, the adopted son of the current lord of Wuqing, Gu Changyan. Initially, many regarded him as a mere failure in cultivation. Yet one fateful day, Gu Yan's innate abilities awakened, leading to a meteoric rise in his cultivation. He garnered the attention of the esteemed leader of the Yunyin sect, eventually entering the prestigious Qingyun Sword Sect, where he displayed unparalleled brilliance, surpassing even the chief disciple, Chu Feng, with ease. The storyteller's vivid portrayal of Gu Yan's journey captivated the audience below, who erupted in applause, many inspired by his remarkable deeds. However, amidst the applause, a man with a furrowed brow lamented, "Indeed, Gu Yan is a prodigy, and the once humble Gu family has ascended to prominence within the city. Yet, despite their newfound power, they are ill-equipped to manage the vast Wuqing. In merely 6 months, tax revenues have surged by 30%, and I hear they will continue to rise. Alas, they are worse off than the Zhang family before them." Beside him, a burly man echoed his concerns, saying, "It's one thing to collect taxes, but the Gu family has grown increasingly arrogant. I heard that recently. A cousin of Gu Yin led the city guards to plunder the remnants of the Zhang family's former faction. The entire family was brutally slaughtered. My heavens. Has Li Wei met his demise? He was well known as a philanthropist in Wuqing. He even assisted Gu Yin during his conflict with the Zhang family. How could his entire family be annihilated? It was none other than Gu Yan's cousin, brazen and overbearing, who seized upon Li Wei's past kinship with the Zhang family's daughter as a pretext to act. I live next door to Captain Li. I witnessed the scene firsthand. And it was dreadful," he continued. Another voice interjected indignantly. "The Gu family has just risen to power, yet they act with such tyranny. Do they not fear retribution?" The burly man scoffed coldly. "Retribution? You are mistaken. The Gu family seems to have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Their adopted son, Gu Yan, possesses remarkable talent and is said to have joined a formidable faction. When he returns, even our Qingyun Sword Sect will have to bow to him. At that point, the Gu family will not only dominate Wuqing, but could rule over all of Qingzhou without fear of challenge." Sighing, he added, "The Gu family's misdeeds are far from few." The others voiced several more grievances that stirred the sentiments of the crowd. Although many in the tavern lamented, Wuqing was still under Gu Yan's formidable influence, and those who dared to express their discontent were few and far between. Meanwhile, at the heart of Wuqing, the Gu residence stood, a vast mansion with opulent courtyards, luxurious pavilions, and extravagant buildings, adorned with exquisite ancient wood and furnishings. The bustling servants moved gracefully about, their appearances striking and refined. In the main hall of the Gu family, cups clinked and laughter rang out. More than 10 guests were seated, engaging in cheerful conversation, each adorned in luxurious silks, their spirits high, all of considerable status. "Allow me to extend my early congratulations to the Gu family," remarked a burly man clad in cold armor, a scar running across his face, his tone reproachful. The leader of the gathering, a man with long hair who, despite having entered middle age, exuded an air of scholarly elegance, smiled apologetically in response. "Such matters, after all, involve the upper realm, and we cannot speak lightly on them. However, since you are all already aware, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Gu Yan has indeed joined the esteemed Heavy Mysteries Pavilion of the upper realm. Within 3 years, he shall return to the Little Bamboo realm and undoubtedly ascend to the status of a revered elder." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, the weight of his words settling in. Revered elder, the most prestigious title in the Little Bamboo realm. Only those who reach the pinnacle of the Little Bamboo realm The immortal platform may be called revered elders. How remarkable that Gu Yin, at such a young age, could achieve this. Indeed, we must congratulate the Gu family. I have heard that Gu Yin has enmity with the chief of the Qingyun Sword Sect. It seems that chief must be in quite a state of panic now. Laughter erupted around the table. Indeed. It is astonishing that the Qingyun Sword Sect could be intimidated by Gu Yin. The atmosphere was filled with voices of congratulation, each individual expressing profound respect for the Gu family. It was evident to all that the tides were shifting in the little bamboo realm. The Gu family would not remain confined to the small martial city. Within a decade, they would emerge as a colossal force in the little bamboo realm. Those who did not seek to curry favor at this juncture would be seen as fools. The praised scholar of the Gu family, Gu Qingyun, laughed heartily, feeling a rush of satisfaction. The proudest achievement of his life was adopting Gu Yin as his son. Once Gu Yin became a revered elder, the Gu family would reign supreme in the little bamboo realm. The thought of powerful entities like the Qingyun Sword Sect bowing before the Gu family filled Gu Qingyun with exhilaration and ignited his ambition. High above the 9 heavens, the sky suddenly tore apart. An elderly man with a plump figure and an ethereal demeanor stepped forth from a dark abyss. Is this the Gu family of the little bamboo realm? Humph, a den of filth. The elder, clad in the robes of the heavy mysteries pavilion, surveyed the Gu estate, his expression darkening at the sight of the rampant debauchery within. He produced a whisk from his hand, and with a swift flick, the white hairs transformed into a rain of icy arrows that descended upon the gathering. Screams of terror echoed from below. Who dares to target our Gu family? Do they not fear Gu Yin's vengeance? Shouts erupted from the crowd. Humph, Gu Yin? What great arrogance! The plump elder sneered. In his final moments, Gu Qingyun stared blankly at the sky, his gaze fixed upon the elder's attire, recognition dawning upon him. Is that not the garb of the heavy mysteries pavilion? Xiaoyan. What has befallen him? Gu Qingyun, with an ice arrow embedded in his chest, gazed wide-eyed into the void, his eyes refusing to close in death. In the blink of an eye, the Gu family of Wuqing, including the city lord Gu Qingyun and 172 souls, were utterly annihilated. The entire city was left in shock. In the Xian realm, within the forbidden grounds of the Chongxian Pavilion, lay the abyss of the netherworld. Wisps of emerald green mist coiled around like venomous serpents. The abyss, as a forbidden zone, was perpetually shrouded in a malicious miasma. To dwell within it was to be ensnared in an unending torment of nightmares. Even a king would succumb within 3 days, driven to madness and utter insanity. Ah, was it not an illusion before? A bare youth clutched his head, moaning in agony, repeatedly awakened from the torment of nightmares. Gu Yan's countenance twisted in extreme distress. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety, as if he had lost something infinitely precious. Chapter 014. Gu Yan's Fortune. He gasped for breath, the sweat cascading down his face imbued with a green hue. Desiring to make grander movements, he found himself utterly incapable. His limbs were shackled by heavy, specially crafted chains, sealing away all of his spiritual energy. Before Gu Yin could comprehend the emptiness that engulfed him, the abyss of the netherworld afforded him little respite. The surrounding green mist morphed into eerie tendrils, probing into his mind and limbs. He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back, as he was once again plunged into an endless nightmare. Within this torment, he faced countless deaths, each more agonizing than the last. Ordinary individuals who fell into the abyss of the netherworld would lose their sanity within 3 days. Yet, Gu Yan's will was remarkably resilient. Even in a state akin to a living corpse, he remained steadfast. After enduring countless nightmares, subtle changes began to manifest within him. The great wilderness scriptures. Gu Yin gradually regained consciousness, sensing that the sacred level technique he had cultivated was slowly absorbing the surrounding green mist, transforming it into a pure spiritual energy that began to mend his grievously injured body. To his astonishment, this pure energy not only facilitated the gradual recovery of his wounds, but also flowed into the depths of his divine sea, reaching the mysterious door therein. Creaked the ancient, dilapidated bronze door, stirred by this force, emitted a faint glimmer of light. The long silent mysterious portal within his divine sea unexpectedly opened a barely perceptible crack. With a thunderous roar, his muddled mind felt as if the heavens had been split asunder. Gu Yin experienced an unprecedented insight. His fingers instinctively traced the void, and the chains that had confined his arms and thighs began to fade, as if becoming increasingly translucent. No, it was not the chains that were becoming transparent, but rather his own body. As his body became ethereal, the green mist that had coiled around him like venomous serpents suddenly swayed gently in place, as though it had lost its direction. He discovered that by harnessing the nightmare power from the absorbed green mist, he could summon a unique force from the mysterious door in his divine sea. This power seemed capable of traversing the void. I am saved. Qingyun's heart raced wildly. Having been imprisoned in the abyss of the netherworld for an indeterminate duration, he initially believed himself to be ensnared in an illusion, undergoing trials. Yet just moments ago, as he pried open the fissure of that door within himself, he distinctly felt an unprecedented authenticity. This door was signaling to him. There had never been any illusion. This revelation sent Qingyun, who had just begun to feel elated, plummeting into an icy abyss, his limbs turning cold. How could it not be an illusion? Such absurdity could not exist in this world. His master Qingyun still had not recovered from the previous blow. However, engulfed in peril, his rationality compelled him to suppress his less sensible thoughts and carefully observe his surroundings. Within the abyss of shadows, as I gazed around, a dense, greenish mist enveloped me, obscuring any sense of direction or spatial awareness. Remaining calm under the influence of the void's power granted by the mysterious portal, I found that this green mist posed no immediate threat. First, I would gather more nightmare energy before embarking on a gradual exploration, confident that an exit would reveal itself. With a resolute mind, I withdrew my gaze and made a swift decision. These horrifying mists, imbued with terrifying nightmare energy, had become valuable under the dual enhancement of the great wilderness scripture and the mysterious portal. Time passed, though I could not discern its length. My skin took on a verdant hue, as if I had transformed into a little green entity. Yet, I paid it no mind. Rather, I felt a sense of joy. The nightmare mist, transformed by the great wilderness scripture, was sufficient to aid my escape. Before long, I noticed that the mist surrounding my location had thinned considerably compared to the areas around me. Suddenly, the heavens trembled. My expression shifted as I looked up. The sky was also dense with green mist, which began to ripple like water. Had someone arrived? My countenance darkened. I quickly summoned the void's power from the mysterious portal, rendering my form increasingly transparent, hiding me within the void. Soon, I beheld the figure entering the abyss of shadows. It was a tall, gaunt elder clad in tattered robes. I recognized him and thought to myself, Elder Su? This elder served as the custodian of the scripture repository of the Chongxian Pavilion. Previously, I had fortuitously discovered a long-lost ancient text within the repository and enjoyed a pleasant rapport with Elder Su, who held me in high regard. But now, a chilling sensation gripped my heart. From Elder Su emanated a murderous intent that sent shivers down my spine. He was certainly not here to rescue me. Rather, it seemed he intended my demise. At this realization, a fierce expression contorted my face. How dare he treat me thus? I had contributed so much to the Chongxian Pavilion. Was it merely because a saint had appeared that they sought to eradicate me? In this moment, I felt the cruel and dark nature of this world deeply. I did not harbor hatred for Elder Su. Rather, my loathing was directed towards that sudden manifestation, a saint bearing an uncanny resemblance to Chu Feng. One day, when I ascend to the rank of saint, I shall repay every humiliation I suffered today in kind. I vowed silently, my face twisting in fury. Where did he go? At this moment, Elder Su, rushing through the air, furrowed his brow and extended his consciousness, searching the abyss of shadows relentlessly. Yet he could not detect my presence. This shift in his demeanor was unsettling. Could he have fled? His expression darkened as he resumed his meticulous search. If I had truly managed to escape, it would spell trouble. At this juncture, I harnessed the power of the void to depart from the abyss of shadows in the direction Elder Su had come from. I emerged back into the expansive world, inhaling deeply and greedily savoring the fresh spiritual energy, my heart soaring with delight. The Elder, a being of the King's realm, had not the slightest inkling of my movements. He cast a glance around. The abyssal cliff, being the forbidden ground of the heavy Xuangu Pavilion, lay desolate and uninhabited, with no one noticing his escape. However, he now faced a new dilemma: where to go after fleeing. His support in the Xian realm was the heavy Xuangu Pavilion, which had completely abandoned him. Establishing a foothold in the Xian realm was utterly impossible, especially with that individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Feng. Remaining in the Xian realm was no longer an option. He decided to return to the Bamboo realm. In a fleeting moment, Qingyun made his choice. He was acutely aware of the heavy Xuangu Pavilion's formidable presence in the Xian realm. Staying there would inevitably lead to trouble. Ascending to the upper realm was feasible, but descending to the lower realm was not so simple. The journey from the Xian realm to the lower realm required time. He was intimately familiar with the Bamboo realm, possessing several concealed strongholds where he could hide. Most importantly, he was currently in grave danger, which could potentially implicate his family and friends in the bamboo realm. He felt a deep concern for his loved ones and friends there, resolving to ensure their safety before devising any plans. Yet, a new challenge arose. The descent to the lower realm posed a similar predicament for him. It would require a significant cost to traverse the interrealm passage or utilize a cross-realm teleportation array. Such resources were beyond the reach of one at the dragon transformation stage. Guyan's gaze flickered as he pondered his options. He surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a particular direction. It was the brightening palace, the former abode of his master, Nangong Qin. He looked towards it, a sense of reluctance washing over him. Was he truly to depart in such a manner? He was intimately acquainted with every blade of grass and tree in the heavy Xuangu pavilion, yet now he was to embark on a life of fleeing from their pursuit. Was his master truly so heartless? Guyan was unwilling to accept this reality. The affection his master had for him was undoubtedly genuine. He resolved to take one last glance. Before leaving, he wished to stealthily observe Nangong Qin once more. If given the chance, he longed to converse with her. He was reckless. With the mysterious portal at his disposal, he was confident that even that damned sage would not unravel his methods. Guyan summoned the power of the void and quietly soared towards the brightening palace. Chapter 15. Beneath the lush greenery, tears fall unbidden in the Zhuangshuan pavilion. Within the Chongming Palace, a resounding cascade of water plummeted from the steep cliff, creating a magnificent waterfall that resembled a celestial river, its spray enchanting and vibrant. Adjacent to the waterfall, pavilions and towers harmoniously blended with the surrounding mountains and waters. Though seemingly simple, the abode of the pavilion master was, in truth, quite intricate. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, surrounded by countless intricate arrays and symbols, enveloped by the myriad pavilions. In the central hall akin to stars revolving around the moon, Chu Feng sat cross-legged in a black robe, immersed in the comprehension of the primordial chaos scripture. Suddenly, his brows furrowed lightly as he opened his vast, star-like eyes. Escaped, have you? Truly worthy of the fated protagonist, even in perilous circumstances, you managed to emerge reborn and seize opportunities. This method of void displacement surely requires at least the prowess of a great sage to wield. If I were indeed a mere ordinary sage, I would find myself at a loss against you. A faint smile graced his lips, laced with a hint of irreverence. Under the dominion of his imperial consciousness, all occurrences within the Zhuangshuan pavilion fell within his perceptive grasp, including the recently escaped Guyan. Should he desire, he could effortlessly retrieve Guyan. Yet, such an act bore no necessity. What he sought was the fated treasure chest. After several days of contemplation, Chu Feng comprehended that merely overpowering Guyan would yield no further benefits. Allowing him a few more escapades would be more fruitful. Oh, having finally escaped. Instead of hastening away, he ventures towards the Chongming Palace. How intriguing. Does he seek an audience with Nangong Qin? Guyan. Should I label you as infatuated or foolish? A trace of derision flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. Guyan epitomized the youthful hubris of a destined protagonist, impulsive and arrogant, traits that were indeed fatal flaws. Very well, there are certain elements requiring verification. Utilizing you as a test subject shall suffice. Perceiving Guyan's approach, he rose and strolled towards the Grand Hall's entrance. Behind the Grand Hall of Chongming Palace, the waterfall cascaded into a pool known as the Qingyun Sacred Spring, a realm of cultivation capable of significantly refining the body. Accessing such a sanctuary within the Zhuangshuan Pavilion demanded exorbitant costs. However, for Chu Feng, it held little value, merely a bathhouse, an excellent place to unwind. As he ambled forward, each step altered the surrounding space, his mastery far exceeding that of Guyan's void techniques. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng stood at the edge of the Qingyun Sacred Spring, the water shimmering with a soft silver glow, shrouded in thick white mist, resembling a celestial paradise. As he stepped into the warm waters of the spring, a gentle voice caressed his ears. Husband, may I join you? Indeed. Chu Feng was not surprised by Nangong Qin's arrival. In truth, during these past few days, each time he came to bathe, Nangong Qin would willingly attend to him. Soon, through the mist, a graceful figure appeared, gliding towards him. Draped in only a sheer black veil, her fair skin was largely exposed. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air as Nangong Qin drew near, her stunning visage blushing softly. With raven locks cascading gently over her shoulders, 3 parts allure and 7 parts purity, resembling a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. As she stepped into the pool, her shapely legs entered the sacred waters, the black veil becoming saturated, creating an ambience thick with intimacy. A pair of delicate hands rested lightly on Chu Feng's shoulder, gently massaging him, akin to a devoted attendant. Unlike Gu Yin, the overly cautious protagonist bound by principles, Chu Feng, as the antagonist, relished such indulgences. With his eyes closed, he savored Nagong Qin's ministrations. The two remained silent, their unspoken understanding palpable. Suddenly, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance upward. Ah! She arrived rather swiftly. This scene was not one he wished for her to witness. With a mere thought, the sacred waters became shrouded in mist. The fog thickened, obscuring the view from the outside, revealing only two indistinct figures. Transformed into a wraith, Gu Yin wielded the power of the mysterious portal, silently infiltrating the Radiance Palace. He searched the palace for a considerable time, yet he could not find his master. Where could she be? Wait, the Thousand Mysteries Sacred Spring. A sudden realization sparked within him as he stepped forth, the power of the void transporting him outside the sacred spring. Beneath the veil of dense mist, he discerned a familiar silhouette. His master? And another figure, a man? Gu Yan's heart quivered as he widened his eyes, scarcely believing what he beheld. He fixated on the Thousand Mysteries Sacred Spring, but the fog was too thick, rendering the figures indistinct. How could this be? What was his master doing? He trembled involuntarily. He wished to see clearly, yet the mist proved impenetrable. He could only faintly hear some voices. Grinding his teeth, Gu Yan, despite relying on the power of the mysterious portal, dared not approach too closely. If discovered, he risked capture once more, and perhaps even the revelation of the mysterious portal itself. He strained to listen, eager to discern the conversation between the two. My husband, what troubles you? Nagong Qin noticed the fog thickening, her phoenix-like eyes flickering with intelligence, as if she sensed something amiss, and she inquired softly. Chu Feng, gazing at the tranquil waters of the pool, casually asked, has the wedding date been set? Nagong Qin's delicate hand stiffened momentarily, and she quickly replied. Elder Jiang and the others have invited various forces from the Xian realm, tentatively scheduled for half a month from now. A wedding date, half a month from now? Gu Yan's heart trembled at this revelation. Even as he gradually grasped reality, hearing this news struck him like a heavy hammer against his chest, leaving him in profound anguish. Chu Feng lightly nodded. If you are unwilling, you may still retract your consent. Retract? Gu Yan clenched his fists, realizing that his master was being coerced, surely feeling a deep sense of reluctance. As long as Nagong Qin exhibits the slightest hesitation, he still has a chance. Her voice soon echoed softly. Husband, at this stage, what is there left to regret? At what stage? What on earth have you all been doing during these days? Nagong Qin's voice rang out again. Everything is willingly accepted by me. If you find me displeasing, I shall gracefully withdraw. A soft laugh escaped her lips, calm yet resolute, leaving Chu Feng slightly astonished. Nagong Qin's deception in front of him would be easily perceived. This woman truly possesses clarity of thought. As the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness. He had never coerced Nagong Qin. Everything stemmed from her own volition. Under normal circumstances, it would be entirely understandable for her to harbor feelings of reluctance in a situation devoid of emotional foundation, coupled with an element of coercion. Yet, her recent words were genuinely heartfelt, leading him to reassess his perception of her. Nagong Qin felt remarkably tranquil. Initially, she had indeed felt some resentment. Entrusting herself to a powerful stranger was fraught with risk. However, she was no longer a mere girl in her teens. The generous betrothal gifts from Chu Feng, the precariousness of the demon-suppressing formation imposed by the Chongxian Pavilion, and the fate of the Nagong clan made her acutely aware that she had never truly possessed any options. Moreover, through their interactions over the past few days, she discovered that although Chu Feng was immensely powerful, he was also cultured and affable, showing her considerable respect. And he was undeniably handsome. What more could she possibly desire? Upon hearing Nagong Qin's words, which were as humble as dust, Gu Yan felt his throat dry up, and a wave of bitterness washed over him. This wretched woman. He was engulfed by despair, experiencing a profound sense of loss. Due to the protagonist's disillusionment with Nagong Qin, the completion rate of the hidden mission has increased by 50, current completion at 200. Shall the rewards be settled? Upon seeing the system panel's notification, Chu Feng smiled indifferently. Indeed, this hidden mission was not about cultivating Nagong Qin's affection, but rather using her to torment Gu Yan. Over the past few days, he and Nagong Qin had cultivated their bond, yet the completion rate had barely budged. The moment Gu Yan appeared, it surged by 50. Any association with Gu Yan would elevate the completion rate. He grasped Nagong Qin's delicate hand, drawing her from behind to embrace her against his chest, and asked with a gentle smile, "I have heard that you are contemplating taking action against the Gu clan that Gu Yin hails from?" Startled by the sudden embrace, Nagong Qin did not resist. Instead, she leaned gently against Chu Feng's chest, as docile as a fawn, and replied with a soft flutter of her phoenix-like eyes. "The elders have made this decision. I did not partake in the discussions, so I am unaware of the specifics." "Are you speaking of the Gu clan?" Gu Yin exclaimed. Struck as if by lightning, he immediately grew anxious. Just as he suspected, the Gu clan was in peril. He strained to listen further. However, the two in the holy spring pool chose not to pursue the topic any longer. Before long, a melodious sound wafted through the air. Damn it! Why have they stopped discussing it? What are they doing? Gu Yan's mind was in turmoil. Despite his strong possessiveness, he was still a traditional man. Though there have been several intimate confidants, all have remained steadfast in their integrity, never advancing to a deeper level. Presently, a swirl of conjectures fills his mind, his eyes wide as saucers, straining to penetrate the mists below. Alas, the fog is too dense. Tears unwittingly cascade down, blurring his vision. Listening to the labored breaths of Nagong Qin, Gu Yan's heart shatters. He grits his teeth tightly, channeling the power of the mysterious portal, vanishing from his spot. Due to the protagonist's immense distress, the hidden task completion rate for Nagong Qin has increased by 10, current completion rate 210. Shall the rewards be settled? As the protagonist's mental state crumbles, the hidden task completion rate for Nagong Qin has risen by another 10, current completion rate 220. Shall the rewards be settled? After sensing Gu Yan's departure, Chu Feng gazes upward at the heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that my eternal gate proves to be quite effective indeed. Chapter 016. How fortunate it is to befriend such individuals. Gu Yan's escape from the abyss of Yaming was swiftly discovered by Elder Su, sending shockwaves through the entire Chongxian pavilion. No one had anticipated that Gu Yan, merely a dragon transformation stage cultivator, could devise a means to extricate himself from such a dire predicament. The most alarming aspect was that Gu Yan had offended a sage. Should the sage unleash his wrath, the consequences would be unfathomable. Within the span of less than an hour, the Chongxian pavilion issued a bounty throughout the Xian realm, mobilizing all available channels to alert the foremost transcendent forces across the realm, offering a handsome reward for the capture of Gu Yan. At that moment, in a remote little town on the western fringes of the Xian realm, where human presence was sparse, Gu Yan emerged from a modest shop, shrouded in a dark cloak. Gazing at his wanted poster, his expression darkened. Truly heartless. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Yan's eyes as he realized the gravity of his predicament. Even in this far-flung corner, his bounty was known. Should he dare to appear in any major city of the Xian realm, the likelihood of capture was substantial. Even more troubling was the prospect that the Chongxian pavilion might target the Gu family. He had to seize the moment and depart from the Xian realm post-haste, lest he face dire repercussions. Upon reaching the city gates, Gu Yan glanced ahead. His sight met with a horizon shrouded in a hazy yellow hue. He had been here before and knew that heading west from this town led into a vast desert. Nestled within this desert lay a transcendent force of the Xian realm known as the Star-Picking Tower. During his previous excursions representing the Chongxian Pavilion, he had formed a friendship with a prodigious individual from the Star-Picking Tower, known as Qingyun. The two had explored hidden realms together and shared a bond of camaraderie. Most importantly, the Star-Picking Tower possessed a cross-realm teleportation array, offering a direct route back to the Xiaozhu realm. Now, Gu Yan sought the assistance of Qingyun, hoping to utilize the teleportation channel of the Star-Picking Tower to return to the Xian realm. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he entered the desert, soaring towards the territory of the Star-Picking Tower. An hour later, having evaded numerous ferocious beasts of the desert, Gu Yan found himself deep within its expanse. His gaze fell upon an unfathomable pit, resembling a gateway to the netherworld. Yet, instead of descending into the abyss, he ascended along its edges. 5 minutes later, he beheld a floating pavilion above the chasm, colossal as the stars and enveloped in swirling winds. Gu Yan produced a diminutive golden orb, reminiscent of a marble. After shattering it, Qingyun would promptly receive his message. My rapport with Qingyun has always been strong. We often embark on adventures together, and he, like me, is a person of loyalty and should lend me his aid. Harnessing the power of the void, Gu Yan levitated in the air, concealing his presence as he awaited Qingyun's response. He brimmed with confidence, assured that his companion would assist him. However, as time elapsed, half an hour, Then an hour. An unsettling premonition creased Gu Yan's brow. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a colossal golden hand emerged from the starry pavilion, akin to a massive celestial body. With a resounding crash, it descended upon the void indiscriminately. The air trembled and exploded in a cacophony of force. Gu Yan was taken aback, hastily fleeing for his life. Fortunately, his void power was remarkably extraordinary, narrowly evading the grasp of the golden hand that sought to strike him down. "Curse be it," Gu Yan muttered under his breath. The ruler of the star-picking tower had made his move. The little star monarch had not offered a single word of warning throughout this ordeal. The answer was glaringly apparent. Gu Yan's complexion darkened, channeling his void power to swiftly escape the desert. If he lingered any longer, he would surely meet his demise here. 5 minutes after Gu Yan's departure, the terrifying golden hand continued to swipe through the void, akin to a fly swatting at an elusive insect, desperately attempting to crush a small fly. What a pity that the little rascal managed to evade capture. A sigh echoed through the void, imbued with a sense of regret. Tianhu, keep a close watch on your disciple. He must not set foot outside the star-picking tower in the near future, the voice in the void instructed. Soon, a feminine voice responded, naturally. This Gu Yan is a calamity. He never appears when good fortune is at hand, yet the moment he offends a sage, he immediately seeks to wreak havoc upon the little star monarch. It is truly unfortunate to associate with such a person, the golden hand remarked. Do not blame the little star monarch. That child possesses a pure heart. At least he has informed us of this matter. Had he conspired with Gu Yan in secret, it would have led to greater troubles. At this moment, another voice resonated through the void. Speaking of which, who exactly is the sage that appeared in the Chongxian pavilion? It has been over a millennium since a sage emerged in the Xian realm. The aura of this sage was overwhelming, even from a distance. I felt a sense of dread, and I cannot help but suspect he might be a great sage. The feminine voice interjected, do not rashly speculate about the sages. Such matters are beyond our purview. Although there exists but a single tier of distinction between rulers and sages, the mighty beings of these transcendent forces are acutely aware that even a slight difference is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The path for a ruler to ascend to the realm of the sage is fraught with insurmountable challenges. The scant few sages that have graced the Xian realm over the years speak volumes of this difficulty, which is also why they lack the courage to assist Gu Yan. A single sage, should they desire, could effortlessly obliterate a transcendent force. The verdant forest stretched infinitely, reaching the ends of the earth. A furtive figure approached this woodland. The morning dawn saintess, with whom I once ventured into the depths of the dragon-tiger abyss, assisting her in acquiring a rare treasure that perfected her natural form. I owe her a great debt. Seeking her aid to borrow a cross-realm teleportation array should pose no significant issue. Gu Yan gazed upon the forest, the domain of the 10,000 Laws Natural Sect, which also stands as a transcendent force within the Xian realm. He had once cultivated a commendable friendship with the current saintess of the 10,000 Laws Natural Sect. Furthermore, in contrast to the untrustworthy little star monarch, the morning dawn saintess possessed a gentle nature and a willingness to assist. Gu Yan was confident that she would lend him her support. He reached the periphery of the 10,000 Laws Natural Sect and produced a small sword, sending it forth with haste. Before long, a pale blue piece of parchment fluttered out from within the sect. What could this be? Gu Yan was taken aback. Grasping the pale blue parchment and scrutinizing it closely, his expression shifted dramatically, an irrevocable severance of friendship. Upon receiving his message, the radiant dawn saintess immediately chose to sever ties with him, igniting a fierce anger within him. How could I have been so naive as to place such trust in you? It is my folly to consider such a person as a friend. With a swift turn, he departed. Not long after Gu Yan left, an incredibly sharp aura erupted within the Wanfa Xiren sect. The radiant dawn saintess, having secretly consorted with Sin, committed a grave error and was sentenced to 500 years of wall-facing punishment. As the words settled, a tall, short-haired woman, her complexion dimmed, sighed deeply before being unceremoniously thrust into a secluded chamber of the Wanfa Xiren sect by a looming figure. This figure regarded the radiant dawn saintess with a frigid demeanor and said, Dawn, do not blame your father for his harshness. We cannot afford to offend the saints. 2 days later, a weary and disheveled Gu Yan traversed mountains and rivers, crossing much of the Xian realm to reach another transcendent power, the Li family. The son of the Li family's head, Li Zhengyang, once narrowly lost to him in a competition, prompting Gu Yan to graciously offer guidance, earning mutual respect between them. Given the Li family's immense wealth and extensive commercial influence throughout the Xian realm, Gu Yan often engaged with Li Zhengyang, a pragmatic individual. Li Jingyang would undoubtedly assist him if the benefits were substantial enough. Though many of his prized possessions had been taken, Qingyun realized he still held valuable assets. He resolved to present the upper half of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Scripture to Li Jingyang in exchange for a token to access the Interrealm Passage. Upon his return to the Shaozhu realm, he would bestow the lower half. As this was a sacred-level technique, even if the Li family became aware of it, they would certainly lend their support. After carefully disguising himself, he arrived at a hidden chamber within the Li family and made another attempt to contact Li Jingyang. Fearing a repeat of the earlier encounter with the Radiant Dawn Saintess, he directly presented his terms. As anticipated, he soon received a prompt response. A boy with a square jaw emerged, and upon their meeting, Li Jingyang expressed his indignation on Gu Yan's behalf. "Ah, it is you, Brother Gu. Who has traveled so far? I have long been anxious about your situation. I believe that you, with your character, could never be as the wanted notices suggest." Relieved, Gu Yan offered a piece of exquisite jade, saying, "I knew Brother Li would be trustworthy. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise." This is the upper half of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Scripture. Li Jingyang squinted as he examined the jade, then carefully stored it away, smiling as he said, "Brother Gu, you truly underestimate our friendship. Even without this, I would assist you. Come, follow me. I have prepared everything for you." Hearing this, Gu Yan felt a weight lift from his heart. After facing numerous setbacks, he had suddenly encountered someone reliable, and his eyes glistened with emotion. He followed Li Jingyang into a secretive area within the Li family's hidden chamber, the journey marked by a serene atmosphere filled with laughter and conversation. Soon, a magnificent hall loomed ahead, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped Gu Yan's heart. He promptly addressed Li Jingyang, saying, "My dear brother Li, I must apologize. A sudden matter has arisen, and I must take my leave for a while." Li Jingyang was taken aback, his gaze suddenly sharpening with a fierce glint as he coldly retorted, "Is it so soon that you wish to depart? What does Brother Gu take the Li family for? You come and go as you please." As his words echoed throughout the vast hall, a formidable array shimmered to life. Concurrently, several figures emanating a powerful aura emerged, encircling Gu Yan completely. Chapter 017. May the Sage Bestow Punishment. Go inform the Chongxian Pavilion. Li Jingyang gazed at Gu Yan, who was ensnared within the deadly soul-sealing array, and instructed a powerful member of the Li family beside him. After the strongmen departed, Li Jingyang, standing outside the formation, scoffed, "What nonsense is this? You believe that with merely a sacred-level technique, you can compel the Li family to offend the sage? Your aspirations are rather lofty." The Li family possessed an extensive intelligence network, well aware that on the day the sage of the Chongxian Pavilion emerged, he had brazenly shattered hundreds of pounds of sacred-level techniques. Was this an entity the Li family could afford to provoke? Even without a bounty on his head, not even 100,000 of Li Jingyang's bravado would dare to harbor Gu Yan, let alone offer assistance. The Li family had no desire to meet their demise. With a cold snort, Li Jingyang turned on his heel and departed. 2 hours later, an elderly man clad in tattered robes soared through the sky. Immediately, a rotund figure rushed forward with exuberance. "Elder Su, we owe much to the head of the Li family. Without your intervention, Gu Yan may have truly escaped." The ragged-robed elder was indeed Elder Su of the Chongxian Pavilion, who had hastened to their aid upon receiving news from the Li family. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, the head of the Li family smiled wryly. "I sincerely apologize. We had already captured this little wretch, but I underestimated his capabilities. Somehow, he managed to break free from our deadly soul-sealing array and escaped." At this point, the head of the Li family appeared quite helpless. They had taken this matter seriously. Yet it seemed Gu Yan possessed some remarkable skills. He felt a sense of anxiety, fearing the sage's wrath. Escaped? Elder Su paused momentarily but refrained from commenting, as the Li family had acted with good intentions. Moreover, if even the nether cliff of the Chongxian Pavilion could not contain Gu Yan, it was hardly surprising that he could elude the Li family's grand array. Observing the head of the Li family, who wore a troubled expression, Elder Su waved his hand reassuringly. "No worries. I appreciate the assistance from the head of the Li family. In half a month, we will hold a concubine ceremony within our pavilion, and we hope the Li family will be in attendance." Upon hearing Elder Su's gracious response, the head of the Li family, already feeling somewhat apologetic, hastily gestured, "Certainly. This is a wedding of the sage. We will prepare lavish gifts to present." His tone was laced with envy. The Chongxian Pavilion was truly fortunate. Although it was merely a concubine ceremony, it involved a sage capable of producing hundreds of pounds of sacred-level techniques. While the title might sound somewhat unrefined, after the news spread. Which noble power in the entire Xian realm would not envy the Chongqian Pavilion? In a muddy swamp, Guyan, having narrowly escaped the Leaf family's array through the power of the void, now lay concealed within the muck, reeking of filth. How infuriating! How infuriating! He raged inwardly. Leaf family, I shall settle this score with you in the future. They deceived me of half a sacred level technique and sought to betray me by turning me over to the Chongqian Pavilion. Were it not for the mysterious portal aiding me, I might have been recaptured by now. What to do now? The few transcendent forces I know that possess the means to assist me in reaching the Xiaozhu realm are quite limited. Guyan closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within, contemplating how to break through this predicament. The Ji family was his only remaining option, if they chose not to lend their aid. A heavy stone seemed to rest upon his heart, rendering him hopeless. Should the Ji family refuse to assist him, he would find himself utterly trapped. To return to the Xiaozhu realm, he would have to seek alternative methods. In truth, he was reluctant to approach the Ji family unless absolutely necessary, as his relationship with them was far less favorable than with the previous few transcendent forces. The head of the Ji family, Ji Kong, had once looked down upon him. Were it not for the stroke of luck that allowed him to save Ji Wenfeng, the eldest son of the Ji family, from peril, he would not have considered them at all. Yet, whether they would be willing to help him remained uncertain. If fortune did not favor him, he could very well find himself in a situation akin to that of the Li family. After much contemplation, Guyan resolved to take a chance. This was his final avenue of escape. The following day, Guyan stealthily arrived at the Ji family estate, employing a secret method to establish contact. Before long, a tall and elegant young man appeared before him. With a pale complexion and at the early stage of the transformation realm, he was none other than Ji Wenfeng. Brother Gu, it has been quite a while. I never anticipated our reunion would unfold under such circumstances, Ji Wenfeng remarked, observing Gu Yan's grimy visage and tattered attire with a sense of melancholy. However, Gu Yan did not feel at ease. Having learned from the unfortunate encounter with the Li family, he cautiously addressed Ji Wenfeng. Young Ji, you are likely aware of my current plight. I seek only to leverage the Ji family's resources to procure a token for passage between realms, so that I may escape the Xian realm. Ji Wenfeng offered a gentle smile and replied, Brother Gu, you once saved my life. Thus, it is only natural that I extend my assistance to you now. I have already prepared a token for you. Additionally, he continued, I have gathered some recent intelligence regarding the Xian realm, including information pertinent to the saints. You may choose to open it only after your departure, lest it be sensed by the saints. He appeared to have anticipated this moment, retrieving a shimmering six-pointed star token from his bosom and presenting it to Gu Yan. Taken aback, Gu Yan felt an inexplicable wave of emotion swell within him. He sensed the sincerity in Ji Wenfeng's words, and gazing into those clear eyes, he recognized that amidst a world full of acquaintances, he still had a true friend. With earnestness, he declared, Good brother, everything is understood without the need for further words. I shall remember your kindness today, and in the future, I will repay it abundantly. Ji Wenfeng shook his head, responding, I assist you, Brother Gu, solely to remain true to my conscience. Given the perilous state of affairs, it is ill-advised to linger here. You must depart at once. We shall reunite when circumstances allow. Very well. Gu Yan accepted the six-pointed star token without hesitation, turning to hasten toward a nearby passage between realms. Watching Gu Yan's retreating figure, Ji Wenfeng sighed. I never imagined that the once great prodigy would find himself in such dire straits. Brother Gu, I can offer you no more assistance than this. As he watched Gu Yan vanish, Ji Wenfeng was filled with a multitude of emotions. He recalled the first time he encountered Gu Yan, when the latter had just begun to shine, suppressing many prodigies from transcendent forces. Even the likes of the Little Star Monarch and the Holy Maiden of Dawn had chosen to retreat from his brilliance. Little did he expect that in less than a year, Gu Yan would fall to such depths, being hunted down by the esteemed Chongqian Pavilion. Offending a sage certainly made life difficult. He could only hope that Brother Gu would find a way to extricate himself from this predicament soon. As Ji Wenfeng was lost in thought, a thunderous roar suddenly rang in his ears. Wretched son, I should have shot you against the wall back in the day. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Ji family? Following this booming voice, a burly figure resembling Ji Wenfeng appeared, his face contorted with rage. Raising his massive hand, he unleashed a terrifying force that howled like thunder. With a resounding slap, Ji Wenfeng was reduced to mere pulp. Thus, Ji Wenfeng met his end, slain by his father, Ji Kong, the head of the Ji family, who wept bitterly. Gu Yan, do not let me lay eyes on you again. It is your wretched existence that led to On's demise. After killing Ji Wenfeng, Ji Kong, tears streaming down his face, howled skyward. His son had always been excessively modest, lacking any sharpness, and had consistently played the role of the good-natured gentleman. The entire Ji family had held great affection for him. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Ji Wenfeng's very nature would invite such a fatal calamity. Did the foolish Ji Wenfeng not comprehend who Gu Yan had offended? The Chongxian Pavilion had never fallen from the top 3 among all transcendent forces in the Xian realm, while the Ji family barely scraped into the top 10. Even the Chongxian Pavilion had to act as a hound for that sage. How could the Ji family possibly provoke such an entity? After slaying Ji Wenfeng, Ji Kong placed him within a black stone coffin, his form swelling to several times its original size as he bore the coffin on his back. Traversing 100,000 miles to the gates of the Chongxian Pavilion, I beseech the sage to show mercy. Ji Kong, filled with sorrow, knelt before the entrance of the Chongxian Pavilion, calling out to the heavens. Chapter 018. The villain must exhibit the essence of a villain. As Ji Kong traversed the path, he made quite a commotion. Is this man the head of the Ji family? A figure of great significance. What is he doing? What lies behind him? A black coffin. Bringing a coffin to the Chongxian Pavilion surely harbors a story. Is Ji Kong calling for the sage's judgment? Could it be that the Ji family has committed a heinous act, incurring the sage's wrath? In the distance, numerous powerful beings from the Xian realm gathered. 7 parts bewilderment and 3 parts astonishment. Meanwhile, within the Chongxian Pavilion, a torrent of rainbow light surged forth. Each ray radiated with the aura of sovereigns, emanating from the elders of the pavilion, who glared fiercely at Ji Kong. Elder Su stepped forward and bellowed, Ji Kong, your Ji family aided Gu Yin in entering the Two Realms passage, allowing him to escape the Xin realm. Such a crime merits death 1,000 times over. How dare you show your face here to plead for mercy? The news of Gu Yan's departure using the Ji family's token could not be concealed. Moreover, the Ji family had no intention of hiding it. At the moment Ji Kong carried the coffin to seek atonement, the news of Gu Yan's escape had already reached the Chongxian Pavilion. Ji Kong's countenance was grim as he proclaimed, "It is entirely my fault for failing to educate my son, leading him to commit such a grave mistake. I have personally punished him and beseech the sage for forgiveness." With a wave of his arm, the black coffin was lifted by a formidable force. With a thunderous crash, it struck the ground outside the pavilion's entrance, creating a deep pit. What lies within this coffin? The elders of the pavilion felt a stir in their hearts as they gazed at the coffin behind Ji Kong. The head of the Ji family is indeed a ruthless man. He has even slain his own son. They had heard of Ji Kong's excessive indulgence towards Ji Wenfeng. Now, he has taken such drastic measures, carrying a black coffin for 100,000 miles to seek atonement, displaying considerable sincerity. The elders exchanged glances, their gazes shifting towards the direction of the Chongming Palace. They held no authority to speak on behalf of the sage. Inside the Chongming Palace of the Chongxian Pavilion, Chu Feng glanced at the system panel. Those who gain the way are aided by heaven. Those who lose it are forsaken. The destined protagonist Gu Yin's fortune has waned, reducing his destiny value by 3,000 points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. Those who gain the way are aided by heaven. Those who lose it are forsaken. The destined protagonist Gu Yin's fortune has waned, reducing his destiny value by 3,000 points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. His eyes gleamed with intrigue. For the past few days, every time Gu Yin encountered a setback, his destiny value diminished, while a destiny treasure chest materialized within his divine sea. Regrettably, Gu Yin possesses so few friends, most of whom have already suffered due to his misfortunes. Now, he is left with a meager 36,000 points of destiny value. Shifting his gaze from the panel, he casually glanced towards the entrance of the Chongxian Pavilion and sensed Ji Kong's arrival. He did not step out of the Chongming Palace. The Ji family was not worthy of witnessing his glory. He was already well aware of the unfolding events. To see the Ji family, who had aided Gu Yin, come personally to plead for atonement was indeed unexpected. This destined protagonist seems to be faring quite poorly. I harbor no particular disdain for the Ji family. Yet I must regretfully assert that a villain must embody the essence of a villain. A saintly demeanor is utterly unacceptable. He murmured softly to himself, gesturing with his hand. A flicker of violet light emerged at his fingertips, soaring towards the Ji family like a comet. The Ji family's assistance to Gu Yin had become common knowledge throughout the realm. If he remained indifferent at this moment and chose to forgive his adversaries, it would lead others to perceive him as weak and easily manipulated, potentially triggering a butterfly effect that might encourage even more to secretly aid the destined protagonist. The fortune of the destined protagonist cannot be measured by ordinary standards. With the situation now firmly established, he awaited the harvest of Qingyun's eternal gateway, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications that might allow others to seize advantage. Furthermore, if apologies were truly effective, the world would have long since attained peace. As adults, one must accept the consequences of their wrongdoings. Boom, boom, boom. From 100,000 miles away, a terrifying violet star descended upon the Ji family with unprecedented force. A thunderous roar echoed as the vast ancestral grounds of the Ji family crumbled, resulting in the untimely demise of numerous Ji family warriors. A bottomless pit manifested at the site of the former ancestral grounds. The fortunes of the once preeminent Ji family plummeted dramatically. Outside the gates of the Chongshan Pavilion, many powerful figures of the realm witnessed the violet light plummeting from within the pavilion, their eyes filled with profound dread. It was over. Ji Kong, the head of the Ji family, immediately sensed the destruction of their ancestral grounds and collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. He understood that their fate was sealed. Without their ancestral grounds and a significant number of strong members, the Ji family's fortunes would decline swiftly, reducing them from a transcendent power to a second-rate one. Before Ji Kong could fully process his despair, a calm voice resonated from outside the Chongshan Pavilion. "Thank you, sage, for your mercy." At these words, Ji Kong trembled, forcing himself to regain composure as he bowed deeply in gratitude. He recognized that this calamity was the Ji family's own doing. Had Ji Wenfeng not acted recklessly, they would not have arrived at such a dire point. When the sage's wrath is ignited, millions may perish. He understood that if the sage truly sought retribution, not a single member of the Ji family, himself included, would remain in the realm. The only reason the Ji family still existed was due to his decisive act of seeking forgiveness, which had granted them a sliver of hope. The sage had already extended a measure of leniency towards him. Contemplating this, Ji Kong felt a mix of dread and relief wash over him. The surrounding powerful figures of the realm also gradually came to grasp the gravity of the situation caused by that violet light, though they had speculated. The sage's power was undeniably terrifying. Nonetheless, the Ji family's misfortune brought a sense of clandestine relief to the observing forces such as the Star-Picking Tower, the Sect of Natural Laws, and the Li family. Fortunately, they had not acted rashly. Had they secretly aided Qingyun earlier, they would have suffered the same fate as the Ji family. Just as Ji Kong prepared to turn and address the aftermath of the Ji family's downfall, he suddenly heard the indifferent voice of Chu Feng. "Visit the Xiaozhu realm once more, hang Ji Wenfeng's corpse in this place, and place this item there as well." As soon as the words were spoken, a profound vortex tunnel appeared beside Ji Kong. Simultaneously, a faint red light materialized and landed in his hand. A wild interdimensional passage. Where would the sage have Ji Wenfeng's corpse displayed? Upon glimpsing the passage, Ji Kong's form jolted, his expression darkening. "This entity is." Ji Kong cast a glance at the object in his hand, his pupils constricting. He dared not dwell on it, and, without hesitation, stepped into the untamed passage between realms. The Xiaozhu realm, a realm steeped in silence. It was the entrance to a long-extinct volcanic cave. Suddenly, a small black opening appeared within the trench. Covered in blood, Qingyun plummeted like a dying wild dog. He had returned, finally safe for the moment. Qingyun, barely clinging to life, had lost 9 out of 10 lives on the treacherous journey back to the Xiaozhu realm. Though he had fortuitously obtained the token allowing entry into the passage from Ji Wenfeng, the Ji family quickly reacted, refusing to let him go. Shortly after his entrance into the passage, a large contingent was dispatched to hunt him down. In a desperate bid to evade his pursuers, Qingyun forced himself to leap into the violent, unexplored rift of the passage. A stroke of misfortune could have seen him torn apart by the void storms. Yet, his luck had always been favorable. Though grievously injured, Qingyun ultimately returned to the Xiaozhu realm. "Ji, my brother, I shall never forget your kindness. Just wait. Your good days are yet to come. I will repay you with great fervor." As he tended to his wounds, Qingyun etched Ji Wenfeng's benevolence into his heart. He had always been a man of honor. Those who aided him would surely receive his unwavering loyalty in return, never mere platitudes. Half a day later, Qingyun's injuries gradually healed. The spiritual energy of the Xiaozhu realm paled in comparison to that of the Xian realm, prompting him to mutter a complaint as he pressed onward, departing from the lifeless volcano. Clutching the scroll of intelligence given to him by Ji Wenfeng, he made his way toward Wuching. Chapter 019, A Night of White Hair, Qingyun's Dark Transformation. Qingyun unfurled a scroll that emanated a soft glow. It contained intelligence provided by Ji Wenfeng. After a brief perusal, Guyan realized that the content was rather limited. This was understandable. For although Ji Wenfeng was the eldest son of the Ji family, he was aiding him covertly and was merely at the dragon transformation stage. Thus the information he could gather was quite restricted. However, for Guyan, who was currently in a state of profound ignorance, this was more than sufficient. Ji Wenfeng's thoughtfulness warmed Guyan's heart. A gesture of kindness in times of need far outweighs mere embellishment. Although the value of this intelligence was not high, Guyan felt immense gratitude toward Ji Wenfeng, regarding him as a lifelong brother. His eyes darted swiftly over the information, most of which was inconsequential. With a few significant events occurring recently in the mystical realm, the most crucial piece pertained to the saint from the Chongxian Pavilion. Guyan sought to uncover any clues. But to his dismay, the majority of the descriptions were filled with praise and accolades, leaving him feeling quite nauseated and disgruntled. Wait a moment. This saint also bears the surname Chu. Guyan's pupils contracted as he seized upon this key piece of information. In an inconspicuous record, the title Saint Chu was mentioned. Chu. Instantly, Guyan thought of Chu Feng. It could not possibly be him. How could a mere lowly being from the lower realms be elevated to the status of a saint? Upon encountering this news, Guyan's heart sank. An ominous premonition settling within him, particularly as he recalled the initial rumors surrounding the saint's emergence, which stemmed from the tales of the Xiaozhu realm. Guyan remembered having seen ancient texts that documented how some saints, in their quest to break through to the great saint realm, would evolve into saint incarnations and traverse the mortal realm. If the Chu Feng with whom he had enmity was indeed a saint's incarnation, then it would explain both the resemblance and the reason for the relentless targeting against him. I hope I'm merely overthinking. The likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. Wu City is approaching. I shall return home first and then contemplate my next steps. Guyan felt a mix of emotions, yet his exterior remained resolute. He was reluctant to confront reality and forcibly shifted his focus toward the horizon, where he could faintly discern the outlines of some cities. With his current prowess at the dragon transformation stage, even without utilizing void power, he could traverse the Xiaozhu realm with remarkable ease and speed. As he observed the scenery was past, familiar sights gradually emerged in the distance. A sense of melancholy washed over Guyan. Who would have anticipated that his return to the Xiaozhu realm would transpire in such a manner after his spirited departure to the mystical realm? Thankfully, I still have family and friends. They will not betray me like the Chongxian Pavilion. Suppressing 3 parts of his apprehension and 7 parts of excitement, he quickened his pace. At that moment, it was afternoon, and the sunlight bathed Wu City in a vibrant atmosphere. Guyan surmised that there would undoubtedly be those from the mystical realm attempting to hunt him down in the Xiaozhu realm, particularly in his hometown of Wu City. He harnessed his void power, concealing himself within the void before stepping through the grand gates of Wu City. As Guyan traversed the small town, once rich with memories, his gaze swept around the corner, only to discover that the city had undergone significant transformation. The roadside shops had all changed their appearances, and many familiar faces had vanished without a trace. Where was the Gu family's business? A sudden realization stirred within him, causing his heart to tremble. Wuqing was the stronghold of the Gu family, and after his rise, the head of the Gu family had even ascended to the position of city lord. The Gu family had previously owned numerous businesses in Wuqing. Logically, with their expansion, there should be even more establishments now. Yet, after walking several hundred meters, he had not encountered a single shop bearing the Gu family name. With a swift pace, Guyan made his way towards the city lord's residence. A sense of foreboding growing within him. Could it be that the Chongxian Pavilion had already acted? As he passed by a tavern, the voice of a storyteller reached his ears. In this world of unpredictability, many changes occur. Who could have imagined that the illustrious Gu family of Wuchen would be annihilated overnight? I have heard rumors that the downfall of the Gu family was due to their prodigy, Guyan, who, in the upper realm, had committed an affront against a supreme goddess, inciting terrifying retribution from powerful forces, even implicating the Gu family in the lower realm. Thus, young ones, heed this cautionary tale. Lust is a blade poised above one's head. Let it serve as a timeless warning to remember always. The Gu family annihilated? Guyan halted in his tracks, his complexion drained of color, as the storyteller's words faded into silence. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. These foolish individuals must be spouting nonsense. Upon regaining his composure, Guyan had no time to confront the storyteller about his slanderous fabrications, overwhelmed by sorrow. He inadvertently unleashed his formidable cultivation and stepped into the city lord's residence. What he beheld was a sight that struck him like a thunderbolt. The once opulent city lord's mansion had collapsed into ruin, transformed into a desolate wasteland. Even more shocking was the sight of countless graves scattered throughout the premises, each one a grim testament to the tragedy that had unfolded. Stumbling forward, Qingyun noticed that each grave bore a stone tablet inscribed with names: his family head, his elder brother, his younger sister, Xiaoying. Qingyun's expression turned ghastly as memories of those who had once treated him with such kindness surged forth in his mind, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He breathed heavily, neither angry nor reactive, but stood silently, gazing at the graves of those who had cared for him deeply. As the sun sank lower in the sky and the moon ascended, time passed, and before he knew it, dawn broke on the following day. Qingyun had stood there so long that his once raven hair had turned entirely white overnight. A night of anguish. His eyes were filled with coldness and fury. He turned, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the outside of the city lord's residence, where he found himself quietly surrounded by both former powers of the Xiaozhu realm and pursuers from the upper realm. Softly addressing the graves before him, he declared, "Family, I will not let your deaths be in vain. From this day forth, I shall no longer adhere to any boundaries. The Chongqian Pavilion and that individual will come to regret their actions. The demon-slaying formation of the Chongqian Pavilion is flawed. Did they truly believe I was unaware? As for the Qingyun Sword Sect, irrespective of whether you are Chu Feng or not, I shall first strike at the Qingyun Sword Sect. Prepare to face my wrath." Qingyun's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. This night, he not only wallowed in sorrow and despair, but also contemplated his vengeance. Unlike before, he did not flee but boldly strode towards the exit. 2 hours later, Qingyun, clad in bloodstained garments, reached the pinnacle of the transformation dragon stage. The ground behind him was littered with corpses. Numerous formidable opponents had fallen before him, slain despite their superior strength. As they gazed upon Qingyun's vanishing figure, the surviving powerhouses felt a shiver run down their spines, as if they had encountered a deity of death. In the Xian realm, at the Chongqian Pavilion, Chu Feng rested casually, propped up on his cheek, reclining languidly on the couch. A system notification sounded. Due to the fateful protagonist Qingyun straying from his path and being ensnared by demonic influence, his fortune has been adversely affected, resulting in a decrease of 10,000 destiny points. You have received 3 destiny treasure chests. Chapter 20. Are you a devil? Chu Feng cast a glance at the sudden notification from the system, his mind stirred. Oh, what caused this unexpected corruption? Wasn't he just joyfully returning to the bamboo realm? He then expanded his thoughts, enveloping the bamboo realm with his imperial consciousness. It turned out that the elders of the Chongqian Pavilion had triggered this situation, which was discovered by Qingyun. Chu Feng was rather indifferent to Qingyun's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm and his subsequent counterattack against the encircling foes. After all, he was the protagonist. It would indeed be strange if he could not accomplish such feats. Regarding Qingyun's white hair and bloodstained garments, his actions of killing to break through were not particularly surprising to Chu Feng. From the perspective of an emperor, such hasty advancements in critical moments were not necessarily advantageous, as the foundation remained unsteady. Upon comprehending the sequence of events, Chu Feng felt a profound sympathy for Qingyun. TSK, just when he finally returned home, he encountered such troubles, truly unfortunate. He lightly tapped his fingers against the back of the chair, contemplating. Perhaps this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. With the Gu family gone, his upcoming reunion with his good brother at the Qingyun Sword Sect would likely be less sorrowful. In a way, I have inadvertently helped him temper his character. I am indeed a good person. System, are you a devil? Chu Feng was certainly no devil. He was merely a pitiful antagonist striving for survival under the threat of the destined protagonist. Though he played the role of a villain, he still adhered to certain principles. Ultimately, it was the elders of the Chongqian Pavilion who were excessively unscrupulous, taking action before him. Chu Feng gazed at the newly acquired destiny treasure chest within his sea of consciousness. His arduous efforts in collecting had not been in vain. He had gathered 7 and was nearing another tenfold opportunity. System, shameless. Have you actually collected anything? Darling, the demon suppression formation is beginning to stir again. I must reinforce the seal, came a gentle voice from beside him. A pair of slender jade hands massaged Chu Feng's legs as he lay there. He glanced over to see Nagong Qingqing, adorned in a black palace gown, her hair elegantly pinned with a translucent phoenix hairpin. Her fair legs gracefully crossed as she reclined like an elegant and noble lady. She spoke softly to Chu Feng, her phoenix-like eyes reflecting a hint of worry and urgency. Chu Feng nodded, offering a faint smile as he waved his hand. Go ahead. Observing the hurried silhouette of Nangong Qingyun as she left, he gently shook his head. She is a clever woman, but the burdens she bears are indeed too great. Deep within the Chongxian pavilion, there lay a remarkably intricate formation. He had noticed it upon his arrival at the pavilion. In fact, such sophisticated formations existed in nearly 30 locations throughout the entire mystic realm. As he spent more time at the Chongxian pavilion, he gradually learned about the origins of these formations and the potential dangers they concealed beneath them. The Demon Suppression Formation. In a vast world like the mystic realm, there existed countless interdimensional passages. Some led to lower realms like the Bamboo Realm, while many wild passages opened to perilous and unknown territories. Beneath each Demon Suppression Formation was an exceedingly dangerous interdimensional passage. Within this perilous yet stable passage, formidable external demons frequently invade. According to ancient texts of the mystical realm, during the most rampant period, even sage-level demons breached this realm. The Demon Suppression Formation of the heavy mystical pavilion has faced intense assaults from these external demons, putting it at significant risk of shattering. The reason why Nangong Qin readily agreed to his proposal, aside from the exorbitant reward offered, was largely due to her desire to secure external assistance to reinforce the Demon Suppression Formation. Otherwise, when the formation inevitably collapses, the heavy mystical pavilion would have no choice but to sacrifice Nangong Qin, utilizing her unique constitution to strengthen the formation. Naturally, this ulterior motive was not concealed by Nangong Qin or the heavy mystical pavilion. The news of the Demon Suppression Formation is widely known throughout the mystical realm, especially among those of royal stature, let alone sages. As for Chu Feng, he remained unfazed, even if a sage-level external demon emerged from the formation. It posed no threat to him. After all, he had never been a sage. In the Xiaozhu realm, after departing from Wuqing, Qingyun made his way towards the Qingyun Sword Sect. Along the journey, he passed through Tianhu City, where he had a childhood sweetheart, Bai Exiner, from the Bai family. However, what pained Qingyun deeply was that, although the Bai family had not suffered the same tragic fate as the Gu family, Bai Exiner had mysteriously vanished recently. This led him to suspect that he was being targeted once again. I shall unleash a massacre and cleanse the Qingyun Sword Sect entirely. Guyan's white hair danced in the wind, his eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve and a thirst for vengeance. The Qingyun Sword Sect, once regarded as the most powerful force in the Xiaozhu realm, now seemed insignificant in his eyes after his return from the mystical realm. The strongest beings in the entire Xiaoyu realm were merely ordinary celestial platforms. The Qingyun Sword Sect could muster at most 3 to 5 celestial platforms, rendering it a mere trivial faction in the mystical realm. With his current mastery of the dragon transformation, coupled with his training in sacred-level techniques, he could effortlessly engage in battles beyond his rank, annihilating the Qingyun Sword Sect without difficulty. If Chu Feng were not the incarnation of a sage, he would settle past grievances by directly eliminating him. If he truly were a sage, then cleansing the Qingyun Sword Sect would serve as a means of retribution. Harnessing the power of the void, he silently infiltrated the Qingyun Sword Sect, traversing the entire sect in less than half an hour. During this time, he encountered many familiar faces, yet despite his thorough search, he failed to locate Chu Feng. Guyan trembled all over. This news was the worst for him. No matter. I shall strike first for respect. A murderous intent ignited in his gaze. A light azure longsword appeared in his hand. A heavenly tier artifact. This was the finest treasure he could acquire in such a short time. Just as Guyan prepared to act, he suddenly fixed his gaze in one direction. His pupils contracting, his expression frozen in shock. Before him stood an unremarkable mountain peak, yet atop it lay an ancient sword monument. This is the iconic treasure of the Qingyun Sword Sect, transformed from an ancient sword left by the founding master of the sect. In his youth, he experienced a profound enlightenment from the lingering sword intent here, wielding it to vanquish foes and repeatedly thwarting Chu Feng. Now, upon seeing the sword monument once more, Guyan's complexion turned pale, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. For upon that monument hung a tattered corpse, though the body was in a state of decay. Guyan immediately recognized it. Ji Wenfeng, his dear brother Ji Wenfeng, who had aided his escape from the Xian realm. How could he possibly be displayed as a hanging corpse on the sword monument of the Qingyun Sword Sect? Chapter 021. Is apology worth anything when one is dead? A thunderclap. Guyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the lifeless body affixed to the sword monument. Blood trickled slowly down the corpse, which was grotesquely shattered, riddled with gaping wounds, unmistakably forcefully suspended upon that sword. He gripped the pale blue longsword tightly, desperately trying to suppress the torrent of sorrow within. In a mere span of time, he had suffered the devastation of losing his family and the death of a dear friend. He was but a youth barely in his 20s. That he had not succumbed to madness was a testament to his remarkable mental fortitude. "Brother Ji, I am truly sorry." An overwhelming sense of regret surged within Gu Yan. He understood that Ji Wenfeng's demise was inextricably linked to him. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, drop by drop. In Gu Yan's memories, Ji Wenfeng was a refined and gentle youth, whose every warm smile had the power to uplift those around him. Yet now, he could no longer smile gently. His distinctly contrasting eyes bulged outward, fixated ahead like a goldfish, seemingly unable to close in eternal rest. He could never have anticipated that Ji Wenfeng would be ruthlessly slain merely for aiding him and descending to the mortal realm. Brother Ji. He was the esteemed eldest son of the Ji family. Gu Yan was acutely aware that Ji Wenfeng's death was undoubtedly connected to the formidable Chongxian Pavilion. He could not fathom that Ji Wenfeng would meet such a tragic fate. Had he foreseen such calamity, he would have refrained from seeking Ji Wenfeng. Had he known earlier that the Gu family would be annihilated, he would not have been so frantic. Perhaps he could have contemplated other alternatives, sparing himself the need to traverse the perilous interdimensional passage. Earlier, as he descended, he had solemnly vowed to repay Ji Wenfeng's kindness. Yet mere days later, Ji Wenfeng had suffered a vile fate, leaving him forever separated by the veil of death. A chill enveloped Gu Yan. To appease the saint, the Chongxian Pavilion would go so far as to provoke the Ji family to their ruin. This was entirely unexpected. He concealed his form and gradually descended toward the nameless peak, gazing at Ji Wenfeng's lifeless body, whose eyes remained wide open in a hauntingly tragic manner. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Yan solemnly adjusted his tattered crimson attire, his knees buckling as he unhesitatingly knelt, bowing his head in tribute to Ji Wenfeng. Brother Ji, rest assured, I shall avenge you. Gu Yan vowed with utmost sincerity. Revenge? Huh? How will you accomplish that, little wretch? What right do you have to seek vengeance? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Gu Yan's ears, sending a jolt of fear through his heart. Indeed, a formidable presence lay in ambush. He had been aware that he could only afford to be so brazen in honoring Ji Wenfeng due to the power of the void. As the ominous sensation loomed closer, Gu Yan prepared to wield the power of the void to flee without hesitation. However, when he beheld a burly man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Wenfeng descending from the heavens, exuding a menacing aura, he was taken aback. The head of the Ji family? He blurted out in astonishment, unable to believe it was him. The head of the Ji family, Ji Kong. At this moment, Ji Kong's expression was fierce, yet it revealed a profound weariness and anguish. During their time in the Xian realm, he had held Ji Kong in contempt. But at a certain competition, Ji Kong had made a remarkable impression, landing a resounding slap on Ji Kong's face. He still vividly recalled the displeasure etched on Ji Kong's countenance that day. Little did he expect that after the conclusion of that event, they would meet again in this place. Sensing Ji Kong's fury, Gu Yan quickly interjected, Master Ji, we are not adversaries. Wenfeng is my dear friend. Gu Yan understood that Ji Kong, the head of the Ji family, cherished Ji Wenfeng immensely, and his presence in the Shao Bamboo realm could only signify his intention to reclaim Ji Wenfeng's remains. Perhaps this presented an opportunity. If he were to confront the Chongxian Pavilion, Ji Kong could become an invaluable ally. In a fit of rage that bordered on absurdity, Ji Kong retorted with a mocking laugh, Dear friend, is this how one conducts friendship? Instead of hiding away after attracting calamity, you seek out Wenfeng? You truly are a remarkable companion. He continued, Only a fool like me would fall for your deception, igniting my own demise. At this reprimand, Gu Yan's countenance darkened. Feeling a wave of frustration wash over him, he stammered in response. I had no idea such a calamity would unfold. I truly regret what has happened to Wenfeng. Ji Kong's eyes widened in fury as he raised his fist and thundered, What good is regret when the man is dead? I shall end your life today. Gu Yan stepped back a pace, surreptitiously harnessing the power of the void. He hastily replied, Master Ji, I know you harbor deep resentment towards me. But aside from the facts, do you not believe I feel guilt? I assure you, I will uncover the identity of Wenfeng's murderer and ensure they meet a fate of dismemberment and ashes. The gravity of Gu Yan's words momentarily stunned Ji Kong. Regaining his composure, he erupted in rage. What nonsense! It was I who personally ended this ungrateful wretch. It is your very presence that has brought calamity upon our Ji family. What do you mean? Gu Yan was taken aback. Ji Kong's revelation was overwhelming. nearly overwhelming his senses. Ji Wenfeng had not fallen victim to the Qingyun Pavilion's machinations, but rather, Ji Kong himself had struck the fatal blow. Why? Gu Yin could scarcely fathom such a reality, let alone the humbling sight of Ji Kong kneeling before the Qingyun Pavilion, pleading for forgiveness. This exceeded the limits of his imagination. Ji Kong was disinclined to engage further with Gu Yin. His sole purpose for being there was to exact a severe punishment upon Gu Yin. With a single punch, the entire mountain erupted in chaos, leaving only the sword monument and Ji Wenfeng's body unscathed. Gu Yin, horrified, summoned the power of the void and took refuge beneath the sword monument. Witnessing this, Ji Kong's rage boiled over. He struck his palm, unleashing a radiant golden light. As a colossal chessboard descended from the heavens, Ji Kong's sacred weapon, the Tianhu chessboard. As the chessboard settled, Gu Yin found himself ensnared within it, being mercilessly torn apart by countless black and white pieces, resulting in a cloud of crimson mist. Originally, Ji Kong had intended to kill Gu Yin directly to vent his frustration, but he remained stationed at the Qingyun Sword Sect due to the mission set by that sage. Thus, he fought against the urge to kill, dropping a blood-red piece onto the Tianhu chessboard. In the moment the crimson orb descended, it surged towards Gu Yin. Initially, Gu Yin had believed he could escape using the power of the void, yet he was horrified to discover that this formidable force, which had always served him well in the Xian realm, had inexplicably faltered at this critical juncture. His heart raced with dread. At that moment, the red orb that had ensnared him suddenly unfurled, gradually manifesting a shadowy figure. Chu Feng. Gu Yin stared in disbelief at the silhouette amidst the crimson glow. Exclaiming in shock, the red figure of Chu Feng gazed at Gu Yin, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and with a faint smile, said, "Junior brother, it is good to see you again." Chapter 022, A Subtle Shock for the Young Ones. Little junior brother. Gu Yin's expression darkened, and at that moment, all his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, prior to being expelled from the Qingyun Sword Sect by Chu Feng, he was, in terms of seniority, Chu Feng's little junior brother. Now, the figure of Chu Feng manifesting within the crimson light unmistakably represented that revered sage. What further doubts could remain? Gu Yin parted his lips, his throat dry, and gritted his teeth as he inquired, "Chu Feng, it truly is you. What is it that you seek?" The red silhouette of Chu Feng regarded him with an air of calmness, tauntingly remarking, "What do I seek? Have you not been targeting me all along? Now that you have come to the Qingyun Sword Sect, I presume it is not merely to admire the remains of your brother? This has nothing to do with you." At these words, Gu Yin's countenance stiffened, veins bulging on his forehead, and his heart raced. A surge of fear coursed through him. Ji Kong's presence here was premeditated. Chu Feng had already anticipated his actions. Unperturbed, Chu Feng continued leisurely, "Speaking of which, you must be filled with hatred towards me now. And even more so towards the Qingyun Pavilion, am I correct?" Gu Yin felt as though his teeth might shatter. What intentions did this man harbor, incessantly prattling on? "I know you are eager, but hold your horses for a moment. Allow me to guess what you intend to do next." Chu Feng gazed at Gu Yin, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do you not yearn to detonate the demon suppression array beneath the Qingyun Pavilion? Such an act would undoubtedly be exhilarating." Gu Yin's heart quivered, his entire being feeling as heavy as lead. He had been seen through. Indeed, he harbored such intentions. In contrast to the enmity he felt towards Chu Feng, upon recognizing him as the sage, Gu Yin's heart was surprisingly unperturbed. The true source of his animosity lay with the Qingyun Pavilion. The sect that had nurtured him now showed no regard for past affections, turning against him to eliminate a figure of merit without leaving any survivors. This betrayal left Gu Yin with an overwhelming sense of hatred towards the Qingyun Pavilion. Originally, his plan was to seek an opportunity to grow stronger and then return to the Xian realm. The very first act upon his return would be to obliterate the demon suppression array of the Qingyun Pavilion. Yet, he had not anticipated that this plan would be thwarted before he even took a single step. At that moment, Gu Yin felt an icy chill enveloping him. The demon suppression array was of paramount importance to the various transcendent powers within the Xian realm. Safeguarding the array meant ensuring the safety of the entire realm, when necessary. Cooperation and mutual aid were essential, a consensus among the many formidable beings of the Xian realm. To destroy the demon suppression array would unleash chaos, inviting demonic invasions into the Xian realm, leading to untold suffering and mountains of corpses. Such an act would be utterly insane, a frenzied act of desperation. Yet now, Chu Feng had laid bare his thoughts. Gu Yin felt as if an invisible hand had ensnared him, manipulating him into a corner. where every attempt to escape was met with insurmountable obstacles. Afraid? This was not the arrogant and self-assured Gu Yin I once knew. Come now, I offer you a chance. Gu Yin remained silent, yet this did not impede the ethereal figure of Chu Feng from continuing to speak. With a wave of his hand, a faint crimson light descended upon Gu Yin. Damn it! What is this? Observing the crimson glow, Gu Yin sprang away like a startled rabbit. Do not be so frightened. You still possess value, and you shall not perish just yet, the spectral Chu Feng remarked with a mocking tone as he watched Gu Yin hastily evade. At that moment, Gu Yin focused on the crimson light and discovered it to be a page of a book, an invitation. On the 10th day of the 3rd month in the year 3220 of the Tian calendar, Saint Chu invites esteemed guests to attend the concubine ceremony of Nangong Qin at the Chongxian Pavilion on Kongming Mountain. Your presence would illuminate the occasion. This is an invitation to attend my master's, no, that wretched woman's concubine ceremony? Gu Yin opened his mouth, exclaiming, what exactly do you intend to do? Chu Feng glanced at him with intrigue and casually replied, merely to fulfill your insignificant desires. With this invitation, no one in the Chongxian Pavilion would dare to harm you. At that time, you may unleash whatever destruction you wish upon the demon-subduing formation, and if you require assistance, I can teach you. What? Are you afraid to come? Gu Yan's complexion paled as he struggled to decipher Chu Feng's true intentions, only managing a cold snort. However, Chu Feng appeared unfazed, casually stating, do not overthink it. To me, you are merely a tool, a worthless pawn. The more opportunities you acquire, the better it is for me. What do you mean? Gu Yin furrowed his brow in silence. Do you still not comprehend, little chive? You have fortuitously stumbled upon the door I left exposed and have become its sustenance. Therefore, you must protect it. If I retrieve it and discover any issues with that door, I will ensure you wish for death but cannot attain it. Chu Feng's expression was a blend of amusement and disdain as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Yin. What? He spoke of a door. Gu Yin felt as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an apple. The mysterious door within the Sea of Gods was his greatest trump card. Yet now, it had been laid bare by Chu Feng. Your door? Discovered by me? I am your sustenance? What does this mean? Could it be that he has always known about the mysterious door in my Sea of Gods? Impossible. I have never disclosed this information. He is deceiving me. Gu Yin quickly retorted, I do not know what you are talking about. Ha. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Some matters, once touched upon, are sufficiently conveyed. He ceased all actions, leaving Gu Yin to ponder his existence. The ethereal figure was gradually fading, but before it vanished completely, Chu Feng reiterated, remember to attend, little chive. As he watched Chu Feng's form shatter like light, Gu Yan's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. If before he had harbored boundless confidence in his ability to contend with the Chongxian Pavilion and the saint himself, believing he merely lacked time, now he felt genuine fear. The moment Chu Feng unveiled the secret of the mysterious door within him, it was as if his spine had been severed, his eyes vacant, and all confidence utterly extinguished. What I had long concealed has become a mere jest in the eyes of others. That individual had been aware of the enigmatic portal within me from the very beginning. A sage, he appeared before me numerous times since my initiation into the Qingyun Sword Sect, even bestowing upon me opportunities in plain sight. Was it all an act? What exactly is this portal? Could it truly belong to him? Have I, from the outset, merely been a tool, a pawn? Gu Yin gazed inward at the mysterious portal floating serenely in his spiritual sea, reflecting on his past interactions with Chu Feng, his eyes clouded with a faint purple haze. He began to spiral into self-doubt, questioning his very existence, feeling as though he were fracturing apart. Due to the protagonist Gu Yan's wavering faith, he has lost the heart of a strong man, resulting in a decrease of 10,000 points in destiny value. You have received 3 destiny treasure chests. Outside the Tianyuan chessboard, Ji Kong observed the crumpled Gu Yin with a shadowed gaze. He remained unaware of what the sage, manifested as a red light, had whispered to Gu Yin, yet the latter's appearance clearly indicated a profound blow to his spirit. This was hardly surprising, for it was the work of a sage. Now that official matters were concluded, it was time for personal vendettas. Even if I cannot extinguish his life, I shall ensure he suffers greatly. A glint of cold malice flickered in Ji Kong's eyes. He felt no compassion for Gu Yin, who at that moment resembled a wounded beast. Instead, he raised his fist, manipulating the black and white pieces on the chessboard to ruthlessly strike at Gu Yan's vital points. Gu Yan's anguished cries soon resonated through the heavens. In this moment of despair, Suddenly, an inexplicable rift tore open within Ji Kong's Tianhu chessboard, and a figure radiating immense power emerged. Who goes there? Ji Kong gasped in shock, his voice rising in alarm. But it was too late. A colossal hand materialized from the void, forcefully grasping the Tianhu chessboard, seizing Gu Yin. And a torrential rain of blood fell as the hand vanished from sight. Chapter 23. The Anxiety of Ji Kong. Another 10 consecutive wins. In the Qingyun Sword Sect. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The Tianhu chessboard continued to tremble gently in midair, while the mountain wind howled, softly sweeping through the unhealed rupture. Ji Kong stared blankly at the gaping void below, where Gu Yin had been taken, filled with chaotic streams of emptiness, devoid of any trace of presence. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. As a formidable great king, the realization that Gu Yin had vanished instilled a cold sweat upon his brow. This was dire. Gu Yin had been rescued. What would happen if the saint were to cast blame upon him? Panic surged within him. Never had Ji Kong anticipated such a failure. Yet, the sudden emergence of that massive hand had been so unexpected that even his considerable prowess as a great king had failed to react in time, leaving him utterly astonished. Who was the master of that hand? His mind was a blank slate. After a protracted moment, he gradually regained his composure. A fortnight prior, it was rumored that a saint had indeed emerged from the Shaozhou realm, shattering a colossal star. Subsequently, the powerful figures of the Xian realm widely believed this saint to be the current Chu saint residing in the Chongxian pavilion. Yet now, it appeared that this was perhaps not the case. Alas, such is fate. Perhaps this is the destiny of the Ji family. This Gu Yin, daring to vie for a woman with a saint, had surely incurred the saint's ire. Ji Kong understood that the loss of Gu Yin was undoubtedly a grave transgression. He contemplated fleeing, but then thought, could he truly escape? For a saint seeking him would find it all too easy. Moreover, he was not like Gu Yin, a solitary figure. Although the Ji family was currently weakened, they still had considerable ties. Where could he possibly hide? He resolved to promptly report the situation. Perhaps he could meet his fate with some semblance of dignity, preserving a glimmer of legacy for the Ji family. With this realization, Ji Kong's face was ashen as he hastily returned to the Xian realm. Upon his return, Ji Kong found himself once again before the gates of the Chongxian pavilion. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, the scenery around him abruptly transformed, the space shifting to reveal an ancient and elegant hall. His pupils contracted as he beheld a man draped in a black robe, reclining languidly upon a couch crafted from North Xian fragrant wood. Casting a casual glance in his direction, he recognized the Chu saint immediately. Ji Kong instinctively responded, his robust frame trembling as he knelt upon the ground. Hastily reporting, Ji Kong has failed in his duties, allowing Gu Yin to be rescued. I beseech the Chu saint to impose punishment. Chu Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes resting upon the kneeling head of the Ji family. This individual was decisive in action, had a clear mind, and was capable of both yielding and asserting, making him a person of significance. With a faint smile, he replied, no matter, your task has been fulfilled. The whereabouts of Gu Yin and the identity of his rescuer are beyond the reach of a mere king like yourself. Task completed? Ji Kong was taken aback, never expecting such generosity from the saint, who bore no trace of reproach. He hastily bowed his head in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, saint. Even greater surprises awaited him ahead. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng lifted the kneeling Ji Kong with a tremendous force. Observing the astonished Ji Kong, he continued, I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments. You have performed commendably in this matter, and I bestow upon you 10 pounds of cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, Ji Kong's heart raced. He doubted the reliability of his hearing. Not only was he exonerated, but he was also rewarded? 10 pounds of cultivation techniques? Surely, it could not be. He swallowed hard, and then saw the black-robed man raise his arm, causing a small mountain radiating with vibrant colors to suddenly appear before him. He was utterly astonished, eagerly fixating on these miniature mountains. Each tome was of the sacred tier. My heavens! Though he had mentally prepared himself, Ji Kong still trembled with excitement. These tomes, akin to small mountains, were all sacred cultivation techniques. He was completely dumbfounded. If previously, when Chu Feng had pointed and obliterated over half of the Ji family's foundation, Ji Kong had harbored some resentment. But upon witnessing these 10 pounds of sacred techniques, all grievances vanished. At that moment, his heart brimmed only with gratitude. These 10 pounds of sacred techniques were sufficient to enable him to rebuild an even more formidable Ji family. The root of all this, after all, lay in the fault of Gu Yin, What connection did it have with Chu Feng? Ji Kong immediately declared, I express my heartfelt thanks to Chu Feng. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten. The Ji family is willing to serve Chu Feng unto death. You may leave, Chu Feng responded, seemingly indifferent to Ji Kong's declaration. The Ji family aspired to be his followers, yet they lacked the requisite qualifications. It was merely that this fellow had chosen to return and report. Had he fled in fear of retribution, the Ji family would no longer have any reason to exist. After Ji Kong respectfully withdrew, Chu Feng released his imperial consciousness, commencing a thorough search of the Xiaozhu realm. After all, Guyan's destiny value was still considerable, and his ability to transform peril into safety was entirely within Chu Feng's expectations. What intrigued him was which powerful being had rescued Guyan. Whatever Ji Kong could conceive, he could too. To whisk Guyan away unnoticed before a perfected king required at least a sage-level entity. In an instant, Chu Feng's imperial consciousness swept across the Xiaozhu realm, yet he did not detect Guyan's presence. He remained unhurried, under the scrutiny of imperial consciousness. Unless another emperor was involved, exposure was inevitable. He began to examine the area meticulously. Speaking of which, Guyan had just exploded with gold coins. Precisely 10 destiny treasure chests. Time for a tenfold draw. While Chu Feng's imperial consciousness swept through the Xiaozhu realm, he also seized the opportunity. Gazing at the 10 resplendent chests floating in the sea of divine essence, he decisively initiated another tenfold draw. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and obtained a destiny fragment 1. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and acquired 50 pounds of sacred cultivation techniques. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received 1,000 tons of sacred weapons. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and obtained a destiny fragment 1. You have opened a destiny treasure chest, and a flash of golden light envelopes you, granting you a great destiny talisman. As Chu Feng initiated the tenfold draw, radiant beams of light erupted from the open chests. Suddenly, the divine sea of Chu Feng sparkled with countless stars, and an array of treasures manifested instantaneously. Fortune smiled upon him, for this time, the 10 consecutive draws yielded 3 fragments of destiny. Chu Feng noted the impressive number of destiny fragments accumulated from this round of 10 draws, 3 in total. Coupled with the previous ones, he now possessed 5 fragments of destiny. He was merely 5 fragments away from forging a destiny key, an object pivotal to the unlocking of his next identity, which filled him with anticipation. Moreover, he received an abundance of toilet paper, far exceeding his previous stock, which he had yet to exhaust. With a resigned shake of his head, he glanced at the mound of excess in the divine sea. Having dispatched only 10 pounds before, he was now inundated with over 200 pounds, an endless supply. Even more perplexing was the fact that, in addition to the toilet paper, there were other worthless items. As Chu Feng surveyed the heap of glimmering weapons within the divine sea, he recalled that the recent 10 draws had bestowed upon him 2 instances of 1,000 tons of holy tier weapons. While these weapons were undoubtedly cumbersome compared to techniques, often weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds, the sheer volume of 1,000 tons or even 2,000 tons seemed excessive. Did they truly regard his divine sea as a mere scrapyard? To Chu Feng, holy tier weapons held no utility. They resembled mere scrap metal. He found their presence in the divine sea to be an unwelcome encumbrance. Yet, what could he do? It was inevitable to encounter worthless draws during card pulls. Was it not? Thankfully, there was a safeguard in place. With renewed hope, Chu Feng's gaze settled upon the guaranteed reward from this round of 10 draws. This time, the golden legend manifested as a cyan talisman, adorned with an array of cryptic symbols that appeared profoundly arcane, emanating a resplendent celestial majesty. Chapter 024. The Path of Heaven is truly disappointing. Chu Feng gazed intently at the azure talisman, a chill coursing through his heart. As a sovereign, he found himself unexpectedly subdued by the aura of this talisman, known as the Great Destiny Talisman. This object was not to be underestimated. He began to delve deeper into its essence, and soon comprehended its purpose. This was, astonishingly, a remarkably unique treasure. In terms of rank, it was certainly on par with the most formidable imperial weapons. However, it was a consumable item. The function of this talisman was not difficult to grasp. It could establish a connection with the path of heaven, facilitating a flawless divination. Divination, after all, is akin to posing inquiries. The ability to communicate directly with the path of heaven speaks volumes about its significance. Once Chu Feng understood its application, he wasted no time in channeling his spiritual energy, activating the Great Destiny Talisman within his divine sea. Upon activation, the pale blue talisman ignited at its edges with a golden flame, gradually consuming the parchment. In an instant, Chu Feng's divine sea fell into a profound silence, as if frozen in time. The burning talisman revealed a singular character. Ask. Clearly, this was the path of heaven's indication that divination could commence. Chu Feng, well prepared, immediately posed his query. Path of heaven. How can I alter or conceal the destiny of the ultimate villain? The ultimate villain's fate was inextricably linked to the protagonist of destiny, a perpetual adversary. This posed his gravest threat. Although his only opposing protagonist, Qingyun, had been thoroughly subdued, indications suggested that, given sufficient time to grow, even this dim-witted fool could evolve into a formidable enemy. Yet not all protagonists of destiny are as easily dealt with as Qingyun. His fate would soon encounter numerous other such protagonists. Should he face one endowed with great strength and unparalleled wisdom, it would spell trouble. The optimal solution would be to reverse or conceal his destiny, eliminating these protagonists from the shadows, ensuring his own triumph. However, after posing his question, the void remained silent for a prolonged moment, the burning golden flame on the talisman solidifying, as if frozen in place. The great destiny talisman offered no answer. Was the path of heaven truly so inept? Chu Feng frowned slightly, his dissatisfaction brewing within. After a while, the burning talisman displayed the words, unable to answer. Please rephrase your question. Rephrase? Very well. He had many inquiries to make. Without hesitation, Chu Feng asked, my question is rather expansive, encompassing 100 smaller questions. You wouldn't mind, would you? The path of heaven replied, do you think of me as a wish-granting machine? The talisman once again displayed, unable to answer. Please rephrase your question. Chu Feng felt a growing sense of disappointment. The path of heaven was indeed dismal. Unable to exploit the bug left him somewhat disheartened. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, how long until a protagonist of destiny with strength surpassing the imperial level comes seeking me? Can you provide me with all their information? This question appeared to be singular, yet it actually comprised 3 smaller inquiries. At the same time, it is necessary to meet the conditions of surpassing imperial level power, and all information about the next destined protagonist, as well as how long it will take for him to appear before me. The heavenly Dao fell silent for a moment. Although this divination query was indeed excessive, it was relatively more acceptable compared to the previous 2. Just as Chu Feng thought he would need to ask again. The characters on the talisman slowly ignited and burned away. After deduction, the appearance time is in 28 days, and the individual meeting the conditions hails from the outside world. Specific details remain unknown. 28 days. So soon. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Feng's eyes as he sensed a looming crisis. Although the heavenly Dao did not provide detailed information about this destined protagonist, it still revealed crucial information. After the response from the heavenly Dao, it seemed to fear further communication with Chu Feng. The grand talisman of destiny in the sea of divinity quickly turned to ashes. To think that the next destined protagonist opposing me already possesses imperial level power. Chu Feng remained unfazed, mentally strategizing, from another world? That seems reasonable. It appears preparations are in order. To be cautious, I must retrieve my eternal gate as soon as possible. Moments later, Chu Feng slowly straightened up, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Found it. It was indeed well hidden. At that moment, his imperial consciousness descended into an exceedingly remote dark area of the bamboo realm. This place, known as the Dark Forbidden Zone, is a perilous land that even powerful beings from the upper realms are reluctant to enter. When the imperial consciousness first swept through, it only encountered vast swathes of eerie dark mist. However, as the imperial consciousness delved deeper, it astonishingly discovered that within the strange dark mist lay an extraordinary paradise. The presence of Qingyun was right there. Oh, has Qingyun's destiny value increased a bit? It seems he has encountered some fortuitous events. Under the watch of Chu Feng's imperial consciousness, this paradise unfolded entirely before him, with lush green mountains and waters, rich in spiritual energy, comparable to the profound realm. What surprised Chu Feng even more was that within this small world, there were over 100 kings, 3 sages, and even 1 great sage. He quickly locked on to Qingyun, discovering that this fellow's destiny value had increased by nearly 10,000 compared to before, and it continued to rise steadily. Chu Feng found this unsurprising. Destiny value, in essence, is a manifestation of fortune. Fortune is inherently variable. It can diminish when suppressed and increase upon encountering opportunities, which is entirely normal. Moreover, Qingyun was originally the destined protagonist, so a rebound in destiny value aligns with the nature of a protagonist. He was indifferent. Born as a pawn of fate, simply put, destined. If it grows, then it shall be harvested. Let us see who grows faster, you or I. Intriguingly, These individuals do not seem to belong to the human race. At the center of this paradise, surrounded by mountains and waters, lies a village. Inside, there are numerous peculiar buildings, almost all constructed from stone. Chu Feng gazed towards the inner recesses of a green mountain, where a spacious cave revealed the hapless Qingyun within. Aside from Qingyun, the vast majority of individuals in this world reside within the cave. He discovered that these formidable beings in this paradise, although humanoid, possessed various features that set them apart from the human race. Some had skin adorned with scales. Others sported horns atop their heads, their limbs resembling hooves, while some bore wings upon their backs, with mouths as sharp as blades. The cavern sloped gently, its apex crowned by a large azure stone, upon which sat a robust figure with bull-like horns, meditating in a cross-legged position. This horned giant was unmistakably a great sage. Beside him stood an exquisitely beautiful maiden with youthful features, whose diminutive stature contrasted sharply with the sage's imposing presence. She possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes that gazed intently at Qingyun, playfully blinking, exuding an innocent charm that was utterly captivating. The maiden also exhibited otherworldly traits. Behind her, a fluffy, bushy foxtail swayed gently, adding to her allure. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, choosing not to dwell on the great sage, but rather focusing on the fox-tailed maiden. This girl held a certain intrigue. Exionr, what brings you here? At the very bottom of the cave, Qingyun, wearing an expression of bewilderment, lifted his gaze to the fox-tailed maiden, shock evident in his eyes as he instinctively exclaimed. The maiden above was none other than Exionr, his childhood friend who had mysteriously vanished. Qingyun could hardly believe he would encounter her in such a place. Chapter 025, The Remarkable Transformation of Brother Qingyun. Brother Qingyun, it has been so long, exclaimed a fox-tailed maiden as she recognized Qingyun, her laughter ringing like silver bells, instantly bringing warmth to his heart. What was transpiring? The previously missing Exionr had unexpectedly appeared before him, filling Qingyun with joy yet leaving him in a haze of confusion. At that moment, he observed the peculiar appearances of those surrounding him, who did not resemble ordinary folk. Even Exionr, though familiar, bore an aura of strangeness. What was the significance of the tale behind her? In response to Qingyun's inquiries, the onlookers remained indifferent, their gazes cold and filled with disdain and hostility, offering no answers. Only Exionr kindly elucidated, Brother Qingyun, they are all my kin. Despite their demeanor, they are truly good-hearted. Kin? Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the Bai family. However, something felt amiss. He had encountered many members of the Bai family, yet none of these individuals were familiar to him. Moreover, what astonished him further was that, despite having attained the pinnacle of transformation, he could not sense the realms of those around him. This could only indicate that their cultivation levels far surpassed his own. Such a scenario would imply a formidable power within the realm. How could such strength exist in the Xiaozhu realm? Exionr nodded, her expression one of surprise. Indeed. I never expected to discover that I am of the demon race. When Uncle Qing found me and revealed my demonic lineage, I was equally astonished. With a hint of innocence, she suddenly pointed to a towering figure beside her, a bull-horned giant. Oh, by the way, Brother Qingyun, this is Uncle Qing. Thanks to him, I was able to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Qingyun turned his gaze to the bull-horned giant, who sat regally upon a large stone. His square face exuded authority. Mentioned by Exionr, the giant cast a fleeting glance at Qingyun, causing a shiver to run down his spine. That feeling more terrifying than many formidable figures he had encountered in the Xian realm. Qingyun, though perplexed, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He promptly bowed deeply to the bull-horned giant, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Qing, for saving my life. Qingyun shall repay this kindness in the future. A disdainful scoff pierced the air. Not far from the bull-horned giant stood a youth bearing a striking resemblance to him. He barked. Who do you think you were to call my father Uncle Qing? Only the princess is entitled to such a name. Another voice chimed in with derision. How utterly blind. Does he not know to address him as Saint Qing? Such ignorance. Saint Qing. The uncle Exionr referred to was, in fact, a saint. A jolt of realization struck Qingyun, transforming his expression. Only a saint could effortlessly rescue someone from a formidable sovereign like Ji Kong. What manner of identity did Exionr possess, enabling her to command the attention of a saint? They had just referred to her as Princess Exionr. Qingyun's heart stirred with intrigue. At this moment, observing with the divine consciousness of the great emperor, Chu Feng began to comprehend the situation. So it is a demon clan? Quite rare indeed. Such beings are seldom seen in either the bamboo realm or the Xian realm. Speaking of which, this by Xiner must be the heroine. His scrutiny surpassed that of Gu Yin, as he noted the profound respect these individuals held for by Xiner. Even the towering sage, who had initially dismissed Gu Yin with indifference when by Xiner introduced him, noticeably nodded in acknowledgement when she mentioned his name, clearly acquiescing. This was undoubtedly an instinctive reaction. In an instant, Chu Feng conjured an elaborate narrative. This childhood friend of Gu Yin, with an extraordinary lineage, was accompanied by a formidable faction of powerful demons. Under normal circumstances, those demons who initially looked down upon Gu Yin would soon find themselves humiliated. He would vanquish some and subdue others, bringing by Xiner and those willing to befriend him into a formidable alliance, laying the groundwork for a future ascent. It was an impressive and powerful scenario, perfectly aligning with the archetype of a destined protagonist. Alas, encountering me means this script must be rewritten with tears. A smirk graced Chu Feng's lips as he continued to observe. So, it is a sage. I was remiss in my earlier manners. Gu Yin had met the Azure Sage. At that moment, Gu Yin hastily lowered his head and saluted the horned giant above him once more. Bai Xiner shook her head, reminding him, No, Uncle Qing. He is not merely a sage, he is a great sage. A great sage. Gu Yin's heart trembled. A great sage is a realm above that of a sage. And the significance of this distinction is profound. A great sage could easily annihilate a sage. Gu Yin was intimately familiar with by Xiner's character. He knew she would never deceive him. If she said he was a great sage, then he undoubtedly was. Did this not imply that this being could effortlessly suppress Chu Feng? As this realization dawned on him, Gu Yan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Despite feeling the palpable hostility directed at him, including from the great sage he had by Xiner by his side, that little girl had always heeded his words. If the Azure Sage could act on behalf of Xiner to aid him, perhaps he could persuade this great sage to assist him against Chu Feng. The mere thought quickened his breath. The threat posed by Chu Feng loomed large, casting a deep shadow over his psyche. Each of his steps had been meticulously calculated by the adversary. Even his greatest secret had long been laid bare. Several hours prior, he had been consumed by despair, contemplating self-destruction. Yet, who could have imagined that fate would take a turn, presenting him with newfound hope? Little one, I am saving you for the princess's sake. At that moment, the horned giant finally responded, his tone casual. Of course, I also believe you still hold some value, and I wish to discuss a collaboration. A collaboration? Initially anxious, Gu Yan's heart soared at this prospect, for he had the same intention. He eagerly exclaimed, Azure Sage, you jest. Your saving of my life is a debt I can never repay. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to speak. Discussing collaboration might seem to elevate my standing too highly. Bai Xiner tilted her head, casting a curious glance at Gu Yan. The transformation in her elder brother was indeed remarkable. He had never behaved in such a manner before. Even Gu Yan himself was oblivious to how desperately he was presenting himself with such humility and obsequiousness. Oh, Qing Sheng's piercing gaze fixated on Gu Yan, bearing an immense pressure akin to a thunderclap, overwhelming him. Gu Yan's legs trembled involuntarily, his teeth clenched tightly, his body initially standing erect. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, an instinctive shiver coursed through him, causing him to hunch slightly, his eyes darting away, unwilling to make eye contact with the imposing figure. A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Sheng's eyes as he spoke coolly. It is not a matter of great significance. I have heard that you are quite familiar with the Xian realm. As it happens, we are in need of a guide to assist us in locating several demon-slaying formations within that realm. Subsequently, we shall intervene to aid you in their destruction. Should you agree, I assure you that I will not take advantage of you and can offer certain conditions in return. Such a favorable proposition. Gu Yan stood frozen, astonished that Qin Sheng's request aligned perfectly with his own desires. Chapter 26. I desire to be a traitor. Although Gu Yan felt a surge of joy within, he refrained from giving an immediate assent. He understood that for a person of Qin Sheng's stature, acquiescence too readily would only lead to disdain. This principle was not lost on him. Deliberately adopting a troubled expression, he gently replied to Qin Sheng, this matter may prove challenging, for the demon suppression array is guarded by transcendent forces. Furthermore, should the entity sealed beneath the array be unleashed, it would spell catastrophe for countless lives. I cannot bear the burden of such guilt. The horned youth, previously hostile towards Gu Yan, snorted derisively. Humph. A waste is a waste. Hearing this term ignited a flicker of anger within Gu Yan. He had developed a sensitivity to such words. By Xiner, incensed by the insult, interjected, Brother Iron Bull, could you refrain from being so impulsive? Brother Gu Yan is not of the demon race. He undoubtedly has his own concerns. Moreover, only he can accomplish this task. So please cease your rash remarks. Seeing Bai Xi and her advocate for him brought a slight smile to Gu Yan's lips, alleviating his spirits somewhat. Thankfully, he had not been in vain for her. At that moment, Qing Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yan, his contempt deepening. How could he have intervened to rescue Gu Yan without conducting any investigation? He was fully aware of the predicament Gu Yan faced. The young man's trivial concerns were all too transparent to him, which only fueled his disappointment. The princess had previously spoken highly of Gu Yan, yet upon witnessing him in person, she found him lacking in masculine resolve and composure, revealing instead a scheming little man. Were it not for the princess's regard, he would not waste time on a mere dragon transformation realm youth. Qing Sheng spoke indifferently. It appears you possess a clear understanding of the nature of the demon suppression array, which is commendable. Furthermore, do not attempt to play tricks before a great sage. I am well aware of your petty schemes. Upon hearing Qing Sheng's unvarnished words, Gu Yan's smile froze instantly. Qing Sheng's cold gaze bore into him. If you can assist me in dismantling a few of the demon suppression arrays, I can help you eliminate the human saint pursuing you, as well as eradicate the Chongxian Pavilion. At this, Gu Yan's pupils constricted, a fierce hatred and yearning igniting within his gaze. He replied earnestly, "Since you are already aware of everything, I shall be forthright. As long as you are willing to aid me in dealing with that saint, I would not hesitate to destroy not just a few arrays, but all the demon suppression arrays across the realm." His eyes flared with animosity as he recalled the tribulations he had endured, his heart brimming with indignation and resentment. Qing Sheng laughed heartily. "Excellent. Though you have earned my disdain, I acknowledge that you possess the makings of a fine traitor." The term traitor, piercing as it was, caused Gu Yan's breath to quicken, leaving him somewhat shaken. In less than a month, he had fallen from being a revered prodigy to being labeled a traitor. This stark contrast filled him with a mix of embarrassment and fury. However, the brutal beatings from Chu Feng accelerated Gu Yan's growth. His once sharp edges were swiftly smoothed over. Gazing upon the formidable figure before him, Gu Yan understood that this was a person far more terrifying than Chu Feng himself. He had no right to be angry. Gu Yan's tone shifted to one of deference. "Qing Sheng, I have one more request. Speak. I wish to become the master of the Chongxian Pavilion. Furthermore, I implore you to leave me a few individuals. I yearn to personally torment them. Ultimately, that saint must seal his cultivation and surrender it to me." Gu Yan uttered coldly, his eyes reddened. As long as his requests were met, he would not hesitate to become a traitor. He had nothing left to lose. At this moment, all he desired was vengeance. He would do anything to achieve it. "Very well," Qing Sheng replied with a faint smile, offering no further elaboration. Meanwhile, Bai Xiner, witnessing Gu Yan's demeanor, displayed a glimmer of concern in her eyes. "What has happened to my brother Gu Yan? This is quite frightening." After concluding their conversation, Bai Xiner led Gu Yan away. She spoke to him, "Brother Gu Yan, I will arrange for your accommodation. Uncle Qing has preparations to make and will inform you when the time comes." Gu Yan smiled and replied, "All right. I will heed your words." He suddenly inquired, "Did you establish the Gu family tomb?" Bai Xiner nodded, "Indeed. I was worried that upon your return, you would not find them, so I decided to leave Uncle Gu and the others there. This way, you can see them as soon as you arrive home." "Gu Yan, you did well, but do not do this again," he said wearily. Bai Xiner, mistaking his tone for sorrow, gently patted his shoulder. "You must take care, for the dead cannot return to life." The mention of sorrowful matters left Gu Yan in silence. Chu Feng, overhearing their exchange, nearly burst into laughter. This Bai Xiner was truly a remarkable character. Was this something a person could accomplish? No wonder Gu Yan had turned dark. Aside from the elder members of the Chongxian Pavilion behaving inhumanely, Bai Xiner had also played a significant role in this. He continued to observe Gu Yan, noting that although the latter's destiny value had rebounded to 25,000 points after a peculiar encounter with the demon clan, his treatment was now vastly different from their first meeting. As Bai Xiner walked alongside Gu Yan, many demons they passed cast him unfriendly glances and unleashed verbal assaults. "Oh, where did this human waste come from? Stay away from our princess, you vile spawn." Gu Yan's countenance darkened, and Bai Xiner immediately positioned herself in front of him. "You shall not bully my brother Gu Yan. Depart at once. If you do not leave, I shall call for Uncle Qing." Seeing Bai Xiner defend Gu Yan so fiercely, the demons retreated begrudgingly, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Gu Yan felt a warm glow in his heart. Although Bai Xiner's status had changed, their bond remained strong. He noticed the profound respect the demons held for Bai Xiner and could not help but ask, "Xiner, why do these demons refer to you as princess?" Bai Xiner spread her hands and said, "It seems that my awakened demon bloodline is rather noble. When Uncle Qing first found me, he always referred to me as a princess, just like those fellows earlier. I was a bit unaccustomed at first, but now I've grown used to it. Let them call me what they will." Guyan was taken aback. Such a thing truly existed. It appeared that Xiner possessed a bloodline of exceptional distinction. His heart stirred as he moved closer, expressing concern. "So that's how it is. You are too innocent. Do not place too much trust in them, as they might have ulterior motives." Bai Xiner shook her head, reassuringly stating, "Not at all. They have treated me very well. You need not worry, Brother Guyan. If they truly meant me harm, they would not have come to your rescue, would they?" Upon hearing her words, Guyan nodded gently. "That does make sense. It seems they are quite decent." Seeing Bai Xinr's adorable demeanor warmed Guyan's heart. He reminisced about their childhood companionship, during which he had been preoccupied with his cultivation and often neglected her, giving rise to a tinge of regret. It was only in dire straits that one comprehends the fickleness of human relationships. Perhaps, he mused, I should cultivate a deeper bond with Bai Xiner. At that moment, a notification chimed. Task issued. The protagonist Guyan has developed affections for his childhood friend Bai Xiner. Please endeavor to win over the female lead within 1 month to successfully intercept. Suddenly, Chu Feng received a system notification. He had been assigned a task to pursue the female lead. It bore resemblance to a previous hidden task, yet lacked a completion metric. Chu Feng was not surprised by this task. He had anticipated it once he confirmed Bai Xiner was the female lead. He remained unhurried. In comparison to Nangong Qin's hidden task, this was merely a conventional undertaking. There was no need for haste. However, as he surveyed the task details, he couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. This Guyan truly is insufferably shameless. It is only now that he harbors genuine feelings for Bai Xiner. Judging by their demeanor, they likely haven't even held hands before. Have they? How unfortunate for him. He squandered his chance. Regardless, as he approaches his end, I shall take it upon myself to look after Bai Xiner. Chu Feng stroked his chin, his gaze laced with amusement. At this juncture, the system chimed in with a warning. Please do not underestimate this task. The difficulty of pursuing the female lead is exceedingly high. It is advised that the host refrain from employing strategies akin to those used with Nangong Qin, as it may lead to adverse outcomes. Chu Feng smiled lightly, mockingly retorting, You are merely a system. What do you know of emotions? My advice to you is to cease your misguided suggestions. System, though it lacks understanding of emotions, please refrain from such ridicule. Chu Feng then glanced back at Guyan, discovering that the two had entered a quaint bamboo house. This 3-story structure, adorned with verdant walls, appeared refreshingly charming against the surrounding scenery. At this moment, Guyan and Bai Xiner, a solitary man and woman, found themselves in close quarters after a long separation. Guyan gazed at Bai Xiner, whose bright eyes sparkled with charm and whose smile was enchanting. Her doe-like eyes, shimmering with vitality, brought joy merely by their playful flutter. Especially the fluffy white tail behind her swayed gently, stirring Guyan's heart as he couldn't help but exclaim, Exa, it's been so long since we last met. And you have grown even more beautiful. He extended his palm, yearning to grasp the delicate hand of Bai Xiner, hoping to cultivate their bond. Bai Xiner blinked in surprise, gazing at Guyan with curiosity. Brother Guyan, why are you acting so strangely today? You never used to flatter me like this. As she noticed Guyan's outstretched hand, she instinctively offered her fair little hand in return. Observing Bai Xiner's gesture, Guyan's eyes softened with tenderness. This little girl still unconditionally trusted him, just as she always had. For some inexplicable reason, a memory of the voice from the Qianxian sacred spring surfaced in his mind, igniting a fervent restlessness within him. Tonight, perhaps I could play a game of poker with Bai Xiner. Meanwhile, far away in the Xian realm, Chu Feng awkwardly shook his head, realizing that even with such awkward small talk, one could still win over a girl. Truly, the privileges of a destined protagonist were remarkable. With a fleeting thought, his figure vanished from the rejuvenation palace, directly tearing through the shroud of darkness surrounding the little bamboo realm. Just as their hands were about to touch, an exclamation of surprise escaped Bai Xier's lips. Ah, who are you? Accompanied by her startled cry. Chu Feng materialized within the opulent hall, casually slapping Guyan on the neck before Bai Xier. Guyan's head detached from his body like a ball, falling to the ground, his eyes gently closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 027. The depths of the mystic realm are beyond my imagination. Within the bamboo cottage, a man clad in black suddenly materialized, startling Bai Xiner. Witnessing Gu Yan's head fall to the ground like a deflated ball filled her with dread. Brother Gu Yan, Chu Feng observed Bai Xiner, who resembled a frightened kitten, retreating cautiously, her bushy tail swaying wildly behind her. He couldn't help but chuckle. Fear not. He is merely unconscious. Unconscious. Bai Xiner's eyes fixed on Chu Feng, her heart racing. Is this what you call unconscious? Panic flickered in her alluring eyes as she glanced at the unsettling scene of Gu Yan's head and body separated. Inadvertently, her gaze met his vacant eyes, causing her to back away several steps in trepidation. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Her palm stealthily slipped behind her, and she cried out. This girl is no fool, Chu Feng noted, recognizing her subtle movements. The fox-tailed maiden feigned fear, but unbeknownst to him, her hand had grasped a glimmering piece of jade, which she was now crushing with all her might. Chu Feng, indifferent to her furtive actions, mused that seeking help from a great sage in the presence of an emperor was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. I am Chu Feng. Surely, my name has reached your ears? He approached Bai Xiner with a smile, but she retreated against the wall, appearing resilient despite her trembling tail betraying her true feelings. Chu Feng? The rival of Gu Yan from the Qingyun Sword Sect? A prodigy from a mere bamboo realm, yet no stronger than the transformative dragon stage. Without guidance, how could he possibly arrive here? Bai Xiner paused, uncertain. She was unaware that Chu Feng was a sage, yet she instinctively sensed his ill intentions. With trembling lips, she warned, do not come any closer. I warn you, if you do, I will. A large hand pressed down on Bai Xiner's head. Well, what? Little one? Little one. Bai Xiner's eyes widened as she bared her teeth in a show of defiance. You. Let. Go. My Uncle Qing will be here soon. You'll be done for. Stop shouting. No one will come even if you scream your throat raw. Chu Feng gazed down at her with an indifferent expression. That jade piece in your hand has already shattered. Is it of any use now? In no use. His words jolted her. She realized the jade she clutched had indeed broken. Normally, her Uncle Qing would have arrived by now, but there was no response. Fear welled up in her eyes, and tears began to brim. Chu Feng's smile grew even more radiant at her distress. This little woman certainly evoked a desire to torment her. The system was in turmoil. Host. He wouldn't dare to use force, would he? Coercing without a strategy could lead to mission failure. Ignoring the foolish system's alarm, Chu Feng suddenly addressed Bai Xiner. What is the matter? Are you not coming out? Delay any longer, and you may regret it. He gently patted her head, as one would a winter melon. Come out. Where should I go? Bai Xiner trembled, her hands tightly clutching herself as she cautiously inquired. Chu Feng remained silent, his gaze indifferent as he fixated on Bai Xiner's enchanting peach blossom eyes. Fearful, she lowered her head, hesitant to speak. But when she raised it again, her once watery eyes suddenly turned sharp, her expression shifting from fear to cold indifference. Her petite frame straightened abruptly, and with a graceful wave of her hand, she forcefully brushed aside Chu Feng's grasp, her demeanor now strikingly different. Bai Xiner spoke coolly, a saint of the human race? No, I should refer to you as a great sage. How did you discover this secluded little world? The little world of the wilderness? Is that the name of this peach blossom paradise? Chu Feng smirked, having finally encountered the main individual. I stumbled upon it quite by chance. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. Let us discuss the matter at hand. The matter at hand? It seems we are not well acquainted. Bai Xiner felt the significance of the situation. Their lair had been discovered, and it was time to contemplate a relocation. Though the other party was reluctant to divulge information, she had her suspicions, her gaze drifting to the body of Gu Yan, who appeared lifeless but was, in fact, merely unconscious, with vitality tightly bound. The revelation of the wilderness little world was undoubtedly linked to him. I was careless. I should not have heeded my sister's advice and allowed Qingyo to rescue him. Once as an accident, but twice as a pattern. I sought you out only to request your assistance with a matter. You want me to assist you? Bai Xiner's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of derision in her voice as she retorted, a distinguished great sage of the human race, seeking collaboration with me. A mere little demon of the Dao Palace realm? What purpose could that serve? Chu Feng's mouth curved into a sardonic smile. Do we still need to play this charade? That Qingyo would likely heed your commands, even as a little demon of the Dao Palace. Bai Xiner frowned and shook her head. I do not comprehend your words, but I urge you to leave swiftly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing Bai Xiner's warning, Chu Feng approached her leisurely, locking eyes with her still enchanting, albeit cold, peach blossom gaze. A dual soul entity, you must be a reincarnation or rebirth of a powerful demon. You appeared calm upon waking to see me. It seems you were at least a great sage, perhaps even a saint king? With her secrets laid bare, Baishiner lifted her delicate brows, warily responding. You are no simple character yourself. When did the Xian realm gain such an extraordinary great sage? Extraordinary great sage? Huh. One could only say your imagination is rather lacking. Or perhaps, you are merely testing me in reverse? Chu Feng, uninterested in Baishiner's thoughts, had already discerned her peculiar condition upon his first glance. Realizing she possessed two souls simultaneously. The dominant soul was that of the naive and innocent Baishiner, childhood friend of Qingyun, while the other, now in slumber, was the calm woman engaged in mutual probing with him. He had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with this woman. It was beneath him and lacked intrigue. He waved his hand and spoke to Baishiner, saying, enough of this tedious probing. I harbor no interest in the affairs of your demon clan and wish to remain uninvolved. This matter solely concerns him. Chu Feng gestured towards the unconscious Qingyun. Qingyun. Baishiner squinted, finding the situation utterly absurd. The man before her was shrouded in mystery, exuding a rare sense of oppression. If he intended to deal with Qingyun, it would be as simple as 100 or 1,000 deaths for him. Moreover, Qingyun was right in front of him. If he were to strike, she would be powerless to intervene. Was there truly a need to seek her out for this? What was the difference between that and pulling down one's pants to fart? This so-called human sage, even in deceit, seemed too lethargic to feign disinterest. Baishiner felt a deep-seated wariness and repulsion, utterly disbelieving Chu Feng's words. The notion of overpowering the protagonist to yield gold coins was something Chu Feng would certainly not disclose to her. He directly addressed her, saying, according to your plans, Qingyun is set to travel to the Xian realm to destroy the demon suppression array. When the time comes, have him visit the Chongxian pavilion and heed my instructions to accomplish a task. How astute. You even know our plans in detail. The depth of the Xian realm exceeds my expectations, Baishiner thought. Her heart sinking as her sense of crisis heightened. She resolutely rejected, I refuse, and I ask you to leave. However, Chu Feng seemed to have anticipated her response. His smile growing ever more pronounced. There's no rush. I am not one to take without giving. Have you not considered the conditions I offer? Come, witness my sincerity. What is taking without giving me? Baishiner frowned as she observed the enigmatic man casually wave his hand. Suddenly, a floating orb of golden light appeared between them. Promise me. And all of this will be yours. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Baishiner's pupils dilated, her gaze fixated on the golden orb. Her heart raced wildly. Despite its seemingly modest size, the orb contained a profound spatial essence. Chapter 028. How do you wish for me to arrange Qingyun? Upon closer inspection, Baishiner realized that within the golden orb lay a staggering total of 19 sacred tier weapons. Momentarily taken aback, she inquired, you wish to utilize these 19 sacred tier weapons to amuse Qingyun? Chu Feng promptly corrected her, it is actually 10 tons. Baishiner scoffed, what difference does it make? Do you humans measure sacred tier weapons in tons? Chu Feng shook his head, it's merely a personal preference. Weight serves as a tangible expression of my sincerity. Indeed. 10 tons is considerable, and Baishiner felt the weight of his earnestness. Yet, her confusion deepened, casting a fleeting glance at Qingyun. She recalled that her younger sister and he were childhood friends, whereas she had only a brief encounter upon her awakening. Her assessment was that Qingyun was not worth the value of 10 tons of sacred tier weapons, a supreme sage of the human race. Bearing 10 tons of sacred tier weapons merely to toy with a trifling transformation stage waste? Even if there were some enmity between them, she was at a loss, profoundly shocked. Nevertheless, Baishiner unhesitatingly declined Chu Feng once more. No, take your scrap metal and leave this place. The transaction was indeed advantageous for her, yet she was a creature of vision, unwilling to fixate solely on immediate gains and losses. This man was exceedingly enigmatic, having led her thus far. As they approached a critical juncture, she could not afford to jeopardize her true intentions over trivial matters. The repercussions of exposure would be dire. Chu Feng, unfazed by the rejection, acknowledged that Baishiner was not wrong. They were indeed scrap metal. With another wave of his hand, he declared, I shall add 30 tons. Baishiner parted her crimson lips as she beheld 3 additional golden orbs, each containing an array of sacred tier weapons. Although, at her former peak, such weapons seemed unremarkable. The proclamation of an additional 30 tons left her utterly astounded. How could sacred tier weapons be treated as casually as cabbages? Are you a master artifact smith at the sage level? Despite priding herself on her extensive experience and exposure to grand spectacles, the scene before her was an unprecedented marvel. Observing Bai Xiner's reaction, Chu Feng inquired with a smile, "Do you now perceive my sincerity?" Bai Xiner fell into contemplative silence. Truthfully, she felt a stir of desire. While she had previously regarded sacred tier weapons with indifference, that was in the past. Now, she found herself in a precarious situation. With her former glory reduced to mere memories and only a handful of subordinates available for use, one must act with foresight. Possessing these 40 tons of sacred tier weapons could enable her to undertake numerous endeavors, including those she truly yearned for. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question was, what exactly did this man intend? So many sacred tier weapons merely to engage in a game with Gu Yan. Could he truly be at a loss? Surely. He harbored ulterior motives. What ulterior motives could Chu Feng possess? He simply sought to extract gold coins from Gu Yan. Observing Bai Xiner and her indecision, he smiled inwardly. Although Bai Xiner is a woman of considerable stature, what does it matter? Do not dismiss her traditional yet sincere expressions. They are characterized by their simplicity, directness, and undeniable effectiveness. The more intelligent individuals are, the more adept they become at navigating the exchange of interests. As the powerful Emperor's consciousness swept across this desolate little world, he discerned that, despite the presence of numerous formidable beings, the realm itself was exceedingly impoverished. The surroundings were dilapidated. One could hardly find even a few quasi-holy weapons, let alone holy-grade ones. The demon race was preparing to detonate the demon-slaying array in the Xian realm, a critical lifeline for that realm, indicating that they were after something of great significance. As the impending conflict loomed, the demand for resources surged, and holy-grade weapons represented the finest provisions. Any leader with a modicum of vision would not overlook the substantial olive branch he extended. "I refuse." Just as Chu Feng anticipated Bai Xiner's capitulation, her icy voice of rejection rang out once more. "The demon race adheres to principles and will never collaborate with humanity." "Oh," Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, locking his gaze onto her. "Unless you add another 10 tons. Bai Xiner, seemingly anxious that Chu Feng might turn away, hesitated momentarily before promptly presenting her conditions. Her refusal was merely a strategy to enhance the offer. As she articulated her demands, she felt a flicker of trepidation within her. When Chu Feng had initially proposed 40 tons of holy-grade weapons, she had meticulously analyzed the stakes. However, she could not concede so easily. This individual displayed an alarming nonchalance. She surmised that the threshold of this human saint was certainly not limited to just 40 tons. Remaining rational, she refrained from exorbitantly inflating her demands. The art of negotiation lies in ensuring that both parties attain mutually acceptable benefits. Bai Xiner was not greedy. Her aim was merely to maximize the advantage. An additional 10 tons. In her perspective, this could substantially deplete his resources, inflicting considerable loss. Another 10 tons? Chu Feng stared intently at her, observing the palpable tension in Bai Xiner's demeanor, and casually remarked, "Then make it 50 tons. With that, he waved his hand once more, conjuring a sphere of golden light. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Xiner's eyes flickered as she swiftly declared, "Deal." Her delicate hand glided over the 5 spheres of golden light, securing them without hesitation. "Now, tell me how you wish for me to arrange Gu Yan." Bai Xiner, having decisively accepted the 50 tons of holy-grade weapons, promptly resolved to sell Gu Yan. At this juncture, Chu Feng replied calmly, "I will inform you what to do once he arrives in the Xian realm." Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, Bai Xiner glanced at Gu Yan and inquired, "What enmity do you harbor against him that compels you to target him so relentlessly?" She struggled to comprehend. If her intention was to torment Gu Yan, capturing him outright would suffice, and she would undoubtedly offer no resistance. Yet, he was expending such considerable effort and even offering a staggering 50 tons of holy-grade weapons merely for amusement? Chu Feng chuckled softly, "This matter no longer concerns you." He cast a glance at Gu Yan. With the aid of the Eternal Gate, his head and body gradually melded together, reviving his breath in an indeterminate manner. Having just completed a transaction with Bai Xiner, he found himself eagerly anticipating Gu Yan's spirited return to the Xian realm. Envisioning the despair on his face after being ruthlessly betrayed while seeking vengeance alongside the mighty Azure Bull Sage. As he contemplated this, his gaze pierced through Gu Yan's spiritual sea, discovering the Eternal Gate quietly suspended, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After this encounter, it seemed that his destiny value would reach its limit, did it not? Eternal Gate, perhaps you could endure a few more days with him, even aiding in his recovery? Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiner was further bewildered. believing Gu Yan's restoration to be the handiwork of Chu Feng. Let us go, Chu Feng gestured to Bai Xiner. Unpleased with his demeanor, she shot him a cold glance before turning to exit the bamboo hut. Observing Bai Xiner's back, Chu Feng noticed her fluffy tail, swaying enticingly. And he playfully pinched it. The texture was delightful, indeed quite beautiful. As his words settled, his form vanished without a trace. Startled by the sudden touch on her tail, Bai Xiner reacted as if struck by lightning. Her delicate form stiffened, and a rosy hue swiftly spread across her innocent face. This audacious human dared to treat me with such levity. She lightly bit her lip, her expression a blend of shame and indignation, yet undeniably alluring. Her tail was exceedingly sensitive. She squeezed her legs together and stood still for a good 10 minutes, gradually calming herself. Sister, could you refrain from such actions? We cannot target Brother Gu Yin in this manner. At that moment, within Bai Xiner's spiritual sea, a radiant sphere of pure white light yearned to seize control of her body, pleading earnestly. Chapter 29. What on earth makes you think you can tempt me? Absolutely not. Opposite the pure white orb of light was a pale cyan orb, which coldly rejected the proposition. But, Brother Gu Yin has helped me so much in the past. Help you? Wake up. It was merely for his own benefit. The advantages he gained from you in those years far exceed your imagination. Moreover, if he truly cared for you, why did he not even have the decency to inform you when he went to the Xian realm? If he genuinely held you in his heart, you must have sensed his intentions just moments ago, right? It was only because that guy intervened. Otherwise, I would have knocked him out myself. What a fool, thinking he could entice me. The pale cyan orb scoffed. No, that was him. Enough. Stop defending a dying man. The person he has offended this time is far too formidable. Eliminating Gu Yin would be as simple as squashing an ant. Although I am unaware of his exact intentions towards Gu Yin, do not involve yourself in this matter. I refuse to jeopardize our grand plans for such a worthless individual. The resolute words of the pale cyan orb left the pure white orb in a state of distress. She hastily responded, but we cannot conspire with a tiger. That man is clearly no good. Aiding him could lead to unforeseen consequences. The pale cyan orb replied, I understand, but what can be done? The price he offers is too great, 50 tons of holy-grade weapons. You cannot fathom what that signifies. But if his intentions are nefarious. Nefarious? If he attempts to scheme against me, he may find himself outwitted. A cold glimmer flashed in by Xiner's eyes. Her former power was beyond the comprehension of the saints in the Xian realm. A quasi-emperor. A giant who nearly walked the path to becoming an emperor. As long as she remained cautious, in this small Xian realm, no one could outmaneuver her. Just then, the pained groans of Gu Yin echoed from the ground. Bai Xiner murmured softly, All right, little sister, at this juncture, relinquish control of your body to me. Do not blame my ruthlessness. With such a ruthless person targeting him, Gu Yin has no future. A mere Gu Yin, 50 tons of holy-grade weapons. He's worth it in this lifetime. She raised her jade hand. And the recently revived Gu Yin was rendered unconscious once more. By Xiner and the destined protagonist Gu Yin have developed a rift. Destiny points decreased by 5,000. You have obtained a Destiny Treasure Chest X1. Just as Chu Feng returned to the Xian realm, he received a system notification, his smile broadening. Bai Xiner's personality was entirely different from that of her other innocent and timid self. Beneath her facade lay darkness. It seemed that Gu Yan's circumstances in the wilderness of the small world would not be favorable. System, dear host. It appears that the female protagonist has not been successfully courted this time. What urgency is there? Such matters of courting a female protagonist are not to be rushed. Chu Feng responded nonchalantly. One body, two souls. This is a high-difficulty endeavor. Do you understand? System, you were quite swift before. Chu Feng was not in a hurry regarding this strategy task. Indeed, the encounter with Bai Xiner did not progress swiftly. In stark contrast to the interactions with Nangong Qin, the differences are striking. Ultimately, the two female protagonists are entirely distinct. As the esteemed leader of the Chongxian Pavilion, Nangong Qin bears a heavy burden and possesses a composed and responsible demeanor, all while shouldering the fate of the Nangong clan, having long prepared herself for sacrifice. Thus, when the incentives are sufficient and the approach is tailored to her, winning her over is relatively straightforward. However, Bai Xiner presents a different challenge. She embodies a duality, making the endeavor akin to courting two remarkably disparate women. Moreover, her enigmatic origins only add to the complexity. Despite their brief interaction, Chu Feng could perceive an innate pride within her, coupled with a barely discernible disdain towards him. It is worth noting that even after acknowledging him as the great sage, she still regards him with condescension, suggesting one possibility. She must have once been at least a sage king, or perhaps an even more formidable being. Such a level of strength would render her less likely to value sage-tier weapons. He discerned that Baishiner's willingness to acquiesce stemmed solely from her impoverished circumstances. Should he wish to evoke a response akin to that of Nangong Qin, utilizing his ancestral sincerity, he would perhaps need to offer several hundred tons of supreme imperial weaponry. If he had such resources, he would gladly bestow them upon her, for he would incur no loss. With both body and heart attained, these treasures would naturally return to their rightful owner. The crux of the matter, however, is that he is not a wealthy magnate, lacking surplus provisions. Thus, he must deliberate carefully, prioritizing emotional connection before physical intimacy. The following day, in a small world of desolation, Qingyun awoke leisurely in a bamboo cottage, his head throbbing painfully. My head aches terribly. What transpired last night? He felt parched and, in a daze, surveyed his surroundings. He lay upon a bamboo bed, encased by walls of bamboo, with a window to the east allowing sunlight to pour in, illuminating the simple furnishings within. Was this the room from last night? Where is that girl, Sheener? With a pallid countenance, Qingyun propped himself up on the bamboo bed and struggled to rise, meticulously recalling the events of the previous night. He only remembered attempting to take Baishiner's delicate hand before darkness enveloped him. Just before losing consciousness, did I glimpse a shadow? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, his heart raced. Upon closer reflection, that figure bore an uncanny resemblance to his nightmare, Chu Feng. He immediately dismissed the notion. No, that cannot be. This is a secret domain inhabited by the demon race, under the protection of a great sage. It would be impossible for a sage like Chu Feng to locate this place. Even if he did, he would be easily subdued by the Qing sage. It seems my obsession with Chu Feng has led to an illusion. I should inquire with Sister Sheener for clarification. Taking a deep breath, he ventured outside the bamboo cottage. Outside, the land was a hazy expanse of mud, and in the distance, dilapidated stone houses were scattered about, with shadows of demon folk flitting by. Qingyun felt somewhat lost, unfamiliar with his surroundings. Having only met Baishiner, he momentarily pondered where to seek her. Just as he scanned the vicinity, a faint voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Qingyun glanced back and his eyes brightened as he called out, "Sister Xiner, where are you headed?" Xiner cast a fleeting glance, her demeanor calm as she replied, "Follow me." With light, graceful steps, she moved past Qingyun, heading eastward. "Where are we going?" Qingyun, noticing Xiner's disregard, felt a twinge of curiosity. Today, she seemed unusually aloof. "Uncle Qing wishes to see you. He has plans for you." "That great sage seeks me?" Qingyun's heart skipped a beat as he observed Xiner's silhouette growing ever distant, seemingly indifferent to his presence. He hurriedly quickened his pace, pressing for answers. What is the situation? Without glancing back, Xiner remained unresponsive. She regarded him as a precious gem, yet her patience for one on the brink of death was limited. Qingyun, disconcerted by her continued coldness, pondered to himself, "What's wrong? Is she feeling unwell? She seems different today." Feeling a sense of unease, he hastened to catch up, reaching out to grasp Xiner's delicate hand from behind. "Sister Xiner, wait for me. What transpired last night? Why did I suddenly faint?" Sensing Qingyun's overly familiar approach, Xiner frowned, deftly evading his outstretched hand with a flick of her elegant wrist. Feeling a hint of distaste, "You are in such a frail state. How could I possibly know why you fainted? Refrain from such antics here. Uncle Qing is just ahead. And be cautious lest he sever your hand." Xiner's icy words left Qingyun momentarily stunned. I am frail. Are you serious?" He scarcely had time to contemplate her words before seizing upon the crucial information. His gaze shifted towards the horizon, where a vast martial arena lay ahead, adorned with several colossal nine-pattern cauldrons. Ethereal jade light emanated from within, ascending towards the heavens, forming a cerulean canopy under which shadowy figures of the demon race could be discerned. At the center of the nine-pattern cauldron, the great sage Qingyun sat cross-legged upon one of the cauldron's ears, his eyes, larger than a fist, bulging as he fixed a direct, unwavering gaze upon Qingyun. Chapter 030. Baishiner, do you wish for my demise? Under the piercing gaze of the celestial bull sage, Qingyun instinctively shivered, a disquieting sensation enveloping him. It was an unsettling feeling. The Baishiner of today was no longer the little sister from the Bai family, whom he could easily tease. As a princess among these demon clans, even if Baishiner herself remained indifferent, The other demons certainly did not share her sentiments. Should he dare to act inappropriately towards her in public, it was conceivable that they would flay him alive. He resolved to exercise caution henceforth. When they found themselves in private, he could afford to be more familiar with Sister Qingyun. Qingyun reminded himself to maintain a proper distance. He was well aware that this situation was only temporary. Confident in his own cultivation talent, he firmly believed that becoming a saint was a foregone conclusion. Once he achieved that status, no one would dare to point fingers at him. At that moment, while Qingyun was lost in thought, Qingyun had already distanced herself from him. He hastened to follow her as she entered the vast training ground. Outside, the arena was shrouded in a faint blue canopy, devoid of any commotion. However, upon stepping inside, Qingyun was immediately greeted by a cacophony of sounds that made him frown slightly. Looking up, he observed the demons engaged in fierce combat. The clashes were intense, with torrents of blood raining down, the thunderous roars emanating from their bodies colliding during battle. Their physical prowess was formidable. The weakest among them were at the pinnacle of the transformation dragon realm, and many were at the immortal platform stage. This demon realm truly harbored hidden talents. As a battle-hardened prodigy, Qingyun felt a surge of understanding regarding the capabilities of these young demons as he watched their fierce skirmishes. His heart trembled slightly. He mentally assessed the situation. At his peak, with treasures in hand, he might have been evenly matched against these demons. Now, however, many would surpass him. Princess, just as Qingyun was intently observing the combat in the sky, the cold voice of the celestial bull sage echoed in his ears, revealing that the sage had descended without him noticing. Qingyun stood beside the imposing figure of the celestial bull sage, appearing diminutive in comparison. She cast a glance at Qingyun, prompting him to immediately react by clasping his fists in respect to the sage, saying, "Greetings, celestial sage." He felt a pang of confusion. What could the celestial sage possibly want with him at this moment? The sage regarded Qingyun with a detached expression and stated, "Young one, your cultivation level is far too low. With such a level, even if I wished to assist you in the Xian realm, I would be unable to do so. I must help you swiftly break through to the immortal platform stage. Only then can you move freely." Was he dismissing his low realm? Was he going to assist him in breaking through to the immortal platform? Qingyun was taken aback upon hearing these words. Having grown up, he had always been praised as a genius wherever he went. It was his first experience of being regarded as lacking in skill. However, upon realizing that the other party intended to assist him in breaking through to the immortal platform, his heart was filled with anticipation. With a great sage offering guidance, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for him. He promptly expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Qingyun. I shall follow your instructions. Please feel free to arrange whatever you deem necessary." Qingyun nodded calmly. "Very well. Time is of the essence. Let us commence immediately." He gestured towards the enormous ancient cauldron towering 10 meters above him and declared, "If you wish to ascend to the immortal platform, your physical form must undergo rigorous refinement. With your current stature, attaining the immortal platform will be exceedingly difficult. For the next few days, you will bear this ancient cauldron. The longer you endure, the greater the enhancement to your physique. Once you can withstand 5 cauldrons simultaneously, your body will have reached a significant level of development." Near the cauldron, Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the ancient cauldron behind the great sage. Standing approximately 15 meters tall, it was a deep blue color, adorned with mysterious, beastly patterns, exuding an ancient aura. To Qingyun's discerning eye, this cauldron was likely immensely heavy. He felt a tingle of apprehension and instinctively inquired, "How much does this cauldron weigh?" The great sage replied nonchalantly, "It's not excessively heavy, roughly around 180,000 pounds. 180,000 pounds? Qingyun took a deep breath. That weight was rather exaggerated. Knowing his own capabilities, he understood that lifting an ancient cauldron with mere physical strength would be a tremendous strain. To simultaneously lift 5 would exceed 500,000 pounds. Just contemplating it sent a wave of heaviness to his heart. Could I possibly manage? His hesitation lasted merely half a second, as thoughts of the Gu family's small burial mound and his deceased brother Ji Wenfeng flashed through his mind. Without a hint of doubt, Qingyun declared, "Very well. I accept this trial." The great sage nodded approvingly. "You possess some courage. Let us begin. Start with 1 cauldron." After speaking, he casually pointed, causing the colossal ancient cauldron to sway and then hover above Qingyun. In the shadow of the immense cauldron, Qingyun appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. He raised his arms to the heavens, exerting pressure beneath his feet, focusing his mind. The voice of the great sage echoed in his ears, and soon Qingyun felt a shadow enveloping him. His gaze sharpened, Just as the great sage had indicated, he lifted his hands overhead, bracing against the descending black shadow. At that moment, as Qingyun supported the belly of the cauldron, he felt as though every bone in his body might shatter, emitting a series of cracking sounds. The force of the cauldron was undoubtedly more than 180,000 pounds. Qingyun's face flushed crimson, his teeth clenched, feeling as if his veins might burst. Beneath him, the immense weight of the cauldron created a conspicuous deep pit. Very well, hold for a day, the great sage remarked with surprise. Not anticipating that Qingyun would manage to support a cauldron on his first attempt. A day? Qingyun felt a wave of darkness wash over him, desperately wanting to give up. Before me, the mocking smile of Chu Feng materialized, igniting a fierce determination within. Just one day, I shall seek vengeance. I desire the demise of Chu Feng. Soon, Qingyun began to feel the ancient cauldron's extraordinary effects. A warm current surged from the cauldron's belly, flowing into his body, bestowing upon him a comforting sensation. This ancient cauldron is undoubtedly a rare treasure. If I could simultaneously lift 5 of them, my physical form would undergo a remarkable transformation. This is my fortuitous opportunity. Qingyun's teeth ground together in frustration, yet he remained silent. This cannot stand, Uncle Qing. Time is running short for Qingyun. Another cauldron is necessary. Just then, Qingyun heard a suggestion that nearly caused him to spit blood. Add another ancient cauldron? Are you seeking my demise? Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bai Xian'er. She appeared unfazed, her bright, clear peach blossom eyes seemingly earnest in her proposal. It makes sense. In response to Bai Xian'er's suggestion, the great sage Qingyun acquiesced without hesitation. In an instant, he raised his hand once more. With a whoosh, an ancient cauldron, 10 meters away, was drawn toward Qingyun's supporting cauldron by an invisible force. With a thunderous crash, the colossal sound of the ancient cauldrons colliding caused Qingyun, at the bottom, to collapse to his knees, his legs snapping under the strain. His skeletal structure was laid bare as flesh and blood were ground away. Blood sprayed forth from Qingyun's body, his neck bulging with veins. An inexhaustible power erupted within his divine sea, forcibly lifting both cauldrons simultaneously. Truly impressive. It seems we can add yet another. Bai Xian'er, displaying a look of astonishment, suggested once more. Bai Xian'er, you foolish girl, do you wish for my demise? Qingyun's furious roar echoed. Add another. He is on the brink of collapse. Chapter 031. No need for the mysterious gate. I can manage. Qingyun's reckless shout immediately drew the ire of some demonic beings engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. They angrily retorted, why are you shouting so loudly? This despicable human dares to insult the princess. Is he seeking a beating? Truly an ignorant fool. This is the Qingyun cauldron, and its usage consumes a considerable amount of materials each time. Not only is it beyond your means, but you also have the audacity to insult the princess. One wonders what the princess sees in him. The young demons regarded Qingyun with disdain, particularly troubled by his utilization of the Qingyun cauldron. Such a precious artifact should not be wielded by outsiders, especially not multiple times in succession. Had it not been for the suggestion of the princess, they would have created quite the uproar. Unbeknownst to Qingyun, his instinctive roar had provoked such a barrage of insults. His pallid face grew even more ashen, and the immense weight left him no room to consider their words. Kneeling upon the ground, he supported the 2 stacked cauldrons with his back and hands. Bai Xian'er narrowed her eyes, observing that Qingyun appeared on the verge of collapse, and remarked, let him endure with 2 for now. The Qingyun great sage nodded and said, this Qingyun possesses some skill. As a mere transforming dragon, to handle 2 cauldrons on his first attempt is quite commendable. Bai Xian'er recalled the enigmatic human man and remarked coolly, he is still far from the adversaries he must face. That human sage? Comparatively, the distance is vast. The Qingyun great sage was unconcerned, a human prodigy. Had it not been for Bai Xian'er's influence, he wouldn't even have qualified to enter the wildland small world. Bai Xian'er said to the Qingyun great sage, let him bear the burden here for now. Come with me. Upon hearing her words, the great sage was taken aback. This one is not merely a princess. Is she a sovereign? The sovereign has awakened. A tremor of excitement coursed through him, and he immediately waved his hand, conjuring a special spatial passage. As they stepped through the passage, Qingyun, consumed by the effort of bearing the cauldrons, remained oblivious to this unfolding scene. At the end of the passage lay an ancient hall. Within, altars of varying heights surrounded the chamber, each adorned with peculiar fox statues. Beneath these fox effigies were statues of a blue ox, a tiger, a lion, and many others. Upon beholding these sculptures, nostalgia flickered in the eyes of the Qingyun great sage. Before Exionur, a being of great sanctity, he knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Old ox. I pay my respects to the sovereign." Exionur nodded lightly, having just awakened. "There is no need for excessive formality. I summoned you to the ancestral hall to impart some knowledge." With that, she waved her hand gently. Instantly, the expansive ancestral hall was filled with a dazzling array of treasures, quickly illuminating much of the space. The Qingyun great sage's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of these treasures. Upon discerning their true forms beneath the radiant light, his jaw dropped in disbelief. "Sovereign, what is this?" Exionur spoke lightly. "What was preserved from years past is precisely what is needed now. You may take it all. They are far too impoverished. With these sacred tier weapons, they shall soar immediately." The great sage of the Green Bull rubbed his hands in excitement. This must be at least 100 sacred tier weapons, right? 50 tons. His eyes sparkled, and upon hearing Exionur's words, he gasped in astonishment. 50 tons. Goodness. A sovereign indeed. To quantify sacred tier weapons in tons speaks volumes of your grandeur. Faced with the great sage's flattery, Exionur revealed a subtle smile, appearing quite pleased. She modestly directed her gaze at the treasures before them, saying, "Hee, merely trivial items." The great sage of the Green Bull responded with heartfelt admiration, "Your Majesty. To have retained so many divine treasures from those years, the success of our plan is now significantly assured." Exionur nodded, speaking with calm assurance. "This is all I can offer. The specifics must be handled by you." The great sage quickly affirmed, "No problem, leave it to me, old bull." Exionur reiterated, "Do remember, once the demon ceiling formation is breached, do not concern yourself with those that emerge. Seek out a door. Once that door appears, nothing else matters." At her words, the great sage's expression turned solemn as he patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall handle it." Although he knew not what that door entailed, he understood well that his sovereign always orchestrated with precision, never faltering. The previous failure stemmed from that individual's extraordinary luck. A child of the epic in the demon realm. If they could locate the door spoken of by the sovereign, perhaps they could once again return to their original world and confront that plan anew. Meanwhile, within the arena, Guyan's complexion was ashen, his arm in tatters. Blood mingled with shattered bones. The ancient cauldron above swayed precariously, threatening to crash down at any moment. He resembled a fragile porcelain piece, marred by cracks, on the verge of shattering with the slightest touch. He could barely hold on. Yet, according to the great sage of the Green Bull, the longer he endured, the greater the benefits to his physical form. If only he could summon the power of the mysterious door. Utilizing that door, he was certain he could persist. In his heart, Guyan grappled with a profound internal conflict. At such a critical juncture in the past, he would have unhesitatingly invoked the power of the mysterious door to aid his recovery. From his understanding of the door, should he harness its strength, he could withstand not just 2 ancient cauldrons, but perhaps even a third. However, every time he contemplated using the mysterious door, that individual's mocking smile flashed in his mind. The nourishment must not be utilized. Each activation of the door might yield benefits to that individual. "This door, I shall refrain from using unless absolutely necessary." Even as the mysterious door within him trembled gently, incessantly tempting him. As long as he is willing, he can immediately summon the mysterious portal to restore his powers. Yet, I deliberately choose not to. I shall rely on myself. Even without the mysterious portal, I can still prevail. Guyan's expression hardened. Boom. He hurled the 2 enormous ancient cauldrons above his head downwards. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Guyan's bones were utterly shattered, his entire being crushed beneath the weight of the cauldrons. However, as he cast aside the formidable bull cauldron, a surge of warmth rapidly spread throughout his body, aiding him in mending his broken physique. Guyan gasped for breath, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Delightful. The effect of this ancient cauldron is extraordinarily potent. Even without the mysterious portal, within 3 days at most, I shall be able to lift these 2 cauldrons for an entire day, feeling the strength within him gradually returning. Guyan deemed his decision to forego the mysterious portal exceedingly wise. He chuckled. "Kid, you were quite arrogant just now. Who gave you the audacity to insult the princess? Are you seeking death?" Suddenly, a series of cold laughs echoed in his ears. Just as Guyan was catching his breath, he was abruptly met with something hard being forcibly shoved into his mouth. Ugh! Guyan's eyes widened in shock. He found himself surrounded by a looming shadow. In his mouth was a massive, thick iron rod. Leading the group was the horned youth who had looked down upon him the previous day. What did they intend to do? Qing Sheng, where is Sister Xinr? Hearing the eerie laughter echoing around him, Guyan's expression changed dramatically. In his recovery state, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Moreover, the demon clan encircling him were all formidable foes, each not weaker than he was at his peak. What do they want? Chapter 032, A Beating from the Demonic Clan. Before long, these young demons imparted to Guyan the true meaning of a beating from their kind. Fool, are you? They taunted. Who are you calling a fool? Go on, keep calling. Did they truly believe that the princess would overlook their transgressions? Iron Bull, step aside. I shall bring him to his end. The air was thick with shouts of abuse and derision, accompanied by the relentless thuds of fists and feet. An outsider among their kind, a human in the realm of demons, was inherently met with hostility, particularly for daring to wield their treasured artifact, the Qingyun Cauldron. The gravest offense of all was his flirtation with the princess. Did they not realize she was the object of their dreams? Having previously lacked an opportunity, these young demons now seized the moment to impart a severe lesson to Guyan. They were careful not to strike him to death, but each blow was delivered with excruciating intent. After the fray dispersed, Guyan lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body barely recognizable. I will kill you all. Have the courage to stay. He seethed internally as he watched the young demon scatter, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Without resorting to the mystical portal, his recovery was agonizingly slow. Though resilient, accustomed to injuries, the inexplicable humiliation weighed heavily on his spirit. He understood their motives for targeting him, jealousy. But what purpose did it serve? He and his sister Xinr shared a bond since childhood, communicating in ways these demons could never comprehend. If Xinr were to learn of his plight, how heartbroken she would be. Guyan lay on the ground, lamenting for a time, until he heard the icy voice of the Qingyun Great Sage. Why are you still on the ground? At this rate, when will your body ever be tempered? Do not be lazy, continue to endure the cauldron. With that, Guyan noticed a massive shadow looming overhead. Great Sage, just now, he began to speak. But the words died in his throat. The young demon who had led the assault on him was the Great Sage's son. Would the sage support him in this instance, or side with Iron Bull? It was a futile thought. If the Great Sage were displeased, he might deny Guyan the chance to refine his body with the Qingyun Cauldron, a far greater loss. Raising an eyebrow, the Great Sage glanced at Guyan. What was that? Stop dawdling. Guyan quickly waved his hands. Nothing at all, with a dismissive gesture. The Great Sage pressed the two Qingyun Cauldrons down upon Guyan. If there's nothing amiss, then focus on your training and discard those frivolous thoughts. Attain the immortal platform realm soon, so you can assist me in the Xian realm. Before Guyan could ponder further, an overwhelming force bore down upon him once more. He commenced another round of body tempering. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound echoed once more. Thud. As Guyan once again hurled the bull cauldron onto the martial arts arena, it produced a resounding thud. He greedily inhaled the surrounding spiritual energy, reveling in the nourishing effects bestowed by the cauldron. Hey, how can you be so inconsiderate? What if you damage the flowers and plants by throwing things around recklessly? Iron Bull exclaimed. Why waste words with him? Just give him a beating. Another voice chimed in. Yes, beat him. How dare he show his ugly face in public? I detest such repugnant humans. Make sure to punish him severely. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Guyan's ears. His eyes widened, and before he could react, a rigid iron rod was thrust into his open mouth. The familiar silhouettes from before seized the opportunity to approach him once more as he regained his strength. What the hell? This is too much. Guyan's heart surged with frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively summoned the power of the mysterious gate within him. A wave of comforting warmth enveloped his skin and spiritual sea, restoring much of his vitality. With a swift motion, Guyan struck out, sending the iron rod flying. The leader of the group, Iron Bull, was taken aback. You dare to resist? Then, he witnessed Guyan take flight. Even with the power of the mysterious gate at his disposal, Guyan was still no match for the group of youthful demon clansmen. Rationality dictated that fleeing was the wisest course of action. Iron Bull gazed in astonishment as Guyan vanished into the distance. He ran away? This fellow is no ordinary person. After enduring the bull cauldron for so long, his physical body should have collapsed by now, yet he still possesses the strength to escape. A burly man with tiger stripes behind him clicked his tongue in surprise. He runs quite swiftly. A young man with wings scoffed, Swift my foot. Chase after him. Beat him up. Immediately, the group of demon youths set off in pursuit of Guyan, determined not to let him slip away. Guyan dashed toward the direction of the bamboo cottage. Soon, he burst into the cottage and spotted a familiar, graceful figure. The swaying tail caught his eye, and he exclaimed, "Sister Xiner, save me." The petite figure atop the bamboo cottage turned at the sound, and upon seeing Gu Yan's bruised and battered visage, she frowned slightly. "Weren't you supposed to be carrying the cauldron? Why are you yelling here?" Yelling. Gu Yan paused, then pointed behind him, "Sister Xiner. It's not that I don't want to carry the cauldron, it's those brutes who keep interfering and attacking me." "Who?" "There's no one behind you." Bai Xiner furrowed her brows, her peach blossom eyes scrutinizing Gu Yan's rear. "No one? How could that be?" Gu Yan was momentarily stunned, turning to look, only to realize that, indeed, those demon youths pursuing him had vanished without a trace. His expression darkened as he angrily declared, "They must have deliberately hidden themselves." Bai Xiner replied with displeasure, "Gu Yan, this training opportunity was hard-won for you. Is this how you choose to squander your time?" The people of the demon clan are sincere and kind-hearted, often engrossed in their cultivation, leaving little time to trouble others. Gu Yan paused momentarily upon hearing this. He gestured toward his face and other parts of his body, exclaiming, "How could that be the case? Just look at my face. And here, and here." Bai Xiner, puzzled, followed the direction of his pointing and observed, "Is there something wrong?" He indicated various areas of his body, where the skin glowed with radiance. Having fully recovered under the nourishing power of the mysterious gate, Gu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly responded, "That is not significant. Those individuals targeted me because of you. Why don't you accompany me during my cultivation?" Upon hearing Gu Yan's suggestion, Bai Xiner promptly refused without a second thought, stating, "I have no time. I need to cultivate as well." Gu Yan was taken aback. He was surprised by her rejection. In the past, whenever he sought Bai Xiner's assistance, she would always agree unconditionally. Now that she had become a princess of the demon clan, had she developed a temper? He instinctively retorted, "You are already at the Dao Palace realm. What is there left to cultivate?" Bai Xiner fixed her gaze on him. "Does being at the Dao Palace realm exempt me from cultivation? Should I not cultivate and instead just accompany you?" Gu Yan quickly clarified, "That is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean? Were you blaming me for Iron Bull and the others earlier?" Bai Xiner calmly countered. Gu Yan, already feeling quite displeased, found her demeanor infuriating and scowled. "Fine. If you think that way, then I have no choice. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned on his heel and walked back toward the training grounds. Upon observing Gu Yan's departure, Bai Xiner merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, unfazed by his temper. "Brother Gu Yan, why is he acting like this? Iron Bull and the others are genuinely good people. Not only did he speak ill of them, but he was also harsh with me." At that moment, within Bai Xiner's divine sea, the pure white light dimmed. Filled with sorrow, she was taken aback by Gu Yan's attitude and demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the warm and amiable person he once was. Bai Xiner smiled faintly. "Heh, little sister, did you think he was a paragon of virtue?" Within the divine sea, the white light ceased to emit any further sound. A rift has formed between Bai Xiner and the destined protagonist Gu Yan, reducing the destiny value by 5,000 points. You have received a destiny treasure chest 1. In the Chongxin Pavilion, within the Chongming Palace, Chu Feng, who was playing cards with Nangong Qin, suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what transpired? Why has Gu Yan's destiny value been deducted again? Was it due to an argument with Bai Xiner? That can't be right. Didn't he already have a deduction previously? Is the system being lazy with its narrative?" System. Half an hour later, Chu Feng slowly emerged from the Qianxin Holy Spring. Nangong Qin followed behind him, adjusting his robes, as he cast a casual glance at the desolate small world. "I see." It wasn't long before he understood the unfolding events. Chu Feng smiled lightly. "This is how the youthful protagonist behaves. As long as the journey is not smooth sailing, encountering setbacks can easily lead one to extremes, naturally attributing one's own faults to those around them." I took a brief leave. Yes. After a word of explanation to Nangong Qin, Chu Feng's figure vanished. We met again. In the next moment, Chu Feng materialized within the bamboo cottage. Upon hearing Chu Feng's voice, Bai Xiner's expression shifted slightly, and she immediately took a step back, her tail swiftly retracting. "What brings you here again?" Chapter 033. The warmth of Chu Feng. The act of Bai Xiner concealing her tail possesses a certain charm. This woman seems to hold her tail in high regard. Chu Feng, with a faint smile, gazes at Bai Xiner's fluffy tail and remarks, "There is no malice. Merely a gesture of warmth." Warmth? What does that imply? Chu Feng, uninterested in playing games, directly retrieves a shimmering golden scroll from the sea of divine consciousness and tosses it to Bai Xiner. Bai Xiner pauses momentarily, her delicate hand catching the golden tome. Is this a holy tear technique? She squints her peach blossom eyes at the three prominent characters inscribed on the book, Zhu Tianshu. Chu Feng nods nonchalantly. It's for Guyan. The white light from the sea of divine consciousness flickers, saying, Sister, what exactly does this fellow intend? Sending a technique to Brother Guyan, how kind of him. Bai Xiner remains silent. She can discern the significance of this holy tear technique, while the foolish girl cannot comprehend it, genuinely believing that the intention is to offer warmth. Instead of questioning, Bai Xiner opens Zhu Tianshu and browses through it briefly. Minutes later, her expression subtly shifts. She comprehends the purpose of this holy tear technique. It is, indeed, a secret method for cultivation, a special technique designed to rapidly enhance one's prowess, capable of significantly boosting strength in a short span. However, the word absolute suggests that employing this holy tear technique is not without consequence. It will consume a considerable amount of one's lifespan. Moreover, although the text of Zhu Tianshu does not explicitly state it, Bai Xiner, with her discerning eye, realizes it may also draw upon a portion of innate talent. Undoubtedly, this holy tear technique is not one of virtuous origin, but rather a path of darkness. She glances at Chu Feng with suspicion and asks, You intend to give this holy tear technique to Guyan? Chu Feng replies coolly, Indeed. Your methods of training him are excessively slow. To help him break through from the peak of the dragon transformation to the immortal platform, we would need to wait at least another half a month. And I cannot afford to wait. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Bai Xiner feels somewhat speechless. Slow? In merely half a month. Elevating from the peak of dragon transformation to the immortal platform is a speed of cultivation that would leave even the transcendent powers of the Xian realm feeling ashamed. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Bai Xiner frowns, hesitating. Guyan is no fool. The negative effects of Zhu Tianshu are evident. Will he truly be willing to cultivate it? Chu Feng remains unperturbed and asserts, he will. Tell him that within 5 days, he will surely achieve the immortal platform. And he will undoubtedly agree. 5 days? Bai Xiner furrows her brow, choosing not to elaborate further. Seeing Bai Xiner put away Zhu Tianshu, Chu Feng realizes his objective has been accomplished and retrieves another item, handing it to Bai Xiner. By the way, give this to Guyan when he goes to the Xian realm. Yes, this is what I need you to do. With that, Chu Feng's figure vanishes. Is it so simple? Bai Xiner feels a spark of curiosity. She glances at the object in her hand, momentarily taken aback, surprised that the task assigned to her would be so straightforward. After witnessing Chu Feng's departure, Bai Xiner felt a sense of relief wash over her. Each interaction with this formidable human sage left her with an overwhelming sense of pressure. His behavior was exceedingly peculiar, leaving her uncertain of his true intentions. In contrast to the ineffectual Guyan, this man instinctively piqued her curiosity. Within the divine sea, the pure white light hesitated, pondering. Is it truly necessary to give this to Brother Guyan? Bai Xiner, indifferent to Guyan's fate, coldly replied, Let him choose whether to cultivate or not. As the moon hung high in the night sky, she soon sought out Guyan, who was laboriously bearing the weight of the Qingyun cauldron in the training arena. At this moment, Guyan appeared slightly more composed than during the day as he hoisted the cauldron. Upon seeing Bai Xiner, his teeth clenched and veins bulging, he growled. What do you want? Bai Xiner calmly regarded him, tossing the scroll of absolute heaven technique before him. Take it. The golden tome, containing the secrets of the absolute heaven technique, floated in front of Guyan. This is. Guyan's cold demeanor momentarily shifted to one of astonishment as he focused intently on the golden scroll. Bai Xiner replied nonchalantly, a sacred level secret technique. Stunned by her offering of a sacred technique, Guyan inquired, What purpose does this technique serve? Bai Xiner explained, I obtained it from Uncle Qing. It allows for a swifter breakthrough to the immortal platform, albeit at a certain cost. A faster breakthrough to the immortal platform? Guyan felt a stirring within, a smile creeping onto his face as he scrutinized the golden scroll, which began to turn its pages of its own accord. However, his expression soon darkened. A technique that consumes one's lifespan. He hesitated, recalling that in his understanding, such sinister methods often bore significant repercussions. With his foundation solid, he recognized that opting for such a quick and perilous path could pose grave risks to his future cultivation. Noticing Guyan's indecision, Bai Xiner remained unfazed and remarked, This absolute heaven technique can enable a breakthrough to the immortal platform within 5 days. A breakthrough within 5 days. Gu Yan's heart raced at this revelation. The invitation he had received from that scoundrel, Chu Feng, indicated that there were less than 7 days until the concubine selection ceremony at the Chongxian Pavilion. If he could indeed achieve his breakthrough in 5 days, he might just make it in time. In a sudden surge of determination, he thought, I must take the plunge. Even if the technique carries negative effects, since it is given by Exiner, it surely cannot be too problematic. Moreover, should complications arise, I can always utilize the mysterious gate to mitigate any risks. His eagerness to attend the concubine selection ceremony was not for mere observation, rather. He intended to disrupt the event. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan expressed his gratitude to Bai Exiner, saying, Thank you, Sister Exiner. This fool is truly going to use it? Bai Exiner was taken aback by Gu Yan's demeanor. Unfazed by his apology, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, Continue your cultivation. Watching Bai Exiner depart, a wave of guilt washed over Gu Yan. He realized that her coldness was likely a manifestation of lingering anger towards him. He quickly called out, This technique is immensely beneficial to me. Thank you for your help. I apologize for my previous behavior. Bai Exiner shook her head and replied, It's nothing. I am not concerned. Upon noticing this, Gu Yan could not help but exclaim, You are indeed upset. If you were not, would you stay with me tonight? Observing Gu Yan's eager gaze, akin to that of an affectionate puppy, Bai Exiner was fully aware of his intentions. You should focus on your cultivation. If you delay for too long, even with the absolute heaven technique, breaking through to the immortal platform within 5 days may not be guaranteed. A wave of nausea surged within her, prompting her to turn away without a backward glance. Seeing Bai Exiner depart so resolutely, Gu Yan felt a twinge of displeasure. I have already apologized. What more does she want from me? Yet, he acknowledged the truth in her words. He must devote his time to cultivation. Matters of the heart could be addressed later. He promptly immersed himself in the study of the absolute heaven technique and began to practice the secret art. Destined protagonist Gu Yan cultivates an unorthodox secret technique, damaging his foundation and reducing his destiny value by 5,000 points. You have received a destiny treasure chest 3 days later. With the aid of the absolute heaven technique, Gu Yan experienced a profound enlightenment, advancing at an astonishing pace, now capable of lifting 4 cauldrons simultaneously. 2 days later, in the training grounds, a radiant aura enveloped him, as a black jade immortal platform floated beneath him. He had broken through to the immortal platform. At that moment, 5 enormous cauldrons hovered above him. The young members of the demon clan were taken aback by this sight. This fellow possesses remarkable talent, they exclaimed. In such a short time, he has broken through to the immortal platform and can lift 5 colossal cauldrons at once. Even the esteemed Qingyun Sword regarded Gu Yan's transformation with newfound respect. Approaching him, he collected the giant cauldrons and, with a mighty slap, sent Gu Yan tumbling into the earth, praising him. Well done. Now that you have reached the immortal platform, we shall begin our plans. Prepare yourself. We can depart for the Xian realm. Upon hearing Qingyun Sword's voice, Gu Yan's eyes gleamed with newfound hope as he lay buried in the soil. Chapter 034. Chu Feng, what do you intend to challenge me with? Gu Yan's purpose in cultivating the absolute sky technique was to swiftly return to the Xian realm. He longed to present a grand gift at the wedding of those 2 despicable individuals. Upon hearing the great sage Qingyun's words, Gu Yan could no longer bear being buried in the soil. He stretched his neck and eagerly inquired, Great Sage Qing, when can we depart? The great sage Qingyun shot him a stern glance and retorted, What's the rush? Gu Yan stirred the spiritual energy within him, shattering the surrounding earth, and climbed out of the pit, hastily stating, The Chongxian Pavilion will hold a grand ceremony in the coming days. This is a fortuitous opportunity for me to disrupt the demon-suppressing formation. Hearing Gu Yan's declaration, the great sage Qingyun scoffed, Disrupting the demon-suppressing formation is secondary. You seek vengeance, do you not? Acknowledging the truth in the great sage's words, Gu Yan did not shy away and coldly replied, Indeed, I desire revenge. I shall make the Chongxian Pavilion and those 2 despicable individuals pay dearly. Observing the hatred burning in Gu Yan's eyes, the great sage Qingyun was unfazed. Very well, I shall indulge your wish. Since you are so eager, there is no better day than today. Let us prepare to depart at once. A smile broke across Gu Yan's face as he eagerly asked, Thank you, great sage. How shall we reach the Xian realm? The Xian realm lies above. And while descending from the Xian realm to the lower realm is manageable, ascending to the upper realm is no simple feat. Gu Yan had endured considerable trials in his previous ascent to the Xian realm. The great sage Qingyun glanced at him nonchalantly. I have my methods. Just follow me. Where to? Gu Yan's heart stirred as he followed the great sage Qingyun towards a cave located to the west of the training ground. Creak, creak. A cacophony of unpleasant sounds erupted. Suddenly, a golden fissure appeared within the cave. The great sage Qingyun casually instructed, wait here. As the great sage stepped into the fissure, Gu Yan's eyes gleamed with curiosity, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air like a hound. There was something of value within. With his wealth of experience, Gu Yan quickly made a judgment. However, he harbored no covetous thoughts. This was the treasure trove of a great sage. He wondered what the great sage intended to do, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Before long, the great sage Qingyun emerged. He raised a hand, and several luminous orbs suddenly appeared, soaring towards Gu Yan. What is this? With your current capabilities. Even upon reaching the immortal platform, attempting to dismantle the demon-suppressing formation would be a foolish dream. Take these items. Only with my assistance can you hope to succeed. Gu Yan immediately scrutinized the floating orbs before him. His eyes fell upon 5 exquisite treasures. An ancient sword radiating a purplish hue, an icy armor exuding a chilling aura, a tattered cloth doll, a crimson nail, and a verdant seed. These are 4 quasi-saint level treasures. Gu Yan's heart surged. He recognized their origins at a glance. Aside from the final green seed, the other 4 treasures were all of quasi-saint grade. The Taisu purple sword, the Han Tian armor, the Tian Xin doll, these 3 will safeguard your life. With your bare hands, venturing into the Xian realm, even a mere powerful being could easily subdue you. The sword armor is for your own interpretation. The Tianxin doll is a rather unique treasure. It can serve as a puppet and even act as a substitute for your demise. Lastly, this quasi-saint grade treasure, known as the Godless Array Breaker, will enable you to dismantle the demon suppression array once you infiltrate it. The great sage of the Azure Bowl briefly explained the uses of the treasures. Despite his seemingly calm demeanor, he could not help but feel a sense of wonder within. This old bull had never fought such a wealthy battle in his life. It was only because the sovereign had awakened and bestowed numerous saint-grade weapons that he had anything to offer Gu Yan besides the Godless Array Breaker. Thank you, great sage. Gu Yan expressed earnestly as he collected the 4 treasures, his gaze fierce with determination. He felt a surge of exhilaration. Contemplating that the depth of the demon race's resources was indeed unfathomable, casually, they had provided him with 4 quasi-saint grade treasures. It appeared that associating with the demon race was not without its advantages. Previously, he had toiled endlessly in perilous adventures, exploring dangerous ruins merely for a single quasi-saint grade treasure. Now, this great sage had effortlessly produced 4. Truly, a great sage is unparalleled in their generosity. Although he could not quite pinpoint why, he found the cold heaven armor strangely familiar, resembling one he had possessed in the past. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought as inconsequential. His gaze fell upon the last azure seed, which he grasped and gently squeezed. And what is this? He inquired. The great sage of the Azure Bowl puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, this item is the most crucial for your survival. It is precisely because you are going to break the array that I have specially given you one. In a critical moment, simply crush this seed while reciting the incantation I teach you, and you will gain a fraction of my great sage power for a brief period. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's fingers trembled as he clutched the azure seed. The possibility of obtaining a fraction of great sage power meant he could potentially slay Chu Feng with his own hands. His breath quickened as he contemplated this unexpected stroke of fortune. Noticing his reaction, the great sage of the Azure Bowl cautioned, do not be too hasty with your joy. This is, after all, my power. As a mere immortal stage cultivator, should you use this sacred seed, your immortal stage will surely shatter, with dire consequences. Use it only if absolutely necessary. Understood? Gu Yan nodded fervently. Understood. I will exercise caution. He now comprehended why the great sage had previously refined his physical body. Without reaching the immortal stage, he lacked the qualification to wield this sacred seed. Good. Since you are aware, remember the incantation. The great sage of the Azure Bowl opened his mouth and whispered a mysterious and obscure incantation into Gu Yan's ear. After hearing it, Gu Yan's expression stiffened as he rubbed his nose and said, Great sage, could we possibly have a different incantation? The great sage's eyes widened. What? Are you dissatisfied? Gu Yan quickly recoiled, waving his hands. No, this one is just fine. Satisfied, the great sage nodded and glanced at the sky. It is getting late. Let us send you to the Xian realm now. At this moment, Gu Yan hesitated slightly and addressed the great sage of the Azure Bowl, Azure Sage. The saint named Chu Feng in the Xian realm is formidable. Are you certain you can suppress him? His unease lingered. The great sage of the Azure Bull chuckled heartily. What? Do you underestimate me? Have you simplified the concept of a great sage too much? As his words fell, the Azure Bull sage seized Gu Yan by the neck and, in a flash, vanished from sight. Gu Yan felt a blur before his eyes. And when he regained his senses, an overwhelming chill enveloped his skin. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, with only floating meteorites in view, and in the distance, faintly glimmering stars. Where is this? The universe? Gu Yan's heart stirred. He had once fortuitously visited the cosmos. To cultivators beneath the celestial platform, the universe was a realm of desolation, devoid of any spiritual energy and fraught with terrifying pressure, where peril lurked at every turn. What brings the Azure Sage to the cosmos? Just watch closely. The great sage of the Azure Bull spoke nonchalantly before delivering a mighty punch. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. This punch, seemingly ordinary, sent the entire universe into a frenzy. In the distance, one star, then two. Gu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on this terrifying spectacle, a full 10 colossal stars were obliterated by the Azure Bull Sage's strike. What was even more alarming was that such a cataclysmic impact produced not a whisper of sound. The sheer difficulty of this feat was even more daunting. So powerful. Gu Yan stood in a daze, profoundly shaken. Is this what it means to be a great sage? He remained entranced for a long while, until the astonishment in his heart gradually subsided. He finally regained his composure and exclaimed, Azure Sage, divine and mighty. The thought of having such a terrifying great sage as his backing filled him with newfound confidence. Chu Feng, what do you have to contend with me? At that moment, Gu Yan's confidence surged immensely. Chapter 035, The Right Time for Marriage. Avoid long journeys. The great sage Qingyun returned with Gu Yan in tow. Their destination was the training ground. Upon arrival, they were met with the curious gazes of the young demon clan members, including by Extreme, who observed Gu Yan. His face flushed with excitement, much like a monkey. The great sage Qingyun remarked nonchalantly, Well, kid, are you at ease now? Gu Yan nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. The power of the sage is beyond my comprehension. I had previously offended you, great sage. With a grin, the great sage replied, No need for flattery. Help me dismantle the demon suppression array, and I assure you, you will not be neglected. Gu Yan patted his chest and vowed, Rest assured, great sage, since I have chosen to serve the demon clan, my heart shall remain steadfast. To speak frankly, having fallen to this state, only the demon clan has treated me with sincerity, and I shall reciprocate that sincerity in kind. The great sage patted Gu Yan's shoulder with satisfaction. Excellent. You are indeed a remarkable talent. The princess has a discerning eye. Gu Yan's expression turned serious. Great sage, I must correct you. I am not merely an exceptional talent. I am a genius among talents. On this journey to the Xian realm, I intend to not only obliterate the demon suppression array of the Chongxian Pavilion, but also to target all 77 arrays across the Xian realm. Having discarded his previous timidity, Gu Yan was resolute. Having chosen to ally with the demon clan, he was determined to embody the corresponding attitude. Was it merely treachery? If this place does not accommodate me, there will be others that will. A genius will always shine. The Xian realm's dismissal of him was a testament to their lack of insight and discernment. If there were remnants of resentment within him, they had dissipated during the recent encounters with those demon youths who had taken advantage of him. Reputation and dignity were ultimately illusions. What truly mattered was strength. Who would dare to target him when he possessed power? They would have to swallow their grievances. Especially after witnessing the terrifying might of the great sage Qingyun, Gu Yan's resolve only solidified further. He was acutely aware that the demon clan was exploiting him. Even those despicable demons looked down upon him. Yet he remained unfazed. To be utilized was to prove his worth. It would be truly tragic to lack even that value. Furthermore, being employed by the great sage was no disgrace. Once he grew stronger, he would erase his past and exact revenge on those who had bullied him. Who would care then? He possessed that confidence. Having maneuvered through countless schemes, he had used others' exploitation of him to achieve a triumphant turnaround. Upon hearing Gu Yan's unabashed admissions, even the great sage Qingyun found amusement. Indeed, he was a genius. A ruler's perspective is indeed unparalleled. He glanced at Bai Exiner, who was watching from a distance, and nodded slightly. Bai Exiner regarded Gu Yan with a calm demeanor, revealing no outward emotion. However, the white glow within her felt a pang of sorrow. How had Gu Yan come to be this way? He was not so easily swayed before. During the time spent with Bai Exiner, who had been his childhood friend. Gu Yin discovered that he increasingly diverged from the person she once remembered. The former Gu Yin was charming, loyal, gentle, kind-hearted, and righteous. The current Gu Yin, however, had become rather greasy, mercenary, and even somewhat sordid. Bai Exiner did not concern herself with the thoughts of her foolish younger sister. Sometimes, enduring more experiences can indeed be a blessing. Once the filter shatters, one can no longer remain so naive. Gu Yin remained oblivious to Bai Xian's profound disappointment in him. At that moment, as he gazed at the contented smile of the Qingyun Sword Sect, he found himself grinning foolishly in return. He eagerly addressed Qing Sheng. "Sheng, may we set off now?" The sage laughed heartily. "Let us go. I will accompany you part of the way. Shall we force our way through the Two Realms passage?" Gu Yan's eyes flickered. But he was met with an even more astonishing sight. Qingyun Sword produced a massive iron hammer and struck the void with a resounding thud. Instantly, a familiar dark opening emerged before Gu Yan's eyes. From within the chasm came the howling of a bizarre wind. The chaotic void. Previously, when Gu Yan descended through the Two Realms passage, he had recklessly plunged into the chaotic void to escape. The chaos was perilous, with a high chance of instant demise. Yet, by sheer luck, he had returned alive to the Shaozhu realm. Staring in astonishment at the gaping void created by Qingyun Sword, he exclaimed, "This. Are we not taking the passage through the Two Realms?" Qingyun Sword shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Do you think I should reveal my divine prowess before everyone and lead you to a bloody conquest of the Xian realm? Do you really believe the Xian realm lacks foundation? If it were so simple, why would I be here? I could simply seize the Xian realm at will, without needing you as a pawn. Be low-key, do you understand? Just dive in and let me smuggle you into the Xian realm." Hearing Qingyun Sword's words, Gu Yan's mouth twitched. "Smuggling?" With concern, Gu Yan remarked, "The chaotic void is very dangerous." Qingyun Sword pointed inside and said, "It's my opening. Do you think I am unaware of the circumstances within? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Just go in. If you perish, I shall pay with my life." Gu Yan, upon hearing such confident words from Qingyun Sword, ceased his objections and promptly nodded, "All right, I shall go." After saying this, he turned to Bai Xiner. From a distance, he noticed Bai Xiner standing with her arms crossed, gazing at him with a detached demeanor. Their eyes met, and her enchanting gaze held depths that seemed fathomless, devoid of any emotion. "Xiner, I am leaving." Since the day Bai Xiner had bestowed upon him the Ju Tianhu, his anger towards her had lessened. He waved at her, offering his signature warm smile. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiner provided no response, merely nodding faintly, which stirred a hint of displeasure within him. This girl, with so many demons watching, is she deliberately feigning indifference? Disappointment washed over him as he stepped toward the void. "Wait." Gu Yan turned to the great sage of the Green Bull, a look of confusion in his eyes. "Do you wish to perish by donning that semi-holy armor?" Upon hearing the great sage's warning, Gu Yan suddenly comprehended, swiftly summoning the frost sky armor and donning it before disappearing into the chasm, only for a scream of anguish to echo back moments later. The great sage was not surprised by this. He had merely guaranteed Gu Yan's survival until he reached the Xian realm, without promising he would escape unscathed. At this moment, Bai Xiner approached his side, calmly inquiring, "Have the other pieces also set forth?" The great sage of the Green Bull chuckled, "Fear not, while sending this lad on his journey. The other pieces have commenced their actions as well. Such a grand scheme has been in the works for quite some time. Naturally, they would not stake everything on Gu Yan alone." As Gu Yan embarked on his journey to the Xian realm, the other pawns set by the demon clan were simultaneously activated. Bai Xiner nodded, her gaze shimmering as she stared into the chasm. She was not worried about Gu Yan's safety. Rather, she pondered a pressing question. What exactly did that man intend to accomplish? The items he provided had already been entrusted to Gu Yan via the great sage, yet she had meticulously examined them multiple times and found nothing amiss. This only heightened her curiosity. She instructed the great sage, "Open the azure sky mirror and keep a vigilant watch on the movements within the Xian realm. Leave it to this old bull. Rest assured, my sovereign." On the 10th day of the 3rd month in the year 3200 of the Tian calendar, a day auspicious for marriages but inauspicious for travel, the Chongxian Pavilion, an eminent force within the Xian realm, was festooned with decorations, vibrant red symbolizing great joy. The master of the myriad laws and nature has arrived. Gift, one branch of the heavenly tree. The Li clan, the head of the Li family, has arrived. Gift, a pair of golden jade pipa. The star-gazing tower, the master of star observation, has arrived. Gift, a celestial star. At the entrance of the Chongqing Pavilion, auspicious clouds and ethereal mist enveloped the area. Occasionally, divine carriages and celestial beasts adorned with radiant rainbows descended from the heavens. Each guest arriving bore significant lineage and profound backgrounds, carrying exceedingly precious gifts to partake in the wedding ceremony of Chu Feng and Nangongqing. The sun in the sky gradually ascended to its zenith. At this juncture, two elders clad in red robes from the Chongqing Pavilion observed the distant horizon, discussing. Most of the major forces have arrived. The ceremony is about to commence. Our welcoming duties here are nearly concluded. We must hurry to witness the festivities lest we miss out on the joyous occasion. Eager to proceed to the Bayou Celestial platform, the venue for today's wedding where all guests had gathered, they were suddenly interrupted. From the far sky, a beam of white light descended. Clad in white garments with white hair, a youthful figure exuded an air of arrogance mixed with coldness and hatred. Wait, my gift has yet to be registered. As the words fell, the white-clad youth hurled an object into the sky, causing an exceedingly ordinary large bell to plummet from above. A wedding bell. An unwelcome guest. Qingyun, the elder, who welcomed guests, cast a piercing gaze at the great bell that had plummeted from the sky, now marred with cracks. Upon recognizing its form, his hair stood on end, and he bellowed in fury. Chapter 036. The arrogance of Qingyun. The two elders stationed at the entrance of the Chongqing Pavilion were taken aback. They had not anticipated that on such a joyous occasion, they would encounter the infamous Qingyun. Had he not retreated to the lower realms? How had he resurfaced? And daring to present himself on such a celebratory day, was he courting disaster? One elder, filled with fury, puffed his beard and glared, summoning a massive sword resembling a door panel, poised to strike Qingyun's face. Hold on. The other elder interjected swiftly, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon Qingyun. This wretched creature was cunning and deceitful during his time at the Chongqing Pavilion. He possesses a modicum of intelligence. Given his current predicament, his audacity to appear so ostentatiously today cannot be mere bluster. Let us observe his intentions. The cautious elder's admonition prompted the furious elder to relinquish his grip on the colossal sword. Those who ascended to elder status in transcendent forces were seasoned and astute. Their intellect was undeniably formidable. Seeing that the two elders refrained from immediate action, Qingyun, with his flowing white hair, could not help but scoff derisively. Ah, at least you possess some wit. Open your eyes and behold this. With a flourish, he produced a golden invitation, the very one bestowed upon him by Chu Feng. What is this? The two elders exchanged astonished glances at the invitation unfurling in the air before them. How does this one-eyed scoundrel possess an invitation? Could it possibly be from the pavilion master? But that is inconceivable. The pavilion master has severed ties with him and would not engage in such folly. Should we consult further? Observing their astonishment, Qingyun sneered, "Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Step aside and do not hinder my attendance." He exuded an air of arrogance, reminiscent of the once spirited genius of the Chongqing Pavilion. Yet now, he no longer belonged to the pavilion and felt no reverence for these elders. The two exchanged swift glances, and at that moment, a faint voice echoed near them. The elders' pupils contracted as they looked up at Qingyun, regarding him with the disdain one reserves for a jester. "If you wish to enter, then do so." Qingyun, unfazed but somewhat surprised by the ease of his entry, this was not as he had envisioned, thought to himself, "Well then, I shall create an even greater stir once inside." With a sweep of his white robe, he summoned clouds beneath his feet, grasping the nearly shattered grand bell below, and made his way toward the white jade celestial platform. Upon witnessing Qingyun's entrance, the two elders exchanged knowing glances. "Let us follow him. Today promises to be quite the spectacle." They promptly vanished, trailing behind him. Not long after the two elders disappeared, a shadow flickered, moving with near imperceptible stealth, akin to a whispering breeze as it quietly infiltrated the Chongqing Pavilion, adeptly navigating toward another direction. In the desolate little world, in a hall adorned with an array of peculiar statues, two figures stood still, gazing ahead at a 5-meter-tall ancient mirror, radiating a cerulean glow. The mirror reflected the scene that had just unfolded at the Chongqing Pavilion. The great sage of the Azure Bowl nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "This Qingyun possesses some intellect." He made a grand entrance into the Chongqing Pavilion, aiming to incite chaos. Meanwhile, a puppet, transformed by the Tianhu doll, stealthily infiltrated the Chongqing Pavilion with the intent to breach its defenses. This was a classic tactic of diversion. Given the current attention this little rascal garnered in the Xian realm, he was bound to stir up a considerable commotion. Should the Qingyun Pavilion let its guard down even slightly, there would be a significant chance of successfully disrupting the demonic suppression array beneath it. Upon hearing the great sage's commendation, Bai Xiner cast a detached glance at the infiltrator depicted in the mirror, a flicker of doubt flashing in her eyes. This is feasible? A sense of shock began to swell within her. Though astonished, Bai Xiner maintained a calm demeanor. Let us observe further. The demonic suppression array is not as easily breached as one might imagine. That human saint is no trifling matter. Unaware of the ruler's apprehension, the great sage scoffed. What turmoil can a mere human saint stir? You are being excessively cautious, my lord. Bai Xiner remained silent. From the outset, she harbored no hope that Gu Yin could dismantle the demonic suppression array of the Qingyun Pavilion. After that man approached her, Gu Yin had become a pawn in her eyes. If his actions could draw the attention of that man, allowing other pieces to fulfill their roles, it would be worth the risk. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in Bai Xiner's heart. It seemed as if every step Gu Yin took was anticipated by that individual. At that moment, the great sage remained oblivious to the ruler's concerns. His gaze fixated on the scene within the azure mirror. The image followed Gu Yin as he arrived at the white jade celestial platform. Layers of white clouds billowed. An abundant spiritual energy manifested as tangible celestial mist, enveloping the clouds. Suspended in the sky was a colossal cloud platform, stretching over 10,000 meters. Surrounding it were miniature cloud platforms, floating gracefully, presenting an exquisite view. At that moment, the area was teeming with people, and the mirror reflected a vibrant red, symbolizing festivity. Let us see how this young lad performs next. Perhaps I may yet have to lend a hand, the great sage mused to himself. Just as a cacophony erupted within the azure mirror, Gu Yin made his entrance, standing solitary, hands clasped behind his back, eyes defiant, his white hair billowing in the wind, exuding an air of audacious arrogance. Initially, many powerful figures paid him no heed, but once their gazes fell upon him, they found it impossible to look away. Is this Gu Yin? Gu Yin, the morally bankrupt and scrupulous individual who dared to covet his master and vie for the affections of the saint? Indeed, it was he, the ugly wretch who, after being expelled from his sect, shamelessly slandered the saint, inciting the Qingyun Pavilion to issue a bounty against him. I recognize him. He offended Saint Chu and, rather than surrendering, attempted to resist, leading to the demise of the Ji family's young master. Did he not flee back to the lower realms? Where did he suddenly emerge from, wielding a bell? What could his intentions be? As the individuals present recognized Gu Yin, astonishment swept through the crowd. They could scarcely believe that this notorious figure, reviled by all, dared to attend the wedding ceremony. Was he not afraid for his life? Such audacity! How dare you show your face at Qingyun Pavilion? The elders of Qingyun Pavilion glared at Gu Yin with murderous intent, their eyes ablaze. As they brandished their magical artifacts and closed in on him, Gu Yin's expression was as cold as iron. He heard the cacophony of idle chatter around him, all of it directed at him with trivial and nonsensical accusations. In the past, such provocations would have sent him into a furious rage, his complexion paling with anger. However, times had changed. He was no longer the Gu Yin of yore. He would not be so easily rattled. He had evolved. Regardless of how they criticized or attacked him, he remained indifferent. They could hurl insults at him. He would remain unperturbed, like a gentle breeze caressing the hills. Faced with the hostility of the elders from Qingyun Pavilion, Gu Yin narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of formidable energy. He hurled a bell onto the expansive celestial platform below, with his left hand discreetly clutching a verdant seed. He raised his right hand and commanded, "Sword, come forth." In an instant, a divine sword, shimmering with violet light, materialized in his palm, seemingly prepared to confront the elders of Qingyun Pavilion. What an audacious pretense! You think this rickety celestial platform can intimidate me? Gu Yin's lofty demeanor, however, did not sit well with a powerful figure present. Ji Kong swiftly struck, delivering a resounding slap across Gu Yin's head in front of a multitude of mighty beings. Blood erupted. Just moments ago, Gu Yin had been an embodiment of arrogance, but now he staggered, his body tumbling through the void, his head and body separated, sent flying 100 paces away. Chapter 37, A Taste of Blood, A Salute to the Saint. Today, the attendees of this grand ceremony are all prominent figures from the mystic realm. They regard the sudden appearance of Gu Yin with cautious curiosity. If even the elder guarding the entrance has contemplated the implications of this event, it is only natural that these distinguished individuals have as well. This man, who is wanted throughout the mystic realm by the Qingyun Pavilion, brazenly appears here, brandishing a massive bell and daring to provoke enmity. He must surely possess some form of backing. The elders from the Chongxian Pavilion were poised to act swiftly, intending to subdue Gu Yin and drag him away for severe interrogation. Yet, among them, one individual was quicker. Ji Kong. Watching Gu Yin flaunt his audacity ignited an uncontrollable itch in him. Having lost his beloved son due to Gu Yin, and with the entire Ji family suffering because of the ruin wrought by Gu Yin, his disdain for the man was profound. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the saint's feelings towards Gu Yin, who dared to vie for the affections of the saint. While others might restrain themselves, Ji Kong could not. For the sake of the Ji family and the saint, he was determined to quash Gu Yin's arrogance at this very moment. Upon witnessing Ji Kong unleash his wrath and reduce Gu Yin to two halves, a hush fell over the assembly. Shortly thereafter, a voice erupted in applause. Bravo. Well done. The Ji family had, with noble intentions, believed that a bit of bloodshed on such a joyous occasion would indeed bring forth some auspiciousness. Bloodshed bringing joy. The proclamation drew countless gazes towards the source of the cheer. It was a somewhat portly, square-faced little man, clad in fine silk, clapping enthusiastically. Adorning his wrists and neck were garish, oversized gold bracelets and chains, epitomizing extravagance. He was none other than Li Jingyang, the eldest son of the Li family. Many recognized the rotund figure immediately. True to his merchant roots, his tongue was as sharp as a blade. Numerous influential figures murmured among themselves, glancing at Gu Yin. Despite his dismembered state, Gu Yin was still a prodigious talent. Ji Kong had refrained from taking his life, merely aiming to temper Gu Yin's vigor, intentionally holding back. Now, Gu Yin was preoccupied with reattaching his head to his body. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Gu Yin finally managed to restore his head to its rightful place. With eyes wide and filled with fury, he glared at Ji Kong, bellowing, "Ji Kong, for the sake of your father, my brother, I shall not hold this against you." Ji Kong sneered coldly, "Who are you calling a brother? My family Wen Feng is beyond your reach." At that moment, Li Jingyang also interjected sharply, "Gu Yin, who do you think you are to attend this ceremony? You should promptly end your own life to honor the saint." In the face of a former friend, Li Jingyang did not hesitate to strike with harsh words. What friendship? After offending the saint, Gu Yin had already been blacklisted by him. Moreover, the Li family, well informed, knew that although the Ji family had faced the saint's reprimand, they later turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring numerous sacred-level techniques. Such a rare and generous saint was virtually impossible to find. Initially troubled by the lack of opportunity to pay homage to the sage, it was unexpected that Gu Yin, this spendthrift, would appear at such a moment. Li Jingyang, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Gu Yin. To commit suicide on the spot, in honor of the sage? Upon hearing these words, Gu Yin's already pallid face flushed with a tinge of fury. How had he not previously discerned the venomous tongue of Li Jingyang? A murderous intent began to brew within him, and he resolved that after paying respects to the sage, he would swiftly eliminate Li Jingyang. He had come with the intention of causing a ruckus, and thus, he gritted his teeth and retorted coldly, "In honor of the sage? You wretch who licks filthy feet." The Chongxian Pavilion, an esteemed power, had its reputation tarnished by Nangong Qin, a shameless woman who, for mere trifles, sold her body and degraded herself, even going so far as to hold a wedding ceremony for becoming a concubine. Truly, she acts as a harlot while seeking to establish a facade of virtue. Surely, many have gathered here today to witness this farce. His words were exceedingly venomous, succinctly reducing the Chongxian Pavilion and Nangong Qin to naught. A queen from the Zhaixing Tower immediately scoffed. "A mere trifling benefit? Have you been using water to fill your brain all these years? Do you grasp the significance of a 300-pound sage-level technique? Not to mention 300 pounds. If you could present me with just 10 volumes of sage-level techniques, I would deem you accomplished." A stunningly beautiful matron from the Wan Fazaran Pavilion, unable to restrain herself upon hearing Gu Yin's ludicrous remarks, mocked, "What of being a concubine? If you possess the capability to acquire 300 pounds, I would gladly become your concubine. Nay, I would even serve you as a foot washer, if need be, you fool." Another female sage from an esteemed faction chuckled coldly. "Youthful exuberance leads to naive assumptions. You remain oblivious to the substantial advantages your former master reaped. In your words, it seems as though they suffered losses. I've heard rumors that you harbor intentions towards the head of the Nangong Pavilion. Thankfully, she has not lost her senses. Otherwise, the entire Chongxian Pavilion would be doomed by your folly." Gu Yin's utterances were absurd. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. What could a 300-pound sage-level technique yield? Any top-tier powerhouse with a modicum of sense would recognize its immense value. They were, in fact, too disinclined to criticize Qingyun. Rather, upon hearing his words, these exquisite goddesses were filled with envy. They were envious to the core. As they stated, given such an opportunity, not only would they consider being a concubine, but they would gladly serve as foot washers, rejoicing all the while. Qingyun was caught off guard by the absence of opposition from the Chongqing Pavilion. Instead, it was these representatives from other factions who emerged to humiliate him. These titans were all top-tier goddesses within the Xian realm. Previously, he had gazed up at them in reverence. Each of them spoke with chilling cruelty, sending shivers down his spine. Enraged, Qingyun simmered with fury. Even the great sage Qingyun, observing remotely through the azure mirror, could not help but click his tongue. So, this girl from the Chongqing Pavilion can obtain a 300-pound sage-level technique merely by becoming a concubine? Who exactly is this sage Chu to be so extravagantly bold? Even I, an old bull, find myself somewhat tempted. 300 pounds. Although aware that Qingyun was being pursued by the Chongqing Pavilion, he had never broached the subject of the Xian realm, leaving Bai Xiner somewhat in the dark. Upon hearing these words, even she felt a jolt in her heart. Weapons of the quasi-saint level weighing dozens of tons, and sacred-level techniques of several hundred pounds. Had that individual unearthed a tomb of an emperor? Even a quasi-emperor would not possess such wealth. Her heart was tumultuous. Given her former standing, a mere 300 pounds of sacred-level techniques could hardly sway her. However, considering the situation from another perspective, if such riches truly existed, while not to the extent of selling one's body, the idea of parting with other possessions could certainly be contemplated. That person had made an appearance, just as Qingyun was trembling with anger, within the azure sky mirror. Bai Xiner's pupils constricted as she beheld a familiar figure ascending from the celestial platform below. Today, Chu Feng's profile was as perfect as a sculpture. His eyes resembling the vastness of the starry sky, profound and boundless, adorned in a light purple robe that shimmered with the radiance of the sun and moon. He exuded an air of languid elegance intertwined with nobility. Beside him stood Nangong Qin, clad in a resplendent red gown that accentuated her snow-like skin, her breathtaking beauty shadowed by an icy demeanor. Chapter 038. Qingyun, does your conscience not ache? Nangong Qin gazed calmly at the youth in the sky who had inexplicably turned gray-haired. Her enchanting phoenix eyes resembled a tranquil, deep spring, devoid of any visible turmoil. Qingyun, upon spotting Nangong Qin once again, felt a tightening in his chest. Today, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Her snow-like skin was accentuated by a resplendent crimson phoenix robe, exuding an air of nobility. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her exquisite features radiated both cold elegance and sanctity. Yet, the deep red hue she wore revealed a hint of allure, akin to a blooming peony. He had never seen Nangong Qin so stunning before. In that moment, he found it difficult to tear his gaze away. However, when his eyes fell upon the man standing beside Nangong Qin, his already pale complexion turned ashen, as if he had consumed something vile. Chu Feng, the man whom his heart yearned for, was to marry his most detested adversary today, and as a concubine no less. The mere thought of it caused Qingyun's chest to rise and fall with agitation, pushing him to the brink of emotional collapse. Chu Feng regarded Qingyun, who resembled a jester, with a detached curiosity. Qingyun's arrival had been orchestrated by him, so he was not surprised. He turned to Nangong Qin and asked with a casual smile, "How would you like to handle this?" Nangong Qin's phoenix eyes flickered slightly, and her previously frosty demeanor melted like ice and snow, heralding the arrival of spring. She gently shook her head, replying, "He is no longer my concern. My husband may deal with him as he pleases." Her voice was calm, reflecting the placid light in her eyes. Yet, those words struck Qingyun's heart like a sharp sword. Even devoid of any ties, Nangong Qin's callousness shattered him into countless pieces. Before Chu Feng could speak, Qingyun's expression contorted as he bellowed, "You shameless harlot! I was utterly mistaken about you. How long has it been? How long? You call him husband so easily. The wedding ceremony has tea even begun yet. Is your dignity so low? How could I have been blind enough to fall for such a mercenary woman?" Qingyun had not ignored the wise words of the powerful before. In fact, it was precisely because he had absorbed them that his rage now surged even more fiercely. Images of the voices he had heard at the Qianxian sacred spring flooded his mind, intensifying his fury. A mere 300 pounds of sacred-level power could make one bow like a dog. If it were his beloved sister, she would never acquiesce. Qingyun had intended to create a scene, and at this moment, he felt no remorse for his words. Nangong Qin trembled at Qingyun's accusations. Her previously rosy complexion turned pale, and her lips quivered slightly, despite her earlier calm demeanor, unperturbed by Gu Yan's attitude. The moment she heard him refer to her as a harlot, it felt as though her heart was being cleaved in two. Even Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed sharply upon Gu Yan. In that instant, Gu Yan felt as if an invisible prison had materialized around him, enveloping him and causing an expression of anguish to mar his features. Silence. Gu Yan, you heartless wretch. Before Chu Feng could utter a word, the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion could no longer restrain themselves. Elder Jiang was the first to step forward, his beard trembling with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yan, exclaiming, "Who ventured into the forbidden zone of the southern Ming fire domain to retrieve a strand of ancient heavenly fire to save your life when you were gravely wounded by the Ice Master Tai's icy poison? Do you recall that it was you who provoked the Void Sword Sect, leading to a fierce battle between the Pavilion Master and the Void Sword King, which ultimately crippled your foundation and severed your chances of ascension? In order to resolve your grievances, do you remember? And when you were cultivating the secret technique of the Xianming body, who, against all odds, ceded a heavenly secret realm of the Chongxian Pavilion to the 10,000 Methods Natural Pavilion in exchange for a millennium's worth of Xianming essence? Initially, I believed your failure in the Sage trial was due to an infatuation with the Pavilion Master, making it difficult for you to accept reality. Hence your impulsive and grievous mistake. However, it is now evident that there were reasons for Chu Sheng's disregard for you. You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. The Pavilion Master treated you as kin, yet your heart is as narrow as a needle's eye. Had it not been for Chu Sheng, I shudder to think how the Chongxian Pavilion would fare under your stewardship. As the Grand Elder of the Chongxian Pavilion, Elder Jiang was acutely aware of the affairs within the sect and recalled how exceptionally well Nagongqin treated Gu Yan. For Gu Yan's sake, he had even quarreled with Nagongqin on several occasions. Nagongqin had sacrificed so much for Gu Yan. Yet today, on this joyous occasion for Nagongqin, Gu Yan not only chose to create chaos but audaciously labeled her a harlot. How could you utter such words? Truly a disgrace. Elder Jiang's furious rebuke rendered the entire assembly silent. Such a thing exists? The powerful figures from transcendent forces attending the ceremony were taken aback by Elder Jiang's remarks. A formidable entity from the Zhaixing Tower reflected with nostalgia. Upon consideration, it seems there is truth to this. Last year, the Pavilion Master indeed fought the Void Sword King, emerging from that battle a Pyrrhic victor, leaving the Void Sword King in seclusion for a millennium, and the Void Sword Sect no longer emerging into the world. Who would have thought that the root of this kingly battle was to assist Gu Yan? Another monarch from the 10,000 Methods Natural Pavilion interjected. I too recall this. The Chongxian Pavilion exchanged a heavenly secret realm for a millennium's worth of Xianming essence, an exceedingly rare commodity. We possess only one in our own sect, and I hesitated for quite some time before parting with it. In hindsight, it would have been better suited for a dog. What a shame to squander the goodwill of the Chongxian Pavilion. The testimonies of these powerful figures only served to validate Elder Jiang's assertions. Glares, sharp as daggers, pierced through Gu Yan. Their eyes brimmed with disdain and revulsion. If there were those who could once comprehend Gu Yan's actions, now no one held him in any esteem. Amongst the eminent leaders of transcendent forces present, their greatest abhorrence was reserved for the like of Gu Yan, the ungrateful wretch. You may harbor hatred for the Chongxian Pavilion or Chu Sheng, but what right do you have to treat Nagongqin, a mentor who bestowed upon you kindness and devoted her efforts, with such insolence? Do not speak of the formidable individuals present. Even the distant Qingyun sage in the desolate realm furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Is this scoundrel truly so despicable? He's indeed a wolf cub that cannot be nurtured. At this moment, Bai Xiner cast a cold gaze upon the realm of the azure sky, offering no response. She was aware that Gu Yan was no virtuous character, yet she had not anticipated such a depth of depravity. Not only she, but even the white glow within her, dimmed slightly, expressing a voice of confusion. How can Gu Yan act in such a manner? This is utterly excessive. The actions of the fated protagonist Gu Yan have incited widespread ire, resulting in a decline of fortune and a reduction of 5,000 destiny points. You have obtained a Destiny Treasure Box 1. Due to Nagongqin's complete disillusionment with the fated protagonist, the completion rate of the hidden task related to Nagongqin has increased by 50, bringing the current completion rate to 270. Would you like to settle the rewards? The system notifications resonated successively. Chu Feng gazed at Gu Yan, whose pallid complexion betrayed the last remnants of his destiny points, now reduced to a mere 5,000. He had not anticipated that, without making a move, someone would speak on his behalf. Even more astonishing was the fact that, as the fated protagonist, Gu Yin could behave in such a manner. According to Elder Jiang, Nangongqin's affection for him was far from ordinary. It was a profound bond indeed. Even he could no longer bear to watch, lightly mocking. Gu Yin, does your conscience not ache? Gu Yin gritted his teeth, agitated by Elder Jiang's words. He had not expected Nangongqin to invest so much for him. He had always believed that her favors, as the leader of the Chongxian Pavilion, were merely simple gestures. He could hardly fathom the depths of the situation. Observing Nangongqin below, her sorrowful demeanor made her appear pitiful and deserving of sympathy. He admitted that, in that moment, he felt a twinge of regret and frustration. However, as the relentless jeers and taunts of his adversaries reached his ears, he forced himself to declare defiantly, I have no regrets. Having spoken, he attempted to turn and flee. He acknowledged that his defenses had crumbled. He longed to escape this place, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet, regrettably, Gu Yin was already firmly ensnared, unable to take a single step away. Since he had arrived, he might as well not rush to depart. After all, everyone had yet to witness the performance he was to present. Chu Feng's indifferent voice echoed in Gu Yan's ears. A performance? What performance? The audience exchanged glances, bewildered. Was there something about Gu Yin that they were unaware of? Chapter 39. You make me feel disgusted. A performance? When did I ever agree to perform? Gu Yan's expression stiffened. Initially, when he sensed that his space had been frozen by Chu Feng, he held the seed bestowed by the Azure Bull Great Sage without much alarm. However, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, an inexplicable wave of familiar trepidation surged within him. In that fleeting moment, memories of his recent misfortunes flooded his mind. He pondered meticulously over what potential incriminating evidence this individual might possess against him. Yet, despite racking his brain, Gu Yin felt he held no faults. He fixed a fierce gaze on Chu Feng. Do not spout nonsense here. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Chu Feng ignored him. He was not idly inviting Gu Yin at this moment for no reason. There was profound significance behind it. After all, he had grown somewhat weary of this little leak. The last time, the heavenly Tao had specifically warned him that a new protagonist was about to emerge. Thus, today was a day to thoroughly uproot the leak and reclaim what he had entrusted to Gu Yin at the Eternal Gate. With a snap of his fingers, accompanied by a resounding sound, a pale blue halo suddenly materialized behind Gu Yan's neck, ascending like fireworks and gradually coalescing into a scene visible to all. Elder Jiang and the other elders of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion immediately focused intently on the unfolding image. Soon, two figures appeared within the scene. One was easily recognizable, Gu Yin himself. The other, however, was an unfamiliar figure, a tall, robust man adorned with two massive bull horns, exuding a sense of savagery and dominance. Who could that be? Gu Yin, and is this a creature of the Demon Clan? The Demon Clan? Is it not a rare race? How could Gu Yin possibly have dealings with them? The distinguished guests present immediately directed their gaze towards the horned giant appearing above Gu Yan's head, seasoned in experience. They quickly discerned that the horned man hailed from the Demon Clan. Some Na'vi disciples of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion curiously inquired, Demon Clan? What kind of race is that? An elder explained, the Demon Clan is a hybrid born from the union of our human race and ferocious beasts, exceedingly rare. Regarded as a lowly race in the mystic realm, akin to scraps, with a very low status. It is surprising that Gu Yin has fallen to consort with such hybrids. The young disciples, upon hearing this, appeared enlightened, their expressions becoming peculiar. The mystic realm, including the lower realm of the bamboo realm, predominantly consisted of humans, with other races being seldom encountered. For many disciples, the Demon Clan was particularly rare, and upon learning of its origins, their gazes towards Gu Yin turned distinctly odd. After all, the background of the Demon Clan was rather unspeakable. To associate with them, Gu Yin truly. Gu Yin had no time to dwell on their strange looks. Upon seeing the image of himself alongside the Azure Sage materializing above him, his heart leaped to his throat. How could there be a depiction of me in the Azure Sage? Gu Yin felt utterly frazzled. The subsequent scene, however, sent a chill down his spine. For within the hazy images, sounds began to emerge. Rest assured, Qing Sheng, since I have chosen to serve the Demon Clan, my heart harbors no ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, having fallen to such depths, only the Demon Clan has treated me with sincerity, and in return, I will reciprocate with genuine loyalty. Excellent. You are indeed a commendable traitor. The princess has a discerning eye. What does it mean to serve the Demon Clan? What tasks lie ahead? A series of resonant, powerful voices from Gu Yin echoed continuously. As the voices rang out, the world fell into a profound silence. "Gu Yin, you bastard." A furious curse soon followed. Li Zhengyang's face flushed with rage as he shouted, "What a waste of a good person, choosing to serve the demons like a dog. Truly, you are a rare talent. Thank heavens I did not assist you back then. Otherwise, my Li family would never regain its dignity in the Xian realm." His outburst elicited unspoken agreement from the esteemed figures present. Not only him, but the once amicable Xiao Xingjuan from the star-picking tower also stared at the dazed Gu Yin in disbelief, exclaiming, "Gu Yin, you disgust me. A traitor. You actually wish to become a traitor. Do you realize that the demon clan is a marginalized, inconsequential race in the Xian realm? You, a former top talent of a transcendent power, have fallen so low as to consider becoming a traitor. How utterly revolting." At that moment, Ji Kong finally understood who had rescued him in the Xiaozhu realm and could not help but inquire, what does Gu Yin intend to achieve by becoming a traitor? He astutely recognized the crux of the issue. The demon clan depicted in the imagery clearly harbored ulterior motives. It was inconceivable that they sought out a former genius like Gu Yin simply for admiration of his visage. There must be something to gain. There was undoubtedly a significant problem at hand. Not only Ji Kong, but the other dignitaries also grasped this notion, their gazes fixed on the pallid, bloodless Gu Yin, yearning to uncover the truth. The voices from the imagery had yet to cease. Soon, Gu Yin's voice resonated once more. "Qing Xing, you're mistaken. Oh, I am not merely a competent traitor. Believe me, I will exert all my efforts, even for Sister Xnr. This journey to the Xian realm is not just about sabotaging the demon suppression array at the Chongshin Pavilion. My targets encompass all 77 demon suppression arrays within the Xian realm. The demon suppression array." Upon hearing this, the esteemed figures present could hardly believe their ears. The demon clan, a mere trash race in the Xian realm, dared to entertain thoughts of manipulating the demon suppression arrays. Those arrays are the lifeblood of the Xian realm. Should anything go awry with the arrays, the entire realm would face calamity. How audacious for this insignificant demon clan to even contemplate such actions. What is more astonishing is that one dared to think it, while another was willing to act upon it. Gu Yan's visit to the Chongshin Pavilion today was certainly not a mere act of disruption. His true objective was the demon suppression arrays. In the blink of an eye, the numerous esteemed figures of the Xian realm present swiftly reacted. Elder Zhang promptly turned to Elder Su and gestured urgently, "Hurry, go check on Mount Wanzhong." Mount Wanzhong, akin to a forbidden ground of the Chongshin Pavilion, held far greater significance than the Yumei Cliff where Gu Yin was once imprisoned. For Mount Wanzhong served as the focal point of a powerful array designed to seal and suppress demonic forces vigilantly guarded by formidable experts of the Chongshin Pavilion year-round. Any individual with a modicum of intellect could surmise that if the scene was indeed authentic. Gu Yan's purpose for visiting the Chongshin Pavilion today was undoubtedly linked to the demonic suppression array. "Do not panic. Since my husband is aware, there must be no issue with the suppression array," came the calm voice of Nangong Qin amidst the chaos engulfing the Chongshin Pavilion. Her phoenix-like eyes were fixed upon Chu Feng, noticing the familiar, enigmatic smile gracing his face. "Continue observing. The true spectacle has only just begun." Chu Feng's tranquil voice momentarily stunned the elders of the Chongshin Pavilion. They soon realized that the scene had indeed shifted. A colossal, ink-green mountain loomed in the frame, dominating much of the view. A shadowy figure, identical to Gu Yin, stealthily approached the mountain, brandishing a crimson long nail in hand. Chapter 040, The Pig is Fat. And it's time to slaughter. Within the depths of Mount Wanzhong, an intricate array of enchantments lay in place. Even on the day of the grand wedding of the Holy Chosen, two formidable elders at the kingly realm remained vigilant, ever watchful over the demon suppression array. In the unfolding scene, a shadowy figure, elusive and nimble as a rodent, moved stealthily. He was intimately familiar with the terrain. Neither the myriad enchantments surrounding Mount Wanzhong nor the two elders on guard had noticed the infiltration. This gray figure, clutching a long crimson nail, drew ever closer to the mountain. He did not rush forward, but instead concealed himself in a remarkably hidden corner, seemingly biding his time for the opportune moment. As the image magnified, the assembled powerful beings easily discerned the visage of this gray figure, Gu Yin. The appearance of this shadowy figure was an exact replica of Gu Yin. The elders of the Chongshin Pavilion were drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Today was the momentous day of the wedding. Elders Zhang and Li, having grown complacent, were caught off guard. Many gazes fixated intently on the crimson nail clutched in the gray figure's hand. This object was evidently intended to breach the array. If the Holy Chosen did not discover it today, and if Qingyun were to create chaos, there would undoubtedly be an opening at Mount Wanzhong. The expressions of the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion turned grim. Should Qingyun manage to breach the demon suppression array, chaos would reign, and countless lives would be lost. The Chongxian Pavilion would bear the blame, though they understood that the Holy Chosen was watching, and thus the array was unlikely to face significant issues. The elders were on the brink of despair. Elder Jiang, trembling, pointed at Qingyun, his voice quaking. Beast. How dare you? Do you wish to bury the entire Xuanjie with you? Elder Su's face was filled with murderous intent. Seize him, kill him. He must not escape. His fury was palpable as a light blue brush appeared in his hand, its tip radiating an intimidating glow. Before he could act, a flash of red surged past. Like a startled phoenix, erupting with overwhelming murderous intent from the white jade celestial platform below. Nangang Qin, this esteemed leader of the Chongxian Pavilion, one of the protagonists of the day, wielded a jade-green blade emanating a chilling aura, unleashing terrifying sword radiance aimed at Qingyun. She intended to personally eliminate this traitor. Qingyun was struck with dread as he observed the unfolding events, his mind swirling in chaos, rendering him utterly bewildered. Why had my plan been exposed? This was utterly impossible. This infiltration into the Chongxian Pavilion to disrupt the demon suppression array was not flawless. Yet with the precious artifact in hand and the support of a great sage behind him, Qingyun had felt invincible, convinced that no mishap could occur. He had even devised a plan to humiliate Chu Feng and abduct Nangang Qin the moment he entered the Chongxian Pavilion. He longed for the entire Chongxian Pavilion to pay a heavy price. But now, the scene he had anticipated dissolved into mere illusion. Before he could even commence his actions, he faced demise before achieving success. All the details of his plan had been laid bare by Chu Feng. How could this be possible? How did he manage it? Qingyun's face drained of color as he felt a sharp pain radiating from his chest. He fixed his gaze intently on the figure before him, whose flawless features exuded an irresistible allure, yet whose phoenix-like eyes brimmed with murderous intent. His chest had been pierced by a long sword. The thunderous strike from a pinnacle king was far beyond the response of a mere celestial platform. The master he had once revered and admired without reservation was now determined to kill him without mercy. Had it not been for the mysterious portal within him that emanated a warm and enigmatic power, mending his body in an instant, Qingyun would have already met his demise. His expression twisted in agony as he glared at Nangang Qin, exclaiming, You were truly ruthless." Nangang Qin paid him no heed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy from her azure blade. Boom! In an instant, Qingyun was reduced to fragments before the eyes of all. Splendid. Such a vicious person deserves to be struck down with thunderous wrath. A furious voice echoed. A powerful figure from a transcendent force, witnessing Qingyun's fall, felt a surge of satisfaction within. However, Ji Kong's expression darkened as he remarked, "His death is far too lenient. He should be cast into the abyss of emptiness, suppressed for a millennium, tormented until death, to truly relieve the pain of our hearts." His sentiment found resonance among the surrounding potentates. A scoundrel like Qingyun, who dares commit such heinous acts, is capable of anything. Do not be hasty. His life force is tenacious. He is not dead yet. Not dead. Can Qingyun withstand a strike from a pinnacle king? The assembled powerhouses paused, recognizing that the voice belonged to Chu Feng, and immediately, no one doubted him. Chu Feng's gaze was indifferent as he stared into the void. There, a golden light flickered, and Qingyun's form reemerged in a miraculous resurrection. This eternal portal is indeed remarkable. Yet, it is merely a desperate struggle. He chuckled softly, as Qingyun's nefarious deeds were laid bare before all the powerful beings of the Xian realm. The incessant sounds of the system echoed in his ears, resounding endlessly. The actions of the destined protagonist Qingyun have incited widespread fury, resulting in a dramatic decline of fortune, with destiny points decreased by 3,000. You have received a Destiny Treasure Box 1. The actions of the destined protagonist Qingyun have incited widespread fury, resulting in a dramatic decline of fortune. With destiny points decreased by 3,000, you have received a Destiny Treasure Box 1. The destiny points of the destined protagonist Qingyun have fallen to negative values. Fortune lost. The protagonist's fate collapsed, resulting in the loss of protagonist status. You have received Destiny Treasure Boxes 3. Observing the furious and vengeful expressions of the powerful beings in the Xian realm, just as he had surmised, the demonic suppression array was of utmost importance to the major forces of the Xian realm, a matter of life and death. Once Guyan's collusion with the demon race to sabotage the demonic suppression array was exposed, it was far from a mere social death. Before his transmigration, a saying had echoed, "Those who follow the path of righteousness shall garner support. Those who stray shall find themselves forsaken." Guyan's actions had transcended mere straying from the path. The last vestiges of his destiny points could not withstand the wrath of the beings of the Xian realm. The reality confirmed his suspicions. After Guyan's exposure, his destiny points were nearly instantaneously depleted to zero. In fact, they plummeted into the negative. The value of destiny is, in essence, the embodiment of fortune. To plummet into the negative signifies not merely a cascade of misfortune, but the utter forfeiture of the protagonist's qualifications. This heralds the moment when the pig has finally been fattened for slaughter. This rebirth is, indeed, the final one. In an instant, he appeared before the radiant golden light. His arm raised, poised to grasp the crown of Guyan. With the loss of destiny, the eternal gate may at last be relinquished. Guyan, confronted with the proximity of Chu Feng, beheld the visage that evoked both profound aversion and deep-seated terror within him. Trembling uncontrollably, he could no longer afford to hesitate. The azure seed clutched in his hand was abruptly crushed. A resounding shout echoed through the heavens above the heavy, mysterious pavilion. "Great Bull Grandpa, please descend upon us." Boom. An unprecedented and terrifying aura erupted from Guyan's being. Chapter 41. Chu Feng, do you regret it? In the remote, desolate realm, within the ancestral hall. As Guyan crushed the azure seed and recited the incantation, a brilliant azure flame suddenly erupted from the body of the azure bull sage. The immense horns atop its head resembled twin antennas, and at the moment the azure flame was born, it unleashed a series of swirling azure vortices. The vortices intertwined with the flames, merging into a diminutive version of the azure bull sage, which vanished in an instant. Using the azure seed as a conduit to penetrate Guyan's body. What on earth is happening? This is absurd. How did this human sage discern Guyan's plan? Why has everything been unexpectedly exposed? The aura emanating from the azure bull sage weakened slightly, yet he remained unconcerned. Gazing at the images transmitted by the azure mirror, utterly bewildered, Guyan's use of the sage seed, a desperate gamble, effectively declared the failure of his attempt to disrupt the demon suppression array. It was not only Guyan who was engulfed in confusion. The sage himself was equally perplexed. The fundamental reason he chose to bestow a sage seed upon Guyan was not due to any admiration for him, but rather his belief that Guyan stood a significant chance of dismantling the array. Yet now, not only had Guyan's stealthy infiltration of the Chongxian pavilion been detected ahead of time, but even their prior conversation in the desolate realm had inexplicably come to the attention of that human sage. This was utterly ludicrous. "My lord, can you comprehend the situation?" The azure bull sage turned to Baishiner, asking in shock. Baishiner's expression darkened, reflecting similar astonishment, as she shook her head and replied, "I do not know. However, it seems this human sage is also a great sage." Her implication was evident. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the azure bull sage's eyes. A great sage? What of it? The demon race is invincible at the same level. Even if he is a great sage, we shall not fear him. Baishiner did not respond. She was acutely aware of the circumstances. From the moment Guyan had yet to step into the mystic realm, everything had already been predetermined. His exposure stemmed from a rather straightforward source. That heavenly heart doll had been given to her by that man, which he subsequently passed to the azure bull, ultimately landing in Guyan's hands. From the moment he acquired the heavenly heart doll, this quasi-saint grade treasure began to record every word and action of Guyan. Even the stratagem by which Guyan employed the heavenly heart doll to feint and mislead was, Baishiner surmised, a plan meticulously orchestrated by that man, awaiting its execution. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Guyan was akin to a fattened pig willingly walking into the slaughterhouse. Baishiner shook her head. It no longer mattered. The moment she accepted that man's terms of trade, Guyan's fate was irrevocably sealed. From the very beginning, she had known that the demon suppression array of the Chongxian pavilion was destined to remain intact. Hence, the focus of this operation in the mystic realm was never truly on Guyan. Her gaze swept across the azure mirror, where Guyan, harnessing the power of the azure bull sage, had unleashed a formidable might. A radiant sun ascended above, a manifestation of the great sage's utmost power. Unexpectedly, the ethereal glow within Bai remained silent, sensing Guyan's current predicament. Bai instructed the Qingyun great sage to shift their focus elsewhere, directing them to the vast sea. The great sage nodded, waving his hand, causing the image in the mirror to shift and reveal a vast ocean, rippling with shadows. He murmured, "Let us see how much commotion this young man can stir with such divine power." The failure of the Chongxian Pavilion's demon-slaying formation was unforeseen. Yet they had long prepared alternative plans. While Gu Yin created chaos, their other pawns concealed within the Xian realm were also set in motion. At the Chongxian Pavilion, atop the Baiyu Immortal platform, a thunderous roar echoed. The ancient halls trembled as if on the brink of collapse. Above the Chongxian Pavilion, a figure radiated with an endless blaze, akin to the sun itself. Surrounding him were dazzling golden rays illuminating both heaven and earth. The overwhelming force incinerated the spiritual essence of the void, bending mountains and rivers to submission. What is this divine radiance? How could Gu Yin possess such celestial brilliance? The assembled powerful beings of the Xian realm, who had come to witness the event, stared in disbelief at the heavenly threshold, their voices trembling in terror. What did this divine radiance signify? The emergence of a great sage. Yet, this was utterly ludicrous. Just moments ago, Gu Yin had been despised like a rat scurrying through the streets, yet he had not been slain by Nangongqin. After uttering some inexplicable words, he erupted with divine light. "Run! Flee quickly!" A prominent warrior from the Li family seized Li Zhengyang and turned to escape. This was a great sage. With but a thought, he could slay a perfected warrior. Even the revered Chu sage would retreat in fear, regardless of how the sage had come to be. He was not someone they could provoke. It was best to flee first. As the Li family's warrior fled, a chain reaction ensued. The esteemed powers of the Xian realm present began to scramble, each desperately pursuing escape from the Chongxian Pavilion. Where was the Chu sage? Why had he vanished? Had he been suppressed? The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion wore expressions of shock, searching for Chu Feng. They soon realized that as Gu Yin unleashed his sage power, Chu Feng, who had been closest, was engulfed by the radiant glow. Elder Zhang's face contorted in distress. His garments were nearly incinerated by the residual heat of the great sun. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "How could Gu Yin, a mere immortal platform cultivator, possess such sage power? It must be the demon clan. They have given him his trump card. This man is truly despicable." Ji Kong's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he gazed at Gu Yin amidst the brilliance of the sun, noticing a pair of horns sprouting from his head. Upon witnessing this scene, his expression darkened, a mix of shock and fury etched upon his face. "Do not panic," he reassured himself. His formidable power was not his own and would not endure for long. "Elder Jiang, summon the Council of Elders and activate the protective formation of our sect." Nangongqin appeared at the heavenly pavilion with a frosty demeanor, calmly issuing her commands. Yet, her phoenix-like eyes were anxiously searching for the whereabouts of Chu Feng. "Ha! No one shall escape today. Let us all embark on this journey together." The voice of Gu Yin echoed from above, laced with a hint of madness. His celestial platform was fracturing, riddled with cracks, yet he had never felt the world to be so exquisite. Gu Yin had succumbed to madness. The power of the demon clan's great sage not only bestowed upon him boundless strength, but also drove him into a frenzied state. However, he cared not for his insanity. "Chu Feng, do you regret your choices?" He sneered, his gaze fixed upon the figure he loathed profoundly, delivering a devastating punch towards Chu Feng's silhouette. The heavens trembled. The earth quaked. The might of the great sage was terrifying beyond measure, as though the very fabric of reality would shatter beneath that single blow. Chapter 042. The joke-like trump card. "Chu Feng, do you regret it?" Gu Yan's roar echoed, brimming with boundless delight, as he unleashed a punch that seemed to alter the very fabric of the heavens. The powerful beings present from the Xian realm were left in utter shock. Their expressions shattered. None of them had anticipated that Gu Yin possessed such a terrifying trump card. Could Chu Sheng withstand this? Ji Kong felt his throat dry as he gazed up at Gu Yan's fist in the sky. A single strike infused with the might of the great sage could obliterate the entire Chongxian Pavilion. Despite Chu Feng's consistent display of composure, how could he possibly confront such overwhelming power? "It's over. It's utterly over. This little beast, Gu Yin, possesses such prowess." The elders of Chongxian Pavilion were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The protective formation could merely buy time, but it could never shield Chu Feng from the force of that punch. Nangongqin tightly clenched her jade-like hands, her phoenix eyes filled with tension. At that moment, a faint voice resonated through the void. "Regret? Indeed, I harbor some regret in utilizing a power that does not rightfully belong to you. It shouldn't harm the treasures I entrusted to you, should it?" His tone was calm, seemingly unfazed, even carrying a hint of levity. The imposing Gu Yin, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, was instantly engulfed in fury. What treasures could possibly be in his possession? That mysterious gate. It had always been his ace in the hole. Every time he heard Chu Feng claim it as his own, Qingyun felt an inexplicable pang of anguish, akin to the sensation of having something precious snatched away. With that punch, he thought to himself, keep barking. Once I reduce you to fragments, let us see what you have to say. Qingyun brimmed with confidence in his newfound strength. Boom. His fist collided with Chu Feng, yet it felt as though he had struck an iron wall. Qingyun trembled. A numbing sensation coursing through his body. Why couldn't he exert any force? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly sent flying backward, his form disintegrating into flesh and blood. With such meager strength, you think to kill me? How naive. Chu Feng's voice resonated coolly. As the brilliance faded, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent, having not retreated a single step. Was everything fine? Instead, it was Qingyun who had been hurled away. The onlookers, who had been worried for Chu Feng, narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Qingyun, wielding the might of the great sage, had failed to inflict any harm on Chu Feng. This was incomprehensible. The higher the realm, the more challenging it became to engage across boundaries. The chasm between a sage and a great sage was vast. Even if Qingyun was merely borrowing power, he should have been able to dominate a sage. Ji Kong trembled as he spoke. What on earth is happening? His gaze followed Chu Feng as he strolled through the sky, approaching Qingyun. Once shrouded in the resplendent glory of the sun god, Qingyun now found himself in a state of utter disarray. After regaining his composure, his face was equally etched with astonishment, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Alas, his retreat was futile. His legs felt as though they were burdened with lead, rendering him incapable of movement. To the onlookers, including Ji Kong and others, it appeared that Qingyun had nowhere to escape. This was utterly illogical. The elders of the heavy Xian pavilion were struck with profound shock. At that moment, Nagongqin suddenly spoke softly. It seems we have never inquired whether my husband is at the sage level or the great sage level. Her words fell into an eerie silence. In an era where a consummate king is regarded as the pinnacle of power, the emergence of a sage commands earth-shattering authority. Naturally, people subconsciously assumed that Chu Feng was merely a sage. Yet, it was clear that they had forgotten that in the ancient times of the Xian realm, sages were ubiquitous. And great sages were as common as dogs, with even sage kings existing. As they witnessed Chu Feng effortlessly overpowering Qingyun, who was utilizing the power of a great sage, even the most obtuse among them began to comprehend that Chu Feng was far from an ordinary sage. He was, in fact, a great sage. With this realization, it made perfect sense that Chu Feng could casually produce a plethora of sage-level techniques. Upon contemplating this, everyone present exhaled in relief. Qingyun must have been utterly dumbfounded. His trump cards appeared to be nothing more than a jest. At that moment, Li Zhenyang, who had returned unbeknownst to anyone, gazed at the heavens and couldn't help but exclaim, "By the heavens!" Meanwhile, watching Qingyun being subdued from afar in the wilderness was the great sage Qingyun, who was taken aback. This fellow was certainly not a sage. How had I failed to notice this before? Qingyun was extraordinarily unfortunate. Having borrowed my great sage power, he was now being suppressed. Beside him, Baishiner was not surprised by this turn of events. This man had been aware of Qingyun's every move from the very beginning. How could he not have prepared? If her assumptions were correct, he might very well be a sage king. Sister, what will happen to Qingyun? At that moment, the white light within her slowly inquired. Baishiner responded calmly, what else could happen? He is surely on a path to demise. Even if that man were to spare him, with the celestial platform shattered, his chances of survival are slim. The white light fell silent for a while, ultimately choosing not to speak further. If it were possible, she would undoubtedly wish to save Qingyun. Yet, she was powerless to do so, and her sister did not support her either. Moreover, for reasons unknown, her mindset had undergone a subtle shift. Previously, she would have risked everything to compel her sister to intervene, but after witnessing Qingyun's numerous actions, Baishiner's resolve had considerably softened. Qingyun, has it begun? Baishiner gazed calmly at the azure mirror above. Success is imminent. On the other side, there lay a demon-suppressing formation, its core on the verge of being shattered. The voice of the azure bull resonated with astonishment, just as she had anticipated. Even the might of the great sage proved powerless against that man, Qingyun, who had utterly relinquished all hope. This man effortlessly seized him, and then vanished. Baishiner furrowed her brow, observing the fleeting figures of Chu Feng and Qingyun in the mirror, her heart filled with bewilderment. Chu Feng had not truly disappeared. Upon approaching Qingyun, he hesitated not for a moment. In fact, he exchanged not a single word with Gu Yin. With ruthless precision, he delivered a resounding slap to the crown of his head. Devoid of the fated value and the protagonist's destiny, Gu Yin should have met a thorough demise. Yet, unexpectedly, the eternal gate within him suddenly swung wide open, drawing Gu Yin in and erasing him from existence. Chu Feng, raising an eyebrow, instantly pursued him. This was dire. On the Bayou Immortal platform, the leader of the Wanfa Xiren sect suddenly gasped in alarm. Her expression was one of profound dismay as she solemnly declared, "The formation within the sect, the core has been seized." What? At the utterance of these words, a heavy silence enveloped the Chongxian Pavilion. Chapter 43, Anticipation of your astonished countenance. The eye of the formation has been seized. Upon the utterance of these words, nearly all the formidable figures from the mystic realm present were rendered speechless. The eye of the demon suppression formation had been taken, which could only signify that the formation of the Wanfa natural sect was on the brink of collapse. Elder Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. His form trembled as he asked in astonishment, "The eye has been seized? How could this occur? Each of our transcendent powers safeguarding the demon suppression formation is protected by no fewer than 2 fully realized monarchs. Your sect is renowned for its profound mastery of formations in the mystic realm. How could the eye be taken from you?" Nangong Qin furrowed her brows and decisively interjected, "Saran, who was it that seized it? How long until the formation collapses?" The expression of sect master Saran darkened as she felt the weight of countless gazes upon her. With a bitter smile, she replied, "It was Sunan who acted. He took advantage of the void within the pavilion and struck suddenly. The 2 fully realized monarchs stationed there failed to stop him. Currently, the elders within the sect are reinforcing the formation, but without the eye, none can ascertain how long it will hold. Sunan, the deputy sect master? How could it be him? Has he lost his sanity? What purpose does he serve in seizing the eye? Is he also a traitor like Gu Yin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Gu Yin was driven to desperation. But what could a despicable race like the demon kind offer him? A wave of uproar swept through the assembly. Initially, everyone suspected that a traitor, akin to Gu Yin, had been bribed to act in the shadows and seize the eye of the demon suppression formation. To their astonishment, it turned out to be an insider of such high rank. Deputy Sect Master Su Nan, a disciple of Sect Master Saran, was an absolute high-ranking figure within the Wanfa natural sect. Simultaneously, he was a fully realized monarch. How could he commit such an act at this critical juncture? Under the scrutiny of all, Sect Master Saran's exquisitely crafted visage darkened. She waved her hand to the crowd, stating, "Esteemed guests, I must take my leave first. We shall discuss this matter later." With that, she and several powerful figures present vanished from the scene. As Sect Master Saran disappeared, the countenances of the other prominent figures in the mystic realm fluctuated between uncertainty and alarm. Some hastily followed in her wake. Should the demon suppression formation of the Wanfa natural sect shatter, the malevolent entities from the opposing side would surge forth, endangering other transcendent powers throughout the mystic realm. This is dire. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, another sovereign of a transcendent power's expression shifted. "Esteemed colleagues, please convey my apologies to Saint Chu. We are encountering difficulties within our holy grounds as well." Moreover, though not as explicit as Sect Master Saran, this sovereign appeared hurried, departing rapidly, evidently facing significant troubles of their own. This was merely the beginning. Soon, several others manifested the same predicament, their faces stern as they swiftly departed. The Chongxian Pavilion fell into a profound silence, leaving those who remained exchanging glances, none having anticipated that this day, which was meant to be joyous, would be marred by such upheaval in the mystic realm. Elder Su sighed. Who is the mastermind behind today's chaos? Could it truly be those feeble demon races? Elder Jiang, his face etched with concern, waved his hand, saying, "Let us respond to the situation as it unfolds. What course of action shall we take now?" Beneath the towering mountains, the figure manifested by Gu Yin was effortlessly subdued. However, in this moment, Chu Feng was absent, and many guests had already departed. The realm of Xian was on the brink of turmoil, and the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion displayed expressions of concern as they gazed at Nangong Qin. After a brief silence, Nangong Qin spoke softly. "Wait. The ancient beings of the Xian realm would not idly stand by and watch the demon suppression array collapse." Her words served as a reminder to those present. Over the years, apart from the Chongxian Pavilion, transcendent forces such as the Wanfa Xiren sect were certainly not devoid of depth. Yet, this depth was not within their control. Those ancient beings would not act unless faced with life and death. In the southeastern region of the Xian realm, the vast sea lay shrouded in darkness, with ominous winds howling as if heralding the end of the world. This was the domain of the transcendent force, the Tianhu Immortal Gate. A colossal figure, adorned with massive horns, appeared above the tumultuous waters, accompanied by the distortion of space. Perched upon his broad shoulders was a petite girl with foxtails, dressed in a flowing white gown. "Shall I intervene, my lord?" asked the great sage of the green ox, his eyes fixed upon the depths of the ocean, where the brilliance of several perfected kings flickered like flames beneath the sea. "No rush," replied Bai Shiner, shaking her head. "The depths of the Xian realm extend beyond this. We shall wait for their saint to appear." The great sage of the green ox nodded, retracting his aura, becoming almost imperceptible amidst the tumultuous world around them. Boom! A deep, resonant sound soon echoed from the depths of the ocean. A beam of golden light pierced through the oppressive clouds, cascading down into the sea. This golden light swiftly transformed into a bridge. The great sage of the green ox raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ah, the holy bridge is manifesting. The Tianhu Immortal Gate possesses remarkable depth, indeed, as a perfected king has managed to break through to sainthood." The holy bridge emerging from the void was a sign of the celestial pathways responding, indicating a king's breakthrough into holiness. To invoke the holy bridge was not merely a matter of arduous cultivation, it required supreme fortune and innate talent. 1,000 perfected kings might not yield even one prodigy capable of summoning the holy bridge to achieve sainthood. And now, within the depths of the vast sea, as the holy bridge appeared, someone was on the verge of attaining holiness at the moment the demon suppression array was about to shatter. Naturally, the demon suppression array was the lifeblood of the Xian realm. Should the array fall, the essence of the realm would significantly diminish, thereby greatly increasing the odds of achieving sainthood at this critical juncture. Seated upon the shoulder of the great sage of the green ox, Bai Shiner playfully swung her fair, smooth legs, unperturbed by the unfolding events. As they conversed, the holy bridge in the deep sea grew increasingly radiant, and a figure shimmering with golden light surged forth with immense authority. "Eliminate him," Bai Shiner said with a calm demeanor. With a sinister grin, the great sage of the green ox unleashed a powerful punch. The heavens and earth trembled. The golden figure that had only just emerged was obliterated by the force of the great sage's fist before it could fully manifest its sanctity. Simultaneously, the demon suppression array beneath the sea disintegrated. "My lord, one down," the great sage of the green ox proclaimed triumphantly, raising a finger in satisfaction. Bai Shiner gazed into the abyssal depths of the ocean, where a colossal vortex manifested following the fall of that revered sage, emanating an aura of terror. She promptly urged, "We must depart at once. Those insufferable beings in the passage are approaching. Let us move to the sect of natural laws." Upon hearing this, the great sage of the green ox's countenance darkened, and he vanished from sight. Several hours later, the two found themselves in a desolate desert, where the great sage bore numerous gaping wounds, his aura considerably diminished. In stark contrast, Bai Shiner remained pristine and delightful. "My lord, the foundation of the Xian realm is formidable. Astonishingly, 2 great sages have awakened. All the treasures I amassed over centuries in the Xian realm are now lost, and half of the lads from the wildlands have perished, having only established 3 demon-slaying formations in the Xian realm. It is all due to that useless Gu Yan. He squandered the seed of the great sage, rendering it worthless. Had he succeeded, there would have been 4 formations." The great sage of the green ox's eyes blazed crimson with fury. Yet, Bai Shiner, unfazed, gently patted his neck, saying, "There is no need for haste. 3 formations are sufficient. The essence of the Xian realm should soon reveal itself. We merely need to lie in wait quietly." Upon hearing the term essence of the Xian realm, the great sage expelled a breath of foul air and swiftly sank into the desert. Though the outcome did not meet expectations, Bai Shiner felt a sense of contentment. She recalled the man who had grinned while making deals with her. Did he believe he had everything under control? What of the present moment? A sardonic smile graced her lips as she thought, "Little man, what are you doing now? Have you dispatched Gu Yan? I eagerly anticipate your astonished visage once I acquire the essence of the Xian realm." Chapter 044. The greatest secret of Gu Yan. In the tranquil expanse of the universe above the Xian realm, a solitary figure advanced with measured steps. In the distance, a golden point of light darted away at a speed akin to that of light, tirelessly fleeing towards the edges of the cosmos. Yet, regrettably, no matter how fervently this golden light sought to escape, the figure behind it maintained a steadfast distance, as if leisurely walking a dog. How intriguing! Truly captivating, a supreme weapon forged from the essence of a realm, indeed possesses remarkable vigor. Capturing it proves to be far more challenging than one could ever envision. With a faint smile, Chu Feng leisurely pursued the golden point of light, showing no urgency to ensnare it. The current turmoil within the Xian realm evidently had a profound impact on the golden light's essence. He could distinctly sense that the power of this golden point was visibly waning, and it would not be long before its presence and true form, the Eternal Gate, were fully revealed. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, the golden point of light, emanating from the Eternal Gate, resonated with a peculiar rhythm. Chu Feng, you deceived me. A frantic roar erupted from within the golden light. Oh, what have I deceived you about, little leak? Chu Feng inquired with a grin, though the voice was somewhat grating. It was evident that the anguished speaker was Qingyun, who had been consumed by the Eternal Gate. Currently, Qingyun found himself in an extraordinarily peculiar state. After hearing Chu Feng's voice, he fled for thousands of miles before responding in a muffled tone. This gate has never belonged to you. Chu Feng furrowed his brow and interjected, what nonsense are you spouting? This is indeed my gate. I know its name is the Eternal Gate. Do you know that? You do not, for you merely refer to it as the mysterious gate. System. Damn it. Qingyun was seething with rage. He felt utterly cornered. And only now did he grasp the truth. Understanding the reality had shattered Qingyun's composure. How could there exist such unabashed shamelessness in this world? Were it not for his current chaotic state with the Eternal Gate, he would never have uncovered the truth. Perceiving Chu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Qingyun retorted vehemently. I am the reincarnation of the spirit of the Eternal Gate. How dare you attempt to deceive me? He had come to comprehend everything. Just moments ago, he had faced a life and death crisis. Chu Feng's power was overwhelming, so formidable that the Eternal Gate could not employ conventional methods to safeguard him. The only recourse was complete integration. From this moment forth, he was the Eternal Gate, and the Eternal Gate was him. It was precisely for this reason that Qingyun awakened the memories of his past life. It turned out that he was the reincarnation of the spirit of the Eternal Gate. He had aspired to leverage the residual power of this realm and the Eternal Gate to forge a new path, to validate his essence through the weapon. Yet now, all of it lay in ruins, obliterated by this sudden and formidable adversary. Qingyun's state of mind was now more shattered than ever before. Now, having merged with the Gate of Eternity, not only has this life been utterly destroyed, but even the essence of the gate itself stands on the brink of corruption. Restoring the Gate of Eternity to its former state is an endeavor that would require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years of nurturing. Upon hearing Qingyun's self-detonation, Chu Feng was astonished. What? You are the spirit of the Gate of Eternity? This revelation was both unexpected and yet, somehow, fitting. Truly, he was the destined protagonist, and his path was indeed wild and unrestrained. As a thought crossed his mind, he furrowed his brow. Doesn't that imply that you are also mine? Qingyun was left dumbfounded. What on earth are you talking about? Before he could continue his retort, Chu Feng shook his head and declared, no, absolutely not. I have no habit of collecting men. Furthermore, how could a scoundrel like you serve as the spirit of the Gate of Eternity? With this, the logic seemed to fall into place. A mere supreme imperial weapon, what need was there for a spirit? Perhaps it would be best to eliminate you instead. With that, Chu Feng waved his hand decisively, capturing the golden light in his grasp. In the golden light, Qingyun's melodious voice from the Xian realm echoed. He could never have anticipated that after his self-detonation, his opponent would seize him so effortlessly. How is this possible? I am born of the essence of the Xian realm, and after merging with my true form, even a sage king would be unable to capture me. What was the true nature of this Chu Feng? Qingyun's composure crumbled entirely. He had initially thought he had lost everything, but relying on his source power, he believed he could escape to a secluded place to recuperate. However, it now appeared that he had been overly optimistic. His captor handled him with such ease, as if he were merely chives, ready to be harvested in any manner desired. Ah, do not be hasty. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, reproaching him. I have yet to blame you for disrupting my wedding ceremony. Besides, you are the one I captured. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon your little green plum. Wasn't it you who invited me here? How dare you accuse me of causing trouble? Qingyun was in a state of utter frenzy. Moreover, little green plum? What did that mean? Suddenly, he realized that the little green plum referred to Bai Xin'er. What did this have to do with her? Although they had had some disagreements in the small world of the wilderness, Qingyun had never held a grudge against Bai Xin'er. She was always straightforward, and it was only natural for her to occasionally act foolishly. Yet, he knew she held feelings for him. At this juncture, she had become the last ray of light in his heart. But now, judging by Chu Feng's devilish words, could it be that? His cherished light also harbored issues? As Chu Feng felt the golden light in his palm, it radiated a fierce glow, its heat potent enough to incinerate an entire sea. Yet within his grasp, it merely exuded a gentle warmth. Within the brilliance, the contours were beginning to manifest, with angular edges and an ancient, desolate aura gradually emerging. This signifies a momentous upheaval within the realm, as the very essence begins to wane, soon to reveal the unblemished core of the Eternal Gate. With a smile rich in intensity, he refined this treasured artifact while, akin to the whispers of a demon, he softly addressed Qingyun. Are you surprised? I am no deity. How could I possibly know your intentions without reason? Every cause must yield a result. Everything leaves traces, does it not? Qingyun responded. What exactly are you trying to convey? Chu Feng, with a serene smile, grasped the golden light and turned towards the vast expanse of the realm. Taking a single stride that transcended infinite distances, returning to the realm. The scenery around him transformed, revealing mountains, seas, lakes, towering trees, and deep abysses. A multitude of landscapes unfolded beneath his feet. Quick, stop this group. The demon-slaying formation has been breached. We are doomed. It is the end for us all. How could the sage of heavenly speech fall? Cries, roars, and howls echoed incessantly throughout the entire realm. At this moment, chaos reigned supreme, with the potent auras of formidable beings emanating from every corner of the realm. Yet, the entire domain seemed shrouded in darkness, as injuries and fatalities continued to mount. 3 demon-slaying formations had been dismantled. Qingyun, did you witness this? This grand spectacle, just as you desired. It won't be long before the passage beneath the formation is fully connected. Truly, what a tumultuous autumn this is. Qingyun, can you guess whose handiwork this is? Chu Feng squinted slightly, speaking softly, leading Qingyun with subtle persuasion. Chapter 045, End-of-Life Care. Whose handwriting is this? I am merely a spirit, and I know nothing. Qingyun had no inclination to heed Chu Feng's words. He had just rejoined with the Eternal Gate, and his mind was a tumult of chaos, with countless thoughts surging forth uncontrollably. Simply processing this influx of information while fending off that scoundrel Chu Feng had already drained him of all his mental energy, leaving no room for further contemplation. Fortunately, Chu Feng did not intend to press Qingyun for answers. His smile remained intact. Come, let me show you in person. He held a golden light orb, manipulating it deftly, while stepping forward to soon find himself amidst a tumultuous ocean beset by fierce winds. Boom, boom. In the depths of the pitch-black sea, a series of muffled sounds resonated. The waters churned violently, and the ocean floor trembled with cataclysmic force, hinting at a monumental upheaval within the divine sea. Chu Feng gazed downward, piercing through the abyss. The first sight to greet him was a pile of corpses. Renowned figures from the mystic realm lay lifeless upon the ocean floor. Surrounding these bodies, hundreds of luminous orbs collided wildly, accompanied by cries of battle as an intense conflict raged on. The battleground was littered with stone tablets. Beneath the sea, over 100 towering stone monuments, each radiating a deep blue luminescence and inscribed with intricate array symbols, stood resolutely. These tablets were scattered across the ocean floor, seemingly disjointed. Yet they harmonized like the celestial bodies in orbit, aligned with the principles of the universe. At this moment, each tablet's surface had developed a web-like pattern of cracks. Spreading in all directions, it would not be long before they shattered completely. The passageway sealed beneath the array would also be unsealed entirely. Even so, the battle beneath continued to erupt, striving for a final effort. With Qingyun in tow, Chu Feng casually inquired, Little Leak, do you recognize anyone down there? Qingyun, he did see them. It was not merely the scene beneath the sea. Chu Feng's position was high above the heavens, granting him a comprehensive view of the surface. He sensed 2 familiar figures. The great sage, Qingyun, floated above the ocean's surface. And there was another figure that surprised him. Perched upon the shoulder of the great sage was Sister Exiner? I can comprehend the great sage's presence in the mystic realm, disrupting the demon sealing array. But what is Sister Exiner doing here, a mere Dao Palace practitioner? Mingling in such affairs? Even now, as he felt like a fish on a chopping board, Qingyun was nonetheless puzzled and intrigued upon seeing by Exiner. It is about to break. Master, should I take action? Not yet. The depth of the mystic realm is not limited to this. Let us wait for their saints to appear. Soon, he overheard a conversation between the great sage Qingyun and Bai Exiner. Isn't she the princess of the demon clan? Why does the great sage address her as master? Her tone was markedly different from usual. What could this signify? The dialogue between the Azure Bull Sage and Bai Xiner startled Gu Yan. He was exceedingly familiar with Bai Xiner, and even with just a few exchanged words, he keenly sensed that she was utterly different from her usual self. What astonished him further was the apparent deference the Azure Bull Sage exhibited towards her while they conversed. Respect and obedience are distinctly different concepts. The Azure Bull Sage, who disregarded even the most exceptional talents like Gu Yan. How could this foolish girl command such reverence from him? Something was amiss. Gu Yan felt utterly perplexed. At that moment, a brilliant golden light pierced the heavens, breaking through the overcast sky and cascading into the depths of the ocean. Soon, this golden radiance transformed into a bridge. Ah, the sacred bridge. The foundation of this heavenly void immortal sect is indeed formidable, as it seems a great sage has managed to transcend and attain sanctity. The words of the Azure Bull Sage sent a tremor through Gu Yan's heart. Someone beneath the sea was achieving sainthood at that very moment. What left him even more astounded was the nonchalant command issued by Xiner, seated atop the Azure Bull Sage's shoulder. Eliminate him. With her utterance, the Azure Bull Sage let out a strange chuckle and obliterated the newly ascended sage into mere fragments. As the sage perished, the stone tablets beneath the sea collapsed simultaneously. A massive black vortex abruptly emerged, exuding a chilling aura that devoured the surrounding tablets and corpses. Gu Yan's mind went blank. He recalled the question posed by Chu Feng earlier. Whose handiwork was this? Could it possibly be her? No, it couldn't be. She is far too foolish for such a feat. This woman must believe she has everything under control. Chu Feng merely smiled in silence, offering a brief commentary, yet did not intervene in the unfolding events. After the Azure Bull Sage and Bai Xiner departed from the sea, he effortlessly grasped the remaining remnants of the sacred bridge that had yet to dissipate from the world, forcibly pulling it into the depths of his divine sea. With a flicker of his form, he followed suit. Several hours later, Chu Feng found himself above a desert. Witnessing the Azure Bull Sage berating Gu Yan as he and Bai Xiner descended into the depths of the sands, he continued to manipulate the golden point of light in his hand. Due to the disruption of the demon suppression array and the consequent loss of the Xian realm's essence, the golden point was beginning to take on the outline of a portal. Its surface, once golden, gradually transformed into a soft lavender hue. He was not idly wandering alongside Gu Yan. Rather, he had been incessantly refining the eternal gate during the past few hours. The more the essence drained, the easier it became to refine the gate. The lavender tint was a sign that this portal would soon assume his desired shape. She had just mentioned the essence of the Xian realm. Bai Xiner's objective is also the eternal gate. The demon suppression array is closely tied to the essence of the Xian realm. Its destruction would be detrimental to me. Following Bai Xiner and the Azure Bull Sage, even Gu Yan, in his naivety, began to comprehend everything. He finally realized how laughably oblivious he had been. The true mastermind behind it all was, in fact, Bai Xiner. It is absurd that he had not noticed anything before. If Bai Xiner had intended to sell him, he would have been counting the money for her. How could I have even thought of sabotaging the demon suppression array? Isn't that akin to striking oneself? Gu Yan believed he could take revenge on the Xian realm, on the Chongxian Pavilion, and on Nangong Qin by destroying the demon suppression array. Suddenly, he discovered that the boomerang he had thrown had struck him instead. He was utterly bewildered. Now, the 3 demon suppression arrays in the Xian realm had been breached, and from the suppressed passage, demons began to surge forth incessantly. He could already sense that the state of the eternal gate was amiss, its aura dissipating wildly. Had Chu Feng not exposed him, and had he truly succeeded in destroying a demon suppression array, the consequences would have been dire. His eternal gate would undoubtedly be seized. No, what difference does my current predicament make from having the eternal gate taken away? All of this was the fault of that beast, Chu Feng. Gu Yan suddenly realized a more serious issue, feeling both furious and stifled. Chu Feng toyed with Gu Yan, leaving the desert and meandering through the Xian realm, seemingly observing something. Hours later, sensing that the eternal gate was on the verge of being completely refined, he mused, "Do you understand? In fact, you are rather pitiable. I merely intended to test the waters, yet unexpectedly, upon offering a few conditions, this woman sold you out. Gu Yan, the mortal realm is not worth it." To embody the spirit of terminal care, Chu Feng sighed softly, offering some consolation to Gu Yan. Of course, this concern was merely incidental. During the refinement of the eternal gate, this fellow, being a spirit of the vessel, was idly passing time. Perhaps he could provoke a little excitement, and, who knows, maybe even acquire some destiny treasure chests, which would serve as a bit of extra income. You mean to say that offering a few conditions led by Xiner to sell me out? The previously silent Gu Yan was indeed ensnared. Immediately recalling the events that had transpired in the Chongshin Pavilion, as if struck by lightning. Crack, crack, crack. It felt as though something within his heart had shattered. And he pressed, "What do you mean by that?" The protagonist Gu Yan harbors resentment towards by Xinr, resulting in a decrease of 3,000 destiny points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest X1. Though still perplexed, the system's message had already indicated Gu Yan's current sentiment. Chu Feng smirked. Indeed, it exists. You truly are a good brother on my path as a villain. Damn system, even with the protagonist's fate collapsing. How can there still be destiny points and destiny treasure chests? He casually inquired of the system. Destiny points reflect fortune, naturally. They can continue to be deducted after turning negative. The destiny treasure chest, being exclusive to the protagonist, should not have been produced due to Gu Yan's decline in status. However, as a spirit of the Eternal Gate, which is exceedingly unique, it bore part of the burden of Gu Yan's falling destiny points and extracted its essence, resulting in the production of a destiny treasure chest. Destiny treasure chests are exceedingly rare. Those who are not destined protagonists can produce very few. Oh, a negative value means bad luck, I see. This Eternal Gate has some merit. With the answer in hand, Chu Feng pondered thoughtfully. I ask you, what do you mean? Seeing that Chu Feng ignored him, Gu Yan's anger surged as he questioned once more. Observing Gu Yan's exuberant demeanor, Chu Feng cast a casual glance into the distance and remarked, "Hes. She has come to seek you out. Feel free to inquire whatever you wish." In the distance, two figures were swiftly approaching his location. Chapter 046. By Sheener's ominous premonition on the desolate hills, an eerie ethereal flame flickered. By Sheener sat upon the shoulders of the Azure Bull Sage, her delicate jade fingers grasping a resplendent green rui. The rui shimmered with a luminous glow, its tip continuously blinking towards the southwest of the hills. It is nearly within reach. The essence of a realm's origin is likely to be a supreme artifact. If she could secure it, she would subsequently be qualified to confront that entity from the celestial demon realm once more. By Sheener's enchanting eyes sparkled with anticipation. For years, she had meticulously orchestrated her plans in the mystic realm, and now the moment of harvest had finally arrived. The Azure Bull Sage was equally exhilarated. My sovereign. I can sense the essence. It must be just ahead. The ancient ones of the mystic realm are entirely preoccupied with the passages beneath the three demon-suppressing formations, leaving us unopposed. By Sheener tightened her grip on the verdant rui, her demeanor composed. Do not be overly excited. Everything is proceeding too smoothly. Smoothly? Is that not a good thing? By Sheener did not respond, her mind inexplicably haunted by the fleeting image of that man. He had vanished with Gu Yan, and until now, there had been no sign of him. As a top-tier powerhouse of the mystic realm, shouldn't he be assisting in subduing the three passages? Yet, none of her spies stationed near the passages had caught sight of him, which left her feeling inexplicably uneasy. Is that him? By Sheener's pupils constricted suddenly as she focused ahead. A solitary peak, dark and jagged like a canine tooth, emerged as the final destination pointed out by the verdant rui. The very source of the mystic realm. She recognized a familiar figure. By Sheener's complexion changed dramatically, disbelief washing over her. Why on earth is he here? The Azure Bull Sage's expression shifted abruptly. What the? My sovereign. How can there be someone else? Though he had never encountered Chu Feng, the mere presence of another who had arrived before them unleashed an overwhelming aura from him, causing the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles to become stagnant under his might. Chu Feng turned his gaze towards the two who had finally arrived, raising his left hand in a wave, greeting them with a casual, "Oh, you've come?" By Sheener. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Bull Sage was hovering 100 meters away from Chu Feng, his blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Is this the saint whom Gu Yan sought to retaliate against? This scoundrel seems to recognize me? By Sheener took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I never expected to see you here. Chu Feng replied with a cheerful smile, offering no further commentary. The Azure Bull Sage, bewildered, glanced at Chu Feng and then followed his gaze to Bai Sheener. My sovereign, do you know each other? Bai Sheener ignored him, addressing Chu Feng instead. Gu Yan has been dealt with, I presume? Congratulations. To this day, she could not comprehend why this formidable being, at the very least a saint, would indulge in such peculiar whims, treating someone as inconsequential as Gu Yan like a mere puppet. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. I owe much of this to your assistance. I would not have witnessed such a splendid spectacle otherwise, and perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Of course, collaboration poses no issue, provided you can afford to pay the lofty prices before. Gu Yan, I comprehend everything. He understands it all. Previously, he might have doubted whether Chu Feng, this wicked creature, was deceiving him once more. Yet now, upon the mere exchange of a few words between Bai Xiner and Chu Feng, he has been utterly disarmed. Thus, from the moment he stepped into the desolate world, he had already been completely sold out. Bai Xiner, how cruel is your heart? Has our bond always been but a performance on your part? Guyan reminisced about their past. The sweetness of yesteryears now feels like a knife piercing his heart. Once again betrayed, his heart lies in ashes. He can no longer muster even the strength to feign indifference. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Xiner, not wishing to beat around the bush any longer, inquired, "What are you doing here?" Chu Feng gazed at her and replied pensively, "Whatever you come to do, I shall do as well." Bai Xiner, "Indeed. Did I guess correctly?" Her expression darkened as her ominous premonition materialized. Just as they were on the verge of a decisive moment, something troublesome occurred. This man, too, has set his sights on the essence of the Xian realm. Although Chu Feng's response was vague, Bai Xiner recognized that their goals were aligned. This world is never devoid of clever minds. Even in such a place, self-deception would be a disservice to one's intellect. She earnestly addressed Chu Feng. "Then, let us rely on our own abilities moving forward." Chu Feng tossed a miniature bronze door, enveloped in purple mist, and inquired, puzzled, "Huh?" At that moment, the verdant ruin by Xina's grasp vibrated violently as the miniature bronze door was cast into the air. Buzzing, it trembled madly. Her peach blossom eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. You have already acquired it." The Qingyun great sage, who had been listening in a daze, also changed countenance, utterly flabbergasted. "What on earth is happening? Why do I feel as though someone has plucked my fruit?" Chu Feng, unfazed, remarked, "This item has always belonged to me." "Has it not? Nonsense. The essence of the Xian realm could never be yours." The Qingyun great sage was incensed. Chu Feng smiled, unperturbed by the affront, and rapped gently on the small door. "Allow me to introduce the spirit of the Eternal Gate." With his gentle knock, a crack appeared in the door, and a beam of light emerged, forming a translucent human silhouette. "Chu Feng, I will kill you." Guyan's voice was tinged with 3 parts fury and 7 parts terror. Just moments ago, as Chu Feng knocked on the door, he felt his body slipping beyond his control, instinctively surging forth from the Eternal Gate. What does this signify? It means that, unbeknownst to him, the spirit of the Eternal Gate has entirely lost control over this supreme imperial weapon. He had been refined without his knowledge. When did Chu Feng make his move? Guyan, with a moment's contemplation, swiftly grasped the truth. He had only just rejoined with the Eternal Gate and had yet to fully acclimate to the spirit state. Each time Chu Feng disrupted his mental clarity with words, he would inevitably fall into a state of confusion, consequently losing his perception of the Eternal Gate. In that moment, the wretch seized the opportunity to frantically refine the Eternal Gate. Just as he was momentarily shaken by Shiner's provocation, he was astonished to discover that the Eternal Gate had been entirely refined. How on earth is he supposed to navigate this predicament? This signifies that from this day forward, Chu Feng would become his master, able to toy with him at will. The mere thought of the grim fate that awaited him filled Guyan with a sense of despair, feeling as though death would be more merciful. Chapter 047, Chu Feng. Are you a demon? The sky had unknowingly descended into night. A sliver of silvery moonlight cascaded upon the jagged peaks. "Chu Feng, I will slay you." Accompanied by a piercing cry, the silver light coalesced like a spotlight, illuminating the translucent silhouette drifting forth from the bronze door, revealing Guyan's form. Bai Xiner, her peach blossom eyes widening in shock, gasped Guyan. With a gentle smile, Chu Feng replied, "Surprised, are we? How could he possibly be a spirit of a treasured artifact?" Bai Xiner was utterly astonished. Chu Feng observed with keen interest the astonished expression on the fox-tailed maiden's face. Her delicate and youthful features, enhanced by the dilation of her peach blossom eyes, appeared adorably naive. What was even more amusing was the faint blush that crept onto Bai Xina's cheeks like the twilight sky, inexplicably adding a charming allure to her demeanor. It was amusing how surprise could evoke such a rosy hue. Innocent yet captivating, she was entirely different from another diminutive figure. Chu Feng chuckled as he tossed the bronze door in his palm. Emerging from the door was Guyan, half-transparent and mist-like, bouncing around wildly like a basketball. Abstract yet bizarre. Even the great sage of the Azure Bowl could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye, exclaiming, "Damn it, what a sight. This absurd entity is actually a primordial artifact spirit. How could he possibly deserve it?" His bovine eyes fixated on the moonlit Gu Yin, then darted to Bai Xiner, rubbing his hands together, seeking her guidance on what to do next. Bai Xiner, despite her modest stature, quickly regained her composure, her small face devoid of astonishment. With a solemn expression, she gracefully leaped down from the shoulder of the great sage, her snow-white feet hovering in midair as she gazed intently at Chu Feng. It seems I have underestimated the situation. I have known this fellow for many years, believing his success was merely due to sheer luck and decent talent, not realizing he was the spirit of a primordial treasure. If he lacked such fortune, it would indeed be unreasonable. As she spoke, her peach blossom eyes lingered on Gu Yin with a sigh. I truly am foolish. Chu Feng chuckled softly. There's no need for self-deprecation. That little fool is oblivious. It's only natural not to see through him. If you had spent more time with Gu Yin, I believe discovering his secret would not have been so difficult. Knowing Bai Xiner's dual souls, he understood her self-deprecating remark was not directed at herself, but rather at the other's soul. Bai Xiner flashed a sweet smile. You have a way with words, don't you? However, even if I were to encounter that simpleton again, I wouldn't bother to engage in conversation with him. She cast a glance at Gu Yin before returning her focus to Chu Feng, stating earnestly, this time, you have triumphed. Chu Feng blinked, pondering what victory she spoke of. Had they ever competed? Was he forcing a narrative upon himself? Xiner, what is truly happening? Gu Yin, witnessing the familiarity between the two and hearing her cold, unfeeling words, felt as if he had been struck dumb. In a fit of rage, he demanded, why did you betray me? What have I done to wrong you? Chu Feng gently patted his dog's head, expressing a sense of pity. You truly are an honest soul, yet you remain oblivious to the situation at hand. Silence yourself. Despite my current predicament, you may do as you please in the future. However, this matter is between Xiner and me, and if I must lose, I shall do so with clarity. Gu Yin, overwhelmed by emotion, retorted vigorously. Chu Feng raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Your indignation is so fervent. It seems as though I have committed some egregious act against you. Bai Xiner cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yin and casually remarked, in truth, you already comprehend the reality. Why ask again? Gu Yin's voice trembled. No, I demand you tell me directly. It was you who conspired with Chu Feng to betray me, wasn't it? Does your conscience not ache? Bai Xiner possessed a conscience in another aspect of her being, but in this instance, she feigned innocence, mimicking Chu Feng's gesture with her delicate hands. This is not betrayal, it is merely a transaction. To speak candidly, Chu Feng is at the very least a formidable sage, capable of ending your life with ease. From the very first day you were rescued by the Qingyun in the desolate realm, he had already sought me out. She gazed at Gu Yin with an air of indifference. Do you grasp the implications of this? Gu Yin stood in stunned silence. The realization struck him on the very day he was brought to the desolate realm. Bai Xiner had already been approached. A sage. How could this individual possibly be a sage? Although he had suspected as much when Chu Feng had effortlessly subdued him while borrowing the power of the great sage Qingyun, hearing it confirmed by Bai Xiner left him shaken. Was it the night I fell unconscious? He suddenly connected the dots. Bai Xiner replied coolly, do you understand now? It is not that I wish to betray you. There was no necessity for such. If Chu Feng desired your demise, you would not survive. Out of respect for our past, I chose to enlighten you. At this juncture, her gaze faltered, disbelief washing over her as she turned to Chu Feng, as if she had come to a profound realization. Gu Yin was rendered speechless. Bai Xiner's words plunged him into a new realm of terror. It dawned upon him that he had been under Chu Feng's watchful eye from the very beginning. Memories surged forth like fleeting clouds before his eyes. What was the purpose of it all? What did you seek? If you intended to kill me, why not act sooner? You could have ended my life back at the Qingyun Sword Sect. Why allow me to reach this point? Chu Feng, are you truly a demon? Gu Yin, unable to continue the conversation with Bai Xiner, was shattered by the truth. This sensation felt akin to a wild beast trapped within a cage. Every attempt to escape, every morsel of food, every hunted prey, had led him to believe he was pursuing freedom, liberating his primal instincts. Yet, upon reflection, he realized it had all been an illusion. He had never truly escaped the clutches of this demon. He had remained ensnared within the confines of the cage all along. Ah? The great sage Qingyun stood in astonishment. So much had transpired in the desolate realm, yet why had the sovereign not informed him? Was he not a part of this desolate world? Even the great sage Qingyun found himself touched by Gu Yin's anguish. He could not help but empathize with the situation. This fellow is indeed a demon. Chu Feng smiled faintly and remarked, what are you so anxious about? Have you not already fulfilled your mission? He truly resonated with Gu Yin's perspective. One must act swiftly when the opportunity arises. Had he arrived in this realm earlier, before Gu Yin had fully matured, he would have easily defeated him, even without the aid of a system. Yet, the reality was that he had only recently traversed into this world and had been diligently attending to his responsibilities. Why then was he being blamed? With a swift motion, Chu Feng struck the bronze door, causing Gu Yan's expression to contort in agony as he cried out for mercy. Now it all makes sense. I finally understand why you have been persistently troubling Gu Yan. You truly are a demon. Observing Gu Yan being effortlessly bullied by Chu Feng, Bai Xiner felt a sense of relief wash over her as everything fell into place. What have you realized? Do you know I possess a system now? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling like stars as they locked onto Bai Xiner's enchanting gaze. Chapter 048. The Death of Gu Yan. Why? Gu Yan, more agitated than Bai Xiner, bore the torment of hell and immediately pressed for answers. Bai Xiner gazed intently at Chu Feng. If I am not mistaken, you should have been oblivious to Gu Yan's true identity as a weapon spirit from the very beginning. This is precisely why he has been able to grow so steadily. Chu Feng regarded her with a smile, refraining from a response. To be honest, he had never considered Gu Yan's hidden cards. Had it not been for his obsession with the Eternal Gate, he would not have stumbled upon the fact that this fellow was, in fact, a weapon spirit. Bai Xiner continued her self-analysis. I have investigated and found that the moment you revealed your true self and targeted Gu Yan was during the public exhibition at the Chongxian Pavilion. It was then that the weapon spirit unwittingly exposed something, which you discerned. From that day forth, you began to incessantly suppress and torment him, yet refrained from killing him. The crux of the matter is that you wish to control Gu Yan, this weapon spirit, to manipulate the Eternal Gate. That is where I faltered against you. Had I known Gu Yan's true nature earlier, you would never have had the opportunity to claim him. Upon hearing Bai Xiner refer to him as a weapon spirit repeatedly, Gu Yan couldn't help but feel a chill. I have my own name. The pure and innocent side of Bai Xiner that he once cherished had evidently been a fade. It was no wonder she had never allowed him to touch a single finger. Such a cunning old fox would never permit him any advantage. He glared at Bai Xiner and coldly demanded, "Get to the point. Just because he knows I am a weapon spirit, he seeks to suppress and torment me? On what grounds? Should weapon spirits be bullied?" The great sage Qingyun glared with his bovine eyes. "Do not interrupt. If you dare to disrupt the sovereign's words again, I shall break your legs." Gu Yan shot back with indignation. "I will shout. What does it matter? I have already reached this point. Do you think I fear you? Come and try it." The great sage Qingyun contemplated and realized the truth in Gu Yan's words. This lad had nothing left to lose. So he cursed, "You little calf. It is a shame I bestowed upon you a seed. What a stroke of misfortune." Gu Yan, Bai Xiner, enough of the bickering. Please continue. Why do you think I did not directly kill Gu Yan? Chu Feng poked Gu Yan, turning him into smoke. His interest piqued. Indeed, Bai Xiner possessed a certain cunning, adept at engaging in a battle of wits with the air. Bai Xiner, exuding confidence, parted her cherry lips. Because you do not dare. No, it would be more accurate to say you cannot bear to. Chu Feng. This fellow? What is there to miss? He observed the smoke like writhing Gu Yan, whose anguish was palpable. The reason for sparing him was due to his ability to yield gold coins. The Destiny treasure chest had bestowed upon him a considerable bounty. A mere spark could trigger an explosion of coins, yielding an abundance ripe for harvesting. The key point was that he had previously been unaware that this fellow was the weapon spirit of the Eternal Gate. In his quest to reclaim the Eternal Gate, based on the insights from the mother symbol of all things, he needed to extract Gu Yan's destiny value. Had it not been for the timely arrival of this little fox, he would have sought to see how much more he could extract from Gu Yan before his demise. Now, this Gu Yan was merely floundering about, searching for his mother. Were the thought processes of foxes truly so divergent from the norm? Did you really think I couldn't bear to kill him? Observing the astonished expression on Chu Feng's face, Bai Xiner offered a faint smile and waved her delicate hand. You suppress Gu Yan and humiliate him to diminish his fortune. The spirit born from the primordial treasure possesses immense destiny, free from calamity. Without suppressing this fortune, the spirit cannot be subdued. Thus, you have turned him against the Chongxian Pavilion, left him isolated and adversarial, stripping him of his opportunities and causing his fortune to wane. At the right moment, it would become far easier to subdue him. Ironically, had I not been orchestrating events behind the scenes, you might have had to torment this spirit further before you could conquer it. However, I fortuitously devised a plan to disrupt the demon sealing array, injuring the primordial source and forcing the primordial treasure to reveal itself for salvation, intending to seize it. Little did I know that this treasure had already birthed a sentient spirit. One misstep leads to another. Bai Xin'er gazed regretfully at the bronze door in Chu Feng's hands, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with a mixture of sorrow and regret. A century of planning had been thwarted by a single oversight, allowing Chu Feng to seize the initiative. In this moment, Qingyun, like smoke, struggled to reform, his iron will barely holding him together, filled with torment. Is this truly the case? Is all of this my fault as the spirit? The great sage Qingyun nodded. Indeed, misfortune has found you. Chu Feng could not help but agree. There is some truth in your analysis. He did not flatter her. Although Bai Xin'er had made many inaccuracies, she could not have foreseen that he possessed a system. Her insights regarding fortune and spirits held a semblance of coherence. This woman was far more astute than he had anticipated. Bai Xin'er, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, smiled radiantly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Chu Feng then inquired, "Why do you believe I could not bear to kill Qingyun?" Bai Xin'er retorted, "What do you think? The primordial treasure is an existence of supreme imperial weaponry. Who, without ascending to the status of an emperor, has the right to wield such power? Every use incurs a cost." She continued without hesitation, "The birth of a spirit within an imperial weapon is exceedingly rare, a matter of seizing the heavens' creation, reliant on fortune and opportunity. I do not know if you are a great sage or a sage king, but with Qingyun as your spirit, the cost of using the eternal gate would be significantly reduced. This is a precious asset. Could you truly bear to kill him?" Bai Xin'er's gaze was piercing, her confidence illuminating her youthful, radiant face. The great sage Qingyun immediately chimed in, "Oh, Monarch Nyo, if it were me, I certainly wouldn't be able to bear it." He failed to comprehend why Bai Xin'er and this human great sage were engaged in such lengthy discourse, persistently signaling to Bai Xin'er that the monarch could act at any moment to seize the opportunity. Chu Feng suddenly understood, so that is how it is. He glanced at Qingyun, acknowledging, "You make a compelling argument." At that moment, Qingyun also grasped the situation, feeling a weight lift from his heart, and sneered, "Ah, so it is like this. Chu Feng, between us lies a deep sea of enmity. You wish to command me? That is simply impossible. I advise you to abandon such thoughts," he declared to Chu Feng without hesitation. Chu Feng shook his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Little fox, you do have a point. However, you are mistaken." "Little fox? You dare call me little fox?" Bai Xin'er was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Chu Feng. Though she had tolerated being called little sister and little shorty before, to be referred to as little fox was beyond her. Is that polite? Anger surged within her. Yet she remained confident in her deduction. It was impossible for her to be wrong. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "What do you mean by luck or destiny? I truly have no idea what kind of spirit he is." Suddenly, a grin spread across his face, revealing a smile reminiscent of Zhang Zifeng. "As for myself, I possess a rather simple yet malevolent nature, small-minded and deriving pleasure from tormenting others. Qingyun provoked me, thus I targeted him, driving him to the brink of despair, rendering him unable to seek life or death. He is merely a spirit, a mere coincidence in my path. I could not care less whether he can assist me or not. That said, I must thank you." His mentality was already shattered, and now you've unwittingly granted him a glimmer of hope. Just consider this. If I were to slay Qingyun at this moment, when he meets his end, will he harbor hatred towards you or towards me? As his words echoed, under the astonished gazes of the Qingyun great sage and Bai Xin'er, Chu Feng grasped Qingyun in his palm. A brilliant golden light erupted, an overwhelming pressure descending upon the bewildered Qingyun. The eternal gate trembled violently, incessantly channeling power. Yet all was severed by an inexplicable force. Golden flames blazed like resplendent fireworks. Qingyun fell. A series of system notifications resonated in Chu Feng's ears. Chapter 49, The Rewards for Slaying the Fate's Protagonist. The Fate's protagonist, Qingyun, has lost his destiny. You have successfully slain Qingyun, and you have been rewarded with 10 destiny treasure chests. As the host has perfectly eliminated the Fate's protagonist, an additional special reward, a divine destiny treasure chest, has been granted. Would you like to open the divine destiny treasure chest? The host has slain the Fate's protagonist and unlocked the villain achievement module. Congratulations, host. On completing the achievement, slaying the Fate's protagonist, one time, you have earned the title of novice villain. Would you like to equip it? Congratulations, host. On completing the achievement, beginner stamp collector, you have received the corresponding reward, Charm 10. The incessant chatter of the system echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Slaying Qingyun was undoubtedly a monumental event. The system was exhilarated. An additional reward, the Divine Destiny treasure chest. Furthermore, a villain achievement module had been unlocked. Chu Feng felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated such an abundance of rewards following Gu Yan's demise. It was not in vain that he had endured the trials of entanglement with the Fate's protagonist over the past few days. He tossed the bronze door in his hand and glanced at the two onlookers, who were utterly astonished. Tianhu had indeed not deceived him. After eradicating Gu Yan, there were indeed minor complications in controlling the Eternal Gate. However, regrettably, he was merely an unremarkable emperor, adept enough to firmly grasp the Eternal Gate. A spirit artifact? Not worth a dog's attention. After successfully refining the Eternal Gate, Chu Feng could hardly conceive any reason to keep Gu Yan around. Such a profound enmity, what purpose would it serve to spare him? To ally him with the next Fate's protagonist? There had never been reconciliation between villains and Fate's protagonists. Chu Feng bore no psychological burden in eliminating him. Would you like to open the Divine Destiny treasure chest? The system inquired once more. The emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuch was anxious. Did he not see that others were present? Chu Feng retorted, somewhat annoyed. Eunuch system. Host, have you ever undergone detoxification? How can you resist the urge to open a treasure chest once it is within reach? Did you truly kill him? Tianhu's rosy lips parted slightly, forming an O shape. Her peach blossom eyes filled with astonishment. She was reflecting on Chu Feng's earlier words. There were no elaborate reasons. He simply wished to toy with Gu Yan. Was this truly human discourse? This fellow's disposition was exceedingly malevolent. Just because she was certain he would hesitate to kill, he promptly sacrificed Gu Yan to the heavens. Even Tianhu, despite her vast experiences, was deeply shocked. The great sage Qingyun also gaped in disbelief. You, brother, there was no need for such drastic measures. A monarch merely jested. There was no necessity to kill him out of spite. Having a spirit artifact is so convenient, so effortless. Even if Gu Yan harbored enmity towards you, could you not simply utilize him like a beast? Why squander such a valuable spirit artifact? This great sage was genuinely pained, for in his perspective, although the Eternal Gate now resided in the hands of this human sage, it could still be seized, if it were reclaimed. The difference between possessing a spirit artifact and not would be akin to that between a grandfather bull and a baby bull. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, asserting that he could handle his spirit weapon as he pleased, questioning if there lay any fault in that. The great sage of the Azure Bull hesitated, glancing at Bishiner, suggesting once more whether they should take action against Chu Feng. Without the essence of the spirit weapon, it still held its value, and he would not disdain acquiring it for himself. However, Bishiner shook her head at him, her snow-white feet delicately stepping forward, causing the sky to ripple like water, producing beautiful waves as she descended. Her silken hair danced without wind, and her foxtail swayed in the air like dandelion fluff. With graceful strides, Bishiner approached Chu Feng, locking eyes with him once more, and with a hint of grievance, implored, after planning for so long, you have outpaced me. May I have but a glance? Just one look, and I shall owe you a favor. Chu Feng gazed down at the petite fox, her beguiling peach blossom eyes sparkling with allure, and smiled gently. Very well. He casually tossed the Eternal Gate to Bishiner, the bronze portal floating through the air like a falling snowflake, seemingly weightless. Bishiner's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of surprise danced in the depths of her eyes. For some reason, at that moment, she found this man far more agreeable than before. With a graceful motion of her slender hands, she caught the Eternal Gate, cradling it delicately. Leaning closer, she inhaled for a few seconds, her eyes shimmering with realization. Indeed, the source power was nearly depleted. The demonic suppression formation in the Xian realm had broken through 3 layers, and the entity on the other side was no trivial matter. The risk of world annihilation loomed ever close. The Eternal Gate in your possession could be rendered useless at any moment, so do take care. Having said this, and under the anxious gaze of the Azure Bull sage, she handed it to Chu Feng. He accepted the Eternal Gate with a light smile, saying, I thought you might just take it and run. The Azure Bull sage nodded vigorously, fully agreeing. Why wouldn't a ruler flee? If he did, the old bull would simply block him, and the Eternal Gate would be easily secured. Bishiner, with her clear, innocent eyes, countered. I thought you wouldn't let me see it. Chu Feng retorted, do you wish to see it or not? Rejecting pointless disputes, he suggested they might meet again in the future. With a graceful twist of her waist, Bishiner turned to leave. Leaving? You truly will not strike? The impatient Azure Bull sage was anxious. Noticing her decisive departure, Chu Feng reminded her with a smile, do not forget, you still owe me a favor. Should I find myself in need, I shall seek you out immediately. Shiner froze for a moment, resignedly replying, "You truly are someone who refuses to suffer any loss." "Very well. I too dislike leaving debts unpaid, so allow me to share a piece of news. The source treasure of the Xian realm has manifested, and I am not the only one coveting it. The passage has been opened, and a terrifying being has surely sensed its presence. If the passage cannot be closed swiftly, once the being descends upon the Xian realm, with you holding the source treasure, your demise is inevitable." "Oh, how terrifying," Chu Feng replied mockingly. "You think such baseless rumors will suffice to cancel a favor owed?" After she finished speaking, he added, "That being was already a quasi-emperor 500 years ago. I am uncertain of its current power, but it could easily subdue you. Doubt my prowess? Go ahead and unleash your full abilities to obstruct the passage. Still insufficient? Name? The martial emperor. Yet, that is not enough. What about the race, the power behind, the heritage? Oh, and the gender?" Observing this man's unabashed and relentless inquiries, Shiner was left speechless. She turned to leave, thinking, "I shall still owe him this favor. Farewell." The great sage of the Azure Bowl, witnessing Shiner's intention to depart, hastily stepped forward to pursue her. "Your Majesty, are we truly departing?" As he watched Shiner and the great sage of the Azure Bowl recede into the distance, Chu Feng pondered deeply. This woman genuinely intended to seize the Eternal Gate. Yet compared to the impulsive and reckless Qingyun, she was evidently more astute, daring only to probe cautiously. Upon realizing his formidable nature, she opted to defer her ambitions for another day. The notion of favor seemed to be a deliberate ploy. The martial emperor? A new protagonist of destiny? System. Do you possess any means to investigate the information regarding this martial emperor? System. Host. I regret to inform you that the activation of 999 supreme identities has exhausted the system's power. I can currently only provide a broadcasting function to offer emotional value to the host. Chu Feng. Worthless is indeed worthless. All you do is activate and activate. What good is emotional value? System. Would you like to open the Supreme Destiny treasure chest? Ignoring the system, he glanced at his possessions. After a frenzied harvest from Qingyun, he now boasted 22 Destiny treasure chests, with 2 tenfold draws presenting no significant challenge. Nevertheless, the most coveted was the Supreme Destiny treasure chest, an exquisite chest enveloped in ethereal purple energy, considerably larger than ordinary chests, adorned with intricate and sophisticated patterns. With a flicker of thought, Chu Feng's divine sea quivered, and he commenced the unboxing. Chapter 050, The Supreme Destiny Crystal. The first step in unboxing is, of course, to unveil the finest of treasures. Chu Feng felt a surge of anticipation. A divine-level Destiny treasure chest. What delightful surprises might it hold for me? Without hesitation, he opened the chest enveloped in swirling purple mist. At the instant his thoughts stirred, a dazzling brilliance of platinum light illuminated the vast expanse of Chu Feng's divine sea. 2 radiant orbs, as bright as crystal, floated forth from the chest, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Focusing intently, Chu Feng stripped away the layers of perception surrounding the luminous spheres, revealing 2 diamond-shaped crystals, one a delicate pink, the other a deep azure. Instantly, the essence of these crystals unfolded before him. The pink crystal was identified as the authority crystal of the protagonist, a rather peculiar name. Its function was straightforward yet powerful. Upon refinement, it would grant him the strongest talent of the slain protagonist. Chu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. What talent could Qingyun possibly possess? Out of respect for the divine-level Destiny crystal, he proceeded to refine it nonetheless. In the moment of refinement, the pink crystal shattered, transforming into a myriad of intricate patterns resembling tadpoles that permeated Chu Feng's limbs and bones. In an instant, he acquired a brand new talent, immortality. Ah, indeed, Qingyun, as the reincarnation of the Eternal Gate spirit, had an impressively robust life force. This immortality talent held some merit. As Chu Feng sensed this new ability, he quickly comprehended its nature. Immortality, akin to Qingyun's existence in the Xian realm, allowed for infinite resurrection, rendering him eternally alive. Moreover, it eliminated the risk of being slain after the destiny value reached 0, as was the case with Qingyun. Chu Feng felt little concern. After all, he was an emperor in a realm as diminutive as Xian, where even the sage kings were absent. Who could possibly threaten him? Unless this talent continued to function beyond the Xian realm, it would be of little worth. However, being aware of the principle of immortality tied to the fortunes of the Xian realm, Chu Feng understood the impossibility of that scenario. Unless the Xian realm gained the strength to influence other worlds. Turning his attention to the other item, he sought surprises from the azure crystal that had emerged from the treasure chest. The Supreme Destiny Crystal, a wondrous artifact of infinite creation. When utilizing the Destiny Key to unlock a divine-level identity, consuming the Supreme Destiny Crystal would grant a chance to unveil a Supreme Divine-level identity. If unsuccessful, it would yield blessing points, and upon accumulating 10 points, one would undoubtedly unlock a Supreme Divine-level identity. Upon perceiving the function of this crystal, Chu Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such a system exists? What is this Supreme Divine-level identity? This crystal was intricately linked to the divine identities awarded by the system. Chu Feng's countenance grew serious as he inquired with the system. Dear host, among the 999 divine identities provided by this system, there exist 18 supreme divine identities, each unlocking with a small probability of success. What distinguishes a divine identity from a supreme divine identity? The comparison between a supreme identity and a divine supreme identity is akin to the disparity between a mere calf and a venerable elder. You certainly have a knack for learning quickly. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, what do you mean? Share a piece of information about a divine supreme identity. Host's current strength is insufficient to access this information. Ah, I see. Insufficient strength. Even the Emperor looks down upon me. Does he? Most would have given up upon hearing the system's response, but Chu Feng's thirst for knowledge compelled him to plead. Just grant me a special exception and share one detail. Otherwise, I shall refrain from opening the upcoming Destiny treasure chests, having amassed quite a collection of them. System. Dear host, you truly are insatiable. After a moment of silence, it continued. Divine Supreme Identity, Lord of the Great Dao, a harem-type identity. Upon unsealing, you can designate a particular Great Dao to transform into a female companion who will exhibit unwavering loyalty. This identity possesses growth potential with each star you enhance. You may designate another, effortlessly amassing a harem of companions. With the aid of the respective Great Dao, establishing dominance and overpowering the destined protagonist will be a trivial matter. Chu Feng. This left him utterly speechless. Is such a thing truly possible? Designating a Great Dao to become a wife? And it can grow? The prospect of easily acquiring a multitude of wives from various Great Daos is astonishing. Whose wild imagination concocted this? Upon unsealing this divine supreme identity, he envisioned transforming the Fire Dao into a voluptuous, alluring figure reminiscent of an enchanting ant. He imagined the Ice Dao morphing into a breathtaking, ethereal beauty akin to a celestial fairy. Just the thought sent a thrill through Chu Feng. He grasped the immense value of this divine supreme identity. It was all the system's fault. Upon learning of the divine supreme identity, he suddenly found the ordinary divine identities of emperors utterly unappealing. He could not help but admonish the system. You truly are insufferable. Is this the sort of knowledge I should be privy to? Do not let this happen again. System, I believe you have already gathered 5 destiny shards, correct? With 22 treasure chests remaining, you should be able to collect 10. Chu Feng eagerly shifted his gaze to the remaining destiny treasure chests and, without hesitation, proceeded to perform a double 10 consecutive draws. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 100 pounds of sacred level cultivation technique. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny shard 1. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny shard 1. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 300 tons of sacred level weapons. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and amidst a dazzling golden light, you have acquired the supreme imperial weapon, 9 nether chains. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny shard 1. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and amidst a dazzling golden light, you have acquired the celestial level scroll, great misfortune technique. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 ton of enlightenment tea. With the double 10 consecutive draws, the destiny treasure chests were unleashed in a frenzy. Chu Feng has always enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. In addition to the guaranteed golden legend from the 10 consecutive draws, he managed to procure 6 fragments of destiny from the 20 destiny treasure chests. Furthermore, aside from the quasi-saint level techniques and saint tier weapons, he also uncovered an entirely new treasure, enlightenment tea. However, at this moment, Chu Feng's thoughts were no longer fixated on these rather mundane items. Without hesitation, he extracted 10 destiny fragments. As he approached, the crystals formed from these 10 fragments began to merge naturally, emanating a radiant spectrum of colors. The system promptly activated, ready to provide Chu Feng with emotional value. You have consumed 10 destiny fragments and successfully synthesized the destiny key. Would you like to unlock a new divine identity? Would you like to consume the supreme destiny crystal to enhance the probability of unlocking the supreme divine identity? Chapter 051. Extracting a new divine identity. Unsealing. Consumption. Without hesitation, Chu Feng confirmed. Instantly, the supreme destiny crystal, radiating a brilliant azure glow within his divine sea, shimmered and vanished. 10 shards of destiny scattered in a kaleidoscope of colors, forming a resplendent long-handled key, its head sharp as a dragon's fang, radiating a chilling brilliance. In Chu Feng's eyes, a golden frame over 100 inches in size was once again reflected. The golden frame hovered at the center of his vision, densely populated with a myriad of pitch-black cards, all sealed within the frame. At the heart of the frame, there was a lock hole corresponding to the head of the destiny key, deep and unfathomable. The destiny key approached the lock hole, fitting perfectly, piercing directly into the depths. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the golden frame slowly opened, revealing the pitch-black cards before Chu Feng, exuding an unparalleled pressure. Chu Feng fixated on these dark cards, intent on discovering the 18 special cards among the 998. Unfortunately, all that was visible were their backs, adorned with mysterious patterns akin to shooting stars. Enigmatic and inscrutable, a stream of crimson golden light flowed forth as the golden frame opened, swirling from the edges like a spinning wheel, moving from left to right, beginning to dance upon the dark cards. The crimson golden radiance resembled a lively sprite, bouncing with varying speed, randomly flickering back and forth. At that moment, a sudden azure light emerged above the crimson golden glow, with the arrival of the azure brilliance. The speed of the crimson golden light moving across the cards seemed to slow to that of a tortoise. 5 seconds later, the golden light gradually came to a halt, resting atop a pitch-black card. The edges of this card shimmered, as an invisible hand flipped it open. Revealed was a blood-red eye, within which layers upon layers of intricate patterns intertwined, fierce and uncanny. The blood-red gaze intertwined with Chu Feng's own, conjuring phantoms that etched themselves into his vision. In the next moment, Chu Feng's eyes transformed, becoming blood-red, enchanting, and ferocious. His towering figure naturally emanated a terrifying pressure, dominating the surroundings. Unsealing divine identity, ancestor of all demons. You have acquired the eye of the demon emperor. You have obtained the supreme weapon, tower of all demons. You have received the divine technique, demon ancestor's scripture. You have attained the strength of an emperor. The power of the supreme destiny crystal did not capture the supreme divine identity. The wheels of fate began to turn slowly, and you gained a point of blessing value. A new divine identity has been drawn, much like the first time he obtained the emperor identity. Rewards poured down upon Chu Feng like rain. Ancestor of all demons. This divine identity signifies the unparalleled nobility of lineage. Whenever all demons behold him, they will be subdued, their bloodlines restrained. I, the demon emperor. Indeed, it is that very blood-red gaze. What is its purpose? Chu Feng discerned with care. With the eye of the demon emperor, he could immediately seize one ability from any demon of lesser strength. In the realm of the ultimate path, an extraordinary imperial weapon and a corresponding supreme cultivation technique, the demon ancestor scripture, transformed into luminous orbs, quietly suspended within his divine sea. To Chu Feng's astonishment, this divine identity granted him yet another surge of imperial might. He felt as though his power had significantly escalated. Surprised, he realized that the dual divine identities, imperial, had undeniably enhanced his strength once more. This was clearly no mere addition of 1 and 1. Glimpsing at his status panel, his initial assessment was indeed correct. Host, Chu Feng, title not equipped. Fate, ultimate villain physique, imperial sacred body talent. Eyes of the demon emperor. Immortality realm, late imperial stage cultivation techniques, innate chaos scripture, demon ancestor scripture possessions, heavenly emperor sword, mother symbol of all things, eternal gate, 9 nether chains, tower of myriad monsters, celestial scroll X1, destiny shard X1, destiny chest X2. Achievements, beginner philatelist, novice villain. The current panel had undergone a monumental transformation compared to his initial state. After drawing a new divine identity once again, diligent efforts bore fruit. As Chu Feng's realm finally leaped from the early imperial stage to the late imperial stage after a prolonged period of stagnation, it was an overwhelming bounty, far beyond what he could have anticipated. Musing to himself, Chu Feng continued to peruse the spoils of his recent endeavors. In the southern region of the mystic realm, at Yusen Hill, sister, Guyan has passed away. Why does it not pain me as I imagined it would? A scoundrel, dead is simply dead. What is there to lament? I have long informed you that his approach was solely for personal gain. Do not dwell on it. Amidst this, Baishiner sat cross-legged in midair, her fingers delicately resting upon her chin, offering solace to the pure white orb in her divine sea. The great sage Qingyun stood atop a large stone, white mist swirling above him, flames leaping high. He protested, "Monarch, your strength should be nearly restored. Why did you not act just now? With the two of us against him, not even a Saint King could withstand our assault." Baishiner shook her head. "The times have changed. We cannot afford to lose. I cannot fathom this individual. Let him remain for now. There will be opportunities to reclaim what is ours." The great sage Qingyun sighed deeply. "Monarch, in your prime, you ascended to the threshold of the Emperor in merely a century. A paragon unmatched even in the celestial demon realm. What prowess could this mere mystic realm possess? Can that individual truly compare to you?" He lamented the loss of what could have been a tremendous fortune, his chest heavy with regret over the lost foundations. Baishiner slowly rose. "The mystic realm is not to be underestimated. We can afford to wait. Once my younger sister begins her training, opportunities will abound." Her eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Seeing her resolve, the great sage Qingyun could only shake his head, realizing that waiting could stretch on indefinitely. Baishiner gently patted his shoulder. "Do not lose heart. If the primal treasures fall into the hands of the mystic realm's denizens, the martial emperor will surely have his designs. Once he crosses realms, if that individual possesses depth and can entangle the martial emperor for a time, we may yet reap the benefits." The great sage of the Green Bull remained skeptical. Even if that human is a quasi-emperor, can he withstand a mere finger from the martial emperor? The martial emperor possesses the bloodline of the ancient celestial Ping. He is the pinnacle among our 10 great demons. Even as a quasi-emperor, he could defeat you, my lord. Now, 5 centuries have passed, and I have heard that the calendar of the celestial demon realm has been altered to the Wukuan era. Bai Exo narrowed her eyes at his words. "You speak truthfully, yet this is the Xian realm." Objectively speaking, the great sage of the Green Bull was indeed correct. But for some reason, the thought of that man's teasing smile arose in her mind, and the image of the martial emperor intertwined with his, rendering the outcome indeterminate. The great sage of the Green Bull wished to continue the debate with Bai Exiner. Suddenly, the Xian realm trembled, and an overwhelming pressure swept through. The 2 powerful demons shuddered simultaneously, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them from above, chilling their very hearts. The great sage of the Green Bull stammered in disbelief. "What? This is the fearsome might of the demon bloodline. How unfortunate for the Xian realm. With only 3 pathways to attract the descent of the martial emperor?" Chapter 052, The Descent of the Martial Emperor? A crisis in the Xian realm. How could this be? What a remarkable coincidence. The great sage of the Azure Bowl sprang to his feet from the massive stone. His senses acutely attuned to the overwhelming pressure that swept across the Xian realm, a sensation that could not deceive the demons. The demon race places immense value on bloodlines. Much like the human race emphasizes physical constitution, this formidable aura, capable of sweeping through the Xian realm, was instantly recognizable to any demon as an embodiment of bloodthirsty ferocity. It was undoubtedly a force that could only be unleashed by an ancient demon of unparalleled lineage. Although the pressure had merely brushed past, it still left even the great sage trembling in fear. The great sage of the Azure Bowl was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His brow furrowed as he paced back and forth upon the stone. "This is dire. If the martial emperor descends, we must retreat. Should we take the opportunity to return to the celestial demon realm? We may still have some old allies there. That is unwise. Have you forgotten the fate of Gu Yin after being expelled from the Chongshin Pavilion? Those old allies are unreliable." Bai Exiner narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "The martial emperor has always been arrogant and domineering, making grand entrances. He has just descended upon the Xian realm and already exerted his pressure across the 8 desolations. It is indeed within his character. Yet, why would such an egotistical being suddenly arrive in this remote territory? Could it be that he has fortuitously sensed the aura of the primordial treasure?" Her gaze flickered, and her thoughts raced. The great sage of the Azure Bowl interjected. "My lord, let us discuss this later. For now, we should prioritize our departure. If the martial emperor discovers our presence in the Xian realm, it would spell great trouble for us." At that moment, a gust of wind swept by. Bai Exner lightly stepped forward, her delicate white feet barely touching the ground, her foxtail swaying gently as she traversed the air. "Let us depart for the Tianhu minor realm." The great sage followed closely, and before them appeared a small vortex, shimmering with radiant wisps. However, Bai Exiner suddenly halted. "My lord, why have you stopped again? I still have one more task to attend to." Bai Exiner's eyes sparkled as her slender, pale fingers delicately plucked a tuft of pure white tail fur from her plush tail. With a gentle exhale from her rosy lips, She sent the tuft scattering into the wind, watching it disappear swiftly. The great sage looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" Xian'er replied, "Just in case. I ought to inform that man. With the martial emperor's descent upon the Xian realm, we will need assistance. But he is merely a lowly human. Can he truly withstand the martial emperor? Do you have any better plans?" Xian'er stepped into the barely perceptible vortex, her figure vanishing from sight. The great sage scratched his head and followed suit, muttering, "Indeed, having a scapegoat in front isn't a bad idea. Though it would be unfortunate if the primordial treasure were to be seized. In the Xian realm, at the Wanfazaran sect, within the sea of divine trees, stood over 1,000 colossal trees, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, their verdant crowns towering into the heavens, casting shadows over the land. Each of these divine trees represented the foundational essence of the Wanfazaran sect, comparable to a formidable being. The entire expanse of the tree sea formed a grand array, capable of intercepting even a sage. In this forest of trees, figures darted to and fro, punctuated by the occasional roar and the dazzling flicker of spells. Precious divine trees toppled to the ground, resonating with a thunderous crash. An elderly powerhouse of the All-Law's natural sect, his hair and beard as white as snow, had lost an arm and was smeared with blood. At this moment, his breath was faint as he shouted, "Stop! Prevent them from breaking through. We must not allow these demons to escape. If we can hold on for just half an hour longer, the demon suppression array will be repaired." Just as he uttered these words, a shadow suddenly loomed behind him. A sharp and enormous claw pressed upon his head, an overwhelming force surged forth, and blood erupted like a fountain. How noisy! A mere insignificant race from a small realm dares to obstruct the mighty celestial wolf clan. The creature was a wolfman, towering at nearly 5 meters, with a wolf's head and a human body, covered in long azure fur. He shook his claws, seemingly disgusted at having stained them with blood. Suddenly, the wind howled. The wolfman, who had just slain a formidable opponent, felt his pale yellow eyes narrow into slits, and the hairs on his body stood on end. A despicable insect had launched a sneak attack. It was doomed. The wolfman felt the world spin, his vision blurring until his last sight was from below, catching a glimpse of his own neck gushing blood and a crimson figure. After dispatching the wolfman, the crimson figure did not linger. Countless brilliant auras erupted beneath her feet, propelling her speed to unparalleled heights. With a shimmering blade in hand, she executed a swift series of strikes, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. From beneath the tree canopy, an array of extraordinary figures surged forth, most resembling the recently slain wolfman. They had barely emerged before they could react. The sword-light cascaded down. Heads flew in all directions, igniting a massacre. The demons that had surged forth in this area were swiftly cut down by her. The woman in red was not alone. Behind her appeared figures one after another: Elder Jiang, Elder Su, and various elders of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion, who had come to support the All-Law's natural sect after quelling the chaos in their own ranks. The prowess of Sect Master Nangong was formidable. Ji Kong, alongside the others from the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion, arrived to offer reinforcements. Upon witnessing Nangong Qin's slaughter, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Though he too was a perfected monarch, he recognized that he could not measure up to her. Elder Jiang fought alongside him, smashing a wolfman with a golden bracelet, saying, "Master Ji, our sect master possesses extraordinary talent. In her youth, she suppressed her peers and has the potential to surpass the threshold of monarchs, connecting to the holy bridge to achieve sanctity. Were it not for that wretched scoundrel Guyan, who has doomed her chances of becoming a saint in this life, her pride would likely have led her to accept the proposal from the great Saint Chu." His words were tinged with regret. As one of the most profound transcendent powers in the Xian realm, the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion had seen Nangong Qin rise through sheer determination. Countless had once bowed before her. Yet she had remained indifferent, consumed by her cultivation. Even now, with her path seemingly severed, her strength was not something an ordinary perfected monarch could dare to challenge. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, Ji Kong could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "That wretched Gu Yin truly deserves his fate. Master Nangong has sacrificed so much for him, yet he acts so rebelliously." "Enough idle chatter," Elder Su interjected, his countenance ashen as he strode past the two, urging them, "Hurry, we must assist. The master is in peril." Ji Kong's expression shifted as he realized that Nangong Qin's swift and efficient slaughter had attracted the attention of the demons emerging from the demon suppression formation. At that moment, 10 werewolves surrounded Nangong Qin, each one as formidable as a perfected sovereign. In an instant, blood flowed like rivers, the divine tree collapsed, and a scene of carnage unfolded before his eyes. What was even more terrifying was the emergence of additional werewolves. Ji Kong felt a tremor in his heart as he sensed an even more dreadful presence emanating from the shattered formation below. Ji Kong unleashed the celestial chessboard and charged forth, only to be targeted by 3 perfected sovereign werewolves, one claw swatting the chessboard aside. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and the omen of death loomed large. Nangong Qin was in danger. The natural law sect was in peril. The Xian realm was at risk. Chapter 053, Bloodline Suppression. Panic in the Xian realm. In this moment of peril, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from an unknown source. Nangong Qin, Ji Kong, and the others were astonished to witness all the demons emerging from the formation abruptly falter, paralyzed as if gripped by the dreadful might. What was the cause of this phenomenon among the demons? Although the powerful beings of the Xian realm also felt the weight of this pressure, they were not immobilized like the demons. With fierce intent gleaming in her phoenix eyes, Nangong Qin issued a cold command. Kill. Her sword, like a radiant comet, pierced through the skull of a towering werewolf before her. Blood sprayed forth, accompanied by the fierce flames erupting from the blade, swiftly vanquishing the formidable foe. Her decisive brutality snapped everyone back to reality, prompting an immediate response. Seizing the opportunity, they resolved to eliminate their adversaries without hesitation. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of magical brilliance surged into the sky. Various radiant weapons and treasures dazzled the eyes, cleaving through the heads of the demons. This was a ruthless dance of life and death, devoid of any embellishments, embodying the purest essence of slaughter. Each strike was delivered with utmost commitment. In the brief moment of distraction, the majority of the werewolves in the forest had been slain. Good news. The influx of demons from the passage beneath the formation had suddenly ceased, showing signs of retreat. At this moment, a powerful figure from the Wanfan natural sect relayed the message. Retreat? The assembled warriors exchanged astonished and perplexed glances. Nangong Qin soared to the depths of the sacred tree forest and quickly returned. This is likely closely related to the earlier pressure. Indeed, the demons within the passage are retreating. They can understand human speech. We must capture one and interrogate it using the language of spirits technique. Furthermore, Elder Su, please contact the Tianhu Immortal Sect and the Taikuan Immortal Palace to ascertain their situation. Master Ji, Elder Yu, your assistance is needed to eliminate the remaining werewolves. Mr. Si Shui, the demon suppression formation below requires the expertise of skilled formation masters. I implore you to lead a group down to assist. Nangong Qin's expression was grave as she methodically addressed the powerful beings. Those names sprang into action without hesitation. The remaining powerful figures of the Xian realm beheld Nangong Qin, adorned in her wedding attire, with her exquisite visage marred only by a few droplets of blood, and felt a stir within their hearts. At this moment, she appeared both beautiful and formidable, radiating charisma. Previously, when Nangong Qin was to become a concubine to the Saint Chu, although no one openly voiced their disdain, a part of them looked down upon her. They envied her for having secured the favor of a saint and for the substantial bridal gifts she received. It would not be an exaggeration to say they harbored jealousy and resentment. However, her decisive actions and display of talent had garnered the silent admiration of many present. Now, upon hearing her articulate and composed arrangements, their perception of her began to shift. This master of the Chongxian Pavilion was no mere ornament. She was indeed a fitting match for the saint. Arranging everything meticulously, Nangong Qin surveyed her surroundings. Everyone, please take the elixirs and restore your strength. With her delicate hand, she produced a translucent jade vial. The unique jade stone sealing its mouth floated away, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. One by one, crimson-hued pills tumbled out, scattering towards the gathered individuals. In the face of great calamity in the Xian realm, many powerful beings did not hesitate, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Nangong. Nangong Qin paid them no heed, consuming one of the pills herself, commencing her recovery. A few minutes later, she opened her phoenix-like eyes, observing figures returning from the sea of trees below. A powerful werewolf, at the peak of its kind, was brought back by a middle-aged man with a square visage. He cast down a crimson scroll, which landed upon the werewolf's head. The werewolf's features twisted in a grimace as it howled repeatedly. As the scroll descended, enigmatic black characters floated down, imprinting themselves onto its forehead, causing its gaze to become vacant, its mouth to open and close in confusion. A crowd of Xian realm experts gathered around, curiously studying the creature. The middle-aged man nodded to Nangong Qin, stating, Lord Nangong, it is your turn to inquire. Nangong Qin did not decline. Her lips slightly parted. What caused your stupor? Is your main force retreating? After a moment's silence, the werewolf's head responded. A terrifying aura of bloodline suppression suddenly descended upon this realm. It must be the emergence of a formidable great demon, which instilled fear in us, preventing us from acting. His revelation sent ripples of shock through the gathered Xian realm experts. Indeed, it was due to that overwhelming pressure. Elder Jiang, astonished, remarked, according to ancient texts, the creatures beneath the demon ceiling formations are notoriously savage, killing upon encountering humans. Their crimes are unspeakable, resembling beasts yet possessing the nature of demons. Hence they are termed demon monsters. Such creatures, devoid of human sentiment, still exhibit fear and trepidation. As he spoke, a sudden pallor washed over his face, panic flickering in his eyes. This is dire. Could it be that other great demons have emerged from the other two demon ceiling formations? Elder Zhang's exclamation ignited a collective dread among the Xian realm experts. What a calamity! Elder Su, responsible for liaising with the other two formations, hurriedly interjected, no need for alarm. The Tianhu Immortal Gate and the Taikuan Immortal Palace have responded. The situation there is currently under control, and no great demons have emerged. With this assurance, the group felt a slight relief, yet worry still lingered in their hearts. The emergence of a formidable great demon, even merely revealing its aura, could exert bloodline suppression, instilling fear even in these frenzied beasts. If it truly manifested, how would the Xian realm contend with it? Nangong Qin inquired once more, what is the strength of this great demon? Commanded by the words of spirit, the werewolf answered promptly, unknown. But the clan leader fears that aura as well. The clan leader? What is his strength? Where is he now? Peak of the Sage King. Within the passage, he fled. The werewolf's words plunged the assembly into a profound silence. What was the origin of these demons emerging from the passage? Merely the clan leader possessed the strength of a Sage King. Once they entered the Xian realm, who could withstand their onslaught? Even more terrifying is the fact that the patriarch of the Saint King Pinnacle has fled. This implies that this malevolent entity could potentially overpower the Saint King Pinnacle. No one doubts the capability of the wolf-headed creature, ensnared by the spoken spirit technique, to articulate its thoughts, rendering the situation even more surreal. Ji Kong inquired softly, what realm lies beyond the Saint King? Do any of my esteemed companions possess this knowledge? Elder Jiang, well-versed in ancient texts, promptly responded without hesitation, the Quasi-Emperor. Above the Quasi-Emperor is the Great Emperor. Another elder, a seasoned and accomplished king, interjected, it is said that during the ancient era of our Xian realm, a Quasi-Emperor once emerged, only to vanish thereafter, leaving no trace. Since then, our Xian realm has been unable to give birth to another Quasi-Emperor. Even the Saint Kings are a rare sight. A profound silence enveloped the crowd once more. The notions of the Saint King and Quasi-Emperor, were these concepts even within the grasp of us lesser kings? Initially believing themselves fortunate enough to navigate this calamity, it now appeared that the fortunes of the Xian realm had been exhausted. Rumors suggested the arrival of a Quasi-Emperor Great Demon in the Xian realm. Exhausted. Many contemplated whether annihilation would be a more merciful fate. A palpable sense of dread gripped the assembly as they gazed at the wolf-headed creature, collectively succumbing to panic. Nangong Qin inhaled deeply, maintaining her composure as she continued to question the wolf-headed being. Who is the patriarch you speak of? From whence do you hail? What compels you to invade our Xian realm? The wolf-headed creature opened its mouth once more, the Tianlang tribe. Boom. Just as the wolf-headed creature was about to elaborate, an inexplicable and terrifying force descended, causing it to explode instantly. Pfft. Master Chen. Master Chen. The middle-aged man who had released the crimson scroll suddenly turned pale, spewing a mouthful of blood before staggering and collapsing amidst gasps of horror. Elder Jiang sighed at this turn of events. If the news from beyond the passage were so easily discernible, we would not remain in ignorance after all these years. He turned to Nangong Qin and said, Madam, what shall we do now? Observing the wolf-headed creature's disintegration, Nangong Qin's expression darkened. She replied slowly, please wait. I shall first relay this information to my husband. She held a piece of white jade, capable of two-way communication, an item left by Chu Feng during his bathing in the Qianxian Holy Spring, now proving invaluable. Chu Sheng, even if he is a grand sage, he cannot confront a Quasi-Emperor head-on, can he? The powerful figures around her exchanged worried glances, all eyeing Nangong Qin as she transmitted the message, yet none dared to speak. The gravity of the situation was beyond their capacity to manage. In the divine sea, a piece of white jade trembled gently, just as Chu Feng, having just finished reviewing the treasures drawn from the previous Destiny treasure box, raised an eyebrow. Xiaoqin? Oh right, The wedding ceremony has yet to be completed. He sensed the white jade and quickly grasped the situation. Meanwhile, not far away, a tuft of pure white tail fur drifted before him, shimmering with a faint blue luster. Before Chu Feng's eyes, several bold characters flashed. The martial emperor has arrived. Flee now. Chapter 054. Pushing the door, the night had stealthily crept in without notice. A silvery moon cast its luminous glow, illuminating the few grand characters formed from fox fur, rendering them dreamlike and ethereal. Has the martial emperor arrived? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, calculating the time. According to the great destiny talisman he had previously consulted, there remained but a day before the next destined protagonist would arrive. With his formidable cultivation, he could, if he so wished, extend his divine consciousness throughout the entire Xian realm in an instant. After receiving news from Nangongqin, he casually scanned the surroundings, discovering a tranquil atmosphere. Aside from the 3 demonic suppression formations on the passageways yet to be repaired, all was remarkably serene. A fleeting thought clarified the situation. He casually dispersed the grand characters before him. Chuckling at the small fox, how amusing it was that it mistook the unintentional pressure he had released for that of the martial emperor. Its discernment was lacking. Gripping the white jade stone in his hand, he sent a reply. I understand your urgency, but there is no need to rush. Everything is under control. Having briefly reassured Nangongqin, Chu Feng did not hasten to depart. This time, he intended to thoroughly reap the rewards from Guyan, as they were exceedingly generous. For instance, the newly activated achievement system. Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the lower section of the system panel, where a new subcategory, Achievements, had appeared. The interface was rather rudimentary, currently displaying only 2 pieces of achievement information. Eliminate 1 destined protagonist. This achievement is upgradable. Earn the title of Novice Villain. Novice Villain, title. A title that can be worn. Upon wearing, it grants a special effect. When obtaining a destiny chest, there is a chance to yield double critical hits. Amateur Stamp Collector. This achievement is upgradable. Acquire a harem female protagonist. 199999. Charm 10. Passive effect. No need to wear for effect to activate. This title was rather pedestrian. I am the progenitor of myriad demons. Chu the Great Emperor. Can this truly be deemed as novice? I wouldn't wear it. Not even a dog would. Chu Feng scoffed, then glanced at the limit value for female protagonists under the Stamp Collector entry, his lips twitching. Goodness. Is this what you call a harem? Even if I, the future Dao Sovereign, were to personally designate 3,000 great paths to embody my harem, it would barely scratch the surface. The achievements within this villain system are indeed preposterous. The achievement system was straightforward, with a cursory glance. Chu Feng comprehended how to continue earning achievements. It was, after all, a matter of eliminating protagonists, seizing the heroines, and walking the path of the protagonist, leaving them with no avenues to traverse. Chu Feng casually donned the title of Novice Villain, and a bronze miniature door materialized in the palm of his hand. The Eternal Door, as a source-type Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, was quite extraordinary. He had reserved it for last to conduct his research. The Eternal Door, having lost its spirit, resembled a soul bereft of its essence, its form slightly altered. The ancient aura still lingered, yet the door pillars bore cracks resembling spider webs, appearing somewhat damaged. The most significant change was at the center of the doorframe, where a slowly rotating celestial orb emerged, within which resided a layer of vividly colored, clear liquid, quietly suspended within the sphere. The liquid within this sphere is quite shallow, occupying merely a tenth of the spherical space, barely covering the bottom. The state of this mysterious realm is indeed dismal. As the master of the Eternal Gate, Chu Feng is acutely aware of the nature of the liquid contained within the sphere, prompting a sigh of contemplation. The Eternal Gate, birthed from the very essence, holds within it the primordial source of the Xian realm. Chu Feng possesses only a rudimentary understanding of this essence, which can be succinctly summarized in 2 phrases. A strong source leads to a robust realm, while a weak source results in a frail realm. Currently, the primordial essence of the Xian realm is scant. Despite the outward appearance of prosperity, the realm is, in truth, internally weakened and significantly lacking. It is not surprising, given the vastness of the Xian realm, where the peak battles are predominantly fought by fully realized kings. The treatment afforded to beings of the sage or great sage caliber, as seen in past events, reflects their prominence, showcasing their undeniable status. As for the sage king, to be honest, Chu Feng has scanned the entirety of the Xian realm with his divine consciousness and found one such being in a forbidden graveyard. However, it was devoid of intellect, merely a shell of animation. This encapsulates the current state of the Xian realm. With a dearth of essence, such circumstances are expected. Had I, the antagonist, not intervened, the narrative would have unfolded conventionally, with Gu Yin, the destined protagonist, overcoming countless adversities to ascend to the pinnacle of the Xian realm, ultimately expanding and strengthening it towards glory. Alas, with a resounding clap, Chu Feng declared, now it is gone. His interest in the Xian realm's essence is minimal, and he harbors no ambitions of enhancement for the realm. A native of the Dragon Kingdom, he is inherently pragmatic, focused on advancing his pursuits and subduing the destined protagonist to avert any potential downfall. Now, let me observe the ultimate treasure that lies within the Eternal Gate. The protagonist's golden finger. With a flick of his wrist, the bronze door in his hand suddenly expanded, exuding an ethereal mist, shrouded in dreamlike ambiguity. Approaching, he forcefully pushed open the Eternal Gate. Creak, creak, creak. At the moment his hand made contact, the bronze door trembled, emitting a cacophony of sounds. The once closed door was abruptly forced ajar by Chu Feng's immense strength, creating a gap through which the vibrant liquid within the star sphere began to plummet at a visible rate. Chu Feng managed to create an opening of 18 centimeters in diameter. From within, a cascade of pure white light emerged, resembling a vast, impenetrable fog. Although obscured, sounds resonated in his ears, ethereal melodies and ancient chants, softly murmuring in harmonious interweaving. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he listened to the celestial music. The moment he was enveloped in the radiant glow, he experienced a terrifying realization. Already at the late stage of the Emperor rank, his power surged uncontrollably. Under the moonlit sky, time seemed to accelerate. Bathed in these extraordinary phenomena, he felt as if propelled by a rocket, his body crackling and transcending to unprecedented heights. To his astonishment, he glanced at his status panel, noting that his cultivation had remarkably ascended from the late Emperor stage to the pinnacle in an instant. The ultimate treasure within this gate is indeed extraordinary. No, the door had yet to be pushed open. Merely a hint of anomaly from within prompted the Emperor's ascension, suggesting that the mystic realm was far from ordinary. Chu Feng ceased his efforts, refraining from further attempts to open the door. The liquid within the celestial sphere was nearing depletion. Moreover, in its current state, the Eternal Gate was utterly unyielding. His strength alone had allowed him to exert force upon it. As he pressed against the door, the Eternal Gate emitted sharp, resonant blasts, and the fissures on its pillars multiplied. Should he persist, not only would he fail to unveil the so-called ultimate, but this hard-won primal treasure would also face immediate ruin. Chu Feng rapped upon the door, retracting the Eternal Gate as he pondered. Clearly, attempting to force the door open would deplete the origin of the mystic realm. To fully open it, a sufficient source of origin was imperative. Raw strength was inadequate. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Considering that I had just expended nearly all of the mystic realm's origin, it would surely be affected, wouldn't it? At that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the southeast, where a plume of violet-black flames soared into the heavens. It was not only in that direction, in the northwest, southwest, and north. My heavens! The demon suppression array has collapsed. At this instant, every one of the 77 demon suppression arrays within the mystic realm succumbed to overwhelming terror, crumbling to ruin. Chapter 055, The Destruction of the Mystical Realm Today. All beings seek their own paths. 10 minutes ago, at the Sea of Divine Trees of the Natural Law Sect, shadows converged as the demon subduing array gradually stabilized, and the powerful figures from various transcendent factions convened a small meeting. Elder Jiang turned to a disheveled middle-aged man, Masterly, and inquired, "What of the hidden saint you mentioned?" Masterly sighed with a wry smile. The hidden saint. After hearing the news, he ceased communication with me. Perhaps he has already departed from the mystical realm. A brief silence enveloped the gathered experts. The hidden saint was a venerable being, as his title suggested, mostly shrouded in obscurity. No one knew when he attained sainthood or which sect he hailed from. Previously, when the demon-subduing array of the Qingyun Immortal Palace was compromised, this hidden saint chose to intervene. But now, upon learning of the impending threat posed by the ferocious demons, he had seemingly vanished. Elder Ji Kong chuckled wryly. I understand. A saint can traverse the heavens. Fleeing is the wisest choice. Were I in his position, I would likely do the same. After all, he is an entity even more formidable than a great saint. Another elder shared a bittersweet smile. My ancestor just responded to me. Instantly, the eyes of all the powerful figures present brightened at the mention. Master Sima, what did your ancestor say? The Sima family, an ancient clan that had long remained hidden from the world, had recently assisted in slaying demons when the demon-subduing array was breached. The presence of a great saint among them provided some comfort. Despite rumors of his impending demise, he was indeed a significant figure in the mystical realm. Master Sima shook his head and replied, "He claims he is unfamiliar with us. His surname is Si, not Ma. Ji Kong, Elder Jiang, Master Li." Several other powerful beings from transcendent factions subsequently voiced their thoughts, alluding to connections with the great entities beyond the saints of the mystical realm. Yet the outcomes were disheartening. These saints and great saints, upon realizing the existence of such a terrifying figure hidden within the mystical realm, were preparing to flee, some having already departed. After inquiring around, only one nearly decrepit saint remained, expressing his willingness to stay behind and, if necessary, assist in drafting epitaphs for the others. Master Sima then turned his gaze toward Nangong Qin, who was adorned in bridal attire, wearing a troubled expression. "Nangong Pavilion Master, what of your husband? I hear he is also a great saint. How long does he plan to remain in the mystical realm?" Nangong Qin reassured the assembly, "Fear not. My husband will not leave. He assures me that he has everything under control regarding the ferocious demon. He likely possesses a solution." The gathered powerful beings exchanged bewildered glances, initially contemplating how to secure a favorable burial site for themselves. Upon hearing Nangong Qin's words, they were taken aback. "Is this truly the case, Pavilion Master Nangong?" "Indeed. It is true. My husband understands your urgency but asks that you remain calm. He will soon arrive to oversee matters." Master Li, however, offered a disheartening perspective. Dousing their hopes with cold water, do not harbor excessive expectations. The wedding ceremony of Pavilion Master Nangong has yet to be completed, and as the day wanes, he has not made an appearance, clearly indicating he may not prioritize your concerns, perhaps merely indulging in formality. Master Li spoke, then felt it was somewhat inappropriate, and added, "That hidden sage made a similar promise to me earlier." Upon hearing this, the crowd recalled that today was supposed to be a momentous occasion for the Chongshin Pavilion. Yet such a calamity had unfolded. There was some truth to his words. Nangong Qin pressed her crimson lips together, her phoenix-like eyes shining brightly. "I believe him." Moments ago, she had grasped a white jade stone and conveyed the location of the sacred tree seed to Chu Feng. Although their interaction had been brief, Nangong Qin could sense the unyielding tranquility that enveloped Chu Feng, as if nothing could perturb him, even if the heavens themselves were to collapse. Most importantly, she refused to resign herself to fate. At this juncture, the various transcendent forces of the Xuanjie needed confidence. Regardless of whether Chu Feng would arrive, she had to stabilize the situation temporarily and devise a plan. Boom, boom. Just as the crowd began to feel a semblance of relief, the recently repaired demon sealing array erupted with a terrifying roar. What the hell? The demon sealing array has collapsed. A violet-black flame surged into the sky. Accompanied by cries of horror, news arrived that the demon sealing array in Nanyuan had been breached. The same fate befell the demon sealing array at the Longxi tomb. The expressions of all the powerful beings present in the Xuanjie turned ashen, their gazes vacantly fixed on Nangong Qin. Wasn't everything supposed to be under control? One formidable king, his composure shattered, roared, "How could it break? How could this happen? Isn't the demon sealing array heavily guarded? That monstrous demon had plotted for years, yet only managed to breach 3 arrays. How could all 77 arrays have been compromised? It wasn't just his psyche that had crumbled. Many of the Xuanjie's powerful figures were left dumbfounded. Not to mention, the demon sealing array beneath the sacred tree C, which had only just been perfectly restored, had now inexplicably fractured. So many top-tier experts were present, yet none had sensed the slightest disturbance before the array ruptured again. What kind of entity could create such a tumult? The thought was terrifying. Who could withstand this? The head of the Sima family wept bitterly, tears soaking his garments. "It's over. It's all over. All the demon sealing arrays of the Xuanjie have fallen. It must be the work of that dread demon. I wondered why there had been no activity from that ominous creature after it exerted pressure on the Xuanjie. It turns out it was orchestrating a grand scheme." Master Li trembled uncontrollably. 77 demon sealing arrays destroyed. If those demons break free, the Xuanjie will be reduced to ruins in an instant. Everyone, accept your fates and rely on your own abilities to find a way out. Ji Kong clenched his fists, never anticipating such a cataclysmic turn of events today. All the demon sealing arrays of the Xuanjie had been breached. The demons lurking in the unknown passage beneath the array were terrifying beyond measure. Just 3 passages had compelled nearly 90% of the Xuanjie's strongest to act. Now, with 77 passages breached simultaneously, it was indeed a situation beyond their control. The formidable beings of the Qingyun realm were now akin to startled birds, transforming into myriad hues of light as they fled in all directions, with no one daring to block the passage of the two realms beneath the formation. Elder Jiang, glancing at Nangong Qin, suggested tremulously, "Leader, we should also make our escape. The Qingyun realm faces annihilation today. We must seek a way out. In my opinion, we should first retreat to the Shaozhu realm with the core disciples and elders." Nangong Qin's chest heaved as she had not anticipated such a sudden upheaval. She turned to behold the soaring violet-black flames behind her, emanating an aura of malevolence and immense power. Observing the anxious expressions of the elders around her, she fell silent for a moment before softly responding, "You all return to the sect to prepare. I will wait a bit longer." Elder Su urged, "Leader, do you still intend to wait for Saint Chu? He will surely not come." "I shall wait for 1 more hour," Nangong Qin replied, her gaze fixed on the violet-black flames. 1 hour? What does that imply? Elder Su was momentarily taken aback. Elder Jiang quickly grasped her intent. "Leader, there is no need for such measures. The wedding can be postponed. If you perish, everything will be lost." Nangong Qin nodded. "I understand. But having received such a precious gift from him, this day should be reserved for him. After today concludes, I will go to Mount Wanzhong. If I meet an untimely end, Elder Jiang, you shall lead the Chongxian Pavilion." Upon hearing her words, the elders present turned pale. They immediately realized what Nangong Qin was about to undertake. As the leader of the South Ming Liuli body, should she fall, she could naturally manifest a South Ming Liuli formation, the purpose of which was to replicate another known formation. Nangong Qin was not merely waiting for Chu Feng. She also intended to seal another passageway. Time was slipping away, and there was no room for further debate. The elders understood Nangong Qin's nature all too well. She was exceedingly rational. With the Qingyun realm on the brink of destruction, could the Chongxian Pavilion truly escape unscathed? It was better to fight desperately, to leave behind a glimmer of hope for the Chongxian Pavilion. Watching the elders depart with their heads hung low, Nangong Qin's gaze turned icy as she gripped her azure blade, staring at the depths beneath the divine tree sea. Vast sections of the divine tree lay fallen, and the disciples and elders of the Wanfa Ziran sect scattered in flight. Below, the passageway had once again been breached by demons, a thick miasma rising, infused with a palpable aura of slaughter. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to the heavens. In the sky, the celestial dome of the Qingyun realm revealed a massive golden holy sword, inscribed with the words Heavenly Emperor, which abruptly materialized, casting a radiant brilliance across the firmament. Chapter 056, The True Descent of the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor has departed. It is not just Nangong Qin. This golden holy sword, bearing the name of the Heavenly Emperor, possesses the power to overturn the heavens. Its radiance illuminates the myriad rivers, casting the once dim sky into a brilliance akin to midday. What is this? At this moment, the powerful beings of the mystic realm, akin to ants on a hot skillet, scurry about, instinctively lifting their gazes towards the suddenly manifested Heavenly Emperor's sword, their mouths agape as if they could fit a long baguette within. The sword is colossal. Its aura is overwhelming, stronger than any formidable entity they have ever encountered. As they behold this sight, the golden holy sword swings heavily, descending with a mighty slash. Its brilliance scorches the heavens and the earth, its sword energy traversing the 8 directions. With a single stroke, it cleaves downward, targeting 77 channels distributed across the mystic realm. From within these channels surge demonic energies reminiscent of the previous werewolves. There are also sphinxes, tigers, and even 4-armed monkey demons, silver-scaled serpent demons. The assortment of demons emerging from the 77 channels is more diverse and formidable than ever before. The weakest among them possesses the might of a sovereign, while the strongest exudes the essence of a saint, even a saintly king. Regardless of their origins, power, or intentions, with the descent of this sword, they are all reduced to mere boxes. As the sword light descends, an inexhaustible mist of blood erupts. One sword sweep obliterates myriad demons. Am I dreaming? Did I see that correctly? Are all the demons that surged from the channels annihilated? Who wields this sword? Is it a titan of the mystic realm? What titan? This must be the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is above. I thank you for saving my life. Near the channel's mouth, the powerful beings of the mystic realm, teetering on the brink of life and death, gaze in disbelief as the demons are entirely extinguished, left utterly stunned. Once they regain their senses, astonishment gives way to exclamations of awe. This sword is too magical, too shocking. It leaves the entire mystic realm in a state of bewilderment, with everyone speculating about the identity of the wielder. At this moment, Qin stands upon a branch of a divine tree, leaning against the crown, her phoenix eyes quivering. From her vantage point, she can clearly observe the situation within the channel below. This sword does not merely eradicate the demons that emerged. She focuses intently and realizes that even those demons yet to appear within the channel have been thoroughly vanquished. Whispers continue to echo in her ears. As the communication channels of the Chongxian Pavilion remain intact, relaying information from various channels throughout the mystic realm, she murmurs, "This sword is astonishing." From the 77 channels, each emerging demon possesses terrifying strength and staggering numbers. What kind of extraordinary power is required to accomplish such an exaggerated feat? She fixates on the golden holy sword, where the characters for Heavenly Emperor are inscribed, when suddenly her pupils constrict, as if recalling something. She remembers a time when Chu Feng suggested they play a game, handing her a sword and several peculiar garments. The sword's blade bore the inscription of the Heavenly Emperor. As Qin recalls this, her breath quickens, her gaze sharpening once more upon the heavenly threshold, seeking confirmation. Yet, she finds that the golden holy sword gradually fades from the sky as night descends once more. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the remaining branches and leaves of the divine tree to sway gracefully, exuding a sense of joy. Qin stood transfixed, her gaze once more directed towards the empty passage below, devoid of any demons, as if nothing had ever transpired. Above the 9 heavens, Chu Feng stood amidst the clouds. Raising his hand, he stored the Heavenly Emperor's sword within the divine sea, squinting as his gaze fell upon his palm. He weighed the eternal gate in his hand and mused, "Ah, it seems you have indeed reaped considerable benefits." Just moments ago, his attempt to push open the eternal gate had nearly consumed the very essence of the mystic realm with only a slight push. Within the celestial orbs of the eternal gate, the vibrant liquid, which had appeared nearly depleted, had inexplicably begun to accumulate once more, albeit faintly. Could slaying these demons truly enhance the essence of the mystic realm? Or was it the consequence of the connection forged between the mystic realm and the world beyond? Chu Feng pondered, tapping his fingers against the frame of the eternal gate. Although he held little regard for the fate of the mystic realm, he still possessed his own principles, as the events had unfolded due to his involvement. It was only fitting that he dealt with the demons that had surged forth from the passage. Having cleared the demons, the 77 passages had effectively transformed the mystic realm into a sieve, forcibly linking it with the world across. Initially contemplating whether to seal these passages and restore the mystic realm to its former state, he now felt invigorated upon witnessing the resurgence of its essence. Suddenly, as he contemplated, Chu Feng sensed an eerie sound emanating from one of the passages. Following closely was an overwhelming pressure that swept through the mystic realm, as if intent on engulfing all within its grasp. This pressure surpassed even that of the Saint Kings. Was there a formidable entity? He narrowed his eyes. The depths of his dark gaze suddenly ablaze with crimson, intricate patterns emerging forth. Before the pressure could escape the passage, it was ensnared by his blood-red gaze. You have invoked the eye of the Demon Emperor, depriving the fated protagonist, the Martial Emperor, of one of his abilities, Heavenly Ping's swift flight. The fated protagonist. The Martial Emperor has lost the ability Heavenly Ping's swift flight, resulting in a decrease of 10,000 points in fate value. You have obtained a Fate Treasure Chest X1. Your title, the newly emerged villain, has been activated, granting you an additional Fate Treasure Chest X1. A peculiar golden silhouette of the Heavenly Ping suddenly materialized within his blood-red eyes. An array of insights flooded his mind as the Eye of the Demon Emperor activated its power, stripping away the ability known as Heavenly Ping's swift flight. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the system's prompt delivery of emotional value, a series of notifications resounding. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! The source of the pressure from the opposing passage was indeed the Martial Emperor. He had truly descended into the mystic realm. Glancing at the celestial phenomena, he noted the moon as shadow, the rolling clouds, and the flourishing energy of the Yin. The day was drawing to a close. Just as he had predicted 28 days prior with the Great Fate Talisman, the wheel of time had turned to this very day, leading him to encounter the new fated protagonist. Indeed, he had not miscalculated. The Martial Emperor was the fated protagonist. But why had he fled again? Suddenly, Chu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the oppressive aura within the passage. Nearly having a trifling talent stripped away by the Eye of the Demon Emperor caused him to recoil. A dignified Martial Emperor, encountering such pettiness for the first time? Adhering to the simple philosophy that one should respect others while asserting dominance. Chu Feng resolutely extended his imperial consciousness into the passage. Chapter 057. The little electric donkey's fractured charge at the entrance of the pitch-black passage, the air felt somewhat damp. Compared to the two-dimensional pathways connecting the Little Bamboo Realm and the Xian Realm, this passage was enveloped by a peculiar stream of void-like water, flowing languidly, rendering the entire passage muddy and treacherous. Of course, this was primarily a concern for those of lesser cultivation, such as kings and saints. The Emperor's divine consciousness ventured into the passage, gliding effortlessly, and in an instant, it reached the bottom of the tunnel. An endless surge of energy emanated from below. A torrent of spiritual essence that fell like rain, formed from the very essence of the realm, drumming incessantly. The richness of this spiritual energy alone was sufficient to illustrate the disparity between the Xian realm and the world on the other side of the passage. With a sigh of admiration, Chu Feng prepared to extend his divine consciousness, sweeping through the rain. Suddenly, a terrifying divine consciousness surged towards him, akin to the descent of an ancient deity, colliding violently with Chu Feng's own divine awareness. The scene was intensely dramatic, reminiscent of a little electric donkey charging fiercely against a mud truck laden with several tons of cargo. With a thunderous crash, the ancient-like divine consciousness was utterly obliterated. Although the ambush's consciousness crumbled instantly, Chu Feng was astonished. This foe's divine essence was undoubtedly at the imperial level. His primary cultivation, the innate chaos scripture, provided him with a unique enhancement in terms of divine awareness. Moreover, he had just ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor level, while his adversary was also imperial. They had merely recently attained this status, making them significantly weaker than the version of himself that had yet to break through, let alone compared to his current peak. Furthermore, this opponent belonged to the demon race, which inherently faced severe suppression against his long-lost ancestral lineage. Never mind providing excuses for the martial emperor. A weakling is a weakling, and practice would do little to change that. This martial emperor had indeed reached the imperial level, yet he still fell short by an immeasurable margin in comparison to Chu Feng. This tender sprout, I, Chu Yaozu, shall surely harvest. Sensing the little electric donkey faltering, Chu Feng decisively pursued, ready to strike down the drowning foe. Transforming the mud truck into a towering pillar, he grasped the martial emperor's little electric donkey with a single hand. Rather than crush it immediately, he probed with his divine consciousness, causing the martial emperor's attributes to materialize before him. Martial Emperor Current Realm, Peak of the Quasi-Emperor Destiny Value, 990. 000 Possessed Treasures, Black Feather Heavenly Golden Halberd, Ultimate Emperor Weapon, Divine Light 10,000 Wheels Armor, Ultimate Emperor Weapon, Heaven and Earth Great Seal, Ultimate Emperor Weapon. Xianqing Matchless Staff, Ultimate Emperor Weapon. Possessed Physiques, Kunpeng Supreme Body, Lunar Body, Solar Body, Myriad Methods Body, Tianhu Overlord Body. Possessed Abilities, True Immortal Possession as the Martial Emperor's attributes, a fellow protagonist of destiny. Unfolded before Chu Feng, he felt a flicker of astonishment. This new sprout was not to be underestimated. After factoring in the previously deducted 10,000, his destiny value was precisely 10 times that of Gu Yan. Based on Chu Feng's experience, a higher destiny value indicated stronger fortune and more hidden cards. However, that was not the crux of the matter. From their brief encounter, he had already discerned that his opponent possessed undeniably imperial combat prowess. This emperor is not a counterfeit like the quasi-emperor. Rather, he embodies the genuine might of a true emperor. Even if he possesses only the weakest imperial power, he is still an emperor. However, upon inspecting the panel, it becomes apparent that this individual is merely a quasi-emperor, having yet to ascend to true imperial status. Even more absurd is the fact that he is adorned with an abundance of supreme imperial weapons, and he possesses a physique with no less than 8 distinct attributes. Is it that your physique changes like a wardrobe, donning different identities daily? Evidently, the martial emperor is not a burgeoning protagonist like Gu Yan, but rather a fully matured one. This type of destined protagonist is considerably more formidable and troublesome than Gu Yan. What piques Chu Feng's interest even more is the martial emperor's unique advantage. On the panel, which only he can perceive, there are merely 4 simple characters, true immortal reincarnation. Yet the implications are profound. This indicates that the martial emperor is not truly who he seems. Rather, he is another powerful entity that has occupied the body of the original martial emperor, living a second life. Chu Feng finds himself in a somewhat similar circumstance. However, the glaring difference lies in the fact that prior to seizing Chu Feng's identity, he was an unremarkable youth from Blue Star. In contrast, the martial emperor was a true immortal. What is a true immortal? It sounds even more formidable than an emperor. System. Provide me with substantial information regarding what constitutes a true immortal. Chu Feng, feeling a twinge of fear, decisively shattered the martial emperor's consciousness before him. Unsurprisingly, the martial emperor's consciousness crumbled. You have slain the destined protagonist, the martial emperor's avatar. The martial emperor's destiny value has decreased by 50,000. And you have obtained 5 destiny treasure chests. Your title of newly emerged villain has been activated, granting you an additional destiny treasure chest. System. Is this what you call fear? You have just met, yet you strike with lethal intent. The martial emperor must be questioning his existence. Indeed, it is an avatar. Are all 8 avatars of special physique? This martial emperor is quite intriguing. Noticing the system's silence, Chu Feng, well aware of its tendencies, gently remarked, "Do not feign ignorance on such a simple matter, system. Surely, you do not wish for me to be ambushed, do you? If I were to fall, you would have to seek a new host, and the next villain may not be as kind, obedient, and compliant as I am. I could introduce you to a female system in the future. System. Host, do not attempt to manipulate the system. Once binding is successful, this system will not seek a new host, but will exist in symbiosis with the host." Chu Feng felt a sense of relief. I knew you would say that. We are quite the pair. Now, please, enlighten me. Above the Emperor lies the realm of immortality, divided into the realms of mundane immortals, true immortals, immortal lords, and immortal kings. Upon concluding, the system emphasized, "I hope the host adheres to their promises." Indeed, above the Emperor, there exists the realm of immortality. Adhere to promises? Chu Feng blinked, pondering. Do you truly wish to seek a female system? Such thoughts are not befitting of your age. This system advises you to cultivate kindness. This host is rather troublesome. The system often finds it difficult to cope. Upon contemplating the system with a benevolent disposition, Chu Feng, having grasped the circumstances surrounding the true immortal, ceased to engage with the system and instead mused. The true immortal. The little fox once mentioned that this individual was already a quasi-emperor 5 centuries ago. Attaining the status of a grand emperor should pose little difficulty. Yet, after all this time, he remains a quasi-emperor. Could it be that he is orchestrating a grand scheme? We cannot allow him to ascend to the rank of grand emperor. Having just met him, he dares to act against me. If he truly becomes a grand emperor, will he not become insufferably arrogant? Without hesitation, he retrieved a verdant whip, emanating black smoke and shimmering with ghostly light from the depths of his divine sea. This extraordinary weapon, known as the 9 Nether Dark Chain, possesses not only the fundamental capabilities of reaping souls and claiming lives, but also the ability to search. He dripped a single drop of his ancestral blood upon it and added a fragment of the shattered divine consciousness of the martial emperor, waving it at the whip's tip. After a moment's reflection, Chu Feng produced a scroll and affixed it to the whip's body. Go, find the martial emperor. With his command, the 9 Nether Dark Chain, cloaked in black mist, soared forth like a flying dragon. Chapter 58. Fateful encounter. The exit of the passage manifested as a dark vortex. The heavy clouds blanketed the sky, while ethereal raindrops continued to cascade downwards. The vortex resembled a lake, encircled by vast, untamed mountains stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, where shadows loomed thickly, teeming with demonic beings. Among these creatures, the weakest emanated the aura of great powers, while many others were kings or even saints. Above the firmament floated a totemic stone pillar, adorned with the image of a howling giant wolf gazing at the moon, its fur resembling blades, fierce and menacing, with emerald eyes glinting with murderous intent. Upon closer inspection, the moon would gradually transform into 3 peculiar ancient characters, Heavenly Wolf Tribe. Beside this totem stood a colossal azure wolf, exuding a powerful aura that radiated the brilliance of the sun. The great sage Azure Wolf growled, "Tribe leader, what has transpired at the passage? Why have our kin who ventured ahead perished? Could it be that the dreaded beast has made its move?" Opposite him stood a giant wolf, its fur entirely white and eyes glimmering with a green light. In response, it remarked, "How would I know if you ask me?" The great sage Azure Wolf expressed his discontent, saying, "How could such a vile world harbor a dreadful beast? In my opinion, this matter should not have been reported. Had Lord Martial Emperor been unaware, he would not have dispatched us to invade this realm once more, nor would we have suffered such grievous losses." The Heavenly Wolf Tribe leader sharply interjected, "Silence, do not speak nonsense. Lord Martial Emperor is currently engaged in capturing the dreadful beast to refine artifacts. If he succeeds in subduing it, our Heavenly Wolf Tribe will fare much better in the days to come." The great sage Azure Wolf countered, "Those dreadful beasts belong to an exalted lineage. How could our heavenly wolf tribe involve itself in such matters? Tribe leader, should you report this? Lord Martial Emperor has not acted personally. Instead, he has tasked us with exterminating the trivial creatures of this vile world. This is a thankless endeavor. The heavenly wolf tribe leader lightly shook his paw, a flicker of flame seemingly igniting within his emerald gaze. Regardless of the effort, we must proceed. If we do not act, the Shin Tiger tribe and the Fierce Monkey tribe will also be eager to claim the task for themselves. You, my young friend, lack vision. The great sage Azure Wolf cast a dissatisfied glance at the dark clouds, swatting them aside with a paw to reveal a crescent moon. Is it not a rush towards demise? Spare me the talk of vision. It cannot be consumed as sustenance. The heavenly wolf tribe leader shook his head. One must possess grand aspirations. What do a few lost wolf cubs matter? If it grants us a moment of Lord Martial Emperor's attention, our heavenly wolf tribe could ascend to greatness. Once we become the foremost among the 8 tribes of celestial beasts, there will be no limit to the wolf cubs we can create. The great sage Azure Wolf opened his mouth, his sharp fangs glimmering, ready to refute, but he heard the heavenly wolf tribe leader murmuring. You young tribesmen have no comprehension of the greatness of Lord Martial Emperor. In our celestial beast realm, he is akin to the heavens. A single feather dropped from him is thicker than the legs of the giant elephant tribe. Observing the fervent admiration of the heavenly wolf tribe leader for Lord Martial Emperor, the great sage Azure Wolf shook his head, partially convinced yet skeptical. You will understand in due time. The heavenly wolf tribe leader, noticing the great sage's demeanor, chose not to elaborate further. In the realm of celestial beings, the Martial Emperor stands as an indomitable legend, a paragon of supremacy in the mortal world. The Martial Emperor embodies the heavens, embodies the divine, serving as the guiding beacon for all demonkind, a magnificent leader. That Songlong, a descendant of the pure-blooded Tianhu tribe, possesses extraordinary talents and has recently ascended to the rank of Grand Sage. However, his understanding of the Martial Emperor remains somewhat superficial. Yet, upon witnessing the Martial Emperor, even the Grand Sage of the Tianhu tribe would share an unwavering faith, if not surpassing his own. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. The ominous clouds that had just been dispersed by the Grand Sage were completely torn asunder. The Grand Sage and the leader of the Tianhu tribe beheld a shadow, akin to a swimming dragon, that suddenly pierced the darkened sky with the speed of lightning, soaring towards the moon, enveloped in a golden radiance. What could that be? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be the Martial Emperor. The Grand Sage exclaimed in astonishment. His eyesight was always exceptional, particularly under the cloak of night. Although the figure had streaked across the heavens at an astonishing velocity, he still discerned the details. It was a verdant whip, exuding an endless black mist, piercing directly into the chest of a certain figure. This figure, adorned with golden feathers and clad in a golden holy armor, possessed a robust physique. His long golden hair cascaded down, fluttering with a pair of magnificent rock wings, creating a dazzling spectacle, unmistakably recognizable. It was none other than the idol of the Tianhu tribe's leader, the Martial Emperor. At that moment, he was being relentlessly pursued by a serpent-like whip, not only penetrating his chest, but also frantically thrashing and tearing at him. With each strike, golden blood erupted forth, as if meteors streaking by, vanishing in an instant from sight. The leader of the Tianhu tribe was left speechless. The Grand Sage of Songlong was equally stunned, his limbs instinctively propelling him to pursue. The tribe leader, in shock, immediately countered, Songlong, you must be mistaken. That cannot possibly be the Martial Emperor. It merely bears a resemblance. He too joined the chase. Soon, the two wolves pursued through the heavens into the vast cosmos, eventually arriving near the moon where they beheld a golden-haired man with wings of gold, gently fluttering behind him, resembling a divine being. At that moment, the man, with a golden vertical pupil on his forehead, emanated divine radiance that illuminated his palm. Between his fingers lay a ghostly green whip, writhing fiercely like a serpent ensnared by its throat, yet he remained unfazed. The man's gaze shimmered with divine light. As if sensing an approaching presence, he cast a calm glance. Instantly, the limbs of the Grand Sage and the Tianhu tribe leader grew weak, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure that made their spines tremble and bend. We pay our respects to the Martial Emperor. Long live the Martial Emperor! They immediately bowed in reverence. The Martial Emperor nonchalantly retracted his gaze, acknowledging them. Ah, it is you. What brings you here? The Grand Sage hastily replied, just now, we glimpsed you. And it seemed as though the leader of the Tianhu tribe swiftly interrupted. Martial Emperor, your prowess is unmatched. Congratulations on acquiring a magnificent treasure. The Martial Emperor nodded gently. Weighing the long whip in his palm, forcibly suppressing it as he remarked, "It is indeed unexpected that a treasure would reveal itself upon the road, seeking to recognize me as its master. Yet, to be acknowledged as part of this emperor's possessions, it must first endure my trials." The leader of the Celestial Wolf clan immediately proclaimed, "This is an auspicious sign. The martial emperor's fortune flourishes, and the heavenly Tao bestows its favor." The great sage of the Tsang Wolf twitched the corner of his mouth, quietly reminding, "My lord martial emperor, behind you lies a peculiar scroll that also seems eager to acknowledge you as its master." "A scroll?" The martial emperor furrowed his brows, not turning around. With a flick of his hand, the fabric of reality twisted, and the scroll materialized before him, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was an ancient scroll, imbued with a profound essence, which had somehow unfurled, its surface blank, yet radiating a mystical light, unmistakably extraordinary. The martial emperor glanced briefly at it, stating with indifference, "This is merely a useless, forsaken scroll, drifting here from some unknown corner of the universe." He then turned his attention to the two wolves. "If there is nothing else, you may depart." The leader of the Celestial Wolf clan quickly realized the situation, and with the great sage of the Tsang Wolf, they turned to leave. As the two wolves withdrew, the martial emperor's expression darkened abruptly. He grasped the scroll tightly and pronounced each word with precision. "Celestial, grade, scroll." The formidable malevolent creature within that nameless realm was no ordinary foe. It could contend equally with his avatar and dared to scheme against him with a celestial grade scroll. Alas, he could hardly fathom the true nature of the entity he faced. Chapter 059. A fine steed deserves a fine saddle. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and acquired a Destiny Fragment 1. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and received 5 tons of Enlightenment Tea. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest. A flash of golden light envelopes you. And you have obtained the Supreme Emperor Weapon, the Qingyun Dao Sword. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and received 1,000 tons of Sacred Grade Weapons. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and acquired a Destiny Fragment 1. With a smile, Chu Feng opened all 10 Destiny Treasure Chests he had just gathered in one go. He contentedly toyed with a Destiny Fragment. Reflecting on his good fortune, 2 fragments indeed, quite remarkable. Regarding the guaranteed golden legend which provided yet another Supreme Emperor Weapon, his heart was already devoid of tumult, especially when considering the worthless items likened to scrap iron or functional beverages. In his eyes, the most significant treasures remained the Destiny Fragments. 10 of these fragments could be combined to forge a Destiny Key, unlocking a divine identity, without any tricks or deceit. Unlike the fraudulent notion of needing 9 fragments only to receive a minuscule fraction for the last. Compared to the chaotic assortment of trinkets drawn from the chests, only the Destiny Fragments stood as genuine treasures. Upon completing the opening of the Destiny Treasure Chests, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you of such caliber? Dare to suppress my Jiuyoming Suo?" With a wave of his hand, an immense force surged forth, rippling through the void, shaking the endless expanse of time and space. Soon after, at the entrance below, a verdant whip leapt forth like lightning, racing towards Chu Feng. Buzz, buzz. As the Jiuyoming Suo approached him, it gently brushed its whip against his skin, seemingly aggrieved. Chu Feng smiled faintly, patting the Jiuyoming Suo, his gaze flickering with contemplation. This new contender is quite adept. Were it not for me, this Supreme Emperor Weapon might have been forcibly subdued by it. The martial emperor, in the world across the passage, stood out prominently. The Jiuyoming Suo successfully locked onto his position and accomplished its task with excellence. As it attempted to return, the martial emperor, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, was capable of suppressing the imperial might of the Jiuyoming Suo, even attempting to refine it. His methods were indeed domineering, yet futile. Though capable of restraining the Jiuyoming Suo, he had not exerted deliberate control. Upon taking over, the martial emperor found it utterly beyond his grasp and was ultimately compelled to relinquish it. Nevertheless, Chu Feng still regarded this martial emperor with considerable respect. Compared to Gu Yin, who offered no resistance whatsoever, the martial emperor was evidently far more formidable. Let us assess the situation. The Great Misfortune technique should suffice to keep him occupied for a while. The Jiuyoming Suo merely served as a tool to locate the martial emperor. The true gift he presented to the martial emperor was that scroll of celestial rank, the Great Misfortune technique. This item, a consumable, emerged as a guaranteed treasure from the Destiny Treasure Chest. Of celestial rank, it spoke volumes. Pertaining to the realm above the emperor, the scroll contained spells of celestial classification. As its name suggests, upon release, the target becomes ensnared by misfortune, leading to failures in all endeavors, with collateral damage affecting those nearby. It is well known that the simpler the mechanism, the more brutal its effects. The effects of the Great Misfortune technique remain unclear to Chu Feng. All he knows is that its influence will endure for 2.5 days. In summary, it is unwise to engage too closely with the martial emperor at this juncture, as it may bring misfortune upon himself. The decision to employ the Great Misfortune technique in receiving the martial emperor, rather than resorting to the face-to-face suppression as Gu Yin did, was made with careful consideration. Having drawn an abundance of worthless trinkets, he finds that most of the Supreme Emperor weapons are of little use to him. With only one transcendent celestial treasure that surpasses his own rank, it would be unsatisfying not to find a target to test its might. As a person certified by the system as benevolent, he could not bring himself to randomly select a fortunate reader for release, as such an act would be devoid of conscience. After much contemplation, he concluded that such a treasure would be most fitting for a protagonist blessed with exceptional fortune. He returned his thoughts to the present, and with a firm step, a golden silhouette of a Tianhu Ping appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Tianhu Ping's extraordinary talent grants him a permanent tenfold increase in speed, an exceedingly remarkable gift. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng vanished from the vast expanse. In the hall of discussion at the Chongqian Pavilion, the atmosphere was serene, with the elders of the pavilion seated on either side. Their expressions were solemn, etched with gravity. Creak. The door swung open. A woman clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, exuding an icy elegance, gracefully approached and nodded at them, confirmed. The elders were momentarily taken aback. Good gracious! In less than half a minute, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the elders of the Chongqian Pavilion. Their solemnity melting away like snow, laughter spilling forth. All those demons have perished just like that? What on earth is the origin of the Heavenly Emperor's sword? Does our Xian realm truly possess such a formidable figure? The pavilion master has confirmed the intelligence. The might of that sword is terrifying, sweeping through the Xian realm and annihilating all demons across the 77 pathways. Not only us, but even those demons were taken aback. Even now, none dare to emerge from those pathways. Incredible, simply incredible. In all my years, I have seen much, but never anything so outrageous. Indeed, I had already prepared to flee with my belongings, only to be called back by old Jiang, who claimed all the demons had been eradicated. I cursed him for luring me back to slay demons and fill pits, only to discover it was true. Old son, you rascal. You accused me of deceiving you while following me to your doom? Fear not. If it truly came to such an end, do you think one could escape? We must be grateful for this mysterious giant of our Xian realm. Should he stand before me, I would surely bow in reverence. Having survived the calamity, the elders of the Chongqian Pavilion laid aside their usual airs, cursing and exclaiming in laughter, much like ordinary folk. Negong Qingfeng observed these elders, a smile gracing her lips. As warm as a spring breeze, melting the ancient ice. She refrained from joining the discussion, yet even in her typically frigid demeanor, her heart was ablaze with fervor. Negong Qingfeng knew better than anyone who the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword was, but she chose to remain silent. The Lord has made his move. Yet he has not personally manifested his divine presence, undoubtedly due to his reservations. Even the rightful consort lacks the authority to act on his behalf, let alone she who is merely a concubine. At that moment, Elder Jiang perked up his ears, a gleam of mirth illuminating his countenance. Esteemed guests, news has arrived. It seems that the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, an ancestor from the Sima clan, has uncovered a thread of evidence. The rotund Elder Zhang restrained his ample belly and rose abruptly, exclaiming, "The ancestor of the Sima clan? It is said that he is a great sage. His words must hold weight. Who is he?" Nangong Qinfeng's eyes flickered with intrigue. Could it be that the ancestor of the Sima clan shares a past with the Lord? Elder Jiang, without any pretense, promptly divulged two words, Xindi. Xindi? Who might that be? Upon hearing these unfamiliar terms, the elders present were momentarily struck dumb, and Nangong Qinfeng furrowed her brow in contemplation. Chapter 060, only allowed to see once Elder Jiang gazed at the perplexed expressions of the gathered elders and promptly elucidated. Do you all recall the time we interrogated that demon in the Sea of Divine Trees? I mentioned the matter of the quasi-emperor when discussing the emergence of that great calamity. Elder Su's demeanor shifted, his left hand forming a fist as it struck his right palm. Sages, great sages, sage kings, and beyond lies the realm of the emperor's path. Within the domain of the emperor's path, one attains longevity, living for millennia, accumulating immeasurable depth. The Heavenly Emperor's sword, bearing the name of the emperor, is capable of unleashing an invincible strike, Its master must undoubtedly have reached the realm of the Emperor's path. Elder Zhang, captivated by the unfolding revelation, clenched his fist in astonishment. If it is indeed a quasi-emperor who has intervened, perhaps they possess the prowess to eradicate the demons of the mystical realm with a single strike. Elder Jiang nodded in agreement. If it is a quasi-emperor, everything becomes coherent. The Xian Emperor is originally from the mystical realm. In fact, he was involved in the formation of the demon suppression array. Thus, should we encounter him, the motive for his involvement would be quite reasonable. At this juncture, a clear voice, as refreshing as a spring, interrupted. Then why is the great sage of the Sima family so certain that the master of the heavenly emperor sword is the Xian Emperor? The gathered elders turned their attention to Nangong Qin, instinctively nodding in agreement. The master of the heavenly emperor sword could indeed be a quasi-emperor. But it was certain that the Xian Emperor had long since departed the mystical realm. What basis did they have for asserting it was him? Elder Jiang replied. Other friends harbor similar doubts. The great sage of the Sima family mentioned that within their clan resides a portrait of the Xian Emperor, depicted with a golden holy sword at his waist, the blade facing inward, yet inscribed with the character for heaven. The great sage of the Sima family stated that he would promptly reveal this portrait of the Xian Emperor for all to venerate. The golden holy sword, inscribed with heaven, belonged to a quasi-emperor who has persisted since the ancient times. The elders exchanged glances, comprehending the gravity of the situation. The elements aligned, rendering the possibility of the Xian Emperor's involvement a staggering 99, leaving little doubt. Even Nangong Qin felt a profound shock. Could my husband truly be the Xian Emperor? No wonder he always appears so composed, as if everything is within his grasp. After all, he is a figure who achieved quasi-emperor status in the ancient era. I had no idea his origins were so remarkable. I have truly aspired to greatness. In the context of the powerful beings of the mystical realm, the term ancient times generally refers to a span of 10,000 years. To have attained quasi-emperor status a millennium ago is beyond comprehension in terms of power and accumulation. Nangong Qin's astonishment far surpassed that of the elders present. Having wielded the heavenly emperor sword herself, she was unwaveringly certain that Chu Feng was indeed the master of the heavenly emperor sword. Now, correlating Elder Zhang's intelligence, she could conclusively deduce that Chu Feng was the Xian Emperor. In this light, everything fell into place. Only such a being would treat invaluable quasi-holy level techniques with such casualness, as if they were mere rolls of toilet paper. Considering his lengthy temporal perspective, the cultivation technique of the quasi-saint level may very well appear to him as mere toilet paper. One cannot help but wonder if the image of the Xian Emperor truly reflects the essence of her husband. At this moment, Nangong Qin found herself increasingly eager to behold the portrait of the Xian Emperor. Little did she anticipate that someone else was even more impatient. Elder Sun pounded the table, exclaiming in agitation, "When will the Sima family unveil the portrait of the Xian Emperor? Hurry up. I absolutely must pay my respects to the esteemed Xian Emperor. If it weren't for him, I would already be a cold corpse." Elder Jiang rolled his eyes at him and remarked, "Why are you in such a rush? It's hard to imagine that with your temperament, you could even become an alchemist of such high caliber. Truly, the heavens must be blind." Elder Sun puffed out his cheeks and retorted, attacking others personally, "Has the portrait arrived?" Elder Jiang, with a resigned wave of his hand, replied, "It has." At that moment, as Elder Jiang gestured, a misty aura emerged from his sleeve, drifting gracefully towards the ceiling of the assembly hall, swirling and coalescing into a lengthy scroll. Black and white lines naturally delineated and swiftly depicted the figures. The contours of the characters soon took on a three-dimensional form before the assembly of elders. It portrayed a youth with flowing black hair and strikingly handsome features. The youth bore a smile, and the most captivating aspect was a delicate tear mole beneath his left eye, resembling a droplet of crystalline dew poised to fall. Clad in a flowing green robe, one hand rested casually on his waist, adorned with a faintly red fragrance pouch, from which dangled a golden holy sword. The sword emanated a fiery glow, subtly revealing the character for heaven inscribed upon its blade. This painting was remarkably expressive. Even by merely gazing upon the scroll, one could sense the youth's cultured and refined demeanor. Yet the tear mole lent him an air of tenderness. Is this truly the Xian Emperor? How striking. He clearly embodies the light of the Xian realm. A man of great vision for the world. One cannot help but wish to have lived in the same era as the Xian Emperor, to witness his rise in all its grandeur. As the elders admired the portrait of the Xian realm, they found themselves unable to restrain their praises. Were it not for the Xian Emperor, the entire Chongxian pavilion would have perished. Even if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, with 3 noses and 5 eyes, the elders would still sincerely extol him. Why do I feel that this Qian Emperor appears somewhat effeminate? At that moment, an incongruous voice interjected. Effeminate? How can that be? This is what we would call elegant. Elder Son instinctively countered. The voice persisted in its assertion, but he does seem rather effeminate. Just look at that tear mole. He is so delicate, and a grown man like the Qian Emperor wearing a fragrance pouch is rather off-putting. What do you think, Xiaoqin? Negongqin hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, he does seem a bit effeminate. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her phoenix eyes. Do you even understand what constitutes elegance? What qualifications do you possess to critique the Qian Emperor? Oh, Chu Feng, you have returned? I pay my respects to Chu Feng. At this moment, the assembly of elders followed Negongqin's gaze and beheld a man clad in white, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, seated upon a chair of celestial sandalwood. He lounged with one leg crossed over the other. His gaze fixated upon the portrait of the Qian Emperor, casually offering his commentary. This white-clad gentleman possessed eyes that sparkled like stars, exuding a languid charm as he reclined in the chair, yet there lingered a subtle, almost imperceptible air of dominance about him. While the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion busied themselves with animated discussions regarding the portrait of the Qian Emperor, Chu Feng had somehow taken a seat among them. Upon his arrival, the elders felt a wave of trepidation. After all, the Qian Emperor had bestowed upon them the gift of salvation. Yet Chu Feng appeared to tread perilously close to offending the emperor, even if only through the representation of his likeness. Those who had ascended to the rank of elder were no novices. They understood that refraining from comment and avoiding unnecessary interjections at this juncture was a prudent course of action. However, Chu Feng paid little heed to the atmosphere of restraint. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "Oh, it seems that little Qin's taste aligns closely with mine." Rising from his seat under the watchful eyes of the elders, he approached Negongqin and suddenly exclaimed, "Alas, why, pray tell, are you so eager to behold my magnificent sword?" Negongqin blinked in surprise, her eyes widening as she regarded him. Had it not been stated before that such a weapon should not be displayed lightly unless engaged in a game? Chu Feng shook his head dismissively, a casual flick of his wrist accompanying his words. "Oh well, it seems I have no choice. After all, our relationship is rather unique." He added with a playful tone, "You may only gaze upon it this once." Before the incredulous stares of the elders, a resplendent golden holy sword, engraved with the insignia of the celestial emperor and radiating a fierce glow, was effortlessly placed into the delicate palm of Negongqin. Chapter 61. Emperor Chu, Remarkable. In the grand hall of deliberation, the air was thick with anticipation, and the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Eyes widened like brass bells. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the sword held by Negongqin. It seemed familiar, exceedingly familiar. Negongqin. Elder Jiang. W. The assembly of elders. Instinctively, Negongqin raised the sword, the golden holy blade radiating a brilliance that illuminated the hall. The character's heavenly emperor engraved upon its blade dazzling to the point of vertigo. Good heavens! Good heavens indeed! Elder Jiang trembled as he raised a finger, pointing at the sword, stammering, This is not the heavenly emperor's sword, is it? The heavenly emperor's sword, what an exalted artifact that is. Even though Negongqin is a formidable king, how could she so easily wield the heavenly emperor's sword without the owner's permission? What does this signify? Everyone turned their gaze toward the white-clad youth, who sat casually with a smile, legs crossed. Elder Zhang, round and astonished, exclaimed, "Holy Chu, so you are the Qian Emperor." At that moment, realization washed over all. So, the questions regarding the Sima family's great sage were rendered moot. The great Buddha was enshrined within their very own temple. No wonder. It explained why Holy Chu had previously assured the master that everything was under control and urged them not to rush. It was all clear now. Absolutely astounding. Truly, remarkably astounding. As the elders came to this understanding, their faces broke into broad smiles. To be candid, during the upheaval in the Xin realm, when survival hung in the balance, some among them had harbored doubts, thinking that the boastful claims of Holy Chu were merely that, empty boasts. For they had seen no sign of his prowess in their moment of need. It was not that he lacked skill, rather, it was that his grandeur had overwhelmed their feeble minds. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed. And then, the truly astonishing occurred. The elders gazed in terror at Elder Sun, who suddenly knelt down, sliding across the floor, and fervently prostrated before Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Thank you, Qian Emperor, for saving the lives of the people, for rescuing them, for preserving my own life." Elder Sun was forthright in character. Having previously declared that upon meeting the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, he would bow, he did not hesitate to fulfill that promise. Disregarding his esteemed position as the head of the medicine hall of the pavilion, his sudden act of submission rendered the other elders momentarily dumbfounded as they exchanged glances. Should we not also bow? After all, the Qian Emperor hailed from the ancient era. Bowing before him would not be beneath them. However, just as the elders were prepared to emulate Elder Sun's earnestness, Chu Feng quickly raised his palm, turning it downward in a gesture for them to cease. The Qian Emperor and I are unrelated. Do not mistake me for another. Upon seeing the portrait of the Qian Emperor, for reasons unknown, he felt an instinctual aversion. No, this has nothing to do with me. I am too benevolent. It must be that the Qian Emperor has erred in some way. Pondering further, he mused. Could it be that the Qian Emperor is a destined protagonist? Suddenly, Elder Sun, bewildered, inquired, you are not the Qian Emperor? He turned his gaze toward Nangongqin. She pursed her lips and nodded gently in response. It is highly probable that my husband is not the Celestial Emperor. As I have discerned earlier, were he truly the Celestial Emperor, he would never indulge in such self-deprecating remarks. Men generally take pride in proclaiming their strength and prowess. Who would dare to label themselves as weak? My interactions with Chu Feng have revealed that he possesses not only dominance but also an undeniable assertiveness. This is the quintessential masculine character. Thus, such self-derogation is inconceivable. Elder Sun's recent display of gratitude was misdirected, potentially causing discontent in my husband's heart. I chose not to voice my thoughts, but merely nodded gently at Elder Sun, acknowledging the information. How he chooses to respond is a matter for him alone. Notably, Elder Sun was the most devout in his veneration of the Celestial Emperor, vocally expressing it with fervor. This has now rendered him utterly awkward. Awkwardness. No matter. Cultivation transcends mere conflict. It encompasses the nuances of human relationships. Elder Sun possesses his own clever means of alleviating discomfort. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he cried out again. Thank you, Celestial Emperor Chu, for saving the people, for rescuing the realm of Chongxian, and for preserving my life. Nangongqin. Elder Jiang. The assembled elders. Are you jesting? No, this scoundrel has exaggerated his devotion. How absurdly earnest, one elder perceptively remarked. Exclaiming Elder Sun's cunning, Chu Feng lifted his gaze, smiled at him, and waved his hand, saying, no need for concern. This emperor has never been preoccupied with such superficial titles. Elder Sun, I appreciate your sentiment. With this gesture, Elder Sun's body, which had been kneeling, naturally straightened. Even more astonishing to him was the sudden sense of relief coursing through him. All prior hidden injuries vanished, and even his long stagnant cultivation showed signs of awakening. Celestial Emperor Chu, remarkable. Elder Sun felt an overwhelming joy. Noticing this, Nangongqin hastily extended the Celestial Emperor's sword towards Chu Feng, softly stating, indeed. My husband's grand sword radiates brilliance. The elders seem overly astonished and, in their excitement, have misidentified your status. I apologize on their behalf. As Chu Feng accepted the sword, he observed Nangongqin's deliberate cooperation and smiled at her. So that is the case. It seems I have inadvertently burdened you. Earlier, he had succumbed to Nangongqin's desire to possess the Celestial Emperor's sword. Not out of vanity, he had no need for such pretense, as it was the very thing he least excelled at. Yet, in jest and in mirth, it must be made clear that I, the Celestial Emperor, severed the invasion of demons from the realm. Cloaked in finery under the cover of darkness, feigning ignorance, is a tactic favored by protagonists destined for greatness. As the saying goes, a clear-minded person does not masquerade as one in the shadows. As a villain who has performed a good deed, I must openly acknowledge it. When the Celestial Emperor's sword vanquished the horde of demons, it was not that I wished to remain hidden. Rather, I had just unlocked a new divine identity. And the overwhelming influx of information nearly overwhelmed my senses, leaving me with no choice but to strike with the sword instinctively. By the time I regained my composure, the demons had vanished. I regrettably missed witnessing the astonished expressions of the powerful beings from the celestial realm. To my surprise, however, was Nangongqin. Although I had previously harbored no affection for her, merely viewing her as a tool to fulfill my objectives, and our interactions had largely been transactional, I have come to find a certain appreciation for her in recent days. A woman of high emotional intelligence, with a keen understanding of the greater picture, and a sense of responsibility, she remains composed and untroubled, truly a remarkable woman. Nangongqin pressed her red lips together, fully aware of what Chu Feng was alluding to. The wedding ceremony had been utterly ruined due to Gu Yin and the subsequent significant events. As merely a concubine, she felt unworthy to demand anything further. If she must endure her grievances, so be it. At that moment, Elder Jiang, lurking nearby, timidly suggested, "Well, since that is the case, should we consider holding the wedding ceremony anew? The Heavenly Emperor has saved the beings of the Xian realm, yet they remain unaware. This could serve as an opportune moment to clear up misunderstandings, don't you think, Your Majesty?" After a moment of contemplation, he realized the gravity of the situation. This act of saving the Xian realm's inhabitants was an immense fortune. The populace would undoubtedly express their gratitude, marking it as a significant virtue. It was one thing to be unaware previously, but now that they understood it was the Heavenly Emperor's doing. Insisting that the oblivious Xian Emperor take credit for such an achievement would tarnish the Heavenly Emperor's reputation. This matter must be rectified to preserve the dignity of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 062, The Grand Ceremony. In the diminutive realm of Tianhu, which is even smaller than the Shaozhu realm, there exists a maiden clad in a flowing white dress, her features exquisitely painted as if from a divine canvas. Her fair skin is tinged with a delicate blush, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms, both bashful and resplendent, seated in a meditative posture amidst the void. Her voluminous fox-tail dances gently through the air. Her aura ebbs and flows, seemingly drawing vitality from the myriad life forms surrounding her. At the late stage of the four extremes, in the early stage of transformation into a dragon, she has reached the pinnacle of the immortal platform. Within a mere hour, the young maiden experiences several transformative shifts in her aura, continuously breaking through her boundaries until she attains the peak of the immortal platform. At last, I am nearing the realm of the mighty. My elder sister is truly relentless, making me toil in cultivation for so long. Yet, just as she said, immersing myself in my practice seems to have allowed me to gradually forget that person, the maiden murmurs to herself, her thoughts drifting. Suddenly, a crimson letter adorned with golden edges floats through the air, landing before the fox-tailed maiden. "Princess, be cautious." A booming voice commands as a robust figure with horns emerges. Positioning himself protectively before by Xiner, his eyes scanning the unexpectedly materialized letter with vigilance. In that moment, the innocent and pure hues in by Xina's peach blossom eyes fade, replaced by a serene depth akin to a tranquil spring. She gestures dismissively to the imposing figure, the great sage of the green ox, saying it is of no concern. There is no danger. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the red letter unfurls, revealing its contents before her. As she reads, a glimmer of astonishment flickers across her gaze. This fellow, yet again, seeks to take another concubine? How soon has it been? No. That is not the crux of the matter. How did he find me here in the Tianhu realm? Setting aside the invitation, a heaviness settles in her heart. The day she sensed the martial emperor's oppressive force sweeping through the Xian realm. She had taken refuge in this secluded realm of Tianhu alongside the great sage of the green ox. This diminutive world is exceedingly concealed and akin to a sanctuary. She and the great sage have established numerous hidden barriers here. Most crucially, she had firmly resolved to remain hidden until she achieved invincibility, thus implementing a two-way isolation within this small realm. Not only is the Tianhu realm untraceable from the outside, but even within its confines, the previously formidable artifact, the Azure Sky Mirror, is incapable of detecting any external movements. Even the martial emperor himself, unaware of her presence here, would instinctively overlook this place. Yet, this fellow has found her once more. The realization sends a chill down by Xina's spine. At this juncture, the great sage of the green ox, his curiosity piqued, stares wide-eyed at the letter, exclaiming in shock, "What the heck? Is it that Chu fellow? Is he holding another concubine ceremony? Is he a stallion from the horse clan? Wait, how did he locate us?" He too comes to the grim realization, his expression darkening. Previously concealed in a remote realm, they had been discovered right at their doorstep without any awareness. Now, hidden in an even more elusive sanctuary, they have still been found. Even the great sage of the green ox feels a sense of bewilderment. He regained his composure and gazed at the pensive expression of the young Baishiner. "Your Majesty, should we not find a new place to hide? This location has been compromised." Baishiner clasped the somewhat warm invitation in her hand. "Not yet. We shall make a trip to the Xian realm." The great sage Qingyun expressed his astonishment. "To the Xian realm? The martial emperor?" Baishiner squinted, waving her hand dismissively. Since this fellow dares to openly host another wedding, it must mean that the crisis in the Xian realm has temporarily subsided. By now, they should have repaired the demon-suppressing formations on those 3 passageways. That man likely possesses some special means to evade the martial emperor's scrutiny. If my judgment is accurate, the Xian realm should be tranquil for the time being. However, the great sage Qingyun held a differing opinion, scratching his head. Even if the Xian realm is safe, we have just stirred up quite the storm there. Now, this Chu Xian is inviting us to a wedding. It surely cannot be a good feast. Bai Shiner nodded in affirmation of his assessment. Indeed, but your turmoil in the Xian realm is of no concern to me. I shall go alone this time. You stay in the Tianhu minor realm and look after the other clansmen. The great sage Qingyun protested, but I am merely a laborer. Your majesty is the mastermind behind it all. He hesitated. However, your safety, Bai Shiner smiled lightly. With the martial emperor absent, no one in the Xian realm can detain me. This man's invitation is likely not for mere attendance. He must have witnessed the martial emperor's might and is now in dire straits. He intends for us to join forces. The great sage Qingyun hesitated. But this Chu Xian is, after all, of the human race. He may not be trustworthy. Bai Shiner walked to the edge of the prairie, gazing up at the azure sky. Trustworthiness is secondary. When facing a terrifying opponent like the martial emperor, one must suppress any unnecessary thoughts and prepare to confront the challenge with full force. Otherwise, the only outcome is demise. That man is astute and certainly understands this fundamental truth. 3 days later, the sky grew overcast, with thick, layered clouds. At the entrance of the Chongxian Pavilion, a plump elder clad in the robes of a Chongxian Pavilion elder soared into the air, bellowing, "Begone." Instantly, a formidable spiritual pressure dispersed, causing the clouds to scatter as if chased by hounds, swiftly vanishing, and the sky brightened, basking in radiant sunlight. Elder Zhang nodded in satisfaction. A clear sky and splendid scenery, it is an auspicious day for marriage. Even the heavens are in favor. Today's wedding will undoubtedly be flawless. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. This time, the reopening of the wedding ceremony was grander than before, with even some previously absent saints and great sages invited. In recent days, he had heard others from different factions boasting about the Xian Emperor, scoffing at them with a sense of superiority. What is the Xian Emperor? Outdated and obsolete. Now, the only one worthy in the Xian realm is I, the Emperor of the Chongxian Pavilion. Upon contemplating the imminent arrival of the saints, Elder Zhang, witnessing the astonished expression of the Emperor of Heaven, was overwhelmed with excitement, his ample flesh quivering in delight. This spectacle was, indeed, more exhilarating than any pretense he could muster. Soon, radiant beams of light appeared on the horizon. Elder Zhang clasped his hands together and greeted Master Ji. It is a pleasure to see you again. With a smile, Ji Kong tossed forth a brilliant golden light, which descended gracefully. A voice resonated from the mountain gate, proclaiming, "The Ji family, Master Ji has arrived. A congratulatory gift, a pair of semi-saint tier weapons, the flowing cloud heavenly heart bracelets. Such a generous offering." Elder Zhang was taken aback. "Master Ji, you are far too kind. Please, come inside." Ji Kong chuckled lightly, forgoing further pleasantries as he entered. Before long, more radiant lights flickered in the sky. The Taikuan Immortal Palace, Masterly has arrived. A congratulatory gift, the Jade Void Mist Ball. The Star-Picking Tower, the Star-Viewing Master has arrived. A congratulatory gift, a clear emblem purple star. At this moment, Chu Feng had already ascended to the status of a great saint in the eyes of many transcendent powers. Even as the wedding ceremony was being renewed, they did not hold back. Their gestures remained courteous, presenting gifts once more, even more extravagant than the last. However, as time passed and the auspicious hour drew near, Elder Zhang began to feel anxious. All the formidable figures of the transcendent powers had arrived. Yet no great saint had yet made an appearance, nor had he even glimpsed a single saint, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Without their presence, it seemed he would have to forego several portions of his braised pork. Suddenly, Elder Zhang's gaze sharpened as he spotted a petite and enchanting young maiden gracefully traversing the air from afar. Her eyes sparkled like glazed glass, exuding an ethereal aura. Her delicate and fair feet gliding above the ground, captivating all who beheld her. Elder Zhang's heart trembled as he realized he could not fathom the essence of this maiden. Despite being a formidable king, he could not discern her nature. In that moment of astonishment, the maiden smiled softly and cast a gentle light towards the mountain gate below. Instantly, a cacophony of excitement erupted from below, as if the crowd had reached a fever pitch. Soon, Elder Zhang's ears perked up, and upon learning of the treasures received below, his pupils dilated in sheer astonishment. He gazed incredulously at the maiden, instinctively swallowing hard, before a gentle breeze carried him before her, where he bowed slightly and said, "I beg your pardon, esteemed saint." May I know your name, so that the Chongxian Pavilion may remember your graciousness? With a laugh like the chime of silver bells, she replied, Call me the White Saint. After speaking, she lightly stepped forward, making her way toward the white jade celestial platform. In preparation for future collaboration against the martial emperor, she valued that man highly. And her gift this time was indeed a significant expenditure. The White Saint. In this vast and boundless realm, where powerful beings emerge ceaselessly, I have been woefully ignorant to hear of the name White Saint for the very first time. Elder Zhang gazed at the maiden's retreating figure, his heart stirred with surprise. A resounding and unprecedented cheer then erupted below, echoing throughout the Chongxian Pavilion. The White Saint has arrived. A congratulatory gift, a portion of enlightenment tea. Chapter 063. The Divine Path of Bai Sheng to the Ceremony. A gift of one tale of enlightenment tea. The resounding proclamation at the entrance of the Chongxian Pavilion echoed not once, but thrice, with deliberate vigor, ensuring that all beings within 1,000 miles could hear it. This was not merely a matter of distinction, but rather a demonstration of the gravity of the occasion, an extravagant display indeed. As anticipated, the announcement caused a stir among the numerous powerful figures of the mystical realm who had been awaiting at the Baiyu celestial platform. What? Enlightenment tea? For a mere wedding? Is this necessary? Who is this Bai Sheng? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, this was the famed enlightenment tea, renowned for its ability to facilitate instantaneous comprehension of the Tao. It was a rare treasure, so precious that even the most esteemed and time-honored sects rarely managed to accumulate even a single tale over countless years. Envy rippled through the crowd. The already affluent Chu Feng had become even more prosperous. This enlightenment tea was exceedingly scarce, if there existed a place for exchange. I would not be greedy, just one tale would suffice. I would gladly trade a sacred-grade weapon for it. What are you thinking? Enlightenment tea has become extinct in our mystical realm. You think a sacred-grade weapon could possibly be exchanged for a mere tale? A single coin would be a remarkable feat. It's as if you believe you could find a place for exchange. Only a sage could be so extravagant. Extravagance? Does your family present enlightenment tea as gifts? Though I know not the identity of this Bai Sheng, I am confident that he shares a profound bond with Chu Feng. Such was the atmosphere among the powerful beings of the mystical realm, their eyes glimmering with envy akin to that of rabbits. The enlightenment tea. This was a tale of enlightenment tea. Do you comprehend its intrinsic value? It is said that consuming it leads one to sudden enlightenment. 2 sips break through barriers. 3 sips bring joy akin to that of immortals. Such rarity, such preciousness. Aside from the vaults of exceedingly ancient sects, it is nearly impossible to encounter elsewhere. Yet, here it was, offered as a gift by Bai Sheng, a true testament to the esteem held for Chu Feng. The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion wore smiles as bright as daisies. They had not anticipated that even before the ceremony commenced, someone would bestow such lavish praise upon Chu Tianhu, although the gift was not directed at them. It was indeed for the leader of their own Chongxian Pavilion whom Chu Tianhu was marrying. Honoring Chu Tianhu was tantamount to honoring the Chongxian Pavilion. What an honor! Bai Sheng, please take your seat. This is your place. Amidst the spectacle, a petite and stunning maiden clad in white appeared, her bare feet treading upon the void. The elders eagerly welcomed her, guiding her to the pinnacle of the Baiyu celestial platform, the most coveted position with the finest view. Though they were unaware of Bai Xin's origins, the weight of that one tale of enlightenment tea spoke volumes. Not merely a VIP seat, but even the head table would be unquestioned. Chuckling softly, Bai Xin's lips curved into a subtle smile as she absorbed the murmurs of the crowd, their astonishment evident. The enlightenment tea is not only a rarity in the Xian realm, but is also an exceedingly scarce treasure in the vast expanse of the Tianhu realm. Even this former quasi-emperor possesses less than 5 tales. Yet this time, she has produced a full tale. Stinky man. Is this significant gift sufficient to establish a bond of goodwill? Bai Sheener's peach blossom eyes sparkled as she glanced below, where the immense white jade celestial platform lay, awaiting the auspicious hour for Chu Feng's appearance. Just the thought of that man, who incessantly babbles about this and that, being taken aback by the revelation brought her an inexplicable joy. Oh? Her gaze drifted again to the edge of the heavenly pavilion, her smile growing more pronounced. Have they left? Such short-sighted individuals. During this visit to the Chongxian Pavilion, Bai Sheener had donned a disguise and was unable to extensively employ her divine sense. Yet the aura emanating from the mountain gate was still excessively conspicuous, easily detectable. Outside the Chongxian Pavilion, nearly 10 formidable auras of saints lingered. Moments ago, following the resounding announcement of the enlightenment tea, A majority of the saints turned and departed, vanishing without a trace. The few who remained hesitated for a brief moment before opting to leave as well. They were all saints of the Xian realm. Some had arrived early but chose not to reveal themselves. The reasoning was simple. As saints, they were accustomed to making a grand entrance. Were it not for Chu Feng's current status as a great saint, these saints would scarcely consider attending such a modest wedding. Who would have anticipated that someone would present the remarkable enlightenment tea? This development rendered their participation rather troublesome. Human nature harbors a spirit of comparison. Since they were all saints, if one possessed the enlightenment tea, should the others not present something of equal caliber? It was not that they were incapable of producing such a high-level gift, but rather that it seemed unworthy. They were not intimately acquainted, so a token gesture would suffice. However, with someone having gifted the enlightenment tea, what could they possibly offer in return? This was utterly vexing. It would have been better had they not shown up at all. Thus, these saints chose to act as if they had never been present, which was preferable to being coerced into an awkward situation. Yet, and by Shiner's estimation, Chu Feng was remarkably exceptional. His worth far surpassed that of a single tale of enlightenment tea, likely equating to at least £1. Such weddings provide an excellent opportunity to forge connections. To forfeit the chance to befriend him merely out of a sense of rivalry would be profoundly foolish. Shiner withdrew her thoughts and suddenly noticed a figure appearing outside the mountain gate, narrowing her eyes. The great Saint Sima has arrived, with a congratulatory gift of 3 qian of enlightenment tea. A thunderous announcement echoed from outside the mountain gate. Once again, someone was presenting the enlightenment tea. Although merely 3 qian, it still bore substantial weight. Moreover, the newcomer was a great saint. Everyone's gaze converged as they beheld a blue-clad man of modest stature yet robust build, approaching with a warm smile, gliding upon the clouds, though not overweight. His round face exuded an approachable charm that instinctively drew people closer. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. The blue-clad man approached with an unassuming demeanor, waving to those around him, his smile growing ever brighter. Great Saint Sima, it is an honor to meet you. Ancestor, you have come. Suddenly, the formidable figures of the transcendent powers present lowered their postures in response to the man in blue, bowing respectfully. Among them, an elderly man approached with a wry smile. He was the head of the Sima clan. The man in blue was none other than their ancestor, Sima Budo, who had previously declared severance from their ties. Sima Budo greeted everyone with a smile, then turned to the approaching elder Jiang, apologetically stating, I beg your pardon. I am currently rather short on resources and only possess 3 portions of enlightenment tea. I hope my friends from the Chongshan Pavilion do not take offense. Elder Jiang quickly waved his hand, visibly flattered, and replied, not at all. Today, those who have come to the Chongshan are esteemed guests. With such generosity from you, great sage Sima, how could we dare to be ungrateful? Ha ha ha, Sima Budo chuckled. That is reassuring. Upon my arrival, I felt the atmosphere of the Chongshan Pavilion was extraordinarily delightful, akin to being at home. As if recalling something, he announced to everyone, by the way, please refrain from calling me Great Sage Sima. I have changed my name. Simply refer to me as Sage Sima. The head of the Sima clan was nearly bursting with frustration and could not help but interject, Ancestor, please, no more jesting. The crisis in the realm has been resolved. The Emperor of the Xian has eradicated the demons. With him in command, even if the demon suppression arrays have all vanished and the 77 passages are wide open, no demons dare to emerge. Tianhu was perplexed. What on earth? Who is the Emperor of the Xian? What does it mean that all 77 passages are open? She was acutely aware of the significance of the demon suppression arrays to the realm. The previous destruction of 3 arrays had forced the essence of the realm's treasured items to manifest. If all 77 passages were breached, why were they still holding a wedding ceremony instead of fleeing? She felt as if she had missed something monumental, akin to having been dormant for millennia only to awaken in a world utterly transformed. Seeing his great-grandson approach, Sima Budo waved dismissively. You know nothing. Even if I explained, you would not comprehend. Let us each mind our own affairs. But, Sima Chi stammered. No buts. Remain where you are. Today is a momentous occasion for the Chongshan Pavilion. Do not compel me to reprimand you on such a joyous day, Sima Chi. Faced with such an ancestor, Sima Chi felt as if he might weep. Ancestor, since our relationship is tenuous, could you perhaps give me the 3 portions of enlightenment tea you just offered? If I recall correctly, that was from the clan treasury. With a swift motion, Sima Budo sent Sima Chi sprawling with a slap and ambled toward the celestial platform whereby Xian'er stood, laughing. Ha ha ha, my little rascal has brought shame upon the family. Let us continue, dear friends. The atmosphere fell into silence. It seemed that he truly was devoid of resources. All along, the great sage had been perceived by them as someone of great stature, akin to Chu Feng. The appearance of Sima Budo shattered their illusions. They never anticipated that a great sage could be so utterly unrefined. Seemingly unfazed by social decorum, arrived at the celestial platform arranged for him in the Chongxian Pavilion. With a casual glance at Bai Shiner, he approached her and remarked, "Oh, this esteemed friend seems somewhat unfamiliar." Bai Shiner replied coolly, "I have long secluded myself from the world and harbor no fondness for socializing." Realization dawned upon Si Budo as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Yet, if one is averse to social interactions, why bestow such a lavish gift? Are you, too, here to seek collaboration with the esteemed Chu Feng? Bai Shiner narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Si Budo responded with a mysterious arch of his brow, sharing a knowing glance. "Fear not, I find myself in the same predicament. The realm is nearing its end, and we must unite. Should that terrifying entity from the opposite passage make its advance, we may not even grasp how we perished." Chapter 064. The Elder's pretentious opening move. Upon hearing those words, Bai Shiner felt a stir in her heart. This great sage of the human race seemed to possess considerable knowledge about the celestial demon realm. With a calm demeanor, she inquired, "What leads you to say that? Hasn't the chaos in the passage already been resolved?" Sabu Dao exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Shiner and communicated telepathically, "Are you truly oblivious, or merely feigning ignorance? The fact that you can produce a few cups of enlightenment tea suggests you must be at least a great sage. I find it hard to believe you have not been curious enough to secretly traverse into that opposing world. Compared to that realm, the Xian realm is but an obscure little world. In the past, the Xian realm faced no threats. It was not that the demon suppression array could not contain them, but rather that the multitude of worlds interconnected with that realm was simply too vast. The tribes did not bother to expend effort to breach the barriers of the world sealed by the array. The resources possessed by the opposing world far exceed our imagination. Where there are openings to enter the Xian realm, it would be far more advantageous to explore those worlds that can be directly accessed. This is the very reason why our Xian realm has managed to endure until now. Yet, now, the 77 arrays have vanished overnight. The Xian realm lacks the resources to reconstruct them, and the demons may return at any moment. The Xian Emperor's intervention has already reached its limit. After the Heavenly Emperor's sword was unleashed, I searched throughout the Xian realm, but ever since that strike, there has remained no trace of its aura. This is peculiar. The Xian Emperor, with his benevolent heart, is known for his noble deeds. If he were to act, he would undoubtedly resolve the passage as peril entirely. Yet, he has yet to make an appearance. Do you comprehend? The opposing world is far too formidable. He has likely abandoned the Xian realm. If we do not flee soon, it will all be over, completely over. Sabu Dao candidly revealed his true intention to recruit her. Having emerged from the two minor realm, she had made her way discreetly to the Chongxian Pavilion, not deliberately investigating the situation of the demon suppression array. Now, upon hearing Sabu Dao's words, she felt somewhat bewildered. His assertions, coupled with the discussions swirling around them, frequently mentioning the Heavenly Emperor's sword and the extermination of demons, began to clarify the situation for Bai Shiner. Her heart was profoundly shaken. She had never anticipated that such a powerful figure had emerged from the Xian realm, daring to act under the very gaze of the martial emperor, temporarily alleviating the crisis of the passage. Bai Shiner found herself in complete agreement with his statements. She even harbored knowledge of an even graver matter. In the celestial demon realm, the tribes were hardly a concern. The true terror lay with the martial emperor. Once he emerged, all would be reduced to ashes. However, there was one point where her judgment diverged from Sabu Dao's. The Xian Emperor was most likely in grave peril. If not already slain by the martial emperor, if he were no longer present, he could not possibly continue to safeguard the Xian realm. Noticing the shock reflected in Bai Shiner's enchanting eyes, Sabu Dao smiled and nodded. "So, do you understand, my friend? Shall we form a group and escape together? I have already established connections with several allies. We could find a minor world to establish our own sect. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Yet Bai Shiner did not respond directly but countered, "Then why do you seek Daoist Chu?" With a faint smile, Si Budo remarked, "Naturally, our intentions align. I have witnessed the prowess of Daoist Chu. It is only slightly inferior to mine, yet the vitality he exudes reveals an undeniable youthfulness and abundant longevity. When we form a group to venture into other realms, we shall not settle for any trivial world. We must seek one that rivals the Xian realm. Should our strength fall short, we risk being severely punished. Daoist Chu is indeed a most suitable partner. Hearing this, Bai Xiner could not help but nod in agreement. This insufferable man, though arrogant, narcissistic, and domineering, was undeniably powerful. Even within the celestial demon realm, he would still rank among the top 10 prodigies of his generation. However, she held reservations regarding Si Budo's words. She believed that based on the methods with which Chu Feng had found her twice, along with his immense resources, he was undoubtedly more formidable than Si Budo, who seemed to have a penchant for exploiting his juniors for insights into the way. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the cloud platform below as celestial flowers and miraculous lights filled the air, transforming into ethereal shadows drifting through the void. Heavenly music resonated from above, shaking the very skies. The auspicious hour was approaching, and those who had traveled from afar were met with splendor. The Chongxian Pavilion expressed its gratitude to all the esteemed guests. Elder Jiang, donned in joyous robes, exuding an aura of celestial grace, bowed to the attendees. His excitement was palpable, akin to a drum beating within him. Every cell in his body urged him, "Hurry, let the world know. Our Chu Saint is unparalleled. The Heavenly Emperor's sword, come forth. Everyone, rise." Yet, he restrained his exuberance, realizing that they must adhere to the formalities. They needed to set the emotional tone for the guests, lest they become overly exhilarated. Elder Jiang forcibly suppressed his excitement, producing a dark scroll inscribed with intricate Xian realm characters. Fixing his gaze upon it, he cleared his throat and continued, "On this splendid occasion, witnessed by heaven and earth, the multitude of the Xian realm." As he began his lengthy discourse, just as the esteemed Xian realm experts above began to stifle yawns, a gentle voice suddenly floated down from the heavens. "Let us dispense with such frivolities. All present are guests of Chu Feng. Let us enjoy ourselves." In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from all directions. Bai Xiner, unable to contain herself, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, stifling a laugh. Elder Jiang's expression turned somewhat awkward as he opened his mouth, exchanging glances with fellow elders who clutched their meticulously crafted speeches. A wry smile escaped him. Indeed, Chu Qindi was anything but conventional. The Elder Council had toiled for days on their compositions, each meticulously crafted, referencing the wisdom of ancient sages from the Xian realm, culminating in the essence of harmonious coexistence among the various schools of thought. They believed their words would resonate deeply with the guests, moving them profoundly. The majestic and resplendent figure of the Emperor of the Celestial Realm, Chu, is entirely reliant on the flattery of those around him. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Just as the event commenced, to their astonishment, the Emperor displayed an unexpected simplicity by merely expressing a desire for good food and drink, leaving him and the Council of Elders momentarily dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place. How could they possibly forego their carefully crafted praises? This was a crucial element of their meticulously devised plan to elevate his grand image as the savior of the celestial realm as denizens. The prelude to their grand display had yet to begin when it was abruptly interrupted. How could they proceed now? The council turned to Elder Jiang, who, with a wry smile, gestured dismissively, instructing them to follow the Emperor's directives. They would have to wait for the auspicious moment. For now, they should serve their distinguished guests with food and drink, ensuring their hospitality. The elders nodded in agreement and swiftly mobilized the disciples of the Heavy Mystery Pavilion to attend to the tasks at hand. Soon, an array of exquisitely prepared dishes, rich in flavor, aroma, and visual appeal, was presented upon the guests' tables. In addition to the delectable cuisine, each guest was provided with a tea bowl covered by a mysterious black sand lid. This fellow can indeed be quite amusing at times, thought Bai Xiner. Recalling Chu Feng's casual tone from earlier, her lips curling into a gentle smile. With a graceful hand, she reached for the tea bowl before her, carefully lifting the lid just enough to allow a wondrous fragrance to waft forth, enveloping her senses. Her peach blossom-like eyes widened in astonishment, as if struck by a thunderclap. Chapter 065, Ascending to the Heavens. Bai Xiner stood frozen in place, cradling a teacup in her hands. The fragrance of the tea wafted delicately, lingering in the air like an elusive mist. A refreshing breeze enveloped her, cleansing the dust from her heart and leaving her in a state of serene bliss. This is unbelievable. She looked down at the tea within the cup in disbelief. The tea was crystal clear, and the surface naturally formed ripples, evolving into countless intricate patterns of profound wisdom. What astonished her most was the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup. They exhibited a deep, ink-like green, glimmering like jade. She recognized these leaves all too well at a glance. Enlightenment tea? In such a small teacup, Their essay full measure? Is this madness? Is life no longer meaningful? Her pupils widened, and she gasped in shock. In the celestial demon realm, the proper method for utilizing a measure of enlightenment tea involved placing it in a specially crafted vat, soaking it with the finest spiritual spring water for a total of 81 days, which would yield a vat of divine enlightenment spring. And here, in her hand, was a teacup the size of her fist filled with a full measure of enlightenment tea. Such a waste. Before Bai Xiner could ponder further, a familiar voice greeted her. Taoist Bai, do you mind if I partake in this tea? I find myself a bit parched. It was Si Budo from next door, awkwardly wiping his nose with his finger. Bai Xiner's gaze flickered as she regarded him, wondering if this human sage had noticed something amiss with her tea. She glanced over at Si Budo's table, where a lavish spread remained untouched, while the teacup, well, was being cherished in his hands, his fingers tensed with excitement. But don't you already have some? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Si Budo's face flushed, revealing a bright smile as he hastily removed the lid from his cup. With a swift motion, he tipped it back, gulping down the tea in a series of loud swallows. Even more outrageous, after finishing, this old fellow extended his tongue into the cup, licking it clean, and directly scooping the enlightenment tea into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was as if a famished ghost had returned to life, indulging in a frenzy. Bai Xiner was left speechless. After his extravagant display, Si Budo's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, now it's all gone, and I'm still thirsty. If my friend doesn't tea drink, I must decline. Bai Xiner instinctively clutched her teacup, casting a wary glance at him. Could it be that this old man's teacup also contained a full measure of enlightenment tea? Suddenly, she understood. How generous of this Chu fellow. Both she and Si Budo had gifted him enlightenment tea, and now he was reciprocating by treating them. Such thoughtfulness. Yet, the crucial point was that enlightenment tea was meant to be a foundation, not for consumption. But soon, the expressions of Bai Xiner and Si Budo froze in disbelief. Good heavens. This tea is wrong. Friends, this tea is not right. Not right? What could be wrong? It's just a cup of tea. Oh my heavens. This tea. Gulp, gulp. Enlightenment tea. It's enlightenment tea. My goodness. A chorus of shocked exclamations erupted. Bai Xiner looked over to see the once dignified and composed figures of powerful beings from the mystic realm now in utter chaos, shrieking and tumbling about in disarray. Some individuals, disregarding their appearance, cradled their teacups with utmost care, as if they were holding a delicate beloved. Others, their eyes gleaming with excitement, concealed their teacups within their sleeves, while casting furtive glances at those who had yet to partake, eager to ensnare fellow cultivators in a manner reminiscent of a cunning preacher. Alas, the cacophony of astonished exclamations filled the air, prompting even the previously indifferent to raise their teacups in curiosity. And then, pandemonium ensued. Each powerful being from the mystic realm was ablaze with fervor. Enlightenment tea, enlightenment tea, enlightenment tea. This was, indeed, enlightenment tea. Today, among the several hundred present, everyone had a share. Is this something achievable by mere mortals? Upon discovering the presence of enlightenment tea, many abandoned their reservations and hastily indulged in copious amounts. Thus commenced a flurry of breakthroughs and moments of enlightenment. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence, illuminated only by the dazzling phenomena that accompanied the awakening of understanding, akin to divine omens. Enlightenment tea? Where did it come from? The elders were left dumbfounded. They had made no arrangements for such a thing. No, such a sacred artifact could not have been orchestrated. Soon, realization dawned upon them, and they felt utterly foolish. This was the work of the Emperor of Heaven. The words spoken were laden with significance. How could it be so simple? Surely, this must have been meticulously arranged by the Emperor of Heaven. Whether the meal was satisfactory or not remained unknown, but everyone was on the verge of transcending. Elder Jiang trembled as he held the enlightenment tea, exclaiming, "This is the universally accessible enlightenment tea. I am in awe. Truly magnificent. Those who did not attend today will regret it for the rest of their lives." With a single sip, the effects were astonishing, and Elder Jiang found enlightenment on the spot. They could recite Chu Feng's grandiose speech 1,000 times. Yet nothing could compare to the sheer immediacy of a cup of enlightenment tea. What exactly is this enlightenment tea? Today, countless individuals would surely attain enlightenment and break through barriers, even if the matter of the heavenly emperor's sword remained undisclosed. This act of generosity would be etched in the memories of all the mighty beings present today. He nudged Elder Zhang, who was sipping cautiously. With a sense of profound realization, "Old Zhang, do you understand now? What true vision is? This is what vision looks like. Elder Zhang nearly choked on his tea, hastily stabilizing his cup, exclaiming in disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked towards the white sage with a complex expression. She too appeared stunned. An inexplicable sensation arose within him. It seemed that this modest quantity of enlightenment tea was not so insignificant after all. Everyone has a share? By Shiner. Witnessing this scene, stood frozen in place. Even if each cup cost a mere penny, with so many attendees, it must amount to several pounds. Her delicate lips quivered, and her small fist clenched tightly. This fellow is becoming increasingly intolerable. To produce such a quantity of enlightenment tea for guests. What kind of family could achieve this? Even the martial emperor could not manage such a feat. Yet, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. At this moment, Bai Shiner too found her own enlightenment. To possess such generosity, this individual not only had enlightenment tea, but likely had at least several dozen pounds. At this moment, she could sense the complex gaze of Elder Zhang, which made her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Bai Shiner recalled the scene of the 1 or 2 cups of enlightenment tea she had just presented, which were fervently praised by the members of the Rejuvenation Pavilion. She also remembered the astonished expression on Chu Feng's face upon receiving the tea, sending a shiver down her spine. How embarrassing! Utterly mortifying. She would no longer be able to hold her head high in front of that fellow. Her fair, jade-like feet instinctively dug into the ground, as if to anchor herself. The snow-white skin of her face flushed with a delicate pink hue, radiating a captivating beauty that was both enchanting and breathtaking. However, this exquisite scene went unnoticed by anyone present. Even Si Budo had slipped away unnoticed. Bai Shiner observed the old fellow approach Sima Qi, who was engrossed in a state of enlightenment while holding a cup of enlightenment tea. He was pouring from a jug of spiritual spring water into Sima Qi's teacup, drinking it down in great gulps. In just a short while, he had consumed 5 large cups of the precious tea, leaving no trace for his unsuspecting grandson. Never mind that. This opportunity was too rare. I shall partake as well. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely downed the cup of tea in her hand, entering a state of enlightenment herself. Unbeknownst to her, the auspicious moment had arrived. Many were still lost in their states of enlightenment, unable to extricate themselves. At this juncture, Chu Feng quietly arrived, holding the hand of Nangong Qin. He remained as striking as ever, dressed in a pale purple robe adorned with swirling stars, its patterns reminiscent of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. His gaze swept across the gathering, a smile illuminating his features. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. He had offered the guests the enlightenment tea not to show off, but to validate his hypothesis. The majority of the formidable beings from the mystic realm present today represented the pinnacle of their strength. After consuming the enlightenment tea, many had experienced breakthroughs. With each breakthrough, the essence from the mystic realm within the starry orb of the eternal gate increased incrementally. Accumulated together, the scale was quite substantial. Chu Feng calculated that if he could gather enough essence to fill half a segment, he might just be able to push the gate wide open. A mere crack could elevate one from the late emperor stage to the peak of the emperor realm. If fully opened, would he not soar to unimaginable heights? All he had expended were a few pounds of enlightenment tea, truly a remarkable return on investment. He had so much of this tea that he even used it to soak his feet, and he couldn't fathom what was so delightful about it. Even more astonishing for Chu Feng was the unexpected notification that suddenly echoed in his ears. Chapter 66. The Convergence of Dual Blades. Good news. The host has successfully captured the hearts of the people, deeply cherished by the formidable beings of the mystic realm, aligning with the fate of the antagonist, and receiving a reward of 10 tons of enlightenment tea. The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, has encountered an unforeseen calamity, suffering a decline in fortune, resulting in a decrease of 30,000 in destiny value, and you have received a destiny treasure chest 1. The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, faces a life and death crisis, further diminishing his luck, with destiny value reduced by 50,000, and you have obtained another destiny treasure chest 1. At this moment, 3 system notifications echoed in Chu Feng's ears. He squinted, perplexed. What on earth does the first message mean? Capturing hearts? I merely conducted an experiment. How did it turn into capturing hearts? Is it truly necessary? I am as dashing as the readers, simply standing there. I attract admiration without effort. Is it necessary? And good news, is this the emotional value you provide me, you wretched system? Chu Feng, feeling rather exasperated, sensed a cluster of verdant leaves newly sprouting in his divine sea. This enlightenment tea, which I had only managed to distribute a few pounds of, has now been augmented to 10 tons. At this rate, I cannot merely soak my feet, I could bathe in it endlessly. Dear host, the martial emperor has perished. The system, resembling an inept fool, hastily shifted the topic. Chu Feng's heart stirred, redirecting his focus to another message. The martial emperor has perished. In the blink of an eye, his destiny value had plummeted by 80,000. What on earth transpired? Could it be that the celestial scroll had taken effect? A glance around revealed that the majority of the crowd remained engrossed in their enlightenment. He discreetly channeled the emperor's divine consciousness into a passageway of the mystic realm, piercing through to the other side. Upon traversing the passage, Chu Feng was taken aback. The opposite side was engulfed in darkness. The emperor's divine consciousness seemed to have descended upon a desolate planet in an abandoned universe. His senses were overwhelmed by chaos. Was this celestial scroll akin to a nuclear bomb? How could it have rendered the other side more absurd than a chaotic island? Chu Feng swiftly retracted the emperor's divine consciousness. Under such circumstances, finding the martial emperor was an exercise in futility. Imagine a colossal typhoon sweeping through. You must return from a distant city to your beloved hometown that has been blown skyward, only to recover your undergarments that were whisked away from the balcony. How much effort would that consume? It would be wiser to wait until the storm subsides before taking action. With the emperor's divine consciousness withdrawn, Chu Feng began to comprehend why no demons or monsters had emerged from the mystic realm's passageways recently. Although 77 passageways seemed abundant, they were predominantly concentrated in a singular region of the opposing world, with the other realm on the brink of apocalypse. It was no surprise that few had ventured forth in recent days. Could it be that shortly after I exited the passage a few days ago, the other side had already erupted? Chu Feng pondered, realizing that the martial emperor was indeed reprehensible for committing such a heinous act that incited public outrage. He resolved that the next time they met, he would teach him a stern lesson. At that moment, the first batch of Mystic Realm powerhouses, who had fallen into a state of enlightenment, gradually began to awaken. Their faces radiated delight as they cradled their tea bowls as if they were handling the urn of their ancestors, with utmost caution and reverence. Great Sage of Chu, I bow before you. Today's grace, I have no means to repay. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to traverse fire and water. A powerful voice suddenly resonated in his ears. As Chu Feng cast his gaze, he beheld a robust man atop the cloud platform, his eyes shimmering with a divine light. His entire demeanor transformed as if reborn. At that moment, he leaped down from the platform, kneeling gracefully before Chu Feng, clasping his fist in reverence, his fierce eyes brimming with brilliance. Ji Kong, already a formidable sovereign, had perhaps grasped a profound insight that could lead him to sanctity. At this juncture, the voice of Nagong Qin reached his ears, tinged with envy. To achieve sanctity, once so tantalizingly close, yet rendered an unattainable dream due to Gu Yan, leaving her with frequent regret. Observing Ji Kong's transformation stirred a tempest of thoughts within her. O great Chu Xing, I shall forever remember your benevolence. And should you ever require assistance, the star-picking tower shall always stand ready. Thank you, Chu Shang. I have finally broken through. After 300 years of stagnation in the late stages of the sovereign realm, I have at last attained great success, with hopes of reaching sanctity. All thanks to your Dao Enlightenment tea. As Ji Kong emerged from his moment of enlightenment, other powerful beings gradually awakened, their complexions radiant as they followed Ji Kong's lead in expressing their gratitude. Among them, some had comprehended marvelous methods through the Dao Enlightenment tea, while others had shattered long-standing shackles, and even a few felt a nascent sense of sanctity. In the wake of this day, it would not be long before the Xian realm boasted an additional 3 to 5 saints. Such a phenomenon was both a blessing and a consequence. Yet, what had they done? Nothing at all. Was it merely a simple gathering for a meal and an ordinary gift? Such commonplace social interactions had been experienced by all in the Xian realm countless times. No one sought to gain anything from it. It seemed utterly unrealistic. Yet, astonishingly, he had treated me to Dao Enlightenment tea. Is there any justice left in the world? Any law of kings? We were hardly acquainted. What merit had I to partake in such tea, especially at a price of 1 coin per person? Such occurrences should belong only in dreams. All the powerful beings of the Xian realm who had savored the Dao Enlightenment tea now felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Chu Feng, coupled with a profound sense of regret. I truly am a fool. Why didn't I bring the entire essence of my sect to offer him? Chu Sheng had suffered an immense loss. I felt his loss on his behalf. Bai Xiner, witnessing this scene, was equally moved. While the Dao Enlightenment tea bore little relevance to her, it held immense significance for her younger sister. Thus she too found herself indebted. Abruptly, she paused, perplexed. Wait. I came here today to deliver 3 coins worth of Dao Enlightenment tea, Yet after consuming just 1 coin's worth, I find myself owing a favor? Bai Xiana felt disoriented, sensing something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of her confusion. At that moment, Chu Feng observed the powerful beings of the Xian realm ascending from the cloud platform and smiled gently. Ah, do take your seats, everyone. This is merely a standard procedure. Nothing to be overly astonished by. Indeed, Sibu Dao promptly affirmed. The auspicious moment for Chu Sheng has arrived. Sima Qi, you little rascal. Quickly take your seat and do not embarrass yourself. Sima Qi's face flushed crimson as he watched his ancestor seize the Dao Enlightenment tea from his cup and flee. His composure shattered, he thought. This ancestor is becoming increasingly shameless, drinking my tea, stealing from me, and then running off. Were it not for your status as my ancestor, I would have severed ties with you on the spot. As Chu Feng's voice resonated, all the formidable beings of the Xinhua realm complied, promptly returning to their respective seats. At this moment, Elder Jiang stepped forward once more, nodding gently to Chu Feng as a gesture of inquiry. Chu Feng responded with a subtle nod, and Elder Jiang, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, announced, "Thus, we shall now commence the wedding ceremony. Today, the sacred nuptials of Chu Sheng shall invoke the ancient rite passed down through our esteemed Chongxian Pavilion, the dual swords convergence." The Council of Elders, invigorated, shared in the excitement. Although their grand display had been interrupted, they still intended to unveil a significant spectacle, even if the outcome was not as magnificent as originally envisioned. It would undoubtedly leave all in attendance awestruck. However, Si Budo furrowed his brow, questioning, dual swords convergence? What sort of ceremony is that? Isn't the wedding merely about invoking celestial phenomena to witness the union? Other powerful figures of the Xinhua realm appeared equally perplexed. Yet, aware of the decorum expected, none dared to voice their skepticism at this juncture. Elder Jiang, brimming with anticipation, elaborated, "Esteemed friends, I can sense your curiosity. The dual swords convergence signifies the drawing of 2 divine swords, symbolizing that when 2 individuals unite, they can unleash greater power, earning the favor of the heavens." Although some remained bewildered, they recognized the special significance of Chu Sheng's wedding and thus acquiesced, remarking, "This ceremony certainly possesses an air of novelty." Chu Feng gazed skyward, contemplating. Is this truly it? He had summoned the elders merely to fulfill their earlier cryptic promise of a surprise, only to be met with this ostentation. It seemed their creativity was rather lacking. At this moment, a slight frown formed on her brow, and she vaguely sensed something amiss. "Husband, shall I intervene to halt their folly?" Chu Feng cast a glance at Nangong Chen. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her phoenix-like eyes radiant. Draped in a wedding gown that shimmered like the dawn, the exquisite embroidery glistened under the light, as though she wore the very hues of daybreak itself. Even with a furrowed brow, her allure remained undeniable, embodying a captivating charm akin to a fully bloomed peony, evoking an irresistible desire to embrace her. With a smile, he waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. On this joyous occasion, a bit of levity is acceptable. Indeed, I had prepared a small token for you to make amends for the earlier disruption of the ceremony." The previous wedding had been marred by the pursuit of the Eternal Gate and further interrupted by the martial emperor, a matter that would eventually require reckoning. The only one who had truly been wronged was Nangong Chen, a child who should not be deprived of her sweets. "A small token? That's unnecessary. I do not seek much," she replied, her delicate hand gathering her hair, her flawless visage radiating brilliance. This exquisite woman, intricately shaped by the passage of time, understood the essence of contentment. At this juncture, Elder Jiang, having learned from previous experiences, succinctly explained the proceedings and, without further ado, proclaimed, "Now, let the ceremony commence. Chu Sheng, draw your sword. Pavilion Master, draw your sword." Stepping forward, Chu Feng declared, "Come." The violet starry robe danced without wind as he effortlessly raised his hand with an air of nonchalance. Above, the clouds abruptly swirled, forming a magnificent vortex in the heavens. At the heart of the vortex, the golden-hued sacred bridge descends. Chapter 67, The Way of Heaven. Do I resemble a husky? A resplendent bridge, gleaming in gold and jade, connects directly through the swirling firmament, cascading downwards. This sacred bridge is the vision long yearned for by countless formidable beings within the mystic realm. The bridge of ascendancy. Once summoned, if recognized by the way of heaven, one can transcend to the status of a saint, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Not only will one's lifespan extend to millennia, but the corporeal form may also endure the tempestuous storms of the void briefly, allowing for exploration of other worlds. This signifies that when a realm faces catastrophic calamities, a saint at the very least has the option to flee. Such is the disparity between a saint and a sovereign. In the mystic realm, while a fully realized sovereign holds considerable prowess, in the presence of a saint, one can only humbly assume a subordinate role. See Budo Shotaglair, the Bridge of Ascendancy? Which fool, lacking foresight, would invoke such a phenomenon during another wedding celebration? Shiner paused, her expression faltering. It appears that individual summoned it himself. Elder Jiang stood rooted in place, his gaze vacant. The Bridge of Ascendancy? Wasn't it supposed to be about drawing the sword? What are you up to, Emperor Chu? Why deviate from the norm yet again? Elder Zhang beside him similarly wore a dazed expression. The Bridge of Ascendancy, such an unparalleled marvel, can still be summoned? My eyes have been opened, indeed. Elder Sun also appeared bewildered. What does Emperor Chu intend with the summoning of the Bridge of Ascendancy? Could it be that he wishes to? Yet the guild master has already. Everyone's gaze turned towards Nangong Qin. Since Chu Sheng had already attained sainthood, it was clear that the Bridge of Ascendancy could not be utilized by him directly, but rather summoned for another. However, who among the members of the Chongxian Pavilion was unaware of Nangong Qin's previous severe injuries, rendering her path to becoming a saint seemingly impossible? Even if she could summon the bridge, the way of heaven would not permit such disorderly conduct. Upon witnessing the Bridge of Ascendancy, Nangong Qin trembled slightly. Tears welling in her eyes, she gently embraced Chu Feng, saying, "Your intention is deeply appreciated, my husband. I accept this sentiment wholeheartedly. Yet even if the bridge were to fall, my current form cannot withstand it, nor would the way of heaven acknowledge me deserving of ascension." She had not anticipated that the trivial thing Chu Feng had referred to would be the Bridge of Ascendancy, and she was profoundly moved. The inability to ascend had been her long-held obsession, the true reason for her willing submission as a concubine. Yet now, this man, who had always seemed carefree and unconcerned about matters, had surprised her during their wedding ceremony with such a gift. The Bridge of Ascendancy, even if it were only to behold it once, appearing solely for her, was enough to touch Nangong Qin to the core. At this moment, her feelings for Chu Feng reached an unparalleled zenith. Nangong Qin's affection for you has reached its maximum value. Hidden Quest completion has reached 300. Hidden Quest has been automatically completed, and you have received a flawless gift package. Do you wish to open it? When Chu Feng received this prompt, he nearly forgot about the hidden quest yet to be accomplished. The Bridge of Ascendancy was something he had casually picked up while wandering with Gu Yan previously. It served no purpose in his possession, so he thought to bestow it upon Nangong Qin. Unexpectedly, such a spontaneous decision fulfilled the hidden quest entirely. In her embrace lay a body as soft as jade, warm and smooth to the touch. With a smile, Chu Feng addressed her. "Do not speak like that. If you can withstand me, how could the mere Saint Bridge possibly be beyond your capacity? Simply follow my lead." His tone, firm and unwavering, startled Nangong Qin. She was well aware of Chu Feng's prowess. His words were not to be taken lightly. Yet, even if her injuries could be healed, how could she surpass the trials of the heavenly Dao? At that moment, the resplendent Saint Bridge loomed above Nangong Qin, descending to within 100 meters of her. It would soon connect with her. Shiner's peach blossom eyes sparkled with concern. Could this fellow truly intend to bestow the Saint Bridge upon this woman? It would spell her doom. Nangong Qin faced two formidable challenges on her path to sanctification. Firstly, her constitution was flawed, rendering her unable to endure it. Secondly, the heavenly Dao would not bend. Contemplating Chu Feng's audacious plan, she pondered whether he might resolve the first issue, yet the second remained insurmountable. The heavenly Dao represented the supreme will, adhering strictly to the laws of the universe. More alarmingly, any discord with the heavenly Dao would incite animosity from all celestial forces, leading to significant troubles in any realm encountered. Although the heavenly Dao of the Xuanjia world could not compare to that of the Tianhu realm, even in her prime, she would not dare to defy the heavenly Dao. As the Saint Bridge descended, Chu Feng's intentions remained a mystery. The usually erratic Si Budo appeared gravely serious at this moment. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Nevertheless, regardless of the thoughts swirling among the gathered crowd, the Saint Bridge descended directly upon Nangong Qin's head. Golden light illuminated her flawless visage, casting an aura of sanctity and elegance. The sect leader and Elder Jiang clenched their fists, anxiety palpable. Fortunately, they placed their trust in Chu Feng, the unparalleled Emperor of Chu, a figure of invincible might. He must have his reasons for this action. Nangong Qin gently closed her phoenix-like eyes. Though the Saint Bridge was summoned by Chu Feng, she could sever the connection at any moment if she wished. In this instant, she chose to place her unwavering faith in him, observing her resolve. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. He patted her shoulder, allowing the innate chaos scripture within him to flow freely. As a divine-level technique, the chaos scripture possessed myriad wondrous applications. After merely circulating within Nangong Qin's body, all her hidden injuries vanished without a trace. The golden light of the Saint Bridge enveloped her, and her delicate figure shimmered like exquisite glass, radiating powerful energy. She was on the verge of ascension to sainthood. In just the span of a fragrant stick of incense, she could achieve her transformation. Suddenly, a violent tearing sound resonated from the heavens. A terrifying celestial might descended, causing all present to turn pale with fear. The heavenly Tao manifested. "This is disastrous," Budo croaked, his voice strained. He took a swift step, seeking refuge beneath the cloud platform. The other powerful beings of the Xuanjie realm were thrown into chaos. Although the overwhelming majority frequently mentioned the heavenly Tao, few had truly experienced its terrifying pressure. The oppressive force emanating from the cultivator was utterly distinct, a frigid, rigid, and merciless pressure akin to that of a wolf king commanding a myriad of beasts. Those who felt its sweep were left with the sensation of being trapped in an icy cellar for over a decade, akin to a desiccated fish. The vast disparity in the food chain rendered it nearly impossible for them to refrain from trembling in fear. Once again, he confronted the heavenly Tao, a disdainful remark escaping his lips. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at the heavenly Tao and raised his hand. During their previous encounter, facilitated through the Grand Destiny Talisman, he had discerned, albeit subtly, a hint of trepidation emanating from the heavenly Tao towards him. Since it harbored fear of him, he resolved to show no restraint. In an instant, a resplendent golden holy sword, ablaze with celestial might, ascended into the heavens. The terrifying aura of the sword, bolstered by Chu Feng's imperial presence, swept through the void with a ferocious gale. As the golden holy sword manifested, the chilling and terrifying pressure in the void momentarily faltered, as if momentarily bewildered. Did someone dare to resist? Moreover, this individual's aura felt oddly familiar. By the heavens, it was the harbinger of doom who had slain my family's destined child. Flee. Flee. Without even referencing their last encounter, the heavenly Tao seemed to possess a consciousness, instinctively harboring some fear of Chu Feng. In the next moment, that intimidating pressure receded like a retreating tide. The golden and glass-like aura enveloping Nangong Qin grew increasingly complete, culminating in her sanctification. By Xinr? Budo? Xuanjie powerhouses? Chu Feng? Is it truly retreating? What madness is this? He had merely insulted it. To his astonishment, the heavenly Tao fled, resembling not a wolf king, but a husky. A collective gasp erupted from the onlookers, none of whom expected such a turn of events. As the heavenly Tao receded like a tide, the golden light surrounding Nangong Qin gradually diminished. Yet her aura became increasingly perfect and complete. Nangong Qin had achieved sanctification. With her wish fulfilled, her eyes glistening with emotion, she gazed at Chu Feng and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my husband." Chu Feng chuckled heartily, drawing her close and whispering, "How shall I be rewarded?" Nangong Qin blushed and communicated telepathically, "The wedding ceremony has yet to conclude. We shall discuss it later." Their tender exchange went unnoticed, overshadowed by the sheer madness of recent events. Family, who would believe it? I just witnessed someone drive the heavenly Tao away as if it were a mere hound. Witnessing this scene, all were left in shock. Ji Kong could not help but murmur in awe, the ceremony of the dual swords merging unfolded in such a manner. Truly worthy of Chu Shang. Bai Xinr, hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Clearly, this was no conventional ceremony. Even a blind person could see that. Yet, despite this, she found herself inexplicably stirred by strange emotions. This insufferable man seemed increasingly unfamiliar from the one she had known. Look, the inscriptions on that sword. As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, Elder Jiang let out a piercing scream, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes wide as he pointed at the heavenly emperor sword. Chapter 068, the Sovereign of Heaven and Earth. Guardian of all beings, Emperor Chu. Although Elder Jiang's performance was rather exaggerated, its impact was truly explosive. Initially, everyone was still immersed in the shock of the Tao of Heaven being dismissed by Chu Feng's nonchalant remarks. However, upon Elder Jiang's prompt, all instinctively cast their gaze towards the sword. What? Why does this sword seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, they found themselves unable to look away. The blade, the hilt, and the luster. Soon, Elder Jiang, who had been prepared, was the first to react. his face turning crimson as he exclaimed loudly, "The sword of the Emperor! This is the sword of the Emperor!" Zhai Xingzi trembled in disbelief and shouted, "What? Chu Xing? He is actually the Xian Emperor." The realization that Chu Xing was the Xian Emperor left the strong figures of the Xian realm in utter astonishment. They could hardly fathom that they would encounter the legendary sword capable of vanquishing demons at the Chongxian Pavilion. Even more astonishing was the revelation that its master was none other than Chu Sheng. If that were the case, everything suddenly made sense. The Xian Emperor, a figure of unparalleled status and strength from the ancient times of the Xian realm, had returned. The one who suppressed the great saints of the demon clan, wielded the sword against otherworldly fiends, and repelled the Tao of heaven. Everything suddenly seemed perfectly reasonable. They naturally assumed that Chu Feng was indeed the Xian Emperor. After all, it was the Xian Emperor who had previously made his move, a fact confirmed by the great Saint Si Budo himself. Even Si Budo was taken aback, his round face displaying astonishment. "Wow, I knew it. From the moment I laid eyes on Chu Xing, I could tell he was extraordinary. A figure of the highest caliber among mortals. In comparison, I am but a firefly to the bright moon." Bai Xiner was also astonished. The Xian Emperor, this insufferable man, was actually a quasi-emperor. Was this the identity he had concealed all along? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks inexplicably flushed a deeper shade. Everyone else was a quasi-emperor. No wonder her previous schemes against Chu Feng had always ended in failure. In the end, she had been too complacent. He had hidden his true self so deeply. Fortunately, during the emergence of the primordial treasure, she had not confronted him head-on. Reflecting on the earlier attempt to test Chu Feng when the primordial treasure appeared, she felt a wave of relief. Had she engaged him then? With the primordial treasure in his possession and as a quasi-emperor, the outcome could have been disastrous for her. Nie Gongqin had long been aware of Chu Feng's identity and now stood proudly, her grand figure almost bursting through the cloud-like wedding gown. At this moment, upon witnessing Nie Gongqin's ascension to sainthood, Chu Feng shifted his gaze, hearing the murmurs of astonishment around him. With a simple gesture, the sword of the Emperor returned to him, as if responding to its master's call, diving into Chu Feng's divine sea without a word. At this time, Nie Gongqin had already parted her lips slightly, her voice resonating throughout the venue. "My husband is not the Xian Emperor." Not the Xian Emperor? This declaration struck like thunder on a clear day. Everyone gazed at her in disbelief. As they witnessed Nie Gongqin's assertion, Chu Feng stood beside her, choosing not to refute but merely nodding in agreement. Truly not? In the realm of Xian, could there truly be a quasi-emperor? This notion incited a wave of existential doubt among those present. The star observer trembled as he spoke. If not the Xian Emperor, then who could it possibly be? Your prowess undoubtedly aligns with that of a quasi-emperor. That single sword that vanquished the demons haunts my dreams as I train. Ji Kong took a deep breath, more forthright in his approach, and feigned a gesture to kneel. "Regardless of who you are, O Saint of Chu, you have saved the realm of Xian from peril. This is an undeniable fact. Please allow Ji to pay his respects." Elder son, in a state of urgency, thought to himself, "I've finally garnered attention. And now someone is stealing my thunder? I have rehearsed for this moment for days." He executed a remarkably practiced slide to kneel, exclaiming, "Thank you, Emperor Chu, for your immense grace. I, Sun Miao, shall bow first." With a series of resounding thuds, Ji Kong, taken aback by Elder Son's theatrics, promptly followed suit. With one individual leading the charge, the atmosphere shifted. Who would dare remain standing in such a moment? Moreover, many had already wished to express their gratitude for the enlightenment brought by the Wei Ti. Now, with the revelation that Chu Feng was not only a quasi-emperor, but also a savior of the Xian realm, the burden of hesitation vanished entirely. In an instant, a chorus of kneeling ensued, disrupting the solemnity of the wedding ceremony. "What shall we do now, my lord?" South Palace Qin, now a saint, gazed upon the entire white jade celestial platform. Aside from the two saints who had come to witness, everyone else had knelt. Chu Feng chuckled softly and waved his hand. "No need for such formality. Simply address me as Emperor Chu. Refrain from calling me by the incorrect name. Saint of Chu sounds unappealing. Xian Emperor is too effeminate. Emperor Chu is just right, possessing a hint of majesty and a touch of arrogance, perfectly suited for a villainous fate." Upon hearing his words, countless pairs of eyes turned skyward. Emperor Chu? They silently etched this title into their memories. None dared to truly inquire into Chu Feng's origins, nor was there any necessity to do so. Given the might of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, should Emperor Chu choose to oppose them, their fates would be sealed. It was wiser to kneel in gratitude. "Emperor Chu, it is all Sima Dao's fault. It is he who misled us into misidentifying you. At this moment, a well-meaning individual named Sima Qi stepped forward to expose the blunder. Sima Dao, seated in an awkward position at the forefront, realized he had indeed mistaken the identity. How could this happen? How could I be so mistaken? The sword wielded by the Qian Emperor is also the Heavenly Emperor's sword. This is a grave transgression. Sima Dao murmured to himself. This was indeed a serious matter. Such a monumental act of salvation nearly went unacknowledged due to his careless words. Should the esteemed Emperor Chu take offense, the consequences would be dire. Emperor Chu. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. He hastily waved his sleeve and descended rapidly from the highest celestial platform above. You, Sima Qi, do not sow discord among the masses. I was unaware that our realm of Xian harbored such a selfless quasi-emperor, quietly overseeing the cosmos and safeguarding the populace. Sima Dao bellowed, showering praise. This matter is my fault, entirely my fault. I beseech the Emperor Chu for forgiveness and am willing to accept any punishment. He made an unexpected move. Aware of his grave mistake, he unhesitatingly knelt before Elder Sun in public, leaving the entire assembly in shock. This esteemed sage, what has become of your integrity? To kneel so readily? Baishiner was also taken aback. Even the simple-minded Qingyun possessed a sense of dignity that would prevent him from such a disgraceful act. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, gazing at him with indifference. Although this matter bore little relation to Si Budo, for no one could have anticipated that such an emperor secretly governed the realm and safeguarded all beings, a semblance of authority was still essential. Acknowledging the 3 coins of enlightenment tea the other had graciously provided, he replied coolly, "What do you propose?" Si Budo straightened his neck and declared, "To err is to deserve punishment. I beseech the Emperor of Heaven, grant me an opportunity for redemption, having drifted aimlessly for half a life. I lament not encountering a wise ruler. If you do not forsake me, I wish to adopt you as my righteous father." Upon uttering these words, he immediately bowed repeatedly to Chu Feng. Sima Qi, Nangong Qin. Chu Feng, you, with a face etched in wrinkles, wish to recognize me as your righteous father? What of your integrity? Observing Chu Feng's silence, Si Budo bowed again, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. As long as you accept me as your righteous father, I would willingly drink enlightenment tea daily and transcribe the sacred teachings of the quasi-saint level. I implore you. Righteous Father. P.S. I have made some adjustments to the update. 3 chapters will be released tonight. Do you prefer this format? Or shall I continue to release them at different times as before? P.S. 2. Please support for love. Chapter 069. The Novice Lackey. The series of actions executed by Si Budo flowed so seamlessly that it left everyone present utterly bewildered. Good heavens! Is it truly possible to behave in such a manner? Bai Xiner was completely taken aback. Despite her extensive cultivation, she had never witnessed such a blatant display of impropriety. Si Maki's veins bulged with indignation. How embarrassing it was to have such an ancestor. To acknowledge the Heavenly Emperor Chu as a foster father? Did he genuinely intend to make such a declaration? The sheer audacity of it was almost overwhelming. And to sip the enlightenment tea while aiming for the holy level techniques. What was he even thinking? This unfilial ancestor. This simply cannot stand. I must hasten to remove him from this situation. I cannot allow him to continue embarrassing himself here. As Si Maki was contemplating how to lift his ancestor away, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a revelation. He observed Si Budo, tearfully pleading, his face a mixture of snot and tears, occasionally bowing fervently. Wait a moment. If my ancestor truly could acknowledge the Heavenly Emperor Chu as a father figure, wouldn't he that make the Heavenly Emperor call me his beloved grandson? My goodness! Such a delightful turn of events. Si Maki's mind raced with excitement. He silently dismissed his previous intentions and began to watch Chu Feng's expression with bated breath, fervently wishing for his ancestor's aspirations to materialize. What expression could Chu Feng possibly wear? He regarded Si Budo with indifference. If this performance were to be rated out of 10, Chu Feng would generously bestow an 8. For he truly possessed a modicum of merit. However, to aspire to become his progeny? Dream on. In truth, Chu Feng held no significant bias against Si Budo. During his first visit to the Chongxian Pavilion for the wedding ceremony, he had already indulged him with 3 portions of enlightenment tea. Now, with this sincere apology, the situation had been salvaged. A point made was enough. Just as Chu Feng contemplated delivering a swift blow to send Si Budo flying, a notification chimed in his ears. Beep. Detecting the emergence of an eligible character, the villain system, Lackey module has been activated. As a competent villain, one must strategize with foresight. How could one possibly lack a cadre of capable lackeys? Activation of the lackey module allows the host to receive special rewards upon accepting a lackey. What on earth? What is this lackey module? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation, his mouth twitching in disbelief. A lackey simply denotes a subordinate. If the dog system lacks cultural understanding, it ought to consult me rather than embellish its own narrative. While internally scoffing, he maintained his composure as he glanced at the system panel, noting a new entry beside Achievements Lackey. His gaze sharpened as he expanded the Lackey panel, discovering C. Budo's name inscribed there. C. Budo Realm, Late Great Sage, Current Relationship, Bystander Loyalty to Host. 99 Note. C. Budo meets the criteria and can be accepted as a lackey. What? Chu Feng suspected his eyes were deceiving him, scrutinizing C. Budo's loyalty rating several times. Good heavens, this fellow is not merely acting. I treated him as a guest. And he genuinely wishes to be my son? He was left in a state of shock. C. Budo, after all, is a venerable sage of the mystic realm. In this domain, he is undoubtedly a top-tier existence. Upon our first encounter, his loyalty was remarkably high, and he effortlessly breached the system's defenses, activating the loyal servant module with his own strength. This revelation is astonishing, indeed. What could he possibly seek? Chu Feng, although taken aback internally, maintained an unchanging expression and addressed C. Budo with a calm demeanor. Let us forego the title of foster father. If you truly wish to serve under me, I am in need of a gatekeeper. Is this truly possible? Has he genuinely moved the Emperor of the Chu? Those around them were left in utter disbelief. The Emperor of Chu is no ordinary figure. He is a quasi-emperor. Moreover, he is both generous and magnanimous. Even if one cannot become an adopted son, being a subordinate would still be immensely profitable. C. Budo was momentarily stunned, not anticipating Chu Feng's stance. His round face, with its deep, dark eyes, radiated surprise. And he hastily patted his chest, assuring, no problem at all. As long as you, my foster father, permit me to accompany you, I am willing to guard any gate. He genuinely sought to attach himself to Chu Feng. Few are aware that his ascension to this point was largely due to his adeptness at seeking alliances. In his earlier days as a ruler, he was known as the king of leg-holding. He would cling to the leg of anyone with power. Absolute loyalty and obedience were his creed. He worked diligently and devotedly, with no regard for personal pride. This has long been his modus operandi, however. Living too long meant he outlasted many of his contemporaries, and having attained the status of a sage, he found it increasingly difficult to find worthy legs to cling to, which often left him feeling despondent. Unexpectedly, this time he whimsically visited the Chongxian Pavilion, initially intending to recruit Chu Feng, a sage, for his escape. To his astonishment, he discovered that Chu Feng was none other than a formidable quasi-emperor, and buried memories surged forth, igniting a thrill within him. Every cell in his body resonated with excitement. Chu Feng smiled. This is your own assertion. Furthermore, do refrain from calling me foster father again. Should you do so, you may as well leave. C. Budo, maintaining his composure, surveyed the various directions of the Chongxian Pavilion and stated, Emperor of Chu, I have always spoken with conviction. Which mountain gate should I guard? I shall go at once. Chu Feng, with a hint of amusement, replied, Are there not 77 gates? They are now all under your watch. Take good care of them, for should anything go awry, I shall hold you accountable. 77 gates? The crowd was perplexed. Where could there be so many? Bai Xiner and Ne Gongqin exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they instinctively turned towards the direction of the Wanzhong Mountain in the Chongxian Pavilion. Could it be that they were referring to that place? C. Budo suddenly grasped the implication, as if struck by lightning, stuttering, Emperor of Chu, do you mean to guard the passage beneath the demon suppression array? I fear I may not be able to manage alone. Chu Feng laughed. It matters not. If you are unwilling, you may leave at any time. I would not mind. C. Budo found himself in a quandary. With his extensive experience and keen insight, he recognized that aligning himself with this new pillar of strength was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet, this task, while termed as gatekeeping, was indeed quite daunting. Do not be deceived by his later status as a great sage. It is precisely this that grants him a profound understanding of the terrors that lie across the realms. This is indeed a trial set before me. After much deliberation, he seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. Very well. I shall heed your command, Emperor Chu. I will keep watch over these 77 passages for you. Ding. Cebu Dao has become your loyal subordinate, with loyalty permanently elevated to 100. Your fate and fortune have been enhanced. Fate and fortune? The ultimate villain's destiny? Is this the reward for taking in a subordinate? Chu Feng squinted thoughtfully. Why are you still here? He focused his attention on Sabu Dao, who had yet to depart. Sabu Dao looked at him with eager eyes. But what if too many come from the other side, and I cannot fend them off? Chu Feng replied with curiosity. To guard the door, one must possess the qualities of a guardian. You must not allow anyone in, and if you cannot fight them off. Do you not know how to call for help? Sabu Dao was at a loss, on the verge of tears. Who could he call in this mystical realm besides you? After a moment of inner turmoil, he found himself inexplicably trusting Chu Feng, believing his words without question. Then I shall follow your command, Emperor Chu. Chu Feng patted him on the shoulder. Do well. The future of a gatekeeper is indeed bright. Sabu Dao turned and transformed into a swirling mist, dispersing into 77 forms. Vanishing from sight, everyone stood in stunned silence. How could it be that in the span of a few sentences, Emperor Chu had sent the previously cunning Sabu Dao to guard the gate? Is this what they call charisma? Observing the astonished crowd, Chu Feng chuckled and waved his hand. What are you all standing around for? The wedding ceremony is not yet concluded. Let the music play on and the dance continue. Oh. Upon hearing this, the crowd awakened from their stupor. The joyous atmosphere of the wedding resumed, amidst a flurry of extravagant compliments. This otherwise unremarkable wedding ceremony finally drew to a close. That night, the moon hung high over the towering buildings. In the courtyard of the Qingyun Pavilion, adorned with bright red lanterns, laughter echoed. Ha ha, old Zhang, was my shout today not sublime? Without me, Emperor Chu's striking presence would have been halved on the spot. Uffed. Old Jiang, your performance was far too exaggerated. If I hadn't reacted quickly, our guests would have surely noticed our deliberate pretense. I beg to differ. That would not have happened. Emperor Chu did not adhere to our script at all. However, one must admit, Emperor Chu is indeed Emperor Chu, far surpassing the script we debated for days. My kneeling was entirely genuine. Absolutely no act. The elders of the Qingyun Pavilion boasted incessantly about their high-level maneuvers at the wedding ceremony, their cups clinking, the atmosphere lively. Inside the courtyard, Chu Feng embraced the enchanting Nangong chain, in a room that had long been prepared. Chu Feng, when will you have time to talk? Came the voice of Bai Xiner in his ear. He replied curtly, Are you not aware of manners? Manners. Bai Xiner was taken aback. Before she could fully comprehend, she felt a sudden darkness before her eyes as Chu Feng knocked her unconscious. Having dealt with the impolite guest, Chu Feng turned to his pressing matters. As night fell, the tall buildings glistened, and all things were rejuvenated. Until the following day, when the sun had risen high in the sky, Chu Feng gradually awoke, suddenly recalling something. Ah! The exquisite and flawless gift box remained unopened. He gazed towards the divine sea, where a striking red treasure chest floated silently. Chapter 070, Kuriko's basketball. The perfect and flawless gift pack had been adrift in the divine sea for quite some time. It was a splendid chest radiating a vibrant crimson glow, exuding an air of festivity, reminiscent of a red envelope meant to celebrate the wedding of Chu Feng. Without hesitation, Chu Feng chose to open it. You have opened the perfect and flawless gift pack, and you have obtained a special treasure, Destiny Ascension Seal. You have opened the perfect and flawless gift pack, and you have acquired a celestial-grade treasure, 100 Hunyuan Annihilation Orbs. As the lid of the crimson chest flipped open, a multitude of items drifted out. At the forefront was a magnificent golden seal, followed by a swarm of dark little specks that floated in the divine sea. Akin to tadpoles searching for their mother, the system promptly offered emotional value, aiding Chu Feng in swiftly comprehending the treasure information derived from the perfect and flawless gift pack. First and foremost was the Destiny Ascension Seal. As Chu Feng grasped the golden seal, the characters inscribed on it, Destiny, appeared profound and ancient, imbued with a strong sense of fate. Its utility, as a treasure born from the perfect and flawless gift pack, was exceedingly beneficial to Chu Feng at this moment. Destiny Ascension Seal, as a special treasure, harbors boundless power. Each activation of the Destiny Ascension Seal can enhance the quality of the Destiny Chest. The power within the Destiny Ascension Seal can raise the quality of the Destiny Chest 50 times, but it cannot continuously elevate the same chest. The function of this golden seal was to enhance the quality of the Destiny Chest. Upon realizing its purpose, an image of the Supreme Destiny Chest instantly materialized in Chu Feng's mind. Could it be that the Destiny Ascension Seal could elevate an ordinary Destiny Chest to the supreme level? Dear host, the Supreme Destiny Chest represents the pinnacle of chest quality and can only manifest upon the demise of the Destiny protagonist. The system promptly dispelled Chu Feng's delightful fantasies. Oh, dog system, you are such a killjoy. You shall find no mother system in the future. System, This system merely provides standard knowledge. How did it become related to the mother system? Ignoring the system, Chu Feng selected a destiny chest within the Divine Sea and utilized the Destiny Ascension Seal to experience its effects. You have utilized the Destiny Ascension Seal 4950 to enhance a destiny chest. This destiny chest has been upgraded to a superior quality destiny chest. Would you like to open it? The destiny chest, which had been enhanced by the Destiny Ascension Seal, was enveloped in golden tendrils akin to flowing sand, gradually emanating a soft blue glow, its size also slightly increasing. Open. Although the 10 draws come with a guarantee, it is not so easy to gather 10 of these. He was merely testing the waters, seeking to discern the difference between the superior destiny chest and an ordinary one. You have opened the superior destiny chest, and you have received 100,000 quasi-emperor grade treasures. As the lid of the superior destiny chest swung open, Chu Feng was taken aback. In an instant, his divine sea felt inundated with a plethora of dark armaments and armor of various kinds. The aura emanating from them was thick as ink, causing the nearby mound of holy-grade weapons to tremble in fear. At this juncture, Chu Feng came to realize that the treasures bestowed by the superior Heavenly Fate treasure chest were far more formidable than those of ordinary quality and in greater abundance. While he was resigned to receiving items of the quasi-emperor tier instead of the saint tier, he was astonished to find that while he had previously dealt in hundreds of tons, now he was confronted with an astonishing weight of 100,000 tons. Good heavens! Has my divine sea become a refuse dump? Were it not for the boundless nature of my divine sea, merely these items would be sufficient to overwhelm me. In summary, this Heavenly Fate Ascension Seal proved to be more effective than I had anticipated. I wonder what the minimum yield of the superior Heavenly Fate treasure chest might be. I shall seek out the Martial Emperor later to procure some treasure chests for further experimentation. After testing the Heavenly Fate Ascension Seal, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon another treasure from the Flawless Grand Gift Package. All of them were items of the celestial tier, an entire 100. This left Chu Feng feeling the pangs of inflation, yet he also recognized the substantial value of this hidden task. He resolved to pursue it again should the opportunity arise. However, after gaining a rudimentary understanding of the function of the primordial annihilation orbs, he felt somewhat disheartened. These items were rather unremarkable. Each primordial annihilation orb could unleash the force of a typical strike from a mortal celestial being, barely sufficient to vanquish a late-stage wild emperor. And here he stood with 100 of these trinkets. Contemplating this, Chu Feng swiftly appeared at the entrance of a passageway. Observing Si Budo, who was cautiously nibbling on the insight tea leaves like a timid hamster, Chu Feng casually tossed a few items his way, saying, "Here are a few small things for you to guard the entrance." "Ah, it's the Celestial Emperor." Si Budo quickly composed himself, discreetly concealing the insight tea leaves in his palm, only to be immediately captivated by the 77 plump black orbs floating before him. He focused intently, examining them for quite some time. However, he discerned nothing. From the perspective of a great sage, he had no clue what they were. Yet, Si Budo's greatest virtue was his lack of pretense, and he swiftly seized the moment before Chu Feng vanished, inquiring, "Celestial Emperor, what are these items? How should they be used?" With a modicum of patience, Chu Feng explained to his sole subordinate, "If someone approaches the passage, simply toss one in. There are no further instructions." Then, as if recalling something, he cautioned, "Do not eat them." Si Budo's face immediately flushed with embarrassment as he hastily waved his hand, assuring, No, I'm not one to eat just anything." Given that the Celestial Emperor himself had entrusted these items to him, it was clear they were formidable weapons. From Si Budo's experience, possessing 77 of these orbs would be sufficient to contend with several great sages or even saint kings. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Guard well and remember to report any developments," Chu Feng stated before preparing to return for a brief respite. Si Budo quickly called out, "Celestial Emperor, what are these items called?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng found the original name difficult to remember and casually replied, "Let us call them Black Zuko-S basketballs." Si Budo was taken aback, muttering to himself, "Black Zuko-S basketballs? What an odd name." Upon returning to the Heavy Yuan Pavilion, Chu Feng spent the rest of the afternoon engaged in a game of poker. As dusk descended, he suddenly recalled something and made his way to the conference hall of the Chongshan Pavilion, casually summoning forth an apparition with a pale visage. She had been in a state of unconsciousness, just roused by Chu Feng, and naturally, anyone would harbor a sense of indignation. In their private meeting, Baishiner shed her disguise, revealing a remarkably beautiful girl with delicate features and a petite frame, her fluffy foxtail swaying gently behind her, exuding an endearing charm. Chu Feng admired the girl's exquisite beauty and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the Dao Enlightenment tea. This gesture is not insignificant. Consider the favor you owe me settled." Bai Shiner retorted, puffing up in annoyance, "Are you mocking me? You possess so much Dao Enlightenment tea, and my gift. It only makes me seem ridiculous." Chu Feng chuckled lightly, dismissing her concerns. "Not at all. A humble gift carries profound sentiment." Upon hearing this, Bai Shiner pursed her lips, feeling a warmth in her heart, appreciating his comforting words. Although the Dao Enlightenment tea was indeed commonplace, the thought behind it was what mattered, and she acknowledged his intention. However, her chest swelled with indignation at his remark. "Commonplace? Do you even realize what you're saying? This is Dao Enlightenment tea, you rascal." She stifled her frustration and asked coolly, "What exactly do you wish for me to do this time?" Chapter 071. My electronic pet is on the brink of death. Chu Feng casually took a seat and smiled gently. "You hail from the world across, do you not? Could you enlighten me about the circumstances there?" Bai Xiner narrowed her eyes and settled across from Chu Feng. This inquiry did not catch her off guard. With 77 passages now opened and Chu Feng appointing the great sage Si Bao to guard these entrances, it was evident he harbored concerns about the opposing realm. Seeking information from her, a denizen of the celestial demon realm, seemed entirely reasonable. Desiring to ally with Chu Feng, she had no intention of being cryptic and replied candidly. "The world beyond the passage is far more vast than you can fathom. If one were to categorize it, you might refer to the realm across as the celestial demon realm." "The celestial demon realm? So it is indeed populated by demon clans. Does that mean I can navigate it at my leisure?" "Do not speak in jest. You are utterly unaware of the vast chasm that exists between the celestial demon realm and the mystic realm. I recognize that you have acquired the primordial treasure, greatly enhancing your strength, but the celestial demon realm is truly formidable." "Oh? In what manner is it formidable?" "Allow me to briefly elucidate the nature of the celestial demon realm. It is divided into 9 tiers, with 8 of these tiers governed by 8 major clans, each tier hosting hundreds of minor realms that pay homage regularly. At the center of these 8 tiers lies the core world, known as the central domain. The mystic realm, if measured by scale, can only be classified as the most inferior among the 100 realms of the celestial demon realm, occupying the weakest tier. If this concept still eludes you, let us discuss the number of formidable beings within the celestial demon realm. Within the entirety of the realm, there are hundreds of Saint Kings alone. Each tier is further protected by 3 supreme quasi-emperors. Just imagine the terrifying magnitude of such figures. At this juncture, Bai Xiner paused, observing Chu Feng's calm demeanor, which seemed untouched by her revelations. She rapped her fingers on the table, emphasizing, "This is not even the most alarming aspect. The celestial demon realm exhibits a highly centralized governance, unlike the mystic realm, where various transcendent forces engage in their own battles. The celestial demon realm is ruled by an absolute emperor known as the Martial Emperor. He is an unparalleled genius born 800 years ago from the ancient Skypung clan, who ascended to quasi-emperor status within 300 years, vanquishing all clans within the celestial demon realm and putting an end to millennia of conflict, thus becoming the undisputed sovereign of the realm." Upon hearing the name of the Martial Emperor, Chu Feng's intrigue piqued. Is the Martial Emperor truly that formidable, to have resolved millennia of strife in merely 3 centuries? His inquiry towards Bai Xiner was not solely for knowledge of the celestial demon realm, but to gain clearer insights into the Martial Emperor. Although he was confident in his ability to outmaneuver the Martial Emperor, he remained grounded, understanding that this figure was markedly different from Gu Yin, a fully realized protagonist. Even if he possessed a slight advantage over the Martial Emperor, comprehending both allies and adversaries was a more prudent approach to strategizing. Upon hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, Bai Shiner's expression grew rather uncomfortable. She replied, "If you were of ordinary lineage, it would indeed be impossible. However, he possesses the ancient royal bloodline of the primordial heavenly rock. This is of great significance. The demon realm is a world where lineage is of paramount importance. The higher the bloodline, the greater the status, and consequently, the more resources one can acquire. The primordial heavenly rock is already regarded as the foremost of the 10 primordials, and it is the most esteemed bloodline in the demon realm. Furthermore, the Martial Emperor also bears the ancient royal bloodline. Thus, when he emerged, showcasing his unparalleled combat prowess, many ancient clans of the demon realm chose to support his ambitions, aiding him in unifying the realm." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Is the significance of this bloodline truly so profound? Surely, it cannot be solely attributed to a high bloodline. Bai Shiner nodded affirmatively. The power of our demon race's bloodline is something that you, a member of the human race in the mystic realm, cannot possibly comprehend. There are countless species among us demons. Why are we referred to as the demon race rather than the Azure Bull clan, the Celestial Wolf clan, or the Crimson Monkey clan? It is because, in our origins, we possess an ancestral lineage. The demon ancestor is the object of worship for all of us demons. A symbol of the utmost authority. The purer the bloodline, the higher the rank, and the closer one is to the ancestral blood. The deeper the suppression over other demon clans. Do you understand my meaning? The unification of the demon realm would not only bring forth an immensely terrifying entity to reign. What are you doing? In the midst of her serious discourse, Bashiner suddenly realized that her tail was being grasped and playfully manipulated by this mischievous fellow. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with alarm. Chu Feng, feigning innocence, raised his hands. I did nothing. You were the one who unexpectedly brought your tail into my hand, inviting me to touch it. He squeezed Bashiner's tail again, appearing genuinely innocent. Bashiner gasped, as if shocked by an electric current, quickly retreating. How could this be? The tail is the most intimate part of the Fox clan. Only one beloved may touch it. How could I possibly allow this rascal to do so? Chu Feng looked at her astonished expression with some surprise and reminded her, recall your actions. I am sitting right here, having done nothing. Bashiner was momentarily taken aback, then began to reflect. She realized that it indeed seemed like she had unconsciously moved closer to Chu Feng while speaking, almost as if she had intentionally tried to entice him. How could this be? I certainly did nothing. Could it be that little sister? No. It must be you, dear elder sister, the flirtatious fox, who approached shamelessly. I was so bashful that I closed my eyes. Upon hearing the voice from within, Bashiner was left speechless. Observing her bewildered expression, Chu Feng pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, it seems that this little fox possesses a rather pure bloodline. Yet it appears she cannot withstand the allure of my ancestral bloodline. Let us not dwell on these trivialities. You must have held a grudge against the martial emperor. Haven't you? You must harbor great hatred for him. Tell me everything you know about the martial emperor. I will assist you in reprimanding him, Chu Feng jested. Bashiner was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to retort, but, recalling the inexplicable incident from earlier, swallowed her words. She too was eager to divert the conversation. Thus, she promptly raised a finger and began to recount her knowledge of the martial emperor. Reprimand him. Do not entertain such thoughts. While you may be formidable, the gulf between our realms is insurmountable. The martial emperor's fortune was celestial. In his youth, he inadvertently stumbled upon a grand relic of the celestial demons, acquiring the supreme method of divine refinement, the infinite divine thought. His mastery of this divine consciousness was already comparable to that of an emperor 5 centuries ago. One can only imagine the terrifying heights he has reached now. Should he desire, his divine consciousness could instantaneously envelop any location within the celestial demon realm. Infinite divine thought? Chu Feng blinked, pondering, isn't that merely a small battery? Why all the hype? Just as he mused, a notification from the system emerged. The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, faces a great calamity. His divine consciousness is permanently damaged, and his fate value decreases by 50,000. You have received a fate treasure chest X1. His expression turned peculiar. Is this a celestial rank scroll? Is its power not yet exhausted? Did I not just disperse his divine consciousness? What a stroke of bad luck. Bashiner's expression grew solemn as she extended a second delicate finger. Then there is his talent, the celestial falcon's swiftness. One of the most formidable talents of the ancient celestial falcon. With the swiftness of the ancient celestial falcon and the infinite divine thought, he stands invincible by nature. Chu Feng acknowledged earnestly, indeed, that celestial falcon's swiftness possesses substantial merit. It is quite practical. Bashiner raised an eyebrow. How can you deem it practical when you have never witnessed it? The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, possesses the bloodline of the ancient celestial falcon clan. Suffering a great calamity has diminished his fortune, and his fate value decreases by 50,000. You have received a fate treasure chest X1. Chu Feng instinctively remarked. Are you a harbinger of doom? Bashiner tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean by harbinger of doom? What is this fellow on about? She raised a third finger. Next, regarding treasures, before ascending to the status of a quasi-emperor, the martial emperor encountered 3 imperial tombs, acquiring all their legacies. In the realm of celestial demons, if the martial emperor claims the second position regarding supreme emperor weapons, none would dare to assert the first. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. During their first encounter, he was astonished by the martial emperor's lavish attributes. After all, he had possessed the essence of a true immortal and was evidently not merely fortunate to have encountered 3 imperial tombs. The destined protagonist. The martial emperor's supreme treasure has shattered, losing an unparalleled legacy. His fate value decreases by 50,000. You have received a fate treasure chest X1. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Chu Feng sighed. Is the martial emperor all right? Please hold on. Do not let Baishiner bring you to ruin. He felt a pang of sympathy for the martial emperor and could not help but ask, is there more? Baishiner regarded Chu Feng with a strange look and inquired, is this not sufficient? I have not seen the martial emperor in 500 years. This merely reflects his foundation from 5 centuries ago. He may very well have ascended to the status of an emperor by now. The entire realm of the celestial demons has been consolidated by him, and the current circumstances are undoubtedly far more formidable than I can describe. Earlier, when the essence of the Xian realm emerged, I sensed the presence of the martial emperor sweeping through, although no signs were initially detected. Your slaughter of numerous demon clans would surely attract even more of them through the subsequent passage. The path to survival in the Xian realm appears bleak, and you must devise a plan promptly. Baishiner intentionally cultivated a sense of anxiety, her peach blossom eyes fixed upon Chu Feng, awaiting this man to propose a collaboration. Chu Feng smiled, as the information Baishiner had divulged was quite substantial, providing him with a foundational understanding of the celestial demon realm and the martial emperor. A strategy for effectively reaping the benefits from the martial emperor began to take shape in his mind. The protagonist of destiny, the martial emperor, has suffered severe damage to his foundational domain, resulting in a decrease of 100,000 in destiny value. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. Baishiner stared in bewilderment as Chu Feng abruptly rose, exclaiming, no time to waste. I have matters to attend to. Amuse yourself for a while. He felt a sense of urgency, needing to personally investigate what transpired in the celestial demon realm. Was a celestial-grade scroll truly warranted for such absurdity? If he delayed any longer, his electronic pet would soon be on the verge of demise. Baishiner? P.S. A triple update. Please support with love. Chapter 072. Report. Trouble for the Martial Emperor. Several days ago, in the realm of the Celestial Wolf, a lesser dominion under the jurisdiction of the 9 heavens, a figure adorned in resplendent golden feathers traversed the void with an ethereal grace, clad in golden divine armor. His imposing physique was complemented by long golden locks that billowed with a pair of magnificent rock wings, creating a dazzling spectacle that was unmistakably distinctive. Yet, his form was but an apparition, devoid of corporeal substance. His true self had been obliterated, and his divine consciousness shattered. Under normal circumstances, any formidable being, even a quasi-emperor, would either have perished or be on the brink of demise. However, he remained unfazed. He had consolidated 8 supreme avatars, each intertwined with causality and interconnected, forming a flawless whole. Even if one of these avatars were to sustain damage, as long as the others survived, he possessed ample time to reconstruct his essence. The martial emperor's expression turned frosty as he gazed at a rapidly healing wound in his palm, his eyes radiating an overwhelming ferocity. An ultimate imperial weapon, a celestial-grade scroll, capable of plundering the innate talents of this emperor. Was this a formidable beast from the gluttonous clan? If it were indeed a glutton, it held some merit. But this avatar was still lacking the necessary prowess to subdue it. Once this emperor nullifies the effects of the celestial scroll, it will be your turn to be cast into the furnace of creation. With a murderous intent soaring to the heavens, he strode forth towards his palace in this realm. Although the pursuit of the great beast encountered minor setbacks, to the martial emperor it was of little consequence. During this endeavor, he had not even unleashed 1/10 of his true might, for the great beast could not possibly fathom the magnitude of the existence it faced. The strength and foundation he possessed were beyond the wildest imaginings of these formidable beasts, even surpassing that of emperors he had personally vanquished. What then of mere beasts? All hail the martial emperor. The might of the martial emperor shall prevail. As the martial emperor descended upon his palace, radiating imperial grandeur and exuding the aura of sovereignty, all the powerful beings of the demon race within the grand city bowed in unison, paying their respects. He was already accustomed to such displays and paid them no mind. Upon entering the palace, a vial brimming with quasi-emperor-grade elixirs floated before him, prepared to restore his shattered avatar and consciousness. The invaluable quasi-emperor elixirs cascaded around him like sweet confections, enveloping his ethereal form in an aromatic mist, gradually mending his corporeal body. The martial emperor maintained a tranquil demeanor. With his vast resources, the usage of quasi-emperor elixirs was measured in pounds within his divine treasury. Utilizing dozens of them in one go was merely a drop in the ocean for him. This was a privilege reserved for a ruler who governed the entire celestial demon realm and commanded boundless resources. As he gently closed his eyes and awaited the restoration of his body, his mind pondered the purpose of the celestial grade scroll. Such a scroll, upon activation, would inevitably take effect after a brief interval. All he needed to do was remain steadfast amidst the chaos. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, the martial emperor opened his eyes, radiating a divine light as he raised his gaze. His sight pierced through the grand hall and the endless clouds above, and as his pupils contracted, a mocking smile crept upon his lips. Is this all there is? It turned out to be a celestial grade scroll of the Great Calamity technique. This technique posed a significant challenge even for some emperors. In the universe above the 9 heavens, a colossal meteorite emerged, enveloped in boundless gravity, plummeting directly towards him. For many quasi-emperors, such a gigantic meteorite posed little threat, easily shattered with a mere slap. Yet, the martial emperor discerned the terrifying aura of calamity entwined with the meteorite. This meteorite was the manifestation of the celestial grade scroll, inciting earth-shattering disasters, precisely targeting the individual chosen by the scroll. Unfortunately, it encountered him. With a cold chuckle, the martial emperor swiftly formed a seal with his hand. The embrace of emptiness. He projected a vast, grayish seal from his palm, crashing towards the impending meteorite. In the next moment, the skies above the wolf realm witnessed a grand display of fireworks. The meteorite shattered, faced with the formidable martial emperor. The meteorite was incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. The celestial grade scroll was nothing of significance. The martial emperor scoffed lightly, remaining unperturbed. For his extensive experience informed him that this was merely the beginning. Surely, other calamities would follow. And indeed, as he anticipated, the cosmos of the wolf realm suddenly erupted with 1, 10, 100, 1,000 tens of thousands of meteorites, each carrying the threat of annihilation. Run! Good heavens! Such a tremendous commotion prompted every being of saintly rank and above in the wolf realm to instantly sense the danger, and without hesitation, they turned to flee at breakneck speed towards other worlds. The previously expressionless martial emperor's countenance darkened abruptly. Wasn't he this a bit excessive? His physical form was at a critical juncture of reconstruction. Should he flee, it could irreparably damage the foundation of this avatar. The martial emperor's face turned ashen. Yet he remained composed. It matters not. This indeed aligns with the power of the celestial grade scroll. Alas, this foolish calamity does not comprehend that my luck is boundless. Even amid such numerous disasters, I shall still transform peril into safety, perhaps even reverse the calamities forced to seize an opportunity. Having once usurped a true immortal essence and ruled the celestial demon realm for many years, he was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own fortune. Were it anyone else, they might have already been penning their last words. Yet the martial emperor had faith in his luck and his strength. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to summon the nearest avatar from the wolf realm, intending to thoroughly resolve the deluge of annihilating meteorites and refine them one by one. However, the martial emperor's expression froze. He suddenly realized that the summoned avatar was also experiencing a similar calamity. Not only that, but the other 6 avatars were facing the same fate. All 8 avatars, simultaneously, in different locations, were besieged by various world-ending disasters. This should not be. In my recollection, the celestial scrolls should not possess such immense power. His complexion turned ashen, and he unleashed a formidable might, willing to sacrifice the foundation of this avatar to escape. However, it was too late. The stars fell. The celestial wolf realm suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. Simultaneously, the celestial tiger realm, the celestial monkey realm, the celestial leopard realm, a total of 8 realms inhabited by martial emperors, erupted in chaos. The avatar of the martial emperor from the celestial wolf realm was obliterated by the falling stars, leaving only a wisp of divine consciousness to flee. The entire world descended into turmoil. This fragment of divine consciousness, utilizing some unique mystical ability, managed to escape to another realm. Just as it settled in this new world and began to recuperate, half a day later, it noticed that its ethereal form exhibited a disturbing green hue. A grave realization struck. The divine consciousness had been tainted by the poison of the lunar star. The martial emperor was filled with dread. The poison of the lunar star is a rare and lethal toxin targeting divine consciousness, exceedingly elusive and devastating in its effects. Once infected, the divine consciousness is essentially doomed. It was from those fallen stars. How could such an unfortunate fate befall one as fortunate as I? No sooner had the martial emperor conceived this thought than he decisively severed his fragment of divine consciousness. If he did not act immediately, The lunar star poison would spread through this fragment to his other avatars, a scenario he could not bear to witness. To sever this fragment meant completely abandoning this avatar. Regrettably, despite his resoluteness, he was still too late. After severing the divine consciousness, he felt the green hue manifesting in the consciousness of his other avatars simultaneously. Such trivial techniques dare to be audacious. These avatars retorted defiantly, unleashing countless methods and secret treasures. After half a day, the poison of the lunar star was completely eradicated by the martial emperor, yet he paid a small price, a permanent damage to his divine consciousness. The martial emperor exhaled in relief, at that moment wishing to subject that great fiend to 1,000 tortures, reducing its bones to ashes. The loss of an avatar had severely impacted his grand plans. Not even slaying that great fiend 1,000 times could quell his wrath. Reports came in urgently. Martial Emperor, something terrible has happened. The heavenly ash spirit vein you have refined for 100 years has just exploded. The heavenly ash spirit vein? That is the supreme yang vein I used to forge the furnace of all things. The martial emperor felt as though struck by lightning, trembling with rage. Reports. Martial Emperor, something grave has occurred. A massive spatial turbulence has manifested in your divine Song Valley, with vast treasures flowing into the endless cosmos, lost without a trace. Reports. Martial Emperor, something dire has happened. The Empress commands your swift return to the ancestral land. The ancestral tomb of our ancient heavenly Peng clan has exploded. Many elders have been severely injured. Reports. Martial Emperor, something catastrophic has occurred. The Empress has also been harmed. Chapter 073. Maternal kindness and filial piety. As the Emperor Wu received a barrage of dire news, he felt as though the world around him was collapsing. Had he not lived through a second life, possessing a tenacious spirit, he would have succumbed to despair. The Divine Storage Valley was the culmination of his relentless efforts in amassing treasures from the celestial demon realm and beyond, a veritable sanctuary filled with countless treasures. Yet, the vastness of the divine storage was so immense that even his expansive divine sea could not contain it. Besides the artifacts he frequently utilized, he had stored everything in the Divine Storage Valley. Those fortunate enough to have entered the valley could never forget the sight within its confines. Sacred tier techniques and weapons were piled in abundance, akin to mountains and seas. There were hundreds of imperial tier treasures. Even the rare Dao Enlightenment tea exceeded 50 pounds within the valley. What does this signify? It represented astronomical wealth. It was precisely for this reason that Emperor Wu dedicated himself to constructing the Divine Storage Valley, expending untold efforts in selecting the ideal location and arranging the protective formations. To gain entry into the valley, one needed either the Emperor's decree or to be himself or the Empress Dowager. Under normal circumstances, no unforeseen events would transpire. Yet now, such a resilient Divine Storage Valley was besieged by chaotic void disturbances. Countless treasures were swept into the cosmos, their fates unknown. Was this normal? It was decidedly abnormal. What was even more unbearable for Emperor Wu was that the ancestral tomb of the ancient Tianhu clan had also been obliterated. The clan's elders were gravely injured. To add to his fury, even his beloved mother was severely harmed. At least the Divine Storage Valley was experiencing void disturbances. But what had transpired in the ancestral tomb remained a mystery. It had to be the result of that celestial scroll. A typical celestial scroll should not unleash such catastrophic chain reactions. Could it be that the scroll contained supreme celestial arts, the great misfortune technique? One of his avatars swiftly made its way to the Divine Storage Valley for repairs, while another raced to the ancestral land of the Qingyun clan, Tianhu Ancient Star. After encountering a series of misfortunes, Emperor Wu quickly regained his composure, diving into his extensive knowledge to draw parallels with his experiences, soon discovering connections to past events. A deep unease settled within him. The great misfortune technique. The supreme celestial arts. If this were the case. Suddenly, a fierce smile curled at the corners of his mouth, radiating an aura of dominance. Such things could never be found in a mere minor realm. Not even in the celestial demon realm. It seemed this great calamity had obtained an extraordinary inheritance. Based on past experiences, the more he lost, the greater his eventual gains would be. Strangely, he found himself feeling a sense of anticipation. He cast aside all previous encounters and arrived at a peculiar conclusion. In the vast expanse of the world's sea, Emperor Wu transformed into a golden-winged rock, soaring through the cosmos with explosive speed, causing some abandoned worlds within the sea to be obliterated by the shockwaves of his rapid flight. How slow it felt. Having lost the Tianping's swiftness, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Damn it. His speed increased, yet he still felt it was insufficient. Feeling an inexplicable loss of a significant talent, my mood plummeted into despair. In an instant, I traversed through myriad worlds and arrived at the ancient star of Tianhu, situated in the central domain. Upon the arrival of the martial emperor at Tianhu, he did not hasten to the ancestral tomb but instead proceeded to the Tianhu Palace. This grand edifice serves as the residence of the current empress of the ancient Heavenly Ping clan, who is also the martial emperor's mother. The Tianhu Palace spans a vast expanse, resembling a city in its magnificence. Adorned in golden splendor, its flying eaves are embellished with depictions of the Kunping soaring, and the abundant spiritual energy within is exponentially stronger than that found in the most enriched realms of the Xuanjie. At the enormous entrance, members of the ancient Heavenly Ping clan moved about in a state of agitation. We pay our respects to the clan leader. The empress is not in danger. She is resting within the palace. As the martial emperor manifested his divine presence, several beams of light, resonating with the aura of a quasi-emperor, appeared. These were the esteemed elders of the ancient Heavenly Ping clan, their faces ashen and their breaths uneven. They understood clearly that given the gravity of the recent events on their ancestral star and the return of the martial emperor, he would have no interest in the ancestral tomb or their plight. Despite the martial emperor's ruthless and domineering nature, the elders of the ancient Heavenly Ping clan were acutely aware of his profound filial piety, regardless of his immense power and his unilateral command over the cosmos. Within the clan, he showed utmost reverence towards the empress, Luo Hanyan. Whenever she made a request, he would invariably acquiesce. And even the elders reaped numerous benefits from this dynamic. Now that the martial emperor had returned, his focus would undoubtedly be on Luo Hanyan's condition, prompting the elders to chatter among themselves about her current injuries, deliberately omitting any mention of the ancestral land or their own wounds. The martial emperor nodded expressionlessly and instructed, "You shall remain outside. I will go in to accompany my mother." The elders complied, halting at the threshold of the palace. The martial emperor strode purposefully into the palace. Deep within, surrounded by layers of courtyards and corridors, it exuded an air of tranquility and mystery. The palatial structures along the path were majestic and regal, yet they also conveyed a sense of feminine grace and refinement. Upon entering the grand hall, a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted towards him, instantly refreshing his spirit. The interior was adorned with opulence tempered by elegance. Furniture crafted from celestial wood boasted intricate carvings and elaborate patterns, showcasing extraordinary nobility and taste. The walls were embellished with exquisite embroidery and paintings, their delicate strokes and vibrant colors unmistakably the work of quasi-imperial treasures. At the center of the palace lay a magnificent canopied bed, draped with soft silken covers and pillows. As the martial emperor gazed upon it, his eyes fell upon a delicate, porcelain-like leg resting on the bed. The figure was that of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clad in deep azure robes with her hair elegantly styled, the garment failing to conceal her alluring figure. Despite her pale complexion, the woman possessed an unparalleled beauty and maturity, embodying the essence of Luo Hanyan. Her breath was faint, yet upon seeing the martial emperor, her eyes sparkled with a lively glimmer. With a gentle cough, her chest rose and fell like distant mountains. "Bayer, you have come." Bayer was the martial emperor's childhood name. In the entire realm of the celestial demons, only Luo Hanyan dares to call upon the emperor of war without incurring his wrath. The emperor, with a frigid demeanor, inquires, "Is mother well? I have brought some medicine for you." He swiftly averts his gaze and tosses a precious jar of imperial-grade healing elixirs toward the bed where Luo Hanyan lies. As a reincarnated true immortal, he harbors profound respect for his biological mother, Luo Hanyan, and would never dare to disrespect her. This was the sole condition she had stipulated when he seized the body of the little Tianhu. The emperor's ascent to his current stature is undeniably attributed to the extraordinary talents of his original self, not to mention the formidable lineage of the Tianping clan, which is renowned even in the celestial realm. At the time of his reincarnation, he was already in a state of considerable weakness. Making the act of seizing the little Tianping's body no simple feat, he had sworn an unbreakable oath to care for Luo Hanyan. Without this vow, his reincarnation would have been impossible. A flush of color appeared on Luo Hanyan's pale face, revealing an astonishing allure. She spoke softly, "I am well now. My dear, the recent calamity at the ancestral tomb has caused our clan's fortune to plummet, and I sense something amiss. At this critical juncture in your endeavors, I believe you should heed my counsel and employ the secret method you acquired previously to summon the ancestor of the demons. Our ancient Tianping clan possesses the most supreme bloodline. Should the ancestor choose to protect us and augment our fortunes, you need not toil in the furnace of all creation. and your chances of becoming a ninth-turn emperor will significantly increase. The Emperor of War furrowed his brow and replied, "Let us not speak of the ancestor. Every action has its consequences. If I can refine my ninth avatar using the furnace of all creation and pave my path to imperial ascension, then the ninth-turn emperor is within reach without the need to seek the ancestor. Please, rest well. I must visit the ancestral tomb." The emperor was reluctant to linger on this topic. After exchanging a few brief words with Luo Hanyin, he turned to leave. Observing his retreat, Luo Hanyin gently shook her head, a glimmer of concern flickering in her eyes. This child truly believes I am unaware of the truth? The incident at the ancestral tomb has also affected your fortunes. You have already lost one of your 8 avatars, and the others are in peril. Alas, my injuries cannot be healed by mere elixirs. I shall protect your path with my final breath, aiding you in realizing your dreams. With a determined glint in her eyes, Luo Hanyin resolved to act. The emperor's reluctance to summon the ancestor stemmed from the inherent cost of such an action. However, her situation was different. Although she had fortuitously reached the threshold of quasi-emperor status through the resources bestowed by the emperor, she saw no hope of advancing further. The sudden explosion at the ancestral tomb had solidified her conviction that the fortunes of the ancient Tianhu clan were on a downward trajectory, a significant threat to the emperor. As he aspired to attain the ninth-turn emperor, she was willing to safeguard his path. Resolute, Luo Hanyin decided that upon the emperor's departure, she would personally summon the ancestor. Chapter 074, Summoning the Ancestors. Seeking the blood of the demon ancestor. The martial emperor had just emerged from the ancestral tomb of the Qingyun, his countenance darkening. His eyes gleamed with cold light, truly worthy of the great misfortune technique. The ancient Tianhu clan stands as the foremost among the 10 fiends. Even the ancestral energy of the Qingyun clan was nearly dissipated. Now that the scroll's power should have been fully expended, it was time for me to strike back. The losses incurred were far too great. I must promptly capture that great fiend and extract the celestial inheritance he possesses to recuperate my losses. If fortune favors me, once this great fiend is subdued, I can refine my 9th avatar and reconstruct the lost one, thereby paving my way to imperial ascendance. Transmit to Tianhu, he commanded calmly, issuing an order that sent a shadow darting away. Tianhu, the strongest prodigy of the ancient Tianhu clan aside from himself, had now reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship and served as his capable assistant. This time, in apprehending the great fiend, the martial emperor would not indulge in arrogance as before. Not only would 3 avatars descend simultaneously, but he would also dispatch Tianhu and his divine martial army to the Xin realm, ensuring absolute success. Report. Suddenly, a voice that sent a jolt through the martial emperor's heart rang in his ears. He fixed a murderous gaze upon the holy king who had come to report, his pupils dilating with an ominous premonition. Before him appeared a spectral figure, aged in appearance, with a hawk-like nose and 4 wings on his back. Wu Yang, a senior elder of the Central Domain's Great Ping clan and a loyal subordinate, had recently been tasked with guarding Tang Valley. Tang Valley, the site of the universal furnace, has suddenly collapsed. The reincarnation celestial flames within have spilled onto the ground, and the guarding Tian army has suffered severe burns from the flames, failing to contain the outflow, which is now spreading towards the Central Domain. Wu Yang trembled, exclaiming. The martial emperor's expression shifted dramatically, an inexplicable surge of wrath igniting within his chest. The universal furnace. The reincarnation celestial flames. These were crucial to his cultivation of the 9 transformation great emperor's essence. For the past 5 centuries, he had been occupied with these 2 matters. Yet now, both of these vital treasures were in jeopardy. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. A golden flame ignited in his gaze, piercing through the spectral figure before him. Wu Yang, the elder who had come to report, was consumed by the martial emperor's fury, with no chance to plead for mercy. As he witnessed Wu Yang's demise, the martial emperor's expression turned frigid, utterly indifferent. He was genuinely enraged this time. He directed his gaze towards the Tai Kuan Palace and coldly stated, "Mother, I have pressing matters to attend to. The affairs of the ancestral star shall be entrusted to you for the time being." After instructing Luo Hanyin, the martial emperor vanished, manifesting in the Central Domain. The vast expanse of the Central Domain was engulfed in clusters of purple celestial flames, incinerating everything in their path to ashes. No living being could evade, whether a sage or a holy king, all met with certain death. In the heavens above, the martial emperor's imposing figure appeared, one after another, each identical and radiating unparalleled pressure, surrounded by a terrifying aura of radiant treasure. The 3 formidable avatars emerged simultaneously, unleashing their might to quell the rampaging cycle of celestial flames. The Emperor arrives, intoned Shikuin. At that moment, on the horizon, a young man cloaked in shadows descended upon the central domain, his eyes gleaming with malevolence, accompanied by a legion of dark warriors. The martial Emperor, with an air of indifference, commanded, "My 4 avatars shall lead. You will command the divine legions of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, as we obliterate an entire realm." Shikuin knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Yes, my lord." Behind him, all the shadowy figures knelt in unison, reverberating. "We heed the martial Emperor's decree." At that moment, the legions of the martial Emperor surged with fervor, having sensed the recent disturbances in the celestial demon realm. Previously, whispers had filled the air, but now the realization dawned upon them. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the martial Emperor's authority from another grand world. The last time such a grand display occurred was during the conquest of the Qingyun realm, situated beyond the celestial demon realm, where 9 quasi-emperors and even a true emperor resided. Yet, they had been vanquished, their blood staining the ground. On that occasion, the martial Emperor had dispatched only 2 avatars with 2 legions. This time, however, 5 legions would strike simultaneously, heralding unimaginable terror. What manner of world could boast such audacity? In a remote corner of the central domain of the celestial demon realm, Chu Feng emerged from a rift in space, clad in a robe adorned with celestial motifs, exuding an air of nonchalance and arrogance. Having traversed the Xian realm to arrive in the celestial demon realm, he spent a significant portion of the day navigating through the chaos before finally reaching the heart of this realm. Along the way, he encountered remnants left by the Great Misfortune technique, allowing him to surmise the martial Emperor's plight. He shook his head, muttering, "How pitiful." As he prepared to unleash his imperial consciousness, he suddenly paused. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation. The bloodline within him began to stir, as if beckoning him. If he desired, he could follow this wave to the source of the summons. Someone calls to me. The call of the ancestor of demons? The cost must be substantial, intriguing indeed. Ah, the one summoning me is an ancient sky ping? Is this not the lineage of the martial Emperor? What a remarkable coincidence. As he attuned himself to the resonance, his eyes gradually turned a blood-red hue, emanating an elusive yet palpable pressure. Simultaneously, the eye of the demon Emperor gleaned insights regarding the summoner. The ancient Skyping clan had expended 10 quasi-imperial treasures, 1 supreme imperial weapon, and a lake of true blood from the Qingyun, establishing a connection with him, the ancestor of demons. Should he choose to respond to the call, all these offerings would be his. The martial Emperor? Chu Feng immediately thought of him. Although he considered these tributes beneath him, they were not trifles that an average quasi-emperor could easily procure. His interest was piqued. Just as he sought the lair of the martial Emperor, he stumbled upon such a fortuitous occurrence. Without hesitation, he answered the call. A trap? For this ancestral demon, entering the celestial demon realm felt akin to returning home. In one's own abode, does one not possess an understanding of who holds the reins of power? Following the fluctuations, Chu Feng's body seemed to enter a teleportation array. Nearly 2.5 seconds later, he found himself atop a colossal altar. His gaze wandered, surveying the surroundings. The enormous altar resembled a towering skyscraper, rising in a stepped formation. Encircling the altar were layers of cascading arrays, akin to waterfalls, isolating this realm from the outside world. There was no doubt. The rich spiritual energy indicated that this was a vast and magnificent secret realm. Now, he stood at the summit of the altar, upon a radiant array that shimmered in crimson hues, akin to a helicopter descending onto a helipad. Atop the array, numerous treasures sparkled, all summoned for the purpose of attracting Chu Feng. Upon sensing his arrival, these treasures rushed toward him like fledglings returning to their nest. "We pay our respects to the ancestor demon." A voice resonated from below, imbued with reverence. Soft and alluring, those 4 words carried an enchanting quality. As Chu Feng gathered the treasures, his gaze followed the voice downward, where he beheld a breathtaking woman draped in translucent black gauze. With a heart-shaped face, phoenix-like eyes, and delicate, rosy lips, her features exuded an innate beauty. The first word that sprang to Chu Feng's mind was magnificent. The gauze could scarcely conceal her voluptuous, alluring figure. Undeniably a paragon of beauty, this stunning woman knelt gracefully before him, honoring him with a respectful gesture. Chu Feng regarded her and asked nonchalantly, "What is it that you summoned me for?" Luo Hanyan's enchanting eyes flickered as she discreetly admired Chu Feng's striking appearance, particularly his blood-red eyes that instilled a sense of trepidation within her. She felt a jolt of astonishment. She had truly summoned the incarnation of the ancestor demon. and his true form was even more splendid. Without hesitation, she proclaimed, "Ancestor demon, the fortunes of the ancient celestial Peng clan have withered. I seek your precious blood to restore our clan's fortunes. I beseech you to grant my request." The fortunes of the ancient celestial Peng clan have dwindled? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering whether this was the work of the celestial scrolls. Rather than refuse, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired casually, "Are you the current leader of the ancient celestial Peng clan?" Luo Hanyan gently nodded. "I am the mother of the clan leader." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "What is your relation to the martial emperor?" Luo Hanyan paused in surprise, then felt an inexplicable swell of pride. To think that her son's name had reached even the ears of the ancestor demon. She lifted her exquisite face with pride. "Indeed, he is my son." Good gracious. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the martial emperor, with his prominent features, had such a mature and sensual mother. A thought crossed his mind. And he asked lightly, "If you desire my blood, are you prepared for the cost?" This was not merely a matter of his intention, but rather a necessary protocol to answer the summons. The offerings previously made were solely intended for sacrifice. To seek the assistance of the ancestor of demons entails a different price altogether. Luo Hanyin had long been prepared, ancestor of demons. "I am of the most potent bloodline of the ancient celestial Peng, and my cultivation has reached the late stage of quasi-emperor. If you would bestow upon me your vital essence, I am willing to offer my body and soul, binding myself to you in an eternal contract of servitude." Upon uttering these words, the black veil adorning Luo Hanyin cascaded down, revealing her stunningly perfect form. Chu Feng was taken aback. Is the culture of the ancient celestial Peng so unpretentious? "I came merely to pay a visit to the martial emperor." "You are the martial emperor's mother, and yet you wish to seduce me? Is there no sense of justice or law remaining in this world?" Chapter 075. The Path to Death in the Xian Realm. At the entrance of the Divine Tree Sea Passage, several figures exuding a formidable aura surrounded the threshold. These sages encircled a robust man with a round face. "Great Sage Sima, did we not agree to form a group to venture into the new world and expand our territories, striving for sanctity and legacy? Why have you forsaken that to guard this gate?" One sage implored earnestly, while the others cast anxious glances in his direction. "I am no longer going. If you wish to go, then do so on your own. I have turned over a new leaf, and am now in allegiance to the Emperor of Chu." Sima Buddha declared impatiently, waving his hand as if swatting away flies. "Let me reiterate, do not call me Great Sage Sima. I no longer bear that name." A silence enveloped the sages. This is utterly outrageous, they thought. Not long ago, he was the most enthusiastic among them, and now he clings to the Emperor of Chu, devoid of any sense of justice or law. Seeing that Sima Buddha would not budge, the sages could not help but inquire about the wedding ceremony that day. "Great Sage, is it true? On the day of the Emperor's wedding, did he truly serve all the guests a portion of enlightenment tea? That cannot be. Though the Emperor is a formidable quasi-emperor, enlightenment tea is a rare treasure. For such a multitude at a wedding, to meet that standard would require more than 5 kilograms of tea. What does that even mean? Even if the Emperor wished to offer it. With our resources in the Xian realm, we could not possibly gather that much, even in ancient times. Great Sage, only those as generous as you would have had the privilege to savor the enlightenment tea at such an event. We can understand that the heavy Xian pavilion may have exaggerated claims to promote the Emperor. Enough nonsense, it is indeed true," Sima Buddha retorted, carefully extracting a crumpled leaf from his sleeve, still glistening with remnants of the sage's essence. This green leaf had begun to yellow, clearly having borne burdens it ought not to have endured. Even so, this fragment of the battle-damaged enlightenment tea captivated the attention of the sages surrounding him. "I am well aware of your thoughts. Yet, regrettably, the truth remains. Every guest attending the wedding received a portion. Furthermore, the quality of the enlightenment tea bestowed by the Emperor was simply unparalleled, a realm beyond what we possess in the Xian realm. If you choose to dwell in your own delusions and refuse to believe, there is little I can do." Sima Buddha pinched the tea leaf between his fingers, holding it like a cigarette, and with a sardonic gaze towards the eager sages, he added, "You are all looking quite disheartened." The sages exchanged glances, their expressions visibly pained, as if their very souls had been snatched away. Many regretted their earlier decisions. They had been prepared to enter the venue that day, only to be deterred by an unexpected wealthy patron who gifted a portion of enlightenment tea. Who could possibly withstand such temptation? To avoid losing face, they had turned away on the spot. To their astonishment, it was later revealed that the wedding ceremony at the Chongxian Pavilion was attended by none other than the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the illustrious great sage, Chu. On that day, he generously treated all attendees to the enlightening tea, leaving them in utter despair. If they had known he was the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, they would have gritted their teeth and presented some valuable gifts. Yet now, not only had they failed to make an impression on the Heavenly Emperor, but they also missed the opportunity to indulge in the coveted enlightenment tea. The mere thought that many ordinary kings and powerful beings had partaken in this experience made the saints' hearts ache profoundly. One saint could not help but exclaim, "Is it true? That was indeed the enlightenment tea. How could the Heavenly Emperor be so extravagant at a mere concubine wedding?" Observing his distressed and incoherent manner, Sabuto shot him a sharp glare, pointing at him with a finger that had touched the enlightenment tea. "Hidden saint, I advise you to refrain from such reckless talk. You are treading on a path of self-destruction." Taken aback by the saliva splattered on his face, the hidden saint wondered, "What have I done? I merely spoke casually. How could it lead to such dire consequences?" Sabuto sneered. Though the Heavenly Emperor is a formidable quasi-emperor, he is known for his kindness and loyalty. The matriarch of Nangong, merely a concubine, achieved sainthood on that day. Surely, you do not think this is mere coincidence? Very well, you are indeed a great sage. Your flattery knows no bounds. A mere concubine is elevated to matriarch. A female saint remarked with envy. I have heard that this was a gift from the Heavenly Emperor. The assembly of saints fell silent. Achieving sainthood is a feat akin to scaling the heavens. Those among them who had once attained this status had faced near-death experiences to finally encounter the sainthood bridge and earn the recognition of the heavenly path. Yet, that Nangong Qin, by some stroke of fortune, caught the eye of the Heavenly Emperor and attained sainthood during the wedding, leaving them utterly astounded. Many among them had sensed the sainthood bridge that day and sought a closer look, only to discover that the direction of the Chongxian pavilion was entirely devoid of any sensation. Sabuto, however, once again sneered, taking a sip of the enlightenment tea. You know but one side of the story, unaware of the other. Matriarch Nangong had once suffered grave injuries, with her path to sainthood seemingly severed. On the day of the wedding, the Heavenly Emperor summoned the sainthood bridge and personally reopened the path for her. What tremendous power that is! A saint gasped in disbelief. That is impossible. If the path is severed, even summoning the sainthood bridge would not earn the heavenly path's approval. Sabuto replied proudly, while that may be true, in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor, reason must yield. The Heavenly Emperor personally safeguarded Matriarch Nangong's path, compelling even the heavenly path to retreat. His tone was triumphant, as if he himself had commanded the retreat of the heavenly path. In truth, Sabuto's unwavering allegiance to Chu Feng stemmed from the incident concerning Nangong Qin's ascent to sainthood. The lavish feast featuring enlightenment tea signified the Heavenly Emperor's wealth. He was willing to offend the heavenly path to assist Nangong Qin in achieving sainthood, proving his deep affection. With such a combination of affection, wealth, and formidable strength, in Sabuto's discerning eyes, this was a serendipitous encounter after a long and tumultuous journey. Upon hearing this, the assembly of saints fell into a contemplative silence. They have the potential to attain sanctity, for they are not fools. They comprehend why the sage of the hidden must declare that the path of the hidden sage leads to demise. For the sake of a mere concubine, to offend the heavenly principles, this attests to the esteemed position of Nangong Qin in the heart of the Emperor of the Chu. The sage of the hidden's earlier frivolous remarks, if disseminated, would undoubtedly spell his doom. They cast sympathetic glances towards the hidden sage, only to find him standing there in a daze, occasionally licking his lips, his eyes reflecting a sense of confusion. Hidden sage, why are you silent? Have you been rendered speechless by fear? How could the scoundrel achieve enlightenment? The other sages stared at the hidden sage in disbelief, suddenly grasping something. Their gazes collectively fixed upon the Dao tea leaves delicately held between the fingers of the sage of the way, their expressions turning perplexed. The sage of the way was also taken aback, then quickly understood, his expression shifting dramatically. By the heavens, this wretched boy has shamelessly consumed my sacred essence. The sages now believed that the quality of this Dao tea was indeed extraordinary. The hidden sage was renowned as a prodigy in the mystic realm. Having been stuck at the level of sage for many years, yet he unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment now. At this moment, the sage of the way also seemed to ponder, as if inspired. He retrieved a small, dark spherical object from his possession. The Emperor of Heaven is adorned with treasures, yet I cannot discern the significance of this dark sphere. Although I was warned not to consume it, it was never stated that I could not lick it, right? Before this group of sages began to disturb him, he had spent days manifesting 77 avatars to guard the mystic realm's passage, growing quite bored. With nothing else to occupy his time, the Sage of the Way could only study the dark sphere, but to no avail, sensing only an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from within. However, stirred by the hidden sage's antics, inspiration struck the Sage of the Way. This dark sphere must surely be a treasure, and perhaps licking it could yield some fortuitous opportunity. What is this object, O Sage? A female sage inquired curiously upon seeing the Sage of the Way holding the dark sphere. The Sage of the Way replied sternly, "The dark sphere of the shadow." The dark sphere of the shadow? What a peculiar name. The sages frowned. The more extravagant the name, the lesser the quality. Nonetheless, they redirected their attention to the doughty leaves held between the fingers of the Sage of the Way. Observing the indifference of these individuals, the Sage of the Way let out a cold snort and boasted loudly. "This dark sphere of the shadow is a protective sacred artifact bestowed upon me by the Emperor of Heaven." "By the heavens! Bestowed by the Emperor of Heaven!" The female sage's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What an elegant name. It sounds truly extraordinary. Sage, may I touch it?" The other sages looked at him expectantly. "I too wish to have a feel, just a gentle touch, if you please." The Sage of the Way proudly cradled it in his arms. "Treating it as a precious treasure, begone. This is a sacred artifact exclusive to this sage. Do not even think about it." Disheartened, the sages contemplated whether they should engage the Sage of the Way in conversation again. Acquiring a taste of his sacred essence would indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. Just then, from below, at the sea of divine trees in the vast mountain, a terrifying aura akin to an abyss surged forth from all the passages of the mystic realm, pressing ominously towards them. Chapter 76. Mother, what is she doing now? The overwhelming aura of terror from across the passage surged forth like a tsunami, inundating the space within. The once jovial sages of the Qiankai realm, whether it be the venerable Sabuto or other saints, were abruptly doused with cold dread, rendering them motionless. Was this the presence of a great sage? No, it was not merely 100, but rather several hundred such auras. The saints turned pale, exchanging alarmed glances as they beheld the pitch-black expanse at the end of the passage, their eyes bulging, sweat trickling involuntarily down their brows. In that fleeting moment, they sensed a multitude of presences far surpassing their own, manifesting in the opposing passage. They could not ascertain the precise realm of those entities. Anyone stronger than themselves was deemed a great sage, for there was little distinction. Dispatching them was as effortless as swatting a fly. Even the enlightened hidden sage was roused from his contemplation by this terrifying presence, beads of cold sweat forming as he uttered in horror, "It's over. It's utterly over. You were right, great sage Sabuto. The fiends across the passage will inevitably seek revenge. I should not have awaited your arrival. I ought to have fled like the others, and now it is too late." With tears unshed, he gazed at the equally dumbfounded Sabuto, muttering while ripples emanated from his feet as he turned to flee. "Run!" The other saints, trembling with fear, followed suit, hastily retreating towards the ends of the cosmos. They needed to escape the Qiankai realm at once, seeking refuge in smaller worlds akin to the Bamboo realm, before seeking an opportunity to flee to other lands. With so many great sage fiends across the passage, the Qiankai realm, even with the presence of the Emperor Qutian, was doomed. It was merely a matter of time. Sabuto observed the panicked flight of the saints, his countenance drained of color. He understood the gravity of the situation far better than they did. For those presences were not merely great sages, they were sage kings. Each aura radiated strength exceeding even his own late-stage great sage prowess. More alarmingly, every one of the 77 passages he was guarding echoed with that dreadful energy, the least of which bore several hundred such auras. Heaven help us. Why must I, a mere gatekeeper, endure such terror? Despite the profound fear gripping his heart, Sabuto's legs felt as heavy as lead, preventing him from fleeing immediately. All his incarnations fixated intently on the passageway, clutching a black basketball tightly, while he cried out incessantly, "Emperor Qutian, help me." Yet, the figure of Chu Feng did not materialize. On the other side of the passage, a tempest brewed, the atmosphere growing increasingly ominous. Across the Qiankai realm lay the realm of the celestial wolves, a wasteland, nearly obliterated. This world was engulfed in darkness, akin to the cosmos, ceaselessly buffeted by storms. Mere survival here without the strength of a sage was an arduous endeavor. However, in this world that ought to have been abandoned, a throng of figures now fills the scene, countless formidable beings clad in armor, wielding golden spears, riding upon fearsome dragons. Stationed at every vast passageway, the great sage of the Tsong Wolf, once a native of the celestial wolf realm, had narrowly escaped the calamity that befell this land during the inexplicable meteor shower, which even claimed the life of the Tsong Wolf clan leader. Fortuitously, he evaded disaster and was now summoned, due to his familiarity with the terrain, to serve as a guide. His gaze was filled with astonishment as he beheld these figures, his eyes alight with longing. Is this the most powerful divine martial army of our celestial demon realm? How terrifying! Those who can join the divine martial army must at least be of the Saint King caliber. Their treasures are all at the sacred level, and even their mounts are of the great sage rank. Is this the divine majesty of His Majesty the Martial Emperor? The great sage of the Tsang Wolf lifted his gaze to a magnificent celestial carriage drawn by 9 colossal dragons, at its center surrounded by formidable beings. Where he had previously had the fortune to see His Majesty the Martial Emperor, draped in a solemn black robe, sitting calmly upon the celestial carriage, surveying the world with an all-encompassing gaze. In the presence of all these powerful beings, no matter how arrogant or boisterous they were, they must bow their proud heads before the arrival of the Martial Emperor. Last time, His Majesty appeared so disheveled, it seems it was merely an accident. This is the true Martial Emperor. It is said that this time, His Majesty has sent 4 avatars, in addition to the divine martial army, along with 4 major legions. This world we face is indeed worth it, thought the great sage of the Tsang Wolf, his heart racing with anticipation. At that moment, a tiger-headed Saint King riding a dragon descended before him, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. Tsang Wolf, Lord Shuquan wishes to see you. Lord Shuquan? The unparalleled powerhouse of the central domain, the right-hand man of the Martial Emperor. The Tsang Wolf felt a stir within, suppressing his excitement as he followed the Saint King through the legion's ranks, ascending to the heavens. Lord Shuquan, with silver hair cascading elegantly to either side of his forehead, possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage. His gaze fell lightly upon the Tsang Wolf. Tsang Wolf, I have heard you have traversed to the other world. Relate to me what you know of this realm. The Tsang Wolf prostrated himself on the ground, respectfully replying, Lord Shuquan, the other world is known as the Xian realm, connected to the original celestial wolf realm by 77 passages. When my tribe first sent our young men into the Xian realm, they were met with an attack from a great calamity and perished entirely. Lord Shuquan furrowed his brow slightly. Get to the point. What is the strength of this calamity? How many quasi-emperors and emperors does the Xian realm possess? The Tsang Wolf was taken aback. Quasi-emperors? Emperors? Are you truly aware of what you are asking? If the Xian realm had so many formidable figures, our celestial wolf tribe would hardly dare to venture there. Observing his hesitance, Lord Shuquan's displeasure became evident. The tiger-headed Saint King beside him remarked, My lord, this fellow is merely a great sage, akin to an insignificant ant. What significant information can he possess? In my view, with our celestial demon army pressing forward today, we might as well merge those 77 passages into one. I would gladly lead a band of brothers to boldly charge through and pay tribute to His Majesty. Lord Shuquan stroked his chin thoughtfully. His Majesty was clearly quite irate, having mobilized a significant portion of the celestial demon realm's forces. In his view, there was no need for such an extensive legion. The divine martial army was more than sufficient. Moreover, with His Majesty's avatar stationed, it was indeed appropriate to assertively crush the formidable presence of the celestial demons. He spoke. Take him away. His Majesty places great importance on the profound realm this time, to prevent any emperors or quasi-emperors from escaping. I shall personally lead the charge to cleanse the profound realm. The gaze of Lord Shuquan glinted with a murderous intent. He was the sharpest blade in the hands of the Martial Emperor, and naturally the first to unsheath. Having made his decision, he approached a manifestation of the Martial Emperor to seek his counsel. Go forth. Annihilate the profound realm along with the Tao of Heaven. Capture that great fiend for me. Seated upon his celestial chariot, the Martial Emperor listened to Lord Shuquan's strategy and nonchalantly waved his hand in acquiescence. He was well aware of the situation in the profound realm. It was merely a primitive small realm, harboring a singular great fiend that had fortuitously acquired the inheritance of the celestial domain. His leading of the Grand Army was not merely for the purpose of capturing the fiend, but also to demonstrate the Martial Emperor's celestial might and eradicate the various negative repercussions brought about by the recent calamity techniques. Simultaneously, he aimed to ensure that this great fiend had no prospect of escape. Lord Shuquan knelt on one knee. Yes. As he watched Lord Shuquan depart, the Martial Emperor squinted towards the central domain. Mother, what is she occupied with now? Once the reincarnation heavenly flames in the central domain had been collected, he would send another avatar to investigate. For some inexplicable reason, he was reminded of Luo Hanyan, and a sense of unease washed over him. Yet, considering that 3 other avatars were stationed in the central domain, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to the aftereffects of the calamity techniques. Boom, boom. The resounding noise reverberated through the 77 passages. Lord Qingyun, in collaboration with several quasi-emperors, unleashed numerous treasured artifacts, consolidating the 77 passages for the profound realm. This was a fantastical notion, however, for the celestial demon realm, which had long been engaged in warfare across various realms. It was merely a systematic method, resulting in the formation of an immensely broad and magnificent passage. Attack. With a single command, countless figures surged behind him, their formidable aura erupting with the force of heaven and earth. The first wave of celestial demon realm experts charging into the passage was a sight to behold. Thousands of Saint Kings, 5 quasi-emperors, alongside the peak of quasi-emperor, Lord Qingyun. It's over. It's over. At the opposite end of the passage, the soul warrior, Sabuto, watched in horror as the 77 passages guarding the profound realm transformed abruptly, converging into a grand passage. The terrifying aura emanating from the other end of the passage was enough to strike fear into anyone. The celestial emperor had yet to arrive. Being a late-stage great saint, Sabuto was not easily cowed. Yet, with a mournful expression, he glanced down at his damp trousers, struggling internally as he muttered, I'm sorry, celestial emperor. My feeble physique can withstand no more than this. I'll just toss a black basketball and flee. You want to hold it against me? Will you? Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he beheld the first figure emerging from the passage, a silver-haired individual parting their hair down the middle, charging forth atop a colossal dragon, leaving him utterly stunned. With a flick of the wrist, in an instant, the basketball belonging to Kuriko erupted, releasing a conspicuous plume of black smoke that cascaded into the vast corridor. At the forefront, the formidable Tianhu, upon witnessing a small black sphere blossom, furrowed his brow in bewilderment. What on earth is this? He exclaimed, as he raised his hand and struck the basketball with force. A historic moment unfolded. With a resounding crash, the basketball exploded. Boom. In an instant, it unleashed a torrent of black light, emanating delicate ripples that resonated with the fragmented aura within the corridor. It erupted in a series of dark waves, cascading like a tidal surge, bringing forth an overwhelming silence. Thousands of saintly kings perished. 5 quasi-emperors were left with 2 dead and 3 injured. Sukuna sustained grave wounds. Chapter 077, Approaching Catastrophe. 77 channels in the realm of mysticism experience a turmoil. The mountains and seas churn, and the heavens and earth change color. For the beings of the mystical realm, anyone whose cultivation has reached the level of a great being can sense the extraordinary commotion. And the elder Jiang ascended into the air, gazing into the distance with a look of astonishment. What has transpired? Is there a problem with the channels? Nagongqin furrowed her brow slightly, appearing at the Tianhu. Observing below, where has the channel at Mount Wanzhong gone? Elder Jiang, have we received any response from the great sage? He is too busy to reply. White sage. Nagongqin's gaze shifted towards the source of the voice. Perhaps he is too preoccupied to respond. We must flee, for the enemy is upon us, and without that individual, no one in the mystical realm can withstand them. Another figure emerged, by Extreme, her complexion a stormy shade of iron, radiating an aura of impending doom. Currently a guest at she was, in fact, the strongest being in the mystical realm. The moment the channel showed signs of disturbance, she had sensed the presence on the other side. A massive horde of demons is approaching. She distinctly perceived that the first wave consisted of beings at the Saint King level, with some even bearing the aura of quasi-emperors. What on earth is happening? Where has that individual gone to indulge in merriment? After tossing a remark to Nagongqin, Bai Exiner turned to depart, hastening towards the Tianhu small realm. Suddenly, Elder Jiang spoke. The great sage has responded. He mentioned that there has been a minor disturbance with the channel, but it is nothing serious, urging us to remain calm. Bai Exiner halted in her tracks, stunned. The great sage is still alive? A minor disturbance, nothing serious? Are you trying to deceive me? This assault by the demon race is clearly unlike the last, with the terrifying strength of the heavenly demon realm bearing down. A mere great sage is but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even that individual would have to retreat. As she pondered in disbelief, the entire mystical realm resonated with an exhilarating announcement. Emperor Chu has slain 10 Saint Kings at the Two-Realm Channel. Emperor Chu has slain 50 Saint Kings at the Two-Realm Channel. Emperor Chu has slain 100 Saint Kings at the Two-Realm Channel. What? All the powerful beings of the mystical realm were taken aback. What? The Emperor Chu has appeared. He has slain 100 Saint Kings? Incredible. With the cultivation level of the great sage, The voice of the great sage reverberated throughout the mystical realm. From the fleeing saints to the ordinary cultivators oblivious to the chaos, all were stunned, instinctively looking up in astonishment at the thunderous proclamation. Even more absurdly, the great sage's voice seemed endless. Like a recording machine, he mechanically repeated the announcements, merely altering the numbers. In the blink of an eye, 300 Saint Kings had perished according to his declarations. What was even more terrifying was the exuberance in his voice, growing more fervent with each utterance, as if he had been invigorated by some potent elixir. The previously fleeing saints, including the hidden saints, also heard this proclamation, their shock deepening. After all, they had personally felt the terrifying aura emanating from the opposing side. Unexpectedly, just as they departed, the Emperor of Chu made his appearance. How many? 150 sovereign kings? 200? I'm utterly flabbergasted, truly at a loss. What on earth has transpired? Should we investigate? Perhaps the Emperor of Chu can eradicate the invading demons once more. Let us take a look. The great sage C is still alive. Surely he is not in grave danger. They chattered amongst themselves, stealthily following the voice of Si Budo until they reached the entrance of the passage. At that moment, Si Budo's round face was flushed with excitement, his eyes wide, as he vociferously continued to broadcast to the beings of the Xian realm, resembling a caperooing monkey. He was genuinely exhilarated. What an incredible thrill! What had just occurred? The basketball, a mere tiny orb, was tossed, and then the passage erupted. It exploded. All the invading demons were silenced, vanishing right before his eyes. This left Si Budo both ecstatic and apprehensive. My goodness, the power of the basketball bestowed upon me by the Emperor of Chu is indeed terrifying. I even contemplated licking it. Had I done so in my excitement and it exploded, I would have been obliterated. After calming his nerves and drying his trousers, Si Budo gazed into the now eerily quiet passage, overwhelmed with joy. Then he had a thought. Such a momentous event should not be enjoyed alone. It is far better to share joy with others. Being the leg-hugging king, he possessed a keen awareness that it was not he who vanquished the invading demons, but rather the basketball gifted by the Emperor of Chu. Given the prior rumors regarding the Emperor, Si Budo decided to shout even louder in his fervent announcement. Bai Shiner was the first to arrive. Her peach blossom eyes scanned the surroundings, astonished to find no trace of Chu Feng. Shocked, she questioned Si Budo, great sage Si. Where's the Emperor of Chu? Has he gone to the other side? She focused on the passage and noticed that 77 passages had been merged into one, resembling a cosmic creation. The colossal passage was engulfed in black smoke and chaos, utterly torn apart, with storms raging within. Bai Shiner's pupils constricted as she spotted a familiar figure within the passage. Su Kunu. What was he doing here? Was he leading this assault on the Xian realm? Her expression darkened abruptly. At her peak, Su Kunu was only slightly her inferior, and after so many years, he was likely on the verge of attaining the status of a great emperor. He was the most loyal follower of the martial emperor, if he had arrived. The martial emperor must regard the Xian realm with utmost seriousness. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Shiner's face turned pale. The turmoil within the passage was visibly subsiding. Several familiar figures emerged, accompanied by numerous sovereign kings. The martial emperor's countenance was ashen. The noise from the other end of the passage was deafening. Did they fear he wouldn't be here? The name of the Emperor of Chu, that notorious moniker, was truly audacious, daring to invoke the title of the Heavenly Emperor. The martial emperor's gaze turned frigid as he brandished a massive halberd infused with an overwhelming demonic aura. Behind him, countless phantoms materialized with overwhelming might, charging forth to assist the martial emperor in breaching the passageway. Bai Shiner, her throat parched, turned to Si Bu and urged, "Flee swiftly, the Ascendant Emperor. No, perhaps the great emperor has descended." Si Bu was taken aback by her words. The newly arrived figures, including Yin Sheng and Nangong Qin, also heard her exclamation. Ascendant Emperor? Great Emperor? Could such titles truly be within our realm of comprehension? As they gazed upon the terrifying aura emanating from the passage, a chill swept over them. Do not panic, Si Bu reassured, though he too felt a surge of anxiety. Trembling, he produced a black basketball and tossed it into the tunnel. What on earth did he just throw? Bai Shiner stared in disbelief as the black orb floated into the passage. Boom, boom. Within the passage, an unprecedented cataclysm ensued. The Ascendant Emperor fell. The Void Kuan Marquis perished. The martial emperor's avatar was lost. The passage collapsed. The Emperor of Chu, slaying 3 Ascendant Emperors within the dual realms. The Emperor of Chu vanquishing 5 Ascendant Emperors within the dual realms. The Emperor of Chu dispatching 10 Ascendant Emperors within the dual realms. Cebu emitted a piercing explosion, reverberating throughout the Xian realm. At Taikuan Palace, Chu Feng found himself ensnared by two delicate, silky hands around his neck. Skyping, accelerate. Skyping, accelerate. The Emperor of Chu was employing his newly acquired talent to vanquish demons and vanquish evil. The fateful protagonist's confidant, the martial emperor, has perished, fortune diminished. Destiny points reduced by 20,000. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. The morale of the fateful protagonist's martial emperor legion has plummeted, fortune diminished. Destiny points reduced by 10,000. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. The fateful protagonist's martial emperor avatar has perished, fortune diminished. Destiny points reduced by 100,000. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 3. Suddenly, the system's untimely notification echoed. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. A hauntingly soft voice resonated. My lord, why have you paused? Chu Feng instinctively replied, it's almost full. Almost full? Luo Hanyan was bewildered. What does that mean? Chu Feng sensed the eternal gate within him, where the primordial star bead shimmered with the essence of the Xian realm, which should have only contained a thin layer. Yet now, it had inexplicably surpassed halfway, a most remarkable phenomenon. P.S. A threefold update, seeking your support. P.S. 2. Another chapter will be added tonight. I'm currently writing. Chapter 078, Stealing the Home with Narrowed Eyes. Chu Feng sensed the changes at the Eternal Gate and instantly understood the gravity of the situation in the Xian realm. Martial Emperor, how ungracious of you. I came to extend my condolences, yet you have pilfered my ancestral home. In light of this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. A chill swept through Chu Feng's gaze, his displeasure palpable. Before him stood a beautiful woman, her smooth, fair shoulder adorned with a vividly lifelike mark, a complex yet aesthetically pleasing character representing Chu. This mark was a slave seal, a testament to Luo Hanyan's promise to obtain his ancestral blood essence. With the slave seal in place, he could demand anything from the matriarch of the Qingyun clan. Chu Feng instructed, I have provided you with a surplus of my blood essence. In addition to enhancing the ancestral tomb's fortune, it can also benefit your esteemed son, strengthening his physique. The servant comprehended his words. Luo Hanyan's enchanting eyes sparkled with gratitude, her exquisite oval face radiating appreciation. The ancestral spirit was even more accommodating than she had anticipated. According to their original agreement, only a single drop of blood essence was required. Yet the ancestral spirit had generously left several drops, even considering Bao Bao's needs. Truly, he was the progenitor of the demon clan. Luo Hanyan surmised that with the assistance of the ancestral blood essence, Bao Bao's ninth avatar would be able to thrive, undoubtedly bringing him great delight. She personally draped a shimmering black robe over Chu Feng, then bowed deeply, stating, on behalf of my Bao Bao, I express my heartfelt thanks to the ancestral spirit. A stirring sensation washed over Chu Feng. Bao Bao, Martial Emperor, I never imagined you possessed such an endearing side. He offered Luo Hanyan a composed smile and waved his hand, saying, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As the summoning period had concluded, was he to return to the immortal realm? Luo Hanyan's expression turned solemn as she watched Chu Feng's figure vanish, silently reflecting on the benevolence of the ancestral spirit. Departing from the Tianhu ancient star, Chu Feng, of course, opted not to return to the Xian realm. He unleashed the Tianping S-Speed, transforming into a formidable primordial Tianping, traversing the cosmos to arrive at the vast, boundless heart of the central domain. There stood an imposing, magnificent colossal city, resembling a slumbering behemoth from the primordial era, quietly lying between heaven and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring and terrifying majesty. Above the city, two ancient characters gleamed like divine flames, Martial Emperor. The towering city walls seemed to reach the stars above, etched with ancient runes that shimmered with mysterious light. At this moment, within the Martial Emperor city, the night enveloped the walls, where the runes radiated brilliant luminescence, illuminating the entire city as if it were daylight. Truly, it was the core divine city of the Tianhu realm, more vibrant than any place in the Xian realm. Chu Feng observed the bustling Martial Emperor city below, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The structures within the city were intricately interconnected, each edifice adorned with images of the Qingyun. The streets were alive with demons, and a casual glance revealed that these beings possessed the strength of sages. At the heart of Martial Emperor City rose a towering palace, piercing the clouds. Every column of the palace is forged from the most opulent divine gold, adorned with countless brilliant celestial crystals on the ceiling that radiate a light so resplendent that it immediately captures the attention of any formidable warrior entering the Martial Emperor City. Likewise, this luminescence coalesces into 4 grand characters, Martial Emperor Palace, proclaiming the exalted status of its master. This place is quite remarkable, Chu Feng mused, growing increasingly satisfied with each glance. Suddenly, he unleashed a wild and overwhelming imperial pressure, sweeping across the entire Martial Emperor city. In the next moment, the burning divine fire above the city transformed the character from martial into heavenly, and the radiant inscription of Martial Emperor Palace gradually warped, morphing into the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Within Martial Emperor City, an unknown number of top-tier experts from the celestial demon realm were stationed. This transformation ignited a reaction akin to hot oil meeting fire. An explosive uproar ensued. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Martial Emperor City? Who would challenge the Emperor's authority and wish for their own demise? Figures exuding terrifying auras emerged from every corner of the city, issuing stern rebukes. The pervasive killing intent shattered the previously lively atmosphere of the city. Finding it rather bothersome, Chu Feng furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. Those figures fell as if they were dumplings, instantly devoid of life. The arriving experts were left aghast, gazing at the man in the black robe who strode across the celestial threshold, descending towards the Martial Emperor Palace. Inside the Martial Emperor Palace, the opulence was unparalleled. The floor was lavishly covered with thick carpets made from the hides of quasi-emperor-level beasts. The surrounding walls were adorned with exquisite murals, suffused with boundless spiritual energy. Towering columns were intricately carved with scenes of ancient celestial eagles hunting colossal dragons, vividly lifelike. As Chu Feng stepped into the Martial Emperor Palace, the ancient celestial eagles manifested, only to suddenly screech and flee the hall in a panicked flurry, akin to small sparrows. The celestial experts who arrived thereafter looked on in disbelief, their expressions turning grim. What troubled them further was the black-robed man who, with calm composure, ascended the steps, his stride steady and powerful, causing the entire hall to tremble with each footfall. Chu Feng walked directly to the center of the hall, casually seating himself upon the imperial throne that embodied the authority of the Martial Emperor. Leaning back with one hand against the armrest, he bore an air of defiance, his demeanor relaxed. From this day forth, this Heavenly Emperor's city belongs to me, he declared, his voice unassuming yet imbued with boundless arrogance and dominion. In that moment, he had become the sole sovereign of this grand hall in the Heavenly Emperor's city. Who is in favor? Who opposes? Chu Feng's gaze radiated an endless divine might, sweeping over the assembly as if wielding an unparalleled divine sword, piercing the hearts of all present. The hall was instantly engulfed in silence, as everyone was awestruck by the man's audacious demeanor. After a brief pause, an aged Monkey Clan quasi-emperor, his visage adorned with white fur, shouted in outrage, impudence. This is Martial Emperor City, not Heavenly Emperor City. Where do you come from? With a flicker of blood red in his eyes, Chu Feng cast a casual glance at him, and the Monkey Clan quasi-emperor fell lifeless on the spot. Who is in favor? Who opposes? Chu Feng maintained an air of calmness as he spoke casually once more. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, an inexplicable dread creeping into their hearts. They gazed in astonishment at the man in black robes who dared to challenge the authority of the Martial Emperor. Who would have the audacity to act so insolently within this imperial hall? At that moment, a voice, cold and piercing, resonated from outside, laced with an overwhelming intent to kill. A manifestation of the Martial Emperor entered, his hair and beard bristling, the golden wings behind him trembling like thunder. He strode into the hall with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, fixing his gaze upon the man within, his eyes igniting with a torrent of murderous intent. Behind him, numerous figures emerged, exuding an immense aura. The city of the Martial Emperor was thrown into turmoil. The arrival was far more than just a mere manifestation of the Martial Emperor. Chu Feng slightly raised his chin, casting a disdainful glance at the Martial Emperor, and replied with an air of indifference, "Bower, who granted you the audacity to act so brazenly before me?" Chapter 79, Impertinence. I am your father. The originally icy countenance of the Martial Emperor darkened upon hearing Chu Feng's audacious remark, his aura erupting with fury akin to a seething flame. You seek death, he bellowed, as though pierced to the heart. The Martial Emperor's eyes glinted with a murderous intent that surged like a tempest, pointing at Chu Feng. He commanded, "Get down. Which ancestral clan do you belong to? Today, I shall annihilate your entire lineage." Treasure Bower. The celestial beings from the heavenly demon realm standing behind the Martial Emperor were momentarily stunned. Who was Bower? The Martial Emperor's childhood name was a sensitive subject, known only within the ancient Heavenly Ping clan. Many of them wore expressions of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the members of the ancient Heavenly Peng clan beside the martial emperor's side turned pale with shock. By the heavens! This audacious madman not only dares to encroach upon the martial emperor's throne, but also has the temerity to call him by his childhood name. Has he grown weary of life? At that moment, those daring to be present here were either near emperors or members of the ancient Heavenly Peng clan. As loyal subordinates, they could not feign ignorance while their leader was being ridiculed. Regardless of their leader's thoughts, the younger brothers must exert their initiative. The martial emperor was invincible, supreme, reigning over the heavens and suppressing the earth, the foremost emperor throughout history. When the martial emperor emerged, who could rival him? Do not seek your own demise. The powerful beings behind the martial emperor roared in unison, bolstering his presence. Impertinence, I am your father. A crisp sound echoed as a hand, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, struck the martial emperor's cold visage. The towering figure of the martial emperor was sent flying like a mere sack of sand. The speed of this strike was so rapid that none present could react in time. By the time they regained their composure, they found the martial emperor absent from the hall, exchanging incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment at the man in the black robe seated upon the throne. By the heavens! From whence has this god of murder emerged? Such overwhelming dominance. Even the martial emperor was struck. Very well, you are formidable indeed. I had not anticipated that our heavenly demon realm would give rise to an emperor. No wonder you dare to covet my divine city. It was my oversight. Although the martial emperor had been sent flying, his voice resonated once more. An emperor? The powerful beings present erupted in a clamor. This black-robed man, so ruthless, so powerful, and yet so strikingly handsome. No wonder he was an emperor. Their faces turned ashen. At that moment, every being within the hall of the heavenly demon realm was at least a peak saint king. Thus, they understood the magnificence of an emperor all too well. Were it not for the martial emperor's previous feats of slaying emperors, they would have already scattered in panic. An oversight? Chu Feng looked down from his elevated position at the flickering shadow outside the hall, where the martial emperor reappeared, embodying the role of the destined protagonist, maintaining an air of superiority even after such a blow, as if he were the one delivering the strike. He remarked coolly, "Your body seems less resilient than your tongue." The crowd immediately turned their gazes toward the martial emperor. Once a figure of unparalleled celestial might, the domineering and authoritative martial emperor had returned once more. At this moment, his face was swollen like that of a pig, his armor nowhere to be seen, his skin marred with fissures, and blood flowed freely. Even his wings had suffered the misfortune of being broken in 3 places. Although the reason for his slap was unclear, the martial emperor's condition was indeed dire. Yet, his subordinates could not help but feel that the words of this domineering emperor bore some semblance of truth. Feeling their scrutinizing gazes, the martial emperor's eyes turned icy. A golden light enveloped him, concealing his embarrassment, and he instantly transformed into a figure resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. His ability to recover was not in question. Rather, it was a matter of cost-effectiveness. The strike from the emperor left him, merely a peak avatar of a quasi-emperor, unable to mend his wounds swiftly. Shifting crocodile, sky tiger, Qingyun, celestial horse. Initiate the myriad phenomena demon refinement formation. The martial emperor, in both his past and present lives, possessed extensive experience in combat. Acknowledging the formidable foe before him, he deemed further discussion futile. Only the victors could inscribe history. Being merely an avatar, it was natural that he could not overpower the emperor at this moment. But what of the emperor? Merely an ant. He had the potential to achieve enlightenment centuries prior, but deemed it beneath him to certify a commonplace emperor. Such profound depth endowed him with myriad means to subdue the emperor. Boom. As the martial emperor's thoughts began to coalesce, a hand descended once more, reducing him to a pulpy mass writhing upon the ground. Conversing with your father while still able to divert your attention. Do you not understand that villains perish from their verbosity? Came the calm voice of Chu Feng. You have usurped my imperial palace and dare to label me a villain? The martial emperor erupted in golden light, struggling to move. Realizing that of the 4 quasi-emperors he had summoned, 2 had already been lost. The reason 2 remained was due to the extensive combat experience of the Qingyun Emperor and the Celestial Horse Emperor. Spare me. Great King, spare me. The martial emperor has gone too far. The victims must be severely punished. Chu Tianhu is invincible. Chu Tianhu is supreme. Chu Tianhu commands the 9 heavens and suppresses the 10 lands, the foremost emperor throughout the ages. Sensing the perilous situation, The two quasi-emperors immediately unleashed their formidable quasi-emperor powers, kneeling in submission, their eloquence pouring forth in a powerful output. Though they still found themselves at a disadvantage and not slain. Not only did these two quasi-emperors fight to the death, but even the ancient celestial Ping clan's members within the hall, upon witnessing the extraordinary battle between Chu Feng and the martial emperor, displayed expressions of dread, unleashing a mighty roar as they employed their supreme talent, Celestial Ping's swift flight. In a flash, the Qingyun fled the hall, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The martial emperor could only scoff, a bunch of useless fools. Ultimately, facing such a powerful emperor, he had to rely on himself. Imprint, come forth. He writhed upon the ground, his voice a low murmur. The heavens shook and the earth trembled as a terrifyingly potent aura surged skyward. It was an unparalleled grand seal manifesting in the world, engraved with the silhouette of a dread figure, boundless phenomena emerging. The most striking feature was the blood-red eyes of the ancestor of the demon clan depicted upon the seal, utterly chilling. Oh? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing a familiar aura emanating from this grand seal. The essence of origin. This grand seal was unmistakably an origin-class supreme imperial weapon. It bore striking resemblance to the Eternal Gate. Yet the aura above, owing to the vast disparity between the two worlds, was overwhelmingly terrifying compared to the Eternal Gate. Merely the presence of this supreme seal in the celestial demon realm rendered it invincible. With the emergence of this demonic emblem, the martial emperor swiftly regained his strength, his aura surging exponentially. He had shattered the chasm that separated the quasi-emperor from the great emperor. Early stage of the great emperor, mid-stage of the great emperor, late stage of the great emperor. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he encountered an opponent who could match him in prowess. At this moment, the martial emperor's aura was scarcely inferior to his own. However, this grand seal, suspended above the martial emperor's head, cascaded down like a waterfall, continuously bestowing boundless divine power upon him. At this juncture, the martial emperor's physical form erupted with a kaleidoscope of light, his body expanding relentlessly, transforming into a resplendent embodiment of colors. The celestial emperor city trembled, and the celestial emperor palace quaked. An overwhelming aura coalesced into an infinite space, directly severing the celestial emperor palace from the celestial emperor city, encapsulating them within the seal. Chu Feng squinted. Truly, the chosen one of destiny possesses remarkable capabilities. Compared to him, Guyan was unworthy to even carry his shoes. The current martial emperor had surpassed the late stage of the great emperor, drawing perilously close to the pinnacle of greatness. Even among the great emperors, the hope of defeating the martial emperor wielding this demonic emblem in the celestial demon realm was exceedingly slim. The martial emperor was invincible, the supreme ruler, reigning over the heavens and suppressing the earth, the foremost emperor throughout history. The two emperors, kneeling in submission, immediately sensed the shift in power. Their faces flushed as they bellowed and retreated, seeking to escape the imperial palace. Yet, in despair, they discovered that the realm outside the celestial emperor palace was engulfed in chaos, completely severed from the outside world. They were compelled to witness this pinnacle battle of the celestial demon realm. The martial emperor paid no heed to these insignificant figures, his towering divine presence gazing down upon Chu Feng. Come, kneel before me. Do you think you are worthy of my divine city? Chapter 080. The martial emperor has gained a great advantage. You seem to believe you have a significant chance of winning. A smirk curled at the corner of Chu Feng's lips as he slowly rose to his feet. His eyes abruptly turned a vivid crimson, countless patterns surging forth, overwhelming the atmosphere with an unparalleled ferocity that pressed down upon his opponent. Behind him, a faintly purple nine-tiered demon tower materialized, emanating an intimidating demonic radiance. This was the Tower of 10,000 Demons, a seemingly unremarkable supreme imperial weapon in Chu Feng's inventory. It was so ordinary that it often lay buried among scrap metal, mingling with various divine and quasi-imperial scraps. This extraordinary imperial artifact possessed an exceedingly formidable function beyond serving as a prison for the demon race. Chu Feng referred to it as a special assault against demons. All beings with demon bloodlines, as long as they remained within the imperial realm, would be constrained by the Tower of 10,000 Demons, automatically suppressed to a lower realm. As the tower manifested, the pale purple light enveloped the martial emperor. His infinitely expanding realm was instantly locked at the late stage of the great emperor. The martial emperor's expression turned icy, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light as he gazed at the tower, a glint of avarice in his gaze, a fine treasure. I shall take it. He strode forward, delivering a powerful punch. Countless patterns erupted from his fist, akin to a world-destroying star, hurtling towards Chu Feng's face. Even under the pressure of the tower, bolstered by the descending demon patterns that continuously released supreme essence, he felt an absolute confidence. Who grants you such audacity? Chu Feng did not retreat a single step, confronting the martial emperor's assault. The demon ancestor's scripture surged forth, the might of the progenitor of all demons erupting. Overwhelming the martial emperor, the supreme bloodline of the demon race unleashed boundless celestial might, compelling all demons to bow beneath its weight. The martial emperor's aura weakened significantly, dropping to the mid-stage of the great emperor. The martial emperor's cataclysmic punch suddenly faltered, akin to a recluse striking a concrete wall. With a crack, he was sent flying, bearing the weight of the demon patterns. By the heavens, the demon ancestor! The demon ancestor has returned from the immortal realm. The two imperial emperors, Nyo and Ma, emitted sharp roars, their own strength diminished under the dual pressure exerted by the demon ancestor's presence in the tower of 10,000 demons, nearly unable to sustain their saintly king realms. However, the two demons were oblivious to their own predicament. Utterly captivated by the presence of the demon ancestor, the source of all demon bloodlines, legends had long suggested that he had transcended to the immortal realm, yet here he was, standing before them in the demon world. The arrival of the demon ancestor. In that instant, the two quasi-imperial beings suddenly found all of the prior words spoken by the demon ancestor to be entirely reasonable. The demon ancestor was indeed the progenitor of all demons. For the martial emperor to call him father, what an advantageous position to be in. Nyo and Ma were utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, they began to shout at the top of their lungs, "All hail the demon ancestor! The might of the demon ancestor! Martial emperor, do not rebel. Just call him father. We implore you." Even Chu Feng found his attention momentarily drawn to their fervent cries. These two were truly remarkable individuals. The shift in allegiance was so seamless that even Sabu Dao would find it challenging to counter such a transition. "You are the demon ancestor? You have descended from the immortal realm." The figure of the martial emperor reappeared, feeling the terrifying aura of the demon ancestor emanating from Chu Feng. His bloodline was suppressed to an extreme degree. It was a pressure that originated from the depths of his soul and bloodline, rendering him as if ensnared in a quagmire, utterly powerless to extricate himself. Particularly, the pair of blood-red eyes that met his gaze intertwined with his own. The martial emperor discerned that these blood-red orbs were identical to the demon eyes inscribed upon his great seal of heaven and earth, perfectly aligned. This was an exceedingly distasteful sensation, causing the martial emperor to feel that the situation was spiraling out of control. He was profoundly shaken, for he was well aware that prior to his seizing of another's body, during his time as a true immortal in the immortal realm, he had heard of the illustrious name of the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was indeed a top-tier figure in the immortal realm. During his tenure there, the martial emperor had never even laid eyes upon the demon ancestor. Based on his conjectures, it was highly probable that the current demon ancestor had ascended to the rank of an immortal king. The being that had manifested in Martial Emperor City was likely an incarnation of the demon ancestor, far exceeding his capacity to control. This battle could not proceed any further. The arrival of the demon ancestor's incarnation posed a significant threat to him, compelling him to strategize with his other avatars. He resolved to temporarily entrust this divine city to others. A flicker of retreat stirred within the martial emperor. It was not that he was incapable of fighting back, but rather that he felt trepidation, the incarnation of the demon ancestor. If he could attain enlightenment through the nine-turn-great emperor technique, slaying the demon ancestor would be as simple as killing a chicken. Even if he were to incur the demon ancestor's enmity, he would not worry about lacking formidable protectors when he ventured into the immortal realm in the future. However, at present, he was merely an avatar. And due to the previous affliction of the Eenstar's poison, his boundless divine consciousness had sustained permanent damage, preventing him from sharing information. He needed to relay this matter to his other avatars. Upon witnessing the previously fierce martial emperor whose resolve had dissipated, Chu Feng, with a serene smile, inquired, "Are you afraid? Do you wish to flee? Leave behind my seal." He raised a hand, grasping towards the demonic pattern great seal, which reacted as a wild, untamed beast, thrashing restlessly. "What do you mean, your seal?" The audacity of the demon ancestor's incarnation was infuriating. The martial emperor's countenance darkened, an ominous premonition rising within him. He decisively dispelled the spatial domain and turned to escape. Alas, it was too late. Just as the martial emperor had severed the spatial connection, He had yet to notify his other avatars, and the great seal of heaven and earth had already been forcibly subdued. From behind Chu Feng, the tower of 10,000 demons erupted in a siphoning force, drawing this avatar of the martial emperor directly within. The reason for not slaying the martial emperor outright was that Chu Feng had sensed he practiced an exceptionally unique technique. Should he kill the martial emperor's avatar, there remained a means for him to resurrect. This was entirely in keeping with the protagonist's nature of being a born resilient character with an enduring vitality. For the time being, he would confine him, subject him to interrogation, and see if anything could be pried from him. If all else failed, he could always kill him for a chance at the destiny treasure chest. How tiresome. Having waited so long, why had the other avatars yet to arrive? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, knowing that the martial emperor had numerous avatars stationed here, lying in wait to ensnare him entirely. Yet, to his surprise, none had yet arrived. Did the martial emperor's avatars lack connectivity? Or had he grown overly confident, believing he could suppress them with ease? Who had bestowed upon him such audacity? Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the bewildered figures of the two emperors, Niu and Ma. As they straightened up, Chu Feng's penetrating look rendered them momentarily stunned. Spare us, O ancestor of demons! We are but humble servants of the martial emperor, with no choice in the matter. The two quasi-emperors had witnessed Chu Feng effortlessly suppressing the martial emperor who had summoned the great seal of heaven and earth, a phenomenon unprecedented in the realm of celestial demons. Yet, upon reflecting on his identity, their situation suddenly made sense. Before the ancestor of demons, any semblance of dignity was readily cast aside, and they knelt before him. Chu Feng regarded them thoughtfully and casually remarked, "Rise. Should you find yourselves fortunate enough to escape today, you are aware of what must be done, are you not?" What does that mean? Niu and Ma exchanged bewildered glances as they stood up, still perplexed. The heavenly horse emperor, seemingly enlightened, hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no. We shall not utter a word." The Qingyun emperor, equally quick to grasp the situation, patted his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, O ancestor. None of the martial emperor's other avatars will glean even the slightest information from us. I can swear an oath by the ancestor." Chu Feng frowned. "If that is the case, then your fates are sealed." An overwhelming aura emanated from him, capable of obliterating the very heavens. The two emperors were instantly struck dumb. In their panic, they knelt once more, their foreheads hitting the ground in desperation. "Please spare us. O ancestor, we know not what we have done wrong. Kindly enlighten us." Seeing their desperate demeanor, Chu Feng's inherent compassion surged forth, and he kindly advised, "If you manage to leave today, and inadvertently disclose the events that transpired in the heavenly emperor's palace in the public squares of the great cities of the celestial demon realm, would that not broaden your horizons and alter your fates?" Niu and Ma stared at Chu Feng, still somewhat unclear about his meaning. The Qingyun emperor instinctively inquired, How do you mean?" Chu Feng pondered briefly before guiding them step by step. "Little Niu, could your lines be phrased thusly? Astonishing. The new master of the heavenly emperor city is none other than the ancestor of demons. A twist of fate. The martial emperor has been utterly defeated, reduced to calling for mercy. Spectacular. The martial emperor dares to engage in such antics before us." His casual remarks left Niu and Ma utterly bewildered. Is this truly our task? To assist you in such a grand display? They thought. "O ancestor, you are an unparalleled entity. Do you truly relish such theatrics?" The heavenly horse emperor hastily asked, "And what of my role? Is it the same?" Chu Feng shook his head. "Little Ma, you must be more refined." Perhaps. He gazed towards the heavens, hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of boundless might. He stated with poise, "At the pinnacle of immortality, I reign supreme, for where I, the ancestor of demons, exist, there is heaven, who stands as the peak at the end of the immortal path. Upon encountering the ancestor of demons, all emptiness is dispelled." Niu and Ma were rendered speechless. What an exquisitely grandiloquent expression. Could such a display truly be within our grasp? Upon hearing these words, they felt as if electrified, their senses awakening as if they had glimpsed a broader vista of existence. Recalling the extravagant praises they once lavished upon the martial emperor, it seemed akin to child's play. Observing the moment when the two finally grasped the essence of the matter, Chu Feng offered a serene smile. Do not misconstrue his demeanor. He harbored no desire to boast, as it bore little significance. His actions were merely intended to provoke the martial emperor and, perhaps, to acquire some fate value and a treasure chest of destiny in the process. System 6. Then, may we depart, ancestor of demons? Do not rush off. Remain standing. The two, bull and horse, froze in place, hastily glancing at Chu Feng. He cast a nonchalant glance at the two emperors, instructing, "Swear the great oath of the ancestor of demons." Without hesitation, bull and horse complied, solemnly pledging their oath. As he watched them depart, Chu Feng reclined back into the imperial throne, a playful glint in his eyes as he tossed the demon-patterned seal in his hand, his divine consciousness surging into the Tower of 10,000 Demons. Chapter 081, The Enigmatic Tower of 10,000 Beasts. The tower comprises 9 levels, each enshrouded in a peculiar purple mist. Regrettably, this mist has remained largely unutilized since it came into the possession of Chu Feng. However, today, the martial emperor finds himself in a fortuitous predicament. At the very bottom of the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, the purple mist manifests like chains, embedding itself into every possible point of the martial emperor's avatar. His eyes are clouded, his aura diminished, entirely stripped of the formidable presence he once possessed. Resembling prey ensnared in a spider's web, devoid of any will to struggle, quietly awaiting judgment. "You seem to be enjoying yourself," a soft, mocking voice resonates within the tower. The martial emperor trembles slightly, responding in a low tone, "Enjoying? Once I suppress you, I shall grant you the pleasure of endless years." Each avatar of the martial emperor possesses its own independent will, yet they share the same character and thought processes. Faced with such a powerful adversary as Chu Feng, whose origins exceed all expectations, the martial emperor remains confident. He does not believe he could be bested by a mere incarnation of a beast ancestor. This avatar falters due to its ignorance of the opponent's true nature, having previously been ambushed by the celestial scroll, which ensnared all avatars to some extent, preventing the full exertion of his capabilities. If this avatar were to merge and confront the beast ancestor's incarnation, he would be 90% assured of suppressing the opponent. Chu Feng's imperial consciousness materializes as a man clad in black, with defiant brows and a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "I find your bravado quite amusing. It seems that celestial scroll has not yet imparted its lessons upon you." A weight settles in the martial emperor's heart. That celestial scroll was your doing? Aside from the martial emperor's avatars, who share information, no one else in the entire celestial demon realm is aware of the scroll's existence. Yet, this beast ancestor's incarnation has spoken it plainly. Connecting the dots regarding the opponent's identity, a fierce killing intent surges within the martial emperor. The situation becomes clear. There was no great calamity hidden in that desolate realm, but rather the incarnation of the beast ancestor had descended, fortuitously crossing paths with him. Those foolish beings had attempted to assault that savage little realm, only to find themselves confronted at their own doorstep. The martial emperor seethes with rage. Chu Feng offers no reply. Instead, he raises a hand. The chains formed from the purple mist within the tower, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, violently thrust into the martial emperor's form. Remarkably resilient, he emits no sound. Chu Feng, unperturbed, retrieves the great seal of heaven and earth, idly toying with it, tracing the smooth, warm beastly patterns upon its surface, finding it quite relieving. Approximately a quarter of an hour passes. Suddenly, a strand of purple mist embedded in the martial emperor's divine sea begins to tremble. Chu Feng's eyes brighten. "I found it." With a decisive motion, he thrusts his finger, unleashing a terrifying golden radiance akin to a blade, slicing through the purple mist with razor-sharp precision, aimed directly at the martial emperor's divine sea. With a resounding clang, it seems as though something in the void has been severed. Instantly, the myriad of purple mist enveloping the martial emperor dissipates significantly. "Are you attempting to forcibly refine the great seal of heaven and earth? I shall not let you escape unscathed." The martial emperor bellows in fury. Chu Feng paid no heed to him, his grip tightening around the great seal of heaven and earth, which he crushed with a fierce exertion. An infinite surge of spiritual energy poured into the great seal like a tempest, for he intended to forcibly refine this primordial extreme imperial weapon. Although he had previously seized it from the martial emperor, this artifact was bound to its master and could not be refined. However, the circumstances had shifted. He had recently discovered the connection between the martial emperor and the Great Seal, severing it with determination and setting forth to refine it with brute force. Such an approach might jeopardize the foundational integrity of the Great Seal, yet Chu Feng remained indifferent. He possessed an abundance of extreme imperial weapons, including those of the primordial variety. His interest in the Great Seal was not genuine. His impetuous theft was merely a means to undermine the martial emperor's foundation and destiny value. The martial emperor's eyes brimmed with fury, even in his possession. Where countless treasures resided, the Great Seal was an exceptionally formidable artifact. Under ordinary circumstances, he nurtured it with utmost care. preserving its essence and only employing it at critical junctures. Now, witnessing Chu Feng's brazen attempt to refine the Great Seal, his heart bled. It felt akin to watching a cherished bicycle being recklessly pedaled by another. The agony was profound. What troubled the martial emperor further was the secret concealed within the Great Seal. If it were to be forcibly exposed, it would spell disaster. Damn it. My limitless divine consciousness is gravely damaged, rendering me unable to contact other avatars. How could this group of fools remain oblivious to such a monumental event? The martial emperor yearned to rend Chu Feng into 1,000 pieces, while Chu Feng, undeterred, continued his relentless assault on the Great Seal. As time slipped away, even amidst the brutal and frantic refining, the progress remained sluggish, causing Chu Feng's brow to furrow in concern. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Your junior minion, Sabuto, has successfully advanced to Sage King, increasing your destiny fortune. A wave of surprise washed over him. Had Sabuto not just reached the late stage of the Great Sage? How had he ascended to Sage King so abruptly? Before he could ponder further, Chu Feng noticed that the Great Seal seemed to yield more readily to his refinements following the notification. Could Destiny Fortune possess such utility? Previously, he had overlooked its significance. But now he realized its practical applications were far more extensive than he had imagined. With this unexpected assistance, 2 more incantations passed. You have successfully seized the primordial treasure belonging to the destined protagonist, the martial emperor. His destiny value has decreased by 100,000. And you have acquired 5 destiny treasure chests. A significant secret of the destined protagonist, the martial emperor, has been exposed, causing his destiny value to diminish by 30,000. You have obtained 3 destiny treasure chests. Your title, the fledgling antagonist, has been activated, granting you an additional destiny treasure chest. The martial emperor's face turned ashen as he helplessly watched Chu Feng forcibly refine the Great Seal countless times until, at last, he succeeded. The 4 corners of the seal had become somewhat damaged due to the brutal process, and the profound energy within had been significantly weakened. The scythe struck the roots of the chives, and Chu Feng reaped bountiful rewards. He accrued an astonishing 130,000 destiny points and obtained 9 destiny treasure chests. A glance at the panel of the martial emperor revealed the truth, and by Xin's words, the martial emperor truly was the protagonist dominating the heavenly demon realm, possessing immense power. After toiling for several days, he found himself with an astounding 400,000 destiny points. The sheer magnitude of this fortune made Chu Feng involuntarily exclaim in awe, how terrifyingly formidable. Oh, there are unexpected gains as well. Refining this Great Seal of heaven and earth seems to unveil secrets. Chu Feng scrutinized the system panel and then directed his gaze towards the Great Seal in his hands. His thoughts beginning to probe meticulously, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. In the heavenly demon realm, within the central domain, at this moment, the great cities, taverns, tea houses, and stone gambling establishments buzzed with rumors. Have you heard? The martial emperor city has been seized by a transcendent being known as Chu Tiandi, and it is now called Tiandi City. Even the martial emperor and several esteemed figures were vanquished and cast out. Hiss, such words should not be spoken lightly. The martial emperor is our supreme in the heavenly demon realm. Who dares to utter such claims? This is no mere jest. It has credible sources. It is said that a supreme quasi-emperor present that day conveyed this news, and the identity of this Chu Tiandi is indeed remarkable. Who is Chu Tiandi? Numerous demon clans are engaged in fervent discussion, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, in the broken world of the celestial wolf realm, gazing at the collapsed passage, the surviving avatar of the martial emperor received the news and took out an ancient bronze mirror, observing the image that materialized upon its surface. Within a tea house, a demon with a horse's head and a human body animatedly proclaimed, Chu Tiandi, the incarnation of the demon ancestor, at the pinnacle of immortality, unrivaled in the world. Where there is my demon ancestor, there is heaven, who stands atop the immortal path. Upon seeing the demon ancestor, all becomes void. A mere martial emperor dares to contend with the demon ancestor. How laughable. Boom. The bronze mirror shattered. The martial emperor's avatar's countenance turned ashen, and he coldly commanded, return to the central domain. Chapter 82. The terrifying achievements of the Emperor of the Chu Heavens. The command for a strategic retreat from the martial emperor swiftly reverberated throughout the entire army. The eyes of the soldiers from the demon realm were aflame with indignation. Are we truly retreating? A disgrace. An absolute dishonor. This is the most formidable array the demon realm has ever presented in foreign warfare, comprising a full 4 martial emperors and the 5 great divine armies. Even if the enemy possesses an emperor, they would be compelled to retreat in fear. Yet, this awe-inspiring formation is now ordered to return home. Anger, frustration, and defiance surge within their hearts. The reason the martial emperor summoned such powerful allies was precisely due to the overwhelming strength of the opposing world, rivaling that of the demon realm, was it not? In the heat of battle, some losses are to be expected, are they not? Just 2 emperors have fallen, along with the esteemed Duke Qingyun and a few others. How can we retreat simply due to a momentary setback? I am still ready to fight. I still yearn to charge forth. I would rather perish in battle than retreat. Especially as they heard the boisterous announcements from the opposing passage, triumphantly reporting their kill counts, their teeth ground in fury. Damn it. We understand the reports of kills. But must the exaggeration be so blatant? Including our esteemed martial emperor, we have but a little over 10 quasi-emperors in the demon realm. How can that fool on the other side claim to have slain over 100 quasi-emperors in a single day? Where did they all come from? The mighty warriors of the demon army, in their attempts to breach this passage over the past few days, had become so inundated with the name Emperor Chu that it had become almost second nature to them. They could hardly contain their desire to rush over and deliver a resounding blow to that insufferable voice. Now, to be ordered to retreat, how could they possibly acquiesce? Why do you not move as commanded by the emperor? At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. A general from the Azure Dragon army spoke coldly. Boom, boom. With this general's command, the warriors of the demon realm finally began to stir. Despite their inner turmoil and resistance, the authority of the martial emperor was absolute. And one by one, the powerful beings of the demon realm complied and departed from that realm. They remained oblivious to the upheaval occurring in the central domain, their spirits dampened and morale waning. So we are retreating? The great sage of the Tsang Wolf, merely a bystander, witnessed the conclusion of this grand battle. Observing the martial emperor's swift arrival and departure left him with mixed emotions. He gazed into the unfathomable dark passage, questioning the very essence of existence. This passage leading to the mysterious realm had been shattered and mended countless times over the past few days. Each collapse of the passage resulted in significant losses for the demon realm. Among those losses was the previously formidable Duke Qingyun, who had personally inquired about him, as well as the martial emperor he revered. He had witnessed the Duke Qingyun and a martial emperor fall valiantly in the first wave of assault. The following day, yet another martial emperor lost their life in another probing charge. Gazing at the 2 remaining martial emperors, surrounded by the vast army, as they retreated like a receding tide from the shattered celestial wolf realm. The heart of the celestial wolf sage was heavy with disappointment. The martial emperor did not possess the invincibility spoken of by the clan leader. He, too, was flesh and blood, susceptible to defeat. It appeared that the celestial demon realm was on the brink of transformation. The army departed the fragmented celestial wolf realm with remarkable swiftness. Upon the heavenly chariot, the 2 martial emperors faced each other, their expressions icy. Their soldiers were discontented. And he was no exception. The losses this time were catastrophic. 2 avatars had perished in the passageway, annihilated in an explosion. What, indeed, was that ominous black orb? Its destructive power was truly terrifying. Each explosion was unparalleled in horror. Even after donning several protective treasures, he was still sent soaring into the air. Most dreadful of all was that the black orb seemed inexhaustible, launching relentless assaults for several days, initiating more than 5 waves of attacks. The black orb continued to be hurled into the passageway without end. Each time resulted in total annihilation of the army. The entire divine martial army had been obliterated. He commanded a retreat, partly due to the flames engulfing the harem, and partly because they were rendered helpless by the explosions. Were the emperor of the mystic realm and the emperor suppressing the martial emperor city both the same formidable foe? The martial emperor across from him spoke with a measured tone. His once golden hair had transformed into a vibrant green, embodying the limitless wonders of the 9 turns ascension technique. The 8 martial emperors, both their true selves and avatars, distinguished themselves by altering their hair colors during their interactions. The golden-haired martial emperor's expression was frigid. Is that even a question? With our forces pressing upon them, we initially infiltrated the mystic realm like vermin, stirring chaos. Had it not been for him, the mystic realm would have long since fallen. The green-haired martial emperor's eyes glinted with malice as he nodded. I concede that he possesses some strength. The golden-haired martial emperor furrowed his brow. That cannot be entirely accurate. The mystic realm is fundamentally hollow, relying solely on trivial skills to fend off my celestial demon army. In my estimation, there is only one true top-tier powerhouse present. If I were to press the attack, the mystic realm would surely fall within 2 days. The green-haired martial emperor replied, "There is no need. Our objective has always been to capture this individual. Without him, the mystic realm holds no significance. Strategically retreating the army is the wise course of action." The golden-haired martial emperor snorted coldly, "Let the mystic realm be spared for now. Once I have subdued that little rat named Chu, I shall reduce the mystic realm to ashes, compressing this realm into a mere stone and casting it into the cesspool for a millennium." The green-haired martial emperor gestured dismissively. "We shall address that later." That little rat managed to procure a celestial-grade scroll and infiltrated the central domain right under our noses. He must certainly be of significant origin. Do you think he could truly be the progenitor of demons? The golden-haired martial emperor scoffed. Progenitor of demons? Let us not forget our origins. We are all too aware of the roots of the progenitor. Would a lofty celestial king descend to the mortal realm like a rat, scurrying about in this minuscule celestial demon realm? What pinnacle of immortality, what arrogance in the world, could ever render the existence of the demon progenitor a mere illusion? The true progenitor of demons would never utter such superficial words. This little mouse, foolishly draping itself in the tiger's skin, mistakenly believes it has gained an advantage, unaware that it has already forged a causal relationship with the genuine demon progenitor. Even if this emperor chooses not to hold the individual accountable, he has irreparably offended the demon progenitor. The green-haired martial emperor slowly nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. There is some truth to your words. However, these remarks are not entirely shallow. I find them quite appealing. After we deal with this little mouse, I shall transform the demon progenitor's name to my own and spread the word, which will undoubtedly benefit the fortunes of all beings. The golden-haired martial emperor, displaying impatience, interjected, "Let us defer such discussions for later. Our primary focus now must be on how to subdue that little mouse." Despite my disdain for him, I must admit that we need to employ some of our most formidable tactics. How many avatars do we currently possess? With the boundless divine consciousness impaired and unable to establish contact, the emperor contemplated. The green-haired martial emperor squinted, calculating. One was lost to the celestial scroll. 2 perished while attacking the Xian realm, and 1 is missing from the martial emperor city. Including ourselves, we have only 4 remaining. What are the other 2 doing? 1 is in the Soup Valley, observing the myriad of things in the furnace of creation and the cycles of heavenly flames. The other has returned to the ancient star of Tianhu as the ancestral tomb's fortunes have shifted. The golden-haired martial emperor's gaze turned cold and piercing. For merged avatars are insufficient. At most, we can achieve a 60-40 split. I require absolute certainty. Have them complete their tasks and return to the divine spring to reconstruct their avatars. With 8 bodies unified, we shall capture him in one decisive strike. Very well. In the Xian realm, beside the passage, Xingyun found her worldview on the brink of collapse over these past few days. She had witnessed a miracle unfold from beginning to end. The terrifying army of the heavenly demon realm had been single-handedly held at bay by Budo at the passage. Thus, she gazed at the small black spheres in Budo's grasp, pondering the nature of these basketball-like objects known as Haizi. What could they possibly be? Even the martial emperor and the void Qingyun marquis could not withstand them. One would be manageable, but they seemed to emerge in an unending stream. Could these small black spheres, each possessing power surpassing that of an emperor, be so freely wielded? Retreat? At that moment, Budo was oblivious to Xingyun's thoughts as he wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, sensing the terrifying aura from across the passage gradually dissipating, until it was no more. He could not help but exhale deeply. That was close. Too damned close. The number of small black spheres in his other hand had dwindled to fewer than 10, with the whereabouts of the Qingyun Emperor unknown. If those demons persisted in their assault for a few more waves, he would not be the only one in peril. The entire Xian realm would be doomed. Thank you, Qingyun Emperor, for sponsoring the basketball. Gratitude also to the ingenious adversaries for merging the passages. If the Xian realm still had 77 passages, with the few basketballs he held, he wouldn't even withstand a second wave of assault. What great fortune! How many victories has Qingyun Emperor's basketball achieved this time? Budo then looked around. After the initial shock and terror, many powerful figures from the Xian realm had gathered around him, eager to witness his display of throwing basketballs. In the end, even his dear grandson, Maki, had arrived. Surrounded by a crowd, Budo's spirit soared, growing increasingly emboldened as he transcended the limitations of a great sage, ascending to the rank of Sage King, which left all others profoundly astonished. Chi, holding a pen and paper, reported faithfully, according to your esteemed ancestor. The Emperor of Chu has slain 39,300 Sage Kings and 721 Quasi-Emperors during this campaign. See Budo furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Is that all? Insufficient, indeed. This is a monumental event destined to be recorded in the annals of our Xian realm's history. Let us present a more rounded figure. I shall dictate, and you shall write. The Emperor of Chu single-handedly faced a myriad of forces, vanquishing 100,000 Sage Kings and beheading 1,000 Quasi-Emperors, establishing an everlasting legacy that will protect the Xian realm for countless generations. Elder Jiang interjected, suggesting, should we perhaps include a few more emperors? Nangongqin frowned. That is inadvisable. The crowd turned their gazes towards Nangongqin, who hesitated momentarily before stating, after all, we have yet to encounter an emperor. Let us await my husband's return before making any final decisions. Si Budo nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall heed the matriarch's counsel. For now, let it be recorded as such. Sima Qi nodded vigorously, his admiration for his ancestor reaching new heights. Whatever the ancestor decreed was law. The intricacies of reasoning seemed trivial, as he had set them aside for safekeeping. Baishiner interjected, This is not right. While it is true that many perished due to that dreadful basketball, the numbers seem off. Indeed, they feel wrong. Is this how you humans record history? Is this truly acceptable? She parted her lips, hesitating before ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Sima Qi presented the completed scroll. Ancestor, how does it fare? Quite well, indeed, Si Budo replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement, eagerly anticipating. What a pity that such a significant event transpires with the Emperor of Chu absent. The others, hearing this, began to share in the anticipation. Given the magnitude of the upheaval in the Xian realm, the Emperor of Chu would undoubtedly be astonished upon his return and learning of the events that transpired. Chapter 083, 20 consecutive draws from the Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest. The prestige of the Destiny protagonist, the martial emperor, has diminished, his fortune has been compromised, and his destiny points have decreased by 30,000. You have obtained 1 Destiny Treasure Chest. The prestige of the Destiny protagonist, the martial emperor, has diminished. His fortune has been compromised, and his destiny points have decreased by 50,000. You have obtained 2 Destiny Treasure Chests. Oh, has it already yielded results so swiftly? It appears the martial emperor is not as unassailable in managing the demon realm as Baishiner suggested. Seated upon the imperial throne, Chu Feng was unexpectedly greeted by 2 system notifications. Without a doubt, these notifications stemmed from the repercussions of the 2 small demons, Niu and Ma, whom he had previously released. Initially, his intention was merely to set a few pieces on the board, and to achieve any effect at all was commendable. Yet, he had inadvertently harvested 80,000 destiny points, a remarkable gain indeed. Let me uncover what secrets the martial emperor harbors. Grasping the earth and heaven great seal, he probed within. He discovered that this great seal, as a source-class supreme imperial weapon, possessed an internal structure that was exceedingly intricate, akin to a labyrinth, especially when compared to the Eternal Gate. Had it not been for the system notifications, he might have been disinclined to investigate after refining it. However, Chu Feng chose to patiently explore the Great Seal with his consciousness, gradually seeking out the martial emperor's little secrets. This was a time-consuming endeavor. While examining the Earth and Heaven Great Seal, Chu Feng decided to open a wave of Destiny treasure chests, including the ones just acquired. He had unknowingly amassed 23 Destiny treasure chests from the martial emperor over the course of several days, prompting him to undertake 20 consecutive draws. Before commencing the draws, he remembered to utilize the previously acquired Destiny Ascension Seal to enhance all 20 treasure chests in succession. 20 consecutive draws. Activate. The colossal chests, imbued with the effects of the Destiny Ascension Seal, opened uniformly at the motion of Chu Feng's thoughts, releasing a celestial radiance that blossomed within the boundless sea of consciousness. You have opened a Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest, and you have acquired 100,000 pounds of Quasi-Emperor level cultivation methods. You have opened a Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest, and you have acquired 100,000 tons of Quasi-Emperor level treasures. You have opened a Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest, and you have acquired 1 Destiny Fragment X1. You have opened a Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest, and you have acquired 1,000 tons of Enlightenment Tea. You have opened a Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest, and amidst a flash of golden light, you have acquired the Immortal Great Array Disc, 10,000 Spirits Growth. You have opened a Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest, and you have acquired 1 Destiny Fragment X1. You have opened a Supreme Destiny Treasure Chest, and you have acquired 100,000 pounds of Quasi-Emperor level medicinal herbs. You have opened a supreme destiny treasure chest. And amidst a flash of golden light, you have acquired the immortal grade supreme treasure, Imperial Path Judgment. The system panel erupted with notifications, and Chu Feng's expansive sea of consciousness exploded in brilliance. An endless array of treasures shimmered with resplendent light, firmly occupying a corner of the sea of consciousness like an ocean. Gazing upon the dazzling treasures, the corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Trash. It's all utter trash. Especially the quality and quantity of the Destiny treasure chests after being enhanced. They had undergone a qualitative transformation. Not only has the quality reached an imperial standard, but the sheer quantity, often in the hundreds of thousands, is enough to astound the readers. This time, in addition to the cultivation methods, treasures, and enlightenment tea, a new category has been unlocked: quasi-imperial medicinal pills. In the vast universe, such elixirs are undoubtedly a form of hard currency, even more valuable than spirit crystals. They can be utilized for cultivation, combat, and healing, and can even be used to pay for refreshments while enjoying a performance. However, for Chu Feng, they hold little significance. In this round of 20 consecutive draws, the only items of interest to him were the faded fragments and the 2 guaranteed items from the Golden Legends. Glancing at the faded fragments, Chu Feng noticed his luck was rather poor this time, as he only obtained 3 from the 20 draws, an average of 1.5 per 10, which could only be described as mediocre. With the 3 faded fragments he had collected previously, he now had a total of 6, which would soon allow him to unlock a new divine identity. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled. The divine identity was his most crucial asset, each one offering tremendous benefits. For instance, this time, the identity of the demon ancestor not only enabled him to learn the technique of the Skyrock S speed, but also allowed him to employ it, making even the martial emperor refer to him with reverence. Highlighting its practicality, his efforts to harvest faded fragments were solely for the purpose of acquiring more of them. He gathered the 6 faded fragments in a special area within his divine sea, and then turned his gaze to the last 2 golden legends. The first was the immortal grade array disc, Myriad Spirits Growth. The second was the immortal grade treasure, Imperial Path Judgment. These 2 golden legends, as the premium rewards from the top-tier faded treasure chest, were far from ordinary. The Myriad Spirits Growth array disc, merely the size of a palm, resembled a bagua plate, divided into 8 regions by the interplay of black and white radiance, showcasing 8 hues: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, each glowing like a pulsating breath. Holding the array disc, Chu Feng quickly comprehended its function. By casting the disc, a colossal array named Myriad Spirits Growth would instantly manifest, enveloping the entire area for a duration of 10,000 years. In addition to its basic defensive capabilities, which could withstand incursions from celestial beings, the area shrouded by the Myriad Spirits Growth array would attract an abundance of celestial energy and give rise to countless heavenly materials and treasures. Even more astonishing was the expansive reach of this grand array, capable of covering an entire world. To put it succinctly, if this disc were thrown into the Xian realm, this barren little domain could instantly be transformed into a small celestial realm. While it might not rival the celestial realms, simply deploying the Myriad Spirits Growth array in the Xian realm would ensure that, after 10,000 years, it would flourish far beyond the demon world without much effort. Remarkable indeed. Even Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel. Its value surpassed that of the previous immortal grade scroll by an immeasurable degree. If bestowed upon a sect, it would be a game changer. Alas, for him, it would merely gather dust in a corner. Though he currently held a modicum of influence and a cadre of loyal followers in the Xian realm, it remained a minority. There was no need to carelessly toss it into the Xian realm. Should it nurture a traitor like Gu Yan, it would only be a source of disgust. Chu Feng's gaze shifted towards another treasure from the celestial realm. It was a rectangular iron book, crafted from an unknown celestial wood. Its cover adorned with an embossed character denoting Emperor. This iron tome emanated a soft azure glow, its surface cool to the touch, occasionally sparking a tingling sensation akin to that of touching an electric gate. The more Chu Feng discerned the purpose of this rectangular iron book, the more astonished he became. The Book of Imperial Judgments, as its name suggests, was a priceless artifact intimately connected to the path of the Emperor. What is the path of the Emperor, you may ask? To attain sanctification, one must traverse the bridge of sanctification. To achieve the status of a quasi-emperor, one must walk the Emperor's path. Embarking upon this path entails engaging in fierce combat with 8 peak quasi-emperors from other realms, all vying for the singular chance to become an emperor after enduring numerous trials. This celestial-grade artifact, known as the Book of Imperial Judgments, serves as the means to manifest as the adjudicator of the emperor's path, granting unparalleled authority to oversee the trials therein. Upon completion of its judgments, this tome vanishes, bestowing upon its wielder immense merit. Is such a phenomenon truly possible? It piques one's interest, indeed. What, then, is this merit? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Chu Feng's eyes, as he realized the existence of a judge behind the ascension to emperor. Surely, the martial emperor must eventually tread the path of the emperor, he pondered, envisioning the martial emperor's earnest visage, which transformed into an expression of sincerity. Their bond was one forged through life and death. And if the opportunity arose to witness the martial emperor's moment of glory on the emperor's path, he felt an undeniable sense of duty as a good friend. Just the thought of it stirred a small excitement within him. After cataloging his recent acquisitions, Chu Feng rose from the imperial throne and stretched lazily. Previously, he had doubted the notion that counting riches could lead to cramps, but now, as he found himself amidst an abundance of treasures, he recognized the strain it placed on his waist, even if he couldn't quite ascertain if his hands would cramp. After a brief incense sticks passage, Chu Feng finally discovered something extraordinary within the source treasure of the heavenly seal. He could hardly believe it. This was indeed the martial emperor. A playful smile crept onto Chu Feng's lips as he sensed the contents within the seal. Truly, it was worthy of being regarded as a significant secret by the system. What lay concealed within the heavenly seal was undeniably explosive. Chapter 084. Luo Hanyan. Mother has summoned the ancestors. Within the grand seal of heaven and earth, certain images linger. On a sun-drenched day, a rosy-cheeked golden-haired youth stands, a diamond-shaped divine mark gracing his forehead, signifying the unparalleled talents he possesses from birth. Behind him, a pair of delicate golden wings flutter, while he wields a long spear, striking fiercely. His vibrant energy surges, and at such a tender age, he is but a step away from awakening the sacred bridge and becoming a saint. Suddenly, the sky darkens, shrouded in ominous clouds. A sphere ablaze with azure flames descends silently from the gloom, merging with the divine mark upon the boy's forehead. With a clang, the spear falls to the ground, lying still like a lifeless fish. A fierce expression overtakes the boy's face. He opens his mouth to call out, yet finds his voice hoarse, as if a hand has gripped his throat. Ah, Bakama. Soon, he is rendered mute, fear and confusion flickering in his eyes. The scene shifts. In a realm of utter darkness, a vibrant golden flame flickers, suddenly buffeted by a gust of wind, waning and frail, at risk of extinguishment. Above the golden flame, an even more vigorous azure flame materializes, softly intoning, "Submit to me, obey, and from this day forth, I shall lead you into a grand era, guiding your ancient Tianhu clan to unprecedented glory." The dimming golden flame, resolute in its defiance, retorts, "I refuse. Depart from my body. Cry out, shout, for this is within your divine consciousness. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one shall respond. You have no comprehension of the existence you face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a true immortal. Do you know what a true immortal is? To me, an emperor is merely an ant." The golden flame remains unyielding, silently resisting, secretly praying that his mother and kin would notice his plight. Alas, time drags on, and his flame grows fainter. Yet no assistance arrives. At this moment, the azure flame begins to grow impatient. The longer the delay, the greater the risk of seizing control. Such a pure and flawless vessel of lineage is difficult to find again. Should this opportunity slip away, one might have to resort to seizing the body of a recently deceased or gravely injured individual on the brink of death. Surrender your resistance. If you yield to me, I can grant you a single wish. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, the azure flame shifts strategy, making certain concessions. The golden flame remains silent for a long while, resisting a bit longer, until it senses its life nearing its end, reluctantly declaring, "I want you to care for my mother, to listen to her, and to ensure she suffers no harm. If you can fulfill this," it continues, "I will relinquish this body." The azure flame immediately replies, "Agreed, I promise." Yet, the golden flame is not easily deceived, insisting, "I require you to swear a solemn oath of life and death to the heavens." A solemn oath of life and death. The azure flame hesitates, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of contemplation, it finally responds, "Very well." Thus, Qingyun made a solemn vow to the heavenly Dao, establishing an indomitable force of rules that descended upon the realm. "Mother, Bao Bao, I beg your forgiveness." Upon witnessing this, Qingyun finally extinguished all flames, vanishing from sight. The golden-haired youth slowly rose, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This, indeed, was the essence of the scene. Chu Feng, intrigued, lightly tapped the back of his chair with his knuckles. The imagery within the celestial seal was rich with information. He had long observed the phenomenon of a true immortal seizing a body through the panel and was well aware of it. However, the intricate details were revealed to him for the first time. Bound by the constraints of the oath, the martial emperor found himself in a difficult predicament. The original body, through its struggle, compelled the true immortal who had seized it to utter the essence of the vow, which could be succinctly summarized in 5 words: "Listen to your mother." This oath appeared to be solely for the sake of the original's mother, yet for the martial emperor who had taken possession, it inevitably imposed restrictions upon his actions. Coincidentally, he shared a close friendship with the martial emperor's mother, presenting ample opportunities for manipulation. However, these matters were not the crux of the issue. Chu Feng's eyes glimmered. The visuals within the celestial seal were, in fact, memories. Why would one fragment a memory and encase it within this primordial treasure? The answer was not difficult to surmise. Yet Chu Feng still wished to confirm it with the martial emperor directly. A smile graced his lips as his consciousness entered the Tower of 10,000 Beasts. At the lowest level of the tower, the martial emperor's avatar remained ensnared by countless chains of purple energy, as if caught in a web. Clap, clap. Chu Feng's consciousness manifested in applause. Marvelous, truly marvelous. The ruler of the celestial demons, Bao Bao, turns out to be a mama's boy. Mama's boy. The martial emperor's eyes flickered, opening with an intensity that radiated murderous intent. Get lost. A weight settled in his heart. Indeed, the secrets within the seal had been uncovered by this individual. His past identity and present constraints had been laid bare before others, all while being addressed by the name he detested most. This was his greatest taboo. He felt a breach in his defenses, yet he remained silent. Chu Feng, however, remained unfazed, smiling softly to himself. What could have compelled Bao Bao to seal this memory of the vow within such a primordial imperial treasure? The martial emperor, reminiscent of the silent golden flames from years past, offered no response. Unperturbed, Chu Feng continued his analysis. Were the roles reversed, as a true immortal in my past life, or as the martial emperor now unifying the celestial demons, I would never allow a woman to dictate my actions. That little Tianhu from back then had a certain something, compelling you to swear to the heavenly Tao. Had it been any other trivial matter, you might have long since nullified this vow. Chu Feng paused, his expression increasingly playful as he regarded him. Speaking of which, my celestial seal, as the primordial treasure of the celestial demon realm, has a rather close connection with the heavenly Tao of this realm. You did not place this memory within the celestial seal merely for admiration, rather, you seek to harness the power of this primordial treasure to obliterate this oath. As the martial emperor listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. He enunciated each word with a chilling clarity. I have commanded you to leave. Do not let me see you again. The contempt he felt was palpable. Every syllable resonated with his innermost thoughts. How absurd for a wretched woman to presume she could dominate him, to bind him with a mere vow. What disgusted him further was her childish nickname. Each time she uttered it, he felt a shiver run down his spine, an inexplicable discomfort. As if the body he had usurped was incomplete. He had long since grown weary of feigning affection for her over the centuries. Chu Feng's smile deepened. You've truly been unsettled. After 2 lifetimes, your heart remains unrefined. He raised his arm, casually manipulating the chains of purple energy, playfully entwining them around the martial emperor's body, and continued nonchalantly. Back to the matter at hand. Once this grand vow is erased, it stands to reason that the next step would be patricide, correct? You are indeed a despicable creature. Little Tianhu, despite his pitiable state, holds only one wish, to protect his mother. Yet you, with your desire to break your vows, can you not exhibit a modicum of courtesy in your usurpation? The martial emperor's face contorted in anguish. Mind your own business. This statement was, in essence, a veiled admission. Chu Feng grinned, raising his hand as the myriad chains of purple energy descended, piercing the martial emperor's form and forming an impenetrable cage. Oh, so you truly intend to commit patricide? Such a heartless individual you are. In comparison, I am but a harmless lamb. The fact that you are the destined protagonist is profoundly unfair. He resolved to seek out his mother. With his consciousness withdrawing from the myriad monster tower, he made his way outside the heavenly emperor's palace, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng traversed the cosmos and arrived once more at the ancient star of Tianhu. At that moment, within the Taikuan Palace, the mature and enchanting Luo Hanyan, donned in a simple black-fitted gown, revealed her flawless, porcelain skin. Her concealed allure was accentuated, presenting a breathtaking vista akin to a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible charm. "My dear, just in time. I have joyous news to share," she said, her exquisite features lighting up with delight as she beheld the approaching white-haired martial emperor. Furrowing his brow, the martial emperor inquired, "What has transpired at the ancestral tomb? Why has the fortune surged? Could it be that you, mother?" Luo Hanyan gently nodded, her voice brimming with joy. "I have summoned our ancestors. Not only have I successfully called forth the embodiment of the demon ancestor, but he has been exceedingly gracious, bestowing a considerable amount of his essence. You are truly fortunate, my dear. Take this essence." She gracefully produced a crystal-clear jade vial and extended it to the martial emperor, her eyes filled with tenderness. "P.S. A triad of updates has been delivered. I humbly request your support and love. Please bestow upon me a 5-star review." Chapter 085. The martial emperor encounters a fortuitous event. His destiny value increases. The eyes of Luo Hanyan shimmered like crystal as she gazed at the martial emperor, sparkling with joy. The jade vial containing the blood essence of the demon ancestor swayed gently in her delicate hands, almost ready to be thrust into the martial emperor's grasp. She resembled a humble mother who had saved and scrimped to procure the most coveted delicacy for her child, eagerly anticipating his surprised reaction. However, the martial emperor's previously calm demeanor faltered, his expression darkening upon hearing Luo Hanyan's words, as if he had tasted something foul. This foolish woman had summoned the ancestor? How dare she act behind my back to invoke such a being, a venture that could lead to ruin rather than success? A surge of uncontainable rage ignited within him. He fixed his piercing gaze upon the jade vial in Luo Hanyan's hand, even through the glass. His formidable powers allowed him to sense the terrifying aura of the essence contained within. When Luo Hanyan revealed the blood of the demon ancestor, he felt no excitement, only dread. If summoning the ancestor truly bore no peril, would he not have done so himself? Coming from the celestial realm, he understood all too well the grave consequences of calling forth a being as potent as the demon ancestor. Thus, after acquiring the summoning method, he had decisively sealed this secret technique deep within the clan's treasury, designating it as forbidden. In principle, none would dare to challenge his authority or recklessly employ forbidden arts. Yet, he had overlooked the foolishness of Luo Hanyan. Bound by that accursed oath, he found himself without any means to restrain her. Ironically, to outsiders, she appeared as the exalted empress of the ancient celestial Peng clan, the martial emperor's mother, and a formidable being on the verge of transcendence. In truth, all her accolades were granted by him. Luo Hanyan, born of noble lineage, had wed the original's father, an unparalleled prodigy of the ancient celestial Peng clan. Though her husband had tragically perished in battle, leaving her a widow, he had taken over and ensured her a life of luxury, allowing her to flourish in a sheltered existence, a mere flower in a greenhouse, simple-minded and lacking in cunning. This was precisely why he had always looked down upon Luo Hanyan and contemplated breaking the oath to eliminate this foolish woman. Now, it seemed his judgment had proven correct. Once again, she had caused a calamity, and at such a critical juncture. The demon ancestor, the one that had seized Wudi City. Could it truly be the incarnation of the demon ancestor? As this thought crossed his mind, the fire of fury within the martial emperor blazed even brighter. He calculated the timing and found it aligned perfectly. Instantly, a clear line of logic formed in his mind. This simpleton had summoned the incarnation of the demon ancestor, paying an unknown but significant price to obtain the essence. Subsequently, rather than returning to the celestial realm, the incarnation had taken over Wudi City and his royal palace. Glaring at that exquisitely charming visage, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously, as he wished nothing more than to strangle her. "Darling, what is wrong? Do you feel unwell?" Luo Hanyan noticed the martial emperor's unusual expression, akin to a state of constipation, and inquired with genuine concern. Although the martial emperor was filled with frustration, he endeavored to maintain a smile. He forced out a grimace that could frighten even the most intrepid of beings. "Mother, what price did you pay to summon the ancestor?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hanyan blinked her eyes, interpreting the martial emperor's words as concern for her. She gently waved her hand and smiled. "It's nothing, not a significant cost. Are you aware of the recent happenings in the demon realm?" Luo Hanyan furrowed her brow slightly. "I'm not sure. Ever since the ancestral tomb was disturbed, aside from summoning the ancestor, Mother has been recuperating in the palace. In truth, with such a remarkable son as the martial emperor, She rarely paid attention to the affairs of the demon realm. Seeing that the martial emperor remained unresponsive, she pressed a vial into his hand. You are currently at a critical juncture in refining your 9th avatar. This blood of the demon ancestor is highly effective. After consuming it, my injuries have mostly healed. You should take it first. The martial emperor refused. He would rather perish than consume such a substance. Yet, his body was quite honest. Even as the sovereign of the demon realm, bound by the great oath of heaven, he found himself compelled to heed his mother's wishes. His gaze slowly shifted to the vial, and he numbly raised his hand. With a soft pop, the cork released with a gentle sound, falling as lifeless as a corpse. The martial emperor peered into the vial, observing several droplets of pale purple blood, suspended like dew, exuding a thick, faintly fishy scent that radiated an overwhelming, fearsome aura. The purity of this essence and the bloodline was so potent that it instilled within the martial emperor a sense of bloodline pressure. He immediately confirmed that Luo Hanyin was correct. This was indeed the blood of the demon ancestor. However, the thought of the missing avatar from the martial emperor's city made him hesitant to refine this blood. At present, he and the demon ancestor were adversaries. Just prior, he had received messages from other avatars, urging him to investigate the fortune of the Tianhu, an ancient star, before heading to the celestial spring to restore his avatar and suppress that incarnation of the demon ancestor. On the eve of battle, consuming the blood of his formidable foe was fraught with peril. It was absolutely inadvisable. He needed to make this foolish woman understand the current situation. The martial emperor suppressed his anger, preparing to explain the circumstances of the demon realm to Luo Hanyin. Suddenly, a hand as pale as jade presented the droplets of demon ancestor blood at his lips. Come, eat, Luo Hanyin's maternal voice echoed. The demon ancestor has stated that consuming it directly yields better results than refining it. The martial emperor stood frozen, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response before he was overwhelmed by a pungent, fishy taste that surged through his mouth, rendering him momentarily speechless and his expression one of utter disgust. Had anyone else dared to treat him this way, they would have been swiftly dispatched. Yet with Luo Hanyin, he found himself unable to retaliate, bound by the oath to obey her wishes. Warning: the destined protagonist, the martial emperor, encounters a fortuitous event. By sheer coincidence, he ingests the blood of the demon ancestor, enhancing his physique and greatly augmenting his fortune, earning him 30,000 points of destiny value. The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, consumed your blood essence, resulting in a heightened suppression over him. Consequently, he incurred a loss of 50,000 destiny points, while you received a destiny treasure chest. At that moment, Chu Feng, who had just arrived at the ancient star Tianhu, happened to witness this scene and received a notification from the system. Chu Feng was utterly astonished. When he had previously bestowed his blood essence, it was merely to fulfill the conditions for summoning his ancestors, and he casually laid a trap for the martial emperor. Little did he expect that there was such a connection between Luo Hanyin and the martial emperor. Witnessing the martial emperor consume his blood essence left Chu Feng profoundly shaken. Did the martial emperor truly dare to partake in it? He found himself compelled to heed Luo Hanyin's words. No wonder the martial emperor sought every possible means to dissolve this vow. For a being of his caliber, this was a fatal weakness. It seemed that Luo Hanyin had never harbored any ill intentions towards the martial emperor. Otherwise, if she had instructed him to perform some degrading act, would he have complied? However, he himself was not at a disadvantage. His blood essence was indeed genuine and potent. Now that the martial emperor had ingested it, the benefits to him were immense, as evidenced by the increase in his destiny points. Yet, every gift of fate comes with a price. The blood essence of the ancestral demon does possess minor side effects. In the future, when the martial emperor confronted him, he would not only be more susceptible to suppression, but as the blood essence increasingly integrated with him, he would no longer need to search for him in the vast expanse of the demon realm using the emperor's divine consciousness. The ancestral demon's blood would serve as a precise locator, effortlessly revealing his whereabouts. A playful expression crossed Chu Feng's face, such a touching maternal bond. He refrained from interrupting their tender moment, pondering for a brief, while stroking his chin. Retracting his thoughts, he gazed into the dark expanse of the universe and waved his hand. Before long, two figures trembled into existence like leaves in the wind. Upon seeing Chu Feng, the two figures momentarily froze before adeptly prostrating themselves. We pay our respects to the ancestral demon lord. Observing the duo, Nyo and Ma, responding to his summons, Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. It seems that you two have not fared well in my absence. Although both were quasi-emperors, They bore visible injuries and appeared quite pitiful, as if on the brink of death. The Qingyun Emperor quickly interjected, "Not at all. We have been living quite well. Ancestral Demon Lord, is there something you require from us?" He and the Tianhu Emperor had been helping Chu Feng assert dominance in the demon realm to save their own skins. While they achieved their objective, they had suffered tremendously. After all, the demon realm was still the martial emperor's territory, and they had been labeled as traitors, leading to a relentless manhunt against them in recent days. It was quite the thrilling experience. Had the martial emperor's avatar not appeared, they would have already met their demise. Just moments ago, they had been huddled together in a heap of debris on an abandoned planet when they were suddenly transported here, nearly causing them to lose control. Upon recognizing Chu Feng, they hastily bowed their heads in reverence. "There is a minor task I require your assistance with." With a casual gesture, Chu Feng tossed a few bottles of quasi-emperor-level elixirs and 2 small crystal orbs to the duo of cattle and horses, observing their transformation from bewilderment to sheer delight. He watched as they hurriedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Great Ancestor. The Great Ancestor is invincible." The Celestial Horse Emperor, ever the adept, began to roar with fervor. "At the pinnacle of the immortal realm, unrivaled in the world, where there is our Great Ancestor, there is heaven." Chu Feng waved his hand, interrupting their exuberance. "Enough of the idle chatter, follow me." As his words settled, he strode confidently into the Taikuan Palace, accompanied by the still-dazed duo. Lo Han Yen was startled by the sudden appearance of their figures, letting out a soft gasp. However, as her gaze fell upon the newcomers, her eyes sparkled with joy. "Great Ancestor? What brings you here?" She had presumed that Chu Feng had already returned to the immortal realm and suddenly realized the situation. Promptly, she beckoned to the now pale-faced martial emperor. "Bower, come quickly to meet the Great Ancestor." Lo Han Yen was elated. Indeed, her Bower was a prodigy, having drawn the attention of the Great Ancestor merely by consuming the Ancestor's essence. Chapter 86. A Loving Family. The martial emperor's countenance darkened, his gaze piercing like a blade as it fixated on Chu Feng and the 2 beasts behind him. As for the beasts, they were originally his subordinates, but due to their betrayal, they had recently found themselves on the wanted list of the celestial demon realm. The man clad in a black robe, strikingly handsome, was indeed the one who had seized control of Martial Emperor City. This incarnation of the demon ancestor was truly summoned by that foolish woman, while the other avatars were simply dim-witted, claiming he hailed from a remote realm. The mere thought of having ingested the blood essence of his formidable adversary made the Martial Emperor feel nauseous. Upon swallowing it, he had immediately employed supreme secret arts to expel and suppress the essence. Yet, regrettably, it proved far more tenacious than he had anticipated. The moment it entered his body, it fused with him completely, becoming indistinguishable from his own essence. Encountering such a predicament was already vexing enough. Now, this imbecilic woman insisted that he express gratitude to the demon ancestor's incarnation. Had the Martial Emperor not lived a life of dignity, he would never bow to another. With a composed demeanor, he raised his chin slightly, his eyes glinting with coldness, like swords aimed directly at Chu Feng. A soft sound echoed. A delicate, pale hand gently grasped the Martial Emperor's head, pressing it down as she spoke soothingly. "My dear, the demon ancestor is one of us. There is no need for such aloofness. The gift of blood not only salvaged our clan's declining fortunes but also greatly benefits you. No amount of gratitude could be deemed excessive." The Martial Emperor's expression darkened further as he coldly replied, "Thank you for the gift of blood, demon ancestor." His heart seethed with murderous intent, feeling utterly humiliated. Chu Feng, observing the Martial Emperor being forcefully subdued, felt an inexplicable sense of amusement, akin to a naive college student returning home to visit relatives. Beneath the halo of his mother, was the Martial Emperor still the defiant ruler of the demon race? Even the beasts exchanged glances, astonished. They had never witnessed such a display from him before, nor had they ever been deemed worthy to set foot on the celestial Qingyun ancient star. With a comforting pat on the Martial Emperor's shoulder, Chu Feng remarked, "There is no need for such formality. Given my relationship with your mother, we are all family here. In the future, just call me father when we meet." "Call you father? I'll call you horse." The Martial Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes ablaze with fury. Had he been insulted so brazenly? Demon ancestor, is this truly permissible? Before the Martial Emperor could voice his protest, Luo Hanyan's eyes sparkled with surprise, her tone incredulous, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary bargain. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, it is. Han Yin, do not stand on ceremony. I hold you in high regard. Since he is your child, he is also my dear son. He exchanged a knowing glance with the two beasts. The demon ancestor was insisting that the martial emperor call him father? What in the world? Was this for real? The beasts were taken aback. When they first witnessed the demon ancestor meeting the martial emperor, they thought it a jest. Yet now, observing the matriarch's demeanor, it appeared there was a scandalous revelation they had been oblivious to. Possessing keen observational skills, the two beasts instinctively produced a crystal ball. Mother, what does this mean? What exactly transpired between you and him? The expression on the emperor's face shifted dramatically upon hearing Luo Hanyan's words, his tone trembling with disbelief. Chu Feng, with an air of nonchalance, embraced Luo Hanyan's delicate shoulder, his fingers brazenly tugging at one side of the strap of her flowing gown. Silly darling, he remarked. Given the circumstances, why do you feign ignorance? Of course, everything has transpired. A blush suffused Luo Hanyan's exquisite face as she gently lowered her head, radiating an enchanting allure. Her shoulders, resembling sheep-fat white jade, bore the intricate character for Chu, strikingly prominent. The emperor's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly igniting with sparks of fury. The slave mark? You. With eyes like tranquil waters, Luo Hanyan nestled softly against Chu Feng, her lips parting to convey to the emperor, dearest. This is merely the price of summoning our ancestor. It is of no consequence. The demon ancestor is not of this realm, and the slave mark serves merely as a formality. Besides, the demon ancestor possesses a supreme bloodline and has long ascended to the celestial realm. Although my mother has never been to the celestial realm, she understands that the demon ancestor's power and status there far surpasses yours in the demon world. I have perused ancient texts that suggest some emperors, upon ascending, become mere commoners in the celestial realm, regardless of their former might, often reduced to servitude and labor. You must broaden your perspective. With your innate talent, ascension to the celestial realm is inevitable. I possess little else to assist you, save for securing the slave mark from the demon ancestor to pave your path forward. Initially, I sought only a drop of his essence, but the demon ancestor, being a man of deep affection and loyalty, surpasses your late father in worth. He is now willing to acknowledge you as his progeny. Be astute. When you ascend to the celestial realm, you will have a protector. This is a tremendous advantage for our Tianhu clan. Hurry, call him father. Luo Hanyan implored earnestly, fearful that the emperor might forsake this extraordinary opportunity for the sake of his foolish pride. The emperor seethed with anger, particularly at the thought of his mother's intimate entanglements with his formidable adversary, her demeanor excessively alluring, enduring relentless encounters. His mind shattered, exploded, fractured. Even devoid of the oath's influence, the inherent respect his original self held for Luo Hanyan rendered the emperor tremulous with rage. Foolish woman, you have no conception of my grandeur. Once I achieve the status of emperor through the 9 transformations, I shall be the mightiest emperor in history, capable of drawing upon celestial sources and ascending in broad daylight. What need have I to toil? A mere demon ancestor is insignificant. Countless celestial kings would vie for my favor, showering me with riches and legacies. Do I require the assistance of a simpleton like you to pave my way? He cursed inwardly, yet his body obediently roared towards Chu Feng, father. Seeing the emperor comply so readily, Luo Hanyan beamed with joy. Chu Feng, grinning widely, seized the moment. Patting the emperor's head, good boy, my dear son, such a good child. The white hair of the martial emperor swayed without a breeze, and his body quivered, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Not far away, the two individuals, known as Neo and Ma, were utterly stunned. The crystal orb bestowed upon them by the great ancestor of the demons possessed the capability to record images and scenes. It was a treasure of quasi-emperor grade. They meticulously captured this invaluable moment of the martial emperor, whom they affectionately referred to as Father Chu Feng, from every conceivable angle, documenting it in a complete 360-degree panorama. What a monumental event! The implications were staggering. It turned out that the great ancestor was indeed the martial emperor's father. They were all one family, united in love and kinship. Had they known this earlier, they would have had no reason to fear. It was merely an internal affair of their own. At that moment, the martial emperor sensed the commotion of the two and shot them a murderous glare. Luo Hanyan embraced Chu Feng, her fragrance intoxicating, and implored him, great ancestor. Should Bao ascend to the celestial realm in the future, I hope you can look after him. The celestial realm? That was a place I had never visited. How could I possibly care for this individual? Chu Feng cradled the delicate jade in his arms, waving his hand dismissively, and proclaimed with arrogance, a trivial matter. I shall treat Bao as tenderly as my own wild son. A wild son. Such phrasing seems somewhat amiss. Yet Luo Hanyan understood Chu Feng's intent and smiled radiantly. Bring it to me. Present it to me. At that moment, the martial emperor bellowed in fury, finally unable to restrain himself. His ire was not directed towards Chu Feng, but rather towards the two quasi-emperors, Niu and Ma, who had been persistently documenting the scene with the crystal orb. Click, click, click. Damn it. If these images were to leak, my lifelong reputation would be utterly obliterated. Seeing the martial emperor's wrath, Luo Hanyan furrowed her brow slightly. The two quasi-emperors were, after all, brought by the great ancestor. She spoke up. Bayer you. Please be quiet. You brainless fool. Your actions may lead to my demise. The martial emperor roared. With overwhelming might, he aimed a palm strike at the forehead of the Qingyun emperor. Should this strike land, the Qingyun emperor would undoubtedly meet his end. Suddenly, a purple nine-tiered demon tower appeared, hovering within the hall. An immense pressure descended upon the martial emperor, causing his aura to plummet. Unfilial son, who permitted you to shout at your mother? Chu Feng frowned and waved his hand, causing the 10,000 demon tower to engulf the martial emperor. Upon witnessing the martial emperor being suppressed by the 10,000 demon tower, Luo Hanyan was taken aback and hastily said, Great ancestor, please quell your anger. Bayer simply has a bad temper. He means no harm. Chu Feng responded with a faint smile, casually producing the great seal of heaven and earth from his divine sea and tossing it to her. Here, see for yourself. Is it merely a matter of poor temper? What is this? Luo Hanyan instinctively took the great seal, her consciousness probing within. Chapter 087. The resounding slap of reality as time flowed. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed. The memories encapsulated within the great seal of heaven and earth had been merely skimmed by Chu Feng, akin to a swift glance through a video. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the great seal slipped from Luo Hanyan's grasp, crashing to the ground. Her vibrant, colorful eyes were filled with shock and despair. She murmured, It cannot be true. It must be a fabrication. For all this while, no matter how the martial emperor transformed or what heights he attained, in Luo Hanyan's heart, he remained the cherished child from her past, the one who held her hand and soared through the skies. Yet the memories within the great seal shattered her illusions irrevocably. The martial emperor was not her beloved child, but rather the true immortal who had usurped her son's body. Her precious child had been slain by the current martial emperor many years ago, had it not been for her child's dying wish. Compelling the martial emperor to swear an oath, she too would have fallen victim to his malice long ago. Upon witnessing these haunting images, Luo Hanyan's first instinct was disbelief. The martial emperor had always been an exemplary son, and the entire ancient heavenly rock clan bore witness to his devotion. Yet now, she was confronted with the revelation that everything had been a fade. The filial piety and reverence he displayed were merely shackles of his oath. Trembling, Luo Hanyan gasped for breath, her body instinctively reacting to the profound shock. Chu Feng observed quietly from the side. Whether she accepted it or not, the truth remained. The intricate details within the Great Seal's memories were not fabrications, especially for Luo Hanyan, the genuine mother. Ultimately, she was a pitiable woman, willing to sacrifice herself for the martial emperor. Yet, in the end, she discovered that all her devotion was in vain. The martial emperor was not her son, but the very murderer of her child. He had bestowed the Great Seal upon her with ulterior motives, utilizing her while ostensibly assisting her. Unlike Gu Yin, who cloaked himself in a veneer of hypocrisy, the martial emperor was a bold and ruthless protagonist. To achieve his ambitions, he would spare no effort and employ countless stratagems. Had Luo Hanyan, with her innocent demeanor, not encountered this benevolent antagonist, her fate would have been dire indeed. Chu Feng refrained from intervening as Luo Hanyan grappled with this harsh reality, offering a few brief words to the utterly bewildered Nyoma. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment and excitement. With a wave of his hand, he cast forth several treasures, causing the Tianhu emperor to vanish, leaving only the Qingyun emperor, who stood by, clutching a crystal ball in readiness. The mother of the destined protagonist, Luo Hanyan, harbors intense hatred for the martial emperor. Destiny points decrease by 100,000. You have received a destiny treasure chest X5. Soon, the system notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears. His gaze shifted towards the tearful Luo Hanyan. Has she finally come to terms with the truth? The celestial mandate of the martial emperor has inexplicably diminished by a staggering 100,000 points. It appears that Luo Hanyan exerts a significant influence over his fortune. Oh, martial emperor, truly you are reaping the consequences of your own actions. Chu Feng gently draped his arm over Luo Hanyan's shoulder, embodying the warmth of a caring companion. and softly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" With her eyes tinged with red, the tears in Luo Hanyan's gaze gradually subsided. She looked intently at Chu Feng, her expression becoming increasingly clear and earnest, and whispered, "Master Yaozu, how did you come to know about this matter?" Chu Feng smiled faintly, weighing the celestial seal in his hand. "You recognize it, do you not?" Luo Hanyan immediately nodded. "It is a treasured artifact of the martial emperor, one he cherishes deeply and has nurtured with great care. I have only seen him use it a couple of times." Without a flicker of emotion, Chu Feng replied, "This seal actually belongs to me. Shortly after you summoned me, it sensed my aura and hastily returned. Upon inspection, I discovered it had inexplicably acquired some peculiar attributes, which, to my surprise, are connected to you, Hanyan. I have come to inform you of this. The earlier events were merely preliminary tests. I needed to ascertain the authenticity of the heavenly oath. Do not take it to heart. I have no desire to play the role of such a person's father." Bowing slightly, Luo Hanyan expressed her gratitude. "I understand. Thank you, Master Yuzu. Had it not been for you, I would have remained in the dark for an indeterminate time. He is indeed unworthy of being your son." Chu Feng regarded her with a gentle smile and countered, "What are your plans now? This woman, though innocent, is far from foolish, having lived for an extensive period and being a quasi-emperor." He doubted she was oblivious to the reasons behind the martial emperor's decision to seal this memory within the celestial seal. Upon hearing his words, a rare glint of coldness flashed in Luo Hanyan's eyes, her chest rising and falling with intensity. "I need Master Yuzu's assistance. I seek vengeance." At that moment, the martial emperor in her eyes transformed from a beloved treasure into a ruthless child killer. The love she once felt has now morphed into profound hatred. Chu Feng chuckled, having awaited this very declaration. He waved his hand, summoning the Tower of 10,000 Beasts. "Follow me." The tower emitted a soft purple glow, instantly enveloping both Luo Hanyan and the curious Qingyun Emperor. In the lower levels of the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, countless chains of purple energy ensnared a figure, cocooning it in an impenetrable shroud. Not far from this purple cocoon lay the freshly captured white-haired martial emperor. "Damn it, I've been ensnared," he grimaced, finally realizing the trap he had fallen into. Observing another of his incarnations, now wrapped like a dumpling and utterly still, he refused to accept his fate and continued to struggle, attempting to escape the tower's confinement. Yet, it was evident he lacked the ability, merely expressing impotent rage. In a flash of light, Chu Feng reappeared below with Luo Hanyan and the Qingyun Emperor, gazing at the imprisoned martial emperor. Luo Hanyan's eyes turned icy, her exquisitely shaped face etched with frost. "I leave his fate in your hands," Chu Feng said with a serene smile. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hanyan addressed Chu Feng. "Master Yuzu, please lower him and release all restraints." The cattle stood silently by, their mouths agape yet devoid of words. The prowess of the martial emperor was formidable. If he were to break free from his shackles, what calamity might ensue? Yet, Chu Feng remained unperturbed, within the confines of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. If the martial emperor could escape under his watchful gaze, he would resign himself to being a mere calf from that day forth. With a snap of his fingers, all the chains binding the martial emperor recoiled like serpents retreating into a swirling mist. A heavy, thudding sound echoed as the martial emperor crashed down onto the floor of the tower's lowest level. Beside Chu Feng, Luo Hanyan twisted her waist and approached barefoot. Even Chu Feng felt a flicker of curiosity about how she intended to exact her vengeance upon the martial emperor. "Beast, kneel before me," Luo Hanyan's melodic voice rang out, suppressing her fury. Chu Feng's eyes brightened as he gestured to the Qingyun Emperor, who promptly produced a crystal ball and activated its recording mode. Bound by his oath, the martial emperor, poised to flee, suddenly knelt with a grim countenance, exclaiming, "Mother, what are you doing? Quickly rescue me. This demon ancestor is not to be trusted." Heed not his words. Luo Hanyan, ablaze with wrath, coldly commanded, "Turn around and remove your trousers." The martial emperor was taken aback, incredulity flashing in his eyes as he involuntarily turned, trembling as he removed the protective gear that shielded his lower half. The turn of events surprised Chu Feng, who had anticipated a more violent retaliation from Luo Hanyan. Why on earth was she making the martial emperor disrobe? Momentarily stunned, he quickly gestured to the Qingyun Emperor to direct the crystal ball towards the martial emperor's bare backside. At that moment, the Qingyun Emperor's breath hitched, his hands stiffening as he dazedly inquired, "Demon, great ancestor, is this permissible for me to record?" "Enough with the chatter, focus on the task at hand." "Do not call me great ancestor," Refer to me as Director Chu and do your job diligently. The Qingyun Emperor, bewildered, aimed the crystal ball squarely, capturing every moment. Luo Hanyin, with a fierce demeanor, raised her fair hand. Smack, smack, smack. She was striking the martial emperor's backside, akin to reprimanding a misbehaving child. Tears sparkled in her eyes, fueled by boundless strength as she delivered blows that left a blur in their wake. The supreme emperor of the celestial demon realm, at that moment, raised his backside like a wayward child, his flesh bruised and bloodied, howling pitifully, an utterly disconcerting sight. Mother, what are you doing? Please, stop. The martial emperor's voice trembled with terror, though he felt no pain. The sheer humiliation of being subjected to such treatment before his adversary shattered his composure. Luo Hanyin hissed softly, I am not your mother, martial emperor. Return my bower to me. Smack, smack. Ah, wretched woman, you vile creature. Cease this at once. The martial emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he retaliated with furious curses, only to incite further wrath from Luo Hanyin. The protagonist of Destiny, the martial emperor, faced a public humiliation before all the demon clans of the celestial demon realm, resulting in a significant decline in his prestige and a reduction of 50,000 points in his destiny value. A system notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears, still leaving him in a state of shock. He could hardly fathom that Luo Hanyin, a quasi-emperor, would resort to such a primitive yet somewhat capricious tactic against the martial emperor. This was truly, undeniably theatrical. It's you, you wretched scoundrel. The martial emperor, in pain, grasped the full extent of the situation and turned to glare at Chu Feng, as if he intended to devour him with his gaze. Seeing the martial emperor's eyes redden in fury, Chu Feng's expression shifted, and he suddenly exclaimed, You fool, Qingyun. What on earth were you thinking? You could have just taken the shot. How could you possibly broadcast such an event to the celestial demon realm? Now every demon clan in the 9 heavens has witnessed this. How will the martial emperor survive in the future? The martial emperor's expression froze, his countenance turning pallid. Live broadcast? The entire celestial demon realm? What the hell did you just do? The martial emperor, having experienced 2 lifetimes, had never encountered such a despicably shameless adversary. Overwhelmed with shame and rage, he stared blankly at the bewildered Qingyun, who was holding a crystal ball. Darkness enveloped him, and the world spun around him until he fainted, all under Luo Hanyin's startled exclamations. Chapter 088. What kind of person is the martial emperor? In the vast realm of the celestial demons, within the sevenfold realm, lies the core grand city. At the heart of this magnificent city, surrounded by countless towering pavilions, stands an imposing imperial shrine. The grand entrance of the shrine is a sight to behold. Adorned with resplendent gold and inlaid with brilliant spiritual crystals and the image of the Qingyun. Upon entering the shrine, one is greeted by a majestic hall where a towering and sacred stone statue is enshrined, its outline exuding valor, crowned with wings, wielding a great halberd, and casting a discerning gaze upon the world. This is none other than the emperor of the celestial demons, the martial emperor. Before the statue of the martial emperor, the air is thick with incense, spiraling wisps of smoke rising gracefully. O great martial emperor, please bestow upon my son the strength to transcend to the immortal platform before this grand competition. Omnipotent martial emperor, might I borrow a ton of spiritual crystals? I promise to return tenfold once I break through to Sage. Esteemed martial emperor, I am but an old ram of the Qingyun sheep clan. Recently, my young lamb has been enamored with a little ewe who has become pregnant, yet the child is not his. He still wishes to marry her. What should I do? Devotees of the martial emperor kneel reverently before the statue, hands clasped in prayer, silently voicing their heartfelt wishes. Their faces radiate sincerity and awe, each one reflecting their profound veneration for the emperor. For 5 centuries, the martial emperor has unified the celestial demons, ushering monumental changes throughout the realm, earning the unwavering admiration of countless demon clans, even to the point of fervent fanaticism. As the great sage of the Kangwolf clan entered the shrine, witnessing the throngs of worshippers and the vibrant incense offerings, he inhaled deeply, feeling his spirit uplifted and purified. Indeed, the martial emperor shrine is extraordinary. How foolish of me, a mere great sage, to have once looked down upon the esteemed martial emperor, he lamented, feeling a twinge of shame. Having witnessed the defeat of the celestial wolf army and the subsequent retreat of the martial emperor, he realized that he had slowly begun to lose his reverence for this supreme leader of the celestial demons. Occasionally, he found himself harboring the misguided notion that the martial emperor was merely an ordinary figure, A great sage's mindset, if left unchecked, can lead to perilous consequences. In this moment of introspection, he recalled the words of his late mentor, the revered leader of the Celestial Wolf clan, who had passed away. The Martial Emperor Shrine is the most resplendent jewel of the celestial demon realm. Whatever troubles you bear, upon visiting the Martial Emperor Shrine, guided by the Great Emperor, they shall vanish into thin air. The Martial Emperor Shrine exists in nearly every grand city of the celestial demon realm. Its number is as numerous as the grains of sand. Upon arriving at the shrine, the great sage felt reassured, realizing his spiritual leader had not deceived him. The irreverence he once harbored toward the Martial Emperor dissipated the moment he stepped into the shrine, leaving only sincerity and reverence in its wake. Just as he was quietly savoring this long-lost tranquility and reaffirming the invincible faith he held for the Martial Emperor, a sudden commotion broke his reverie. His gaze shifted towards the source of the noise. To one side of the shrine, spiritual herbs and trees swayed gently, their ethereal energy far more potent than in many areas of the city. A number of demon clans, having completed their worship of the Martial Emperor, gathered here, engaging in spirited conversation. The Martial Emperor truly embodies might. I wonder when I shall have the honor of meeting him. Meeting the Martial Emperor? Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. In this remote location of ours, one must attain the rank of a quasi-emperor to even hope to meet the Martial Emperor. By the time you achieve such a status, the Martial Emperor will have long ascended to the celestial realm. Alas, never mind the quasi-emperor. If I could become a sage in this lifetime, that would be quite commendable. What do you suppose the Martial Emperor is like in private? It hardly requires contemplation. The Martial Emperor must undoubtedly be a sagacious elder, speaking with grace and possessing an extraordinary demeanor, the epitome of desire for all female demons of our kind. No. Do you really see the Martial Emperor that way? Such a demeanor is not befitting of him. To unify our demon realm, the Martial Emperor must be a harbinger of death. Standing there, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word, he could frighten demons into submission. I believe the Martial Emperor possesses an irresistible charm, a true paragon of masculinity. With but a glance, he could instill fear in demons. Impossible. The Martial Emperor is certainly a wise elder. You know nothing. The Martial Emperor is a harbinger of death. Do not shout here. Get lost. The Martial Emperor is an endlessly charming deity. If you disagree, let us settle this with a fight. Damn it, let us fight. Who fears you? Today. Even the King of Heaven is here. The Martial Emperor is indeed a harbinger of death. I command you to kill. I command you to slay. I will end you. The clamor ensued. Initially, it was merely a casual exchange, but given that this is the sacred shrine of the Martial Emperor, when the topic of his true visage arose, it ignited the fervor of his zealous